Hello, everybody. Hi, Paul. Yes, I agree with you, Paul. Despite YouTube's very frustrating decision to give me a strike on my channel, we are here and we are going to continue. Hello, Erica. Here nice and early, so is Tamara. So we are on track for a good start. I'm just gonna turn this funky music down. I might just leave it in the background lingering a little bit. There we go. Also, I can't find my water bottle and it's so warm here today, so I have a little McDonald's drink. So we're just gonna wait for people to find us now that we're live. Thank you so much for tuning in if you're here. Paul, it's great to see you. Erica, I can't wait to chat. I have all of our raffle prizes laid out. And I have the lineup next to me here, pinned to the wall. And we are ready to go on Twitter and Facebook only. I need like somebody else working with me so I don't have to keep checking my phone for these notifications. Right, so. Oh gosh, it's so warm. Hello, everybody. Hello. You probably haven't heard this actually, but my my microphone cuts in and out sometimes when I'm recording on my own. So I have to start everything with hello. So hello, everybody. 12 hours of awesomeness coming up. I agree. I have energy drinks. I have some pineapple. And I am looking forward to chatting with everybody that is due to be on the lineup today. So as everybody finds their way in, it's still early over in the States, which is where most of the people tune into the Cult Vault podcast. So I will just get into things over here. I wanted to start by saying thank you so much to everybody who has already donated to this fundraiser. So the Cult Vault podcast is an independent podcast. Those of you that listen will know that I run ads on my podcast and I have a Patreon, and that is how this show is funded, through the support of individuals. I am also very lucky to have a number of individuals that support the show outside of those two places, and this show wouldn't exist without that support. So I just want to first of all say thanks to everybody that allows me to do this work. You are awesome and this has changed my life forever. And the reason for this live stream is to generate a bit more funds for the podcast, but also to give back to the community that supports individuals overcoming experiences with cults and extremism. So for this stream, I have chosen the Family Survival Trust, which is a UK-based charity that helps people that have fallen victim to cults and authoritarianism and extremist groups. And it is a fantastic charity. I will just share it with you here. Actually, I think I can do that. How do I? Oh, here we go. Share my screen. Right. So sorry, bear with me as I get used to all of this stuff. I'm not very tech savvy. Here we go. So this is the Family Survival Trust, and this is who we are fundraising for today in tandem with the Cult Vault podcast. So the Family Survival Trust is a registered charity whose mission is to prevent and to provide information on coercive control, cultic behavior, and psychological manipulation. We support those affected by groups that use these techniques. We educate regarding the risks these groups pose to individuals and society and seek appropriate control on these groups' activities. So some of you may have seen recently that the Family Survival Trust have, let me just change this screen so that we can see, the Family Survival Trust have recently published this research conducted by the Family Survival Trust Action Against Cults. Alexandra Stain, who has been on this show before, who is one of the world's leading cult experts, who does a lot of work with the Family Survival Trust, who has also donated one first edition of Terror, Love and Brainwashing hardback book to this stream, and two paperback editions of Terror, Love and Brainwashing to give away as part of raffle prizes, is included in this research that was published in the last few months, and it goes through so much stuff. The findings are quite shocking. I think if you're involved in this work, it maybe some of the information wouldn't be that surprising, but the statistics just show that there are thousands of authoritarian, destructive, extremist, cult-like groups operating in the UK, at least. So I mean, it's shocking. And what is really important about the work that the Family Survival Trust does is that it's not just looking at individuals who have been involved in cults, but also supporting individuals who have loved ones who are in a cult-like environment or have experienced a cult-like environment. So much support is also offered to individuals who are experiencing their loved one cutting off communication, and other nefarious tactics that cults use to isolate members and pull them further into the group itself. So hello, Sue, talking to us from not in the UK. I love that. Hey, well, actually, aren't you back in the UK? You finished your pilgrimage, your 5,000 kilometer hike or something wild that you've done this week. Amazing stuff. So we are going to get into things soon. That's the Family Survival Trust, and most of you here, you're coming down from your mountain. Reluctantly, I imagine. Maybe after a night in your own bed, you want to get back on the mountain. So, as some of you are already aware of the Family Survival Trust, you'll know that the work that this UK-based charity does is extremely important. And so I wanted to make sure that for the Cult Vault's 3rd birthday party, if we're fundraising for the podcast, we're also making sure that we're fundraising for other groups and organizations to support individuals that have been affected by cults and coercive control. So that's why we're here today. And I want to say a massive thank you to anybody who is tuning in now, has listened to an episode, supports the show, has left a rating or a review, who shares it with family, friends, co-workers, and anybody that has agreed to come and chat with me today to make this 12-hour stream possible. I could have tried to talk on my own for 12 hours, but I don't think that's very interesting. So here we are. We have some amazing guests. The first session is going to take place in 15 minutes with Erica Borman and Tamara MC, two people who are incredibly insightful individuals whose writing I love. It's very different, but I love both writers and their writing. And I do have my copy of Mission of Malice just next to me so that I can refer to it throughout the conversation. Hello from Cape Town. Hi, John. Are you a fan of our Erica, who's going to be joining us today? That's a Scouse term, I think, for anybody that's they say our John, our Michael. Hi from Cape Town. Wow. So you're 2 hours ahead. I want to say 2 hours ahead. but I don't want it. I'm not too confident about that. So far, before we get started, I have already received so much support in the fundraiser. There's a little QR code here. I will also just pull so that so far, so many people have already pledged their support to the fundraiser, which is really surprising. I thought I would just launch it early, and so far it's been really successful. So I'll put that in the chat. Most definitely a fan of Erica. Only an hour ahead. That's like Europe, Erica. 1 hour ahead in Europe. Yes, yeah, 1 hour ahead. So I want to say thank you to Connor, Paul, Elaine, Lorna, Dee, Nicole, Christy, and John, who have all pledged support to the fundraiser so far. I am so thankful for every single person that has taken the time to go over to the GoFundMe page and pledge support. The cost of living is going up. Everything is so expensive. I do not underappreciate the gravity of every single person that makes a donation today or has supported me in the past or continues to support the show going forward. So thank you all so much. Thank you. It's strange to be sitting here talking about these things, but I'm still excited. I'm still really warm as well. So we've got just over 10 minutes to go before Tamara and Erica are going to jump on to talk with us. And we are going to be discussing the difficulties of having loved ones inside a cult or extremist group. So I think a lot of the time we, especially on, well, perhaps mostly on the podcast, we focus on the individual's story, the guest in question. We look at the experiences that the individual has had in terms of being born and raised into the group or joining a group or falling into a group, and then the tenure spent within that group and the journey out of and recovery from that experience. What I think there isn't a lot of scope focusing on is the difficulties of still having loved ones involved in a destructive group and how we navigate that space. So sometimes people may talk about how difficult shunning has been, or how difficult rebuilding life or building life outside of a group can be if you leave with nothing and nobody. And sometimes it's difficult to really focus on the impact of having loved ones still in a group, especially because a lot of the time people are perhaps dubious about damaging relationships further by speaking out about loved ones that are still involved in a cultic environment. So it's a tricky line to tread, and I feel like individuals who are ready to share their experiences and their stories will put themselves in that place to allow us some insight into that. And I know what Erica especially has done is to talk a little bit about that in terms of her healing journey and the difficulties of having loved ones still involved in the group that Erica left, which we will talk all about in 10 minutes time. And anybody that is tuning in, you can find the GoFundMe donation link pinned to the top of the chat. But also, if you're here for education, if you're here for chatting with other people that may have had similar experiences, I am really looking forward to this stream being an opportunity for that to happen as well. With questions you can put in the chat to guests, and we can go through those questions either during the interview sections or towards the end. So each panel will have an hour, And once the hour is up, there'll be a 15-minute break where I will either play some news segments and videos that I've recorded that I can't put up on YouTube at the moment. And then I will use those opportunities to go and refill my water or grab a quick snack or use the bathroom. And then we will be back for the next panel. So we are going to be starting in 9 minutes. Hello, Samantha. Oh, just some issues, some technical issues. So Samantha, thank you so much for your pledge, your recent donation. I'm so grateful and thankful for your support. And to hear that you're a massive Crimepedia fan is really exciting, because I cannot wait to see Cherry and Morgan next weekend, but also to see them virtually in a couple of hours as well. I am huge fans of Cherry and Morgan, and we've become great friends since last year's CrimeCon. So, anybody that's coming to CrimeCon, feel free to talk about that in the chat as well, because I'm really excited. Sue says, "Will this stream be recorded? I will be making friends with my pillow early tonight." I can't imagine why. Yes, it should be. Typically, when you stream on YouTube, YouTube stores the files and then it stays up. But because we are not streaming on YouTube tonight, I think this program that I'm using tonight to stream in other places allows me to record the files, and I will upload those to YouTube when I'm allowed back on YouTube. So hopefully we'll be okay there as well. Right, we've got 7 minutes to go. I'll just go through some of the prizes that we have tonight ahead of our first session, and I have been overwhelmed by the response of people asking to pledge various gifts and donations to the stream and the fundraiser. We have 2 weekend tickets for CrimeCon to give away. I don't know like what to tell everybody. I mean, I don't know who's going to be around. I don't know who is in the UK and can make the event next weekend, but if you are in the area, if you can make the event, you can enter into the raffle. And if you specify that you are looking to be entered into the CrimeCon draw, there's a chance you could win 2 weekend tickets to the event next weekend, which is going to be so special. I'm so excited. We also have 1 copy of each of Janja Lalich's books, which will be delivered directly from Janja herself. She is a great supporter of this podcast and my work, and has been a mentor in some capacities for the educational side of my journey through podcasting, and I'm so thankful to Janja for her continued support. There's also a fundraiser open for her birthday as well, to raise money for the Janja Lalich Centre, and a copy of each of those books includes Escaping Utopia, Bounded Choice, and Take Back Your Life. I know those of you that have read those books have found those some of the most educational and some of the most helpful in terms of recovering from experiences. We also have some Cult Hackers mouse mats that we will be donating, that came from Stephen Mather of Cult Hackers to my house this morning, which I was really excited to open. If any of you saw the video, you'll see my little almost 2-year-old excited to open the package with me. There are also some signed copies of Sean Atwood's books. There is, as I mentioned, the first edition of Terror, Love and Brainwashing, and also 2 second edition paperbacks. There is a Mary Garden book, which just impacted my life for weeks after I read that book. I can't explain it. and a load of Cult Vault goodies like fridge magnets and key rings and bookmarks. But I should actually state that anybody that donates to the fundraiser and is sent something from me will also automatically receive a Cult Vault goodie pack. I'm going to put a goodie pack in everything I send out. So that's just some of the things that are up for grabs tonight. There are 8 people that have donated that are already into the prize draw, and also some patrons of mine who got automatic entries into the raffle. Samantha says, so jealous you get to spend CrimeCon UK with them. Morgan lives in my home state, so we've met previously, but still haven't had the pleasure of meeting Cherry in person. I am yeah, I'm sad about that, Samantha. If you ever get the chance, Cherry's such a warm and welcoming person, and a lot of fun to be around as well. A lot of fun. Sue says, oh, we've answered that question. Sorry, Sue. She also says thumbs up. Oh, you can't put the little emojis on the screen. Right, I'm going to pause my camera for 1 second, and then we are going to get ready to introduce our first guest. Okay, I think we are ready to get started. So I'm gonna slowly fade out the music. Going to I can see both Tamara and Erica. So right, this is my first time. I'm gonna bring people in slowly. There's Erica, there's Tamara, and I think I can do this. Yeah! It changes the screen and we're all together. Oh my goodness. Hello, Erica. How are you today?
I'm so well, Casey, and it's so nice to see your gorgeous face. And I've got Matilda with me, but I'm just going to wave her tail because she's shy. And yeah, so apologies for the bad lighting. I've got an electricity blackout.
Oh, so for anybody that's not aware of this, in parts of South Africa, you have organized blackouts.
All of South Africa, yeah, sometimes up to 10 hours a day. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, 10 hours a day. So you have to hope that you have a device with good battery life.
Yeah, so I'm sorted for this evening, I hope.
Oh, good. Good. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I mean, it's not a stream without technical issues. Hello, Tamara. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, it's so wonderful to be here. Can you hear me through my mic?
Oh, yeah, you sound
Okay,
great. And you look
wonderful.
great as well. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing so good, and it's so nice to meet you, Erica, as well. I know we've only corresponded over email.
Oh, have we lost you, Erica? Have you gone?
I can't hear Tamara or you.
Oh, well, we can hear you. Should I put it in the chat? We can hear you. So here's our first technical issues of the night, people.
So,
Hopefully,
Casey,
once we get this out the way.
I can hear you, but I can't hear Tamara. I don't know if Tamara can hear
Oh,
me.
Yes, I can hear you, but I wonder if the audience can hear me if you can't hear me.
right. Can we get some information in the chat? About our audio. Here we go. I gave 15 minutes either side. Oh, everyone can hear everybody. So it's just Erica can't hear Tamara. Maybe if we can't I'm trying to think of how we could do this. Is there another device that you can open up, Erica, that you can listen to? It might be on a bit of a delay, but perhaps that's a way we can get everybody's. I mean, I could relay the messages to you like an interpreter. But I think that might take away some of the reactions that you'll both have to each other's experiences and things that are often some of the most moving parts of these types of panels and conversations.
You know what? I'm going to try go into the restream on my phone, and if it goes, then I will close my browser on my laptop.
Yep. So I will do an introduction with Tamara whilst we see if Erica can tinkle about with some things.
This seems
Oh,
to work. Yeah.
hello. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yeah. Perfect.
Can you hear, can you
And
hear Tamara?
can you hear
Yeah.
me as well, Erica? Okay, great. Yay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right. So fantastic. We have confirmation for it. Thank you, everybody in the chat, and also to my partner downstairs who's texted me to say, yes, we can hear you, Casey. You can probably hear me now from up here. Right. So, sorry about that, everybody in the chat. Let's get started. So, Erica, who has been on this show a number of times, we've also recently recorded another talk that hasn't gone out yet, which I'm looking forward to releasing in terms of some information that is coming out about Kwazii-Ubuntu at the moment. Could you please introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yes, hello, dear listeners. Sorry, it's always South Africa bringing the technical difficulties. I remember that first live stream you did, Casey. So I am a survivor of an evangelical cult called Kwazii-Ubuntu in South Africa. I was there not by choice, but because I was a child, and I ran away at the age of 21. And I have, for the past 23 years, been trying to make the world aware of what goes on there, particularly because my heart really is with the children that are trapped there. And have had some progress in the last 3 years with that. I've also written a book called Mission of Malice, which details my story and some of the fight. And yeah, and it's just amazing to be part of. Yeah, that's me when I was around. That was around the age I was when my parents joined Kwazii-Ubuntu. And yeah, I'm just delighted to be here. My mother and my sister and my sister's 3 children are still part of Kwazii-Ubuntu, and so that's what I'll be chatting about in this segment.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much for that introduction, Erica. Always so eloquent. Tamara, we recently released our episode on the Cult Vault, so it may be that a few individuals have recently heard of your experience and a little bit culty. Your episode with Sarah and Nippy, I believe, came out around about this week or last week as well. So, usually what we tend to find is that when individuals are on like a circuit of telling their stories, we all seem to have the same release schedule. So it's like indoctrination as well. We're like, hey, everybody, here's an interview with Tamara, which is awesome. Could you please introduce yourself to the listeners?
Sure. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Tamara MC. And yes, my episode with A Little Bit Culty just released this week, and it's a 2-part episode. So the next episode comes out next week. And I grew up in a Sufi cult in Texas, and my father joined the cult when I was 5 years old, and I kind of officially left, or my body left, when I was 20 years old, which is a very similar age to Erica, which I have found to actually be a very similar age for many girls to leave around very in their beginning 20s, not even in their teens. So I have found that to be true. And in the cult, I was married when I was 12 years old, and I was married until I was 20 years old. And I then left when I was 20, as I just mentioned. And so I also grew up, and I still have pretty much all of my family is still a member now, like all of my dad's family. So most of my siblings and my father and my stepmother. So they're still very much part of the community.
And it's my understanding that you joined around about 5 years of age, Tamara. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes. My father joined at that point. Yes.
And Erica, you would not have been too much older than that.
I was around 8 years old.
So there's already some interesting parallels between both of your experiences, even though they
Yeah.
happened in different parts of the world. And
Yeah.
I remember speaking to Mara about how strange almost it seemed to have such a prevalent Sufi group in Texas, of all places in America. Erica, would you say it's typical for Christian groups and religious practices to be focused on that major religion, or is that something that's a bit different in South Africa?
Um, yeah, I think in South Africa, most of the cults that I know of and am aware of are kind of the Christian variety, various iterations of fundamentalist evangelical Christian. But a lot, I think, also then bring in spiritualism and that. Um, but yeah, I have to say I know just about nothing about what Tamara went through, and nothing about that.
I think it's also quite interesting to consider the Zulu nation's impact or influence on KSB's teachings, or at least the justification of certain
Mm.
teachings and
Yeah.
beliefs through appropriation of the Zulu nation, which is probably something that we can talk about as we go on. I just wondered, Tamara, if you would be able to give the listeners an overview of your experiences and how you ended up where you are today, so that we can talk about looking back on loved ones that are still inside these destructive groups.
Sure. So I also wanted to say that my father joined when I was 5 in 1977. So most of this went on in the late 70s and during the 80s and 90s. So it was quite a while ago. So things have changed a lot since then. And after my father joined, the community was very nomadic and was constantly moving. The leader would have visions during the middle of the night that everybody had to pack up and go. And suddenly there would be a caravan, and people would have to leave within the middle of the night, leave homes behind, leave children behind, pretty much leave anything that was in that place behind. And my father ended up leaving me behind as well. After he joined when I was 6 years old, one of these caravans began. Actually, I was still 5 years old, so soon after. And he left and didn't even know if he would be returning. And those were the words that he told me. So I was already very much abandoned at that age. He then traveled through the East Coast with the community, and they went to many places. Eventually, the community settled in Texas, and it was on a least 150-acre farm in the middle of the hill country of Texas, very isolated. We now had a second leader who took over, and the second leader built this property, and it was built very much as a dormitory for men to come and study. But the school didn't end up working out. So then families moved in. So it wasn't even a space where children and women were supposed to live. And all of the families were then separated. My father remarried almost immediately, and I had 4 step siblings. So we all lived in a room like that was across the courtyard from my father and stepmother. And the children didn't live with their parents. We didn't have a kitchen where we ate together or a living room in that way. They were all communal spaces. At the
Wow.
height of it, there were probably maybe 150 people but the numbers were always changing. The rules were always changing. So nothing was ever the same, just as I thought that I kind of understood how things functioned. Something else would happen and there would be a whole new system that would be brought into place. So that's pretty much it. The property was probably 30 minutes away by car from the nearest sort of, it wasn't even a town, but there was a Dairy Queen like on the highway that was about a 30-minute drive. So there really wasn't anything. There was no way out. We were behind a gate. Nobody knew what was happening. The children were homeschooled. And by homeschooled, I mean schooled whenever a woman chose to school, and we were only schooled in religious studies. There was not traditional education in terms of mathematics or English, or very sparingly, at least. So I hope that's a little bit of an introduction. It's a huge story, so.
It is, and it is a huge. I don't even think, I imagine that after you finished Mission of Malice, Erica, you were still thinking, "Oh my God, there's so much that has not got into this that I've cut it down already." You're nodding and agreeing with a lot of stuff that Tamara has told us about her experiences. Does any of this happen to sound familiar to you?
Yes, it's really interesting, Tamara, because with us, children were often separated from their parents as well. My parents actually left the three of us there when I was 9 years old for a year, and they went to Europe to learn French. But the communal eating and the breaking of family bonds. And I believe that's quite deliberate. So at Kwasi Sabantu, children and married people are taught that you don't speak to your parents or your partner first. You go speak to your spiritual counselor, the person that you have to confess all your sins to. So they really insinuate themselves into the family bonds. And that certainly sounds very familiar to me.
And the changing of rules and how things tend to happen seem to be a strong agreement from you there as well.
Yes, so you never really, when you were called in because you'd done something wrong, you couldn't always point to what you'd done wrong because you'd often only discover it in the meeting. They would have public meetings where children would be beaten in public for these things that they did wrong. And the rules would just change all the time. Like you wouldn't know that you weren't supposed to look at something in a certain way, but then you discover it, and that would add another rule to your rule book.
When you were in your group, Tamara, and you were living in this different home, I wondered if you could just talk the listeners through your experience of becoming a child bride in terms of how you remember it, and how it felt, because it dictated your life going on for the next number of years. And the marriage ceremonies that they have in KwaZulu-Natal are not traditional either, and seem very strange from the outside looking in.
Sure. And yes, and also in our community, there was a time where there was a children's school, and the children's school was in a completely different state, like I don't know, maybe 20 hours drive away. So the kids were always sort of being like completely separated, which kind of sounds a little bit similar to Erica. And at that point, there was no contact with parents, so the children were completely alone with these adults. They couldn't mail letters. They couldn't have phone calls. So there were a couple of years where there was no contact with what was going on with the children. So that is also an incredibly common practice within cults, is to completely separate family ties and bonds, and to isolate children and to keep parents away from them. So that's incredibly common. In terms of my marriage, I had a very unique marriage that most people have not heard of. It is called a temporary marriage. And a temporary marriage is in opposition to what we called a forever marriage, which both of them sound very silly when I say them out loud, but that's what they were called within the cult. And a forever marriage is a more traditional ceremony where two people get married and they live in the same house and supposedly they stay together forever, which of course never happened. But in the temporary marriage, it's a marriage where there are no witnesses needed and it's for a temporary amount of time, and the man sets the amount of time. So the marriage can be for an hour, it can be for 5 days, it can be for 3 months or 20 years. So the time is really up to the man. When I was 12 years old, the adopted son of the leader snuck into my room where I was working as a child domestic servant for the leader. I was living in his home with his 3 wives, and I was taking care of his 4 children under 5 years old. There was a 6-month-old baby at that time. I had just completed 7th grade at that time because I went between my mother and my father's house. So I was in a public school during the school year, and then I was in the cult about 4.5 months of the year with my father. So I had completed 7th grade. I came to visit my dad, and the cult leader told my father that he wanted me to live with him. I was considered the special child, which just meant that I was the obedient child that would pretty much do anything that I was told to do. And so I just followed rules and I was very responsible. They were just qualities that I already had. And cult leaders are very good at finding out what people are good at and then using that against them. So I moved into the house. I was watching the children, and this person snuck into my room in the middle of the night, began raping me, and then within a few days came back and said that he had to marry me because we were part of purity culture and you couldn't be with someone without marriage. And so in the middle of the night, it was about midnight, he conducted this temporary marriage, which was in a different language that I didn't understand. I didn't even know what was happening, but he said the words that the translation of "I marry myself to you for this amount of time," and I had to repeat after him. And probably within less than 60 seconds, I was married to this person. And the marriage would continue for another 8 years. We would have multiple marriages because also in this marriage, there is no divorce. You are married, and then it just sort of like disappears after the time period is up. So I was never divorced, but I was probably married at least 36 times by the time I was 20 years old.
Would be the motivation for somebody to tie you into a temporary marriage? The change in status allows, through the belief system, certain boundaries and rules to be lifted.
I mean, the only thing it allows is the man to have sexual contact with a woman or a girl. That's all. Because in a temporary marriage, the man does not have to support the woman either. And in our community of forever marriage, the man did have to support the woman and give her housing and take care of her. But in a temporary marriage, they don't have any sort of responsibility. So this person was not at all involved in my housing or taking care of me in any way.
I can't even begin to imagine how confusing and difficult that would be to navigate as an adult, let alone as an extremely vulnerable child. So thank you for sharing that piece of information with us, Tamara. How did you go about beginning to understand what had happened in that experience? Was it something that you had feelings about at the time, thinking something doesn't seem to be right here, or were you unable to understand the gravity of the situation that this person had forced you into?
Right. So I think there's so many things that are happening at the time. First, I'm 12 years old. I've never kissed a boy. I've never even thought of having a boyfriend. I was not at all a type of girl that was interested in that way. And it was also a fasting time. So I wasn't eating at that time and I wasn't drinking water. And I was working between 12 to 15 hours a day. So I was being overworked. And just as my workday would end, my workday was between either 10 to 10 p.m. to midnight I worked until, and I had to wake up by 4 a.m. So already I was getting about 4 to 5 hours of sleep. And then this person would sneak into my room as soon as I was able to go to sleep. And then I'd have to be with this person. So I was virtually not getting any sleep. So I was being sleep deprived, food deprived, not having any water, and being a child. So you can only imagine that I wasn't really thinking about what was happening. I was surviving. That's the point where a person is surviving. And I was also disassociating. So it wasn't until much later that I was able to put together the pieces. But that being said, I feel that regardless, each of us knows deep down inside when something's not right. And we don't have the words. I didn't have the words. I didn't have the vocabulary. I couldn't explain it, but something inside of me said something is terribly, terribly wrong. And that's the feeling that all of us need to latch onto, because that's the only true thing. Because on the outside, I was having this husband telling me, "Oops, you just went sideways." And there's an echo.
There's an echo.
Oh gosh. Let me try. There we go. I'll just mute Erica's microphone for a second. I think there's. There we go.
Can you turn your camera?
You flipped, Erica. You flipped on your side. No, it's still flipped. It just kind of oh, now you're upside down. Oh, now you're back to the side.
Should we? Okay.
Should we turn? Oh, now you're upside down again. Yeah.
When somebody's flipped.
I don't know why you're just like this way, and instead of this way. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe you might need to pop out and come back in again.
Maybe
I don't know.
Pop out and come back in.
Sorry, Erica. Sorry.
It feels kind of funny speaking to somebody that's upside down.
Yeah, that happened all of a sudden. She just kind of went off to the side. So that feeling of recognizing that something is deeply wrong might be the only thing that we can really hold on to in those experiences, to not lose ourselves completely. What would you say the function would be to really grasp onto that feeling if you ever have the horrible situation where that occurs?
It's to trust that feeling, because like I think I was getting ready to say, all the voices around me were telling me, first of all, in the community I lived in, I was the first child marriage, but there would be, most of my girlfriends would be married by the age 14. So this was happening all the time. So all around me, I was seeing that girls were getting married early, and we were told that that's what we were supposed to do. That was how to get closer to God, et cetera, et cetera. I also had a husband that was much more knowledgeable than me in the religion and the practices. So he was also telling me so many things. So regardless, there's all these voices happening on the outside. And all of those voices are generally, "Oh, that's perfect. You're back." I hope you can hear us. Okay, good. Yeah, let me just think real quick. So it's just knowing that deep-seated feeling. And maybe, like, I know that I did the best thing I could do then, which was to survive. And so at that time, often there's nothing we can do. We have to get married. Like, what can a child do? There's nothing I could have done. And there's so many women and children that are in situations, and there is absolutely nothing that they can do at this moment, but that's okay, because they're actually doing something, even though it doesn't seem that way. So everything is like within ourselves, and it's all that building up and kind of taking that feeling of this is wrong, and just knowing that like each of us is correct in that feeling, and then knowing that one day we're going to be able to get out of this. And it's not today, and it may be a year, it may be 10 years. We don't know how long it's going to be, but we can still be building ourselves up within, even when our external situations are dire, completely dire.
Wow. That's really powerful. That's a really powerful sentiment that I think needs to go into the collection of things that people can do to help them heal and recover. Sometimes people come up with things and I'm like, that has to go down somewhere so that it can be in the ether in as many different forms as possible. Thank you for sharing that with us, Tamara. Something you missed while you were gone, Erica, was Tamara saying that in the Sufi group that she was a part of, or that she was put into, I should really say, girls are under pressure to get married early, which I feel is a sentiment that is echoed in KwaZulu-Natal as well. Perhaps not so young, but there were not as children, but there are definitely some questionable practices at KSB that make me think that children are still being sexually exploited. Another thing that Tamara said that I feel echoes with your experiences that I wondered if you could talk to us about is those in positions of power and leadership recognizing obedience and rule following and things like curiosity and being responsible individuals and recognizing those traits in people and taking advantage of them.
Yeah, absolutely. When Tamara was saying that she was the good girl who was so obedient, well, one of the ways that Kwasi Sabantu gets children to be that way is by using, when I was there, by using violence and the threat of violence. So all these public beatings that I witnessed turned me into the most obedient child ever. Like, and also any adult can parent any child in the compound, so you could get a hiding from any adult. It didn't have to be your parent or your counselor or your teacher. It could just be anybody could see you doing something wrong and give you a beating, you know. So you I literally feared every single adult. And I also feared the other children because we were encouraged to snitch on each other, because we were told that if you know of a friend's sin and you don't confess their sin, then you are as guilty as them and you are going to go to hell, because we fully were indoctrinated that God could come fetch you at any time. And if you have one unconfessed sin in your life, you go straight to hell, you know. So lived in fear of hell. We lived in fear of the rapture. We lived in fear of God, of people. Like, it was just a fearful environment. So that made us very, very compliant. In terms of marriage, I got my first marriage proposal 2 days after I wrote my final school exam. I don't know where I got the guts, but I said no 3 times in 2 years, in less than 2 years. At least I was allowed to say no. But the pressure is enormous. You know, the pressure that I felt to say yes. I'm just glad that the guys were dweebs and not one of the hot guys, you know, because then I'd be married. But yeah, the first guy who asked me, I mean, he was such a dweeb. Like, I couldn't imagine. I really couldn't imagine that, you know, I yeah, thank God. Anyway,
What's the beliefs around the marriage proposals is it's quite an integral part of the way that KSB functions, and that's why it's poignant that you said no, whereas most women and young women would have felt pressured into saying yes.
my sister said yes to the most vile human being ever. Uh, yeah, so we are not allowed to talk to boys. Boys and girls are not allowed to talk. If you're not married to someone, you're not allowed to be in a room with them, unless, of course, you're a counselor, and then you can be in a room alone with young girls who you're counseling. You know, but for girls, it's very strict. And I mean, Casey, you saw that video from earlier this month where the preacher was talking to teenage adolescent girls about the way they walk and how they are trying to entice men and make men sin, from the pulpit today. So in my case, Tamara, I'm afraid nothing's changed at that place, except they no longer apparently beat children in public. But everything else, they still believe you have to break the spirit of a child by the age of 3. But back to the marriage. So the man has an epiphany from God. And he goes to the leader of the mission and says he feels it's God's will to marry Erica. the leader of the mission then comes to me, tells me that I'm not allowed to share it with anyone. So I can't ask my mother for counsel. I can't ask anyone for counsel on this. I have to make the decision on my own, by myself. And I have to pray about it. But I mean, God had long since stopped talking to me, or he never talked to me. So I knew that praying was stupid for me, because I never got these answers that everybody else said they were getting. And then I would go back and I would say yes. And then we would get engaged in front of the whole church. The pastor would stand between the two, and he actually puts the engagement ring on the girl's finger, which now when I watch it, it's just so ick. Um, and then the same happens on the marriage day. And then on the day of marriage, is actually the first time these two people are alone. And it's also the first time they get any sex education whatsoever. So Kwasi Zabantu actually in 1986 started a school because the government wanted to introduce sex education into public schools in South Africa. And they were like, not our children. So I mean, I have a friend who got married there who told me what the sex education was, and it is really perfunctory. 2 minutes. Basically, the girl is told submit whenever he wants it, and he's told if you don't want to get her pregnant, these are the 10 days that you ejaculate into a towel that you put next to her. I'm sorry, I'm going to get graphic, but he was also told at first you might have trouble finding the hole, but don't worry, you're going to get it right eventually. He wasn't given any education about lubrication, about turning her on. They were not allowed to kiss anywhere except on the mouth. And so it's really very restrictive. Interestingly, in the past few years, there have been very few marriages because the head of the mission is on his deathbed. But just recently, since my book came out, two of my nieces got married last year, and the one is getting married, I think, next week. So all three of my nieces will now be married off. And I just think, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I just think it's very significant that with this, there's hardly any marriages, but suddenly, because I state in my book that I really want to save my nieces, suddenly they're all three married off. Yeah.
That leads us really into talking about the implications of still having loved ones in a cult, an extremist group, an authoritarian group, all number of different titles that people might apply to these types of environments. There are situations where marriages take place where the individuals have not had a chance to speak to each other. So there could even be a case of somebody marrying an individual who is perhaps has disabilities or difficulties that you might not know about, and you're then kind of contracted into a situation where you almost become a carer for that individual. And I know that there are situations that are precarious, Erica, but I wondered how much you'd be willing to share with us about the difficulties of finding out information about your nieces and the positions that they are being placed into.
Yeah, so when my second niece, she's the youngest of the three, when I heard that she was getting engaged, I heard from other people who had left that this man that she was engaged to was severely intellectually disabled, and that it is a genetic condition. And I tried, but unfortunately, by law, I couldn't intervene. And she got married, and I found out just 2 weeks ago she had their first baby. I don't know what care they have taken in terms of this genetic disorder that he has. But just the hopelessness you feel because she's now bound. For her to escape is just becomes so much harder. My brother is allowed to have contact with them. Oh, the lights have just come on. And he actually had a conversation with them about this, but it was the day before the marriage. And I don't know that she knew the extent of his disability when she married him. can't speak for it. But yes, and there's a lot of violence that happens as well, and of course a lot of marital rape. You're marrying a complete stranger. You're not allowed to get to know them. I've spoken to a few survivors now who, the one woman is still married. They have something like 5 or 6 children. So they've both left now, and they're in this marriage, and they don't think that they would have married each other outside of Kwasisabantu, but they don't really know what to do with this marriage that they're in and the children that they have. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Erica. I know it's difficult, and I know that you're in a very highly emotional position right now, this week, with the passing of a friend who also managed to escape KSB. So when it comes to KwaZulu-Natal, there are really like 4 or 5 people that have come out to talk about their experiences, that I know of, and so the loss of one of those voices is monumental to the world, as well as to people that know those individuals personally. So I really, really appreciate you still being here and sharing your experiences with us, Erica, at this time.
There's actually a
Tomorrow,
lot more.
oh, sorry.
Casey, sorry, in the beginning there were about 5 or 6 of us, but now our numbers are probably in the 30, 40s. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that is, there's not a lot of good news that comes to us about certain groups, but that is in the grand scheme of things a wonderful number, which is that's just great to hear. Anybody that wants to contribute who has experienced KSB in either South Africa or Europe, get in touch because we'd love to hear from you. Tamara, with your experiences of being a part of this group, leaving the group, you mentioned physically you left the group, but you didn't separate yourself entirely. Could you explain to the listeners what you mean by that?
Yes, I think it's a complicated question, but my whole upbringing was the group pretty much. And so my childhood, my teenage years, my young adult years were part of that group. So that's all that I really knew. So even though I left physically and I began a new life in a way, I still today struggle 30 years later. I still have thoughts that run through my mind. I still have guilt that goes through. There's still so many things that are still so much part of my identity that was so ingrained so early on that I didn't have another identity before. That was my only identity. So, whereas somebody who joins as an adult, they have an identity to return to. Somebody such as Erica and myself, we don't have an identity to return to. That is our core identity. And there is like a deeper core identity that hopefully we can access later in life that is just that, like that human will to survive that is within us. But all the trained behavior of who we've become and how we think is still there. So it's still something that I struggle with today. And when I left, my family was still part of it and they still are today. So when I speak with them, I still hear the same rhetoric that I heard 35, 40 years ago. It's still in my ear because they haven't changed. So I can never really separate because they're still there and they still have those beliefs. And they're still the very, very problematic beliefs that now I so disagree with. So in that way, I feel that I'm sure it's always going to be part of me. I don't think that I can ever fully separate myself, which is very sad, but it's also this acknowledgement that it's also okay that this is part of me and I can move beyond it, but I'm going to catch myself at certain times. But it's that awareness that's so important.
When you communicate with your family members who are still within this group, do you have to monitor what you say, or do you set boundaries where you say, okay, we can talk, but I won't talk about this and you can't talk about that? Or do you just allow yourself to have them espouse their beliefs to you in order to maintain some type of relationship. Yeah, I know Tamara's like, give me concise questions, and I'm like, I really can't do that. I'm so sorry, Tamara.
No. So they are who they are. They're never going to change. I've come to this understanding. And if they do, maybe there's a 0.01% chance that maybe they'll change. But I have accepted that they're not going to change. And really, the way that they think and the things that they say, it's who they are at this point. Like, they couldn't even speak in a different way. They don't even know how to speak in a different way. So if I choose to be in their lives, I have to accept them like they are. Does that mean that I have to cover up a lot of who I am? Yes, I do. But that's the choice that I'm making, because in other aspects of my life, I can be myself. And so I'm able to say to myself that if I want to have a relationship with these people, I'm going to listen to them say all of this rubbish that they've been saying forever. And I know what's wrong within me, but I'm not out there to change them. Like, that is not who I'm going to change. They're not able to hear. Like, I couldn't even extend what I thought to them because they're not accepting in any way. So I think it's just that recognition and just being accepting that these are people that I still love. These still are my family members, and I'm deeply saddened by it. But I also have to live a life that is separate. And some people go no contact, which is a choice. Everybody can make any choice that works for them, but I still want to have some contact with my family.
What are the difficulties of having family members inside a group when you think about traditional experiences that you have that you might not get to have with your immediate family and your loved ones?
Is that for me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. uh, well, my family didn't believe in Western education because everybody was homeschooled. After I left, I got a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD, and I even have more education than that. But my family didn't come to my graduations. I invited them to my PhD ceremony and they weren't there. And that was really one of the only times that I really wanted them there, but they weren't there. And there's just so many things. Like, my family didn't believe in birthdays or birthday parties. So I have two boys who are now in their mid 20s, but they never wished my boys, their grandsons, like a happy birthday or sent them a present. And that's just like, that's painful for me because I didn't have birthdays in my growing up. But with my boys, I gave them huge birthdays. Like, that was so important. But it's just knowing that, like, they're just not going to show up. Like, they're just not going to show up in certain ways. And they also show up in really beautiful ways too, that maybe other people can't show up as well. So it's just, it's both sides of it. And it's just, I think it's just this deep, radical acceptance of, like, this is my family. This is how it is. I was born into this. I can't change it. I can change so many things in my life, but we can't change other people. And that's like where it ends. And so the only thing I can do is keep learning and keep being curious and keep questioning systems in my own life.
Erica, in terms of your experiences of leaving KwaZulu-Ubuntu and having the experience of being disowned, what would you say are some similarities and differences between what Tamara has said and what you've experienced?
So yeah, my mother disowned me, but she maintains it's my choice because I knew that um, I was turning my back on God, and therefore she cannot be my mother. My sister's husband and my sister forbade me to have any contact with my three nieces because it's their God-given duty to protect their children from Satan. And so, but for many years, I would phone my mother on her birthday and on Mother's Day. Her birthday is actually coming up next week. I won't be phoning. And she would sometimes phone me on my birthday those first few years. But then that stopped. It's just, it's kind of, in my book, I have a chapter called The Ache That Doesn't Go Away, or The Ache That Won't Go Away. It's, you learn to live with it. And in the way I've come to understand who my mother is and what kind of a person she is, I'm actually glad she's not in my life. I don't like her very much. My sister and my nieces are a different matter, though. But it's just, you just learn to live with it. And my friends are my family now. I have an amazing brother that I'm very close to, and wonderful aunts and uncles, and that. But that core family, I see a mother and daughter, and I see a beautiful relationship, and it just hits you in the gut every single time.
Do you feel like there's always a small spark of hope that you might get that phone call on your birthday, even though part of you says, I don't want that communication? Do you feel like you'll always have a part of you that will hope for that phone call?
Casey, I think for a long time, yes. But now that I've written my book, when I wrote my book, I knew that this was it. They will never speak to me again. So I kind of squashed out that bit of hope. Um, I mean, the only way that we would reconnect is if one of them left.
Gosh, these places don't make anything easy ever. And they also don't make telling your story easy. It's so difficult to do something that seems so small, I suppose, to people without the experience or education to just, I'm going to tell you a story about my life. And to some, I imagine that sounds like no big thing, but to individuals that come and speak on this show, it's everything. It's everything. It's everything from taking back power and language in a way that you would never had access to it before, to understanding your experiences, to also potentially jeopardizing forever relationships that you have not done anything wrong in to begin with. So it's a big, convoluted and messy thing, but it is the thing that all of us have the ability to tell our stories in the way that we see best for us, which interestingly is the panel that I'll be doing with Michael Osh later on. So you can come and join in with that and listen to us talking about telling your story. So we'll move on to some of the things that people have said in the chat. And then perhaps we can see if anyone has any questions for the last 12 minutes or so. Paul has said, thank you for sharing your stories and experiences, which I echo. Thank you so much for sharing that with us continuously as well, coming back here onto the show and allowing individuals to hear those experiences. Sue said, temporary marriages occur in extreme Islamic groups, all the fun and none of the responsibility of marriage. So maybe Sue missed the beginning where we talked about this being a Sufi group, which might make a lot of sense there when we think about extremist Islamic teachings. Samantha said, "Do you know how many people are still in the community?" I suppose both of you could answer that question.
So for me, it's thousands, but a bit less now than there was in 2020. So yay.
So we had 3 separate leaders, and everybody's gone in so many different directions that it's not in the same way. But the leaders do have influence. They left the United States, they're living out of the country, and they do have like cells of people in different places. So I don't really know, but probably, I don't know, 500 perhaps. I haven't even thought of this as a number. So
Would be interesting to know. And also, when I was listening to you talk tomorrow about the idyllic environment that this group was based in, it sounded absolutely beautiful, like paradise. And sometimes when I was reading your book, Erica, parts of KSB with the kind of homestead aspect of it, it gave me that vibe as well, which is so unfortunate because these beautiful places exist and these monsters just happen to live on those bits of land.
well, I think I think that they purposely find these beautiful pieces of land to attract people. So it's actually like, I know that our leader found this beautiful place, and I've heard many other communities, they find these idyllic settings because they're really recruiting to utopia. And so it's this amazing environment. And naturally, I find that so many of these places are just stunning. And so there is always, I feel, that aspect, or it can be
Yeah.
that aspect. There can also be really ugly places too. So
like just one random house on a terrace street somewhere in the world with about 30 people living inside that nobody knows about. Gosh, people come and go out of that house quite a lot. I wonder what's happening in there. Which is interesting, and also gives me a chance to say that Escaping Utopia is one of the books
Yes.
by Janja Lalich
Yep.
up for grabs today in the raffle. So we have John here, John Werner. Hello, John. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in. John Werner, everybody, of the Cult of Christianity podcast. Such a coherent and retrospective voice in the community. I need to ask you, John, actually, some questions about why the world goes by the BCAD kind of thing. Like, how did that happen? I keep having these religious questions and I'm like, who can I ask? I think John.
John, thank you. Hi. And I owe you an email. I will write to you. Promise.
And then Nicola Ranson, who is also going to be doing a panel with us later on this stream, says, thank you for sharing your story. And Nicola has her own book coming out soon, A Slice of Orange, based on her experiences following Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. It's an incredible book. I am very lucky to have read it a while ago now, long before other people have had a chance. So I'm going to show off a little bit about that. I'm really looking forward to it. Samantha says, don't feel obligated to answer if this is inappropriate, but is there any type of incest within your communities? Just hearing Erica's story about her niece's husband with severe mental issues, wasn't sure if maybe that was a product of potential incestual reproduction.
I'm happy to answer that, Samantha. This particular genetic thing, he actually is transmitted from his mother. I don't think it's that, but there are certain families that are very prominent, and there has been, I don't think incest necessarily, but certainly maybe second cousins getting married. And then, of course, there is incest because there are pedophiles there, but not that result in pregnancies, as far as I know. However, there was one person who testified at the commission of inquiry that they were abandoned babies. So who knows what happens, but I don't have enough information on that to be able to talk about it.
Thank you for answering that question, Erica. I imagine that comes with the territory of discussing the difficulties around access to Western medicine and trained midwives and medical teams, and the difficulties of living in isolated environments where women are treated like reproductive
Cattle,
cattle, and kind of gives me 12 tribes in the news right now vibes, because if anybody is keeping up with the 12 tribes movement, they're selling off all their properties because people are finding burial grounds on those properties because of what I've just mentioned. So it's always like everybody's story is very different, but the earmarks and similarities are just so strikingly similar. And Daniel says, hi, Daniel. VIP in the chat, everybody. Sorry if I've missed this in the discussion. Tamara, have you written a book about your experiences too? Very good question, Daniel.
Hi, Daniel. So I am writing my book. I've been writing it for quite some time. So far, it's called Child Bride, My Marriage at 12. And I'm currently revising it, but I have many agents interested. So I've been actually honing my craft of writing for 10 years. So I have been focusing. I went to Columbia University for an MFA. I then did a couple of different memoir incubators. So for me, like my writing, it has to be really good before I come out with it. So that's where I'm at right now. And just to go back to the incest, I just wanted to say that I think incest can be very common in these communities only because they are so close knit and they're so small. And within our community, we didn't go to the outside world. Like we were only like this small community, and there were only a certain number of men, a certain number of women, and then these people, then two people would have children. And so eventually they were very incestual. And it's not necessarily, I mean, it can be linked to like a cousin or whatever. But for example, my first husband, well, anyways, it's all very confusing, but all of everybody somehow related through marriage in my community, it seems like there is a link somehow.
I find that is very prevalent in plural marriage environments as well, or forced polygamy environments, as some people may say. I would be inclined to also say it that way, but I don't know if that is Kristen Decker rubbing off on me. For anybody that's aware of Kristen Decker and her work, oh, just what an incredible woman she is. Escaping Polygamy, another amazing memoir you can go and check out. And for
Sorry,
anybody
can I
that
just say,
is
oh, sorry.
no,
I was just going to say my community was polygamist. And so that's probably, and I also, so I think that also makes sense. And just, I didn't say this, but I left my marriage because my husband at the time married another woman. So I was in a polygamous marriage. So I am a survivor of polygamy as well.
And forced polygamy, because very, very against your wishes did that arrangement take place.
That's correct.
You wanted to add something, Erica?
No, I wanted to add something about books. Like, yeah, tomorrow I'm super excited for your memoir. But Casey, I'm happy to add one of my Audible or Kindle books to your giveaway. I know last time I did, and I completely forgot this time. I'd recommend Kindle or Audible. The winner can decide which one, because like South African Post Office is appalling. So I'd rather just make sure that you get the electronic version.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Erica. Everybody's just, I get overwhelmed with just the outpouring of support from everybody, and people's willingness to come and talk in this capacity. Tamara, you do have writing published out on the big World Wide Web that people can go and read. Can you please let everybody know some of the things that you've written? And I will put a link in the episode description. Also, anybody that's interested in finding out more about every guest, their websites, their publications, their writings, their own podcasts, their Patreons, everything can be found on cultvaultpodcast.com. There's a page that has links to everybody's works, their biographies and everything. So there's Tamara's website. Please, Tamara, let everybody know where they can find some of the things you've written.
Oh, sure. Oh gosh, I don't know exactly where to say, but just find me on my socials, Tamara MC PhD or Tamara MC. And there's many links, but I don't have them right. There's a few on my website. And also, I don't have a book yet, but I didn't realize there was a raffle, but I am absolutely willing to put something into the raffle. If I would like to offer like a one-on-one session with somebody in the raffle, that I could have like a one-on-one with them and we could chat. So however you want to do that, that would be
That's
wonderful.
amazing. Thank you so much, Tamara. That's so kind of you. And I these people keep offering things, and I'm like, oh man, I just want to keep that one. I might just keep that one for myself. When Alex Stein sent these amazing books, I was like, oh, might just keep copying that.
I want to ask if you can rig the raffle. Like,
No, I can't rig the raffle. Why, Erica? What is it that
because I want this
you are?
one-on-one session with Tamara.
Oh, wouldn't that be amazing? Maybe
Who
you'll get
knows?
it. Maybe you'll get it. Right. So that is that
Can I
brings us to the
Sorry, just real quick, I just wanted to say, I wanted to really dedicate this episode. Like, there are women and girls right now that are not able to share their stories
yeah.
and who are still imprisoned. And I just really wanted, like, we're able to be here today, and that's so incredible. But it took me so many years to get here. So if for some reason you're on the other side of this and you're not able to speak yet, like I don't see you and I can't hear you, but I can still feel you somehow. And like we're a community and we're all here. and I support like all of you. So please, just know that there's going to be a time where you're going to get out and you're going to be able to like use your voice.
Yeah, I echo that. Thank you, Tamara. And if anybody is listening to this, my DMs are open always. So yeah.
Thank you both so much. Thank you. People can grab copies of Mission of Malice. I know that my camera is mirrored before somebody says, Casey, have you got that book? That book's backwards. I have my camera mirrored. But Mission of Malice, you can grab that. There are links on my website. You can go find it on all the big stores. And then Tamara has written for Salon, I believe, and also has a review published on Daniela Mestyanek-Young's Uncultured, which I think includes an interview with Daniela herself as well. So everything's interconnecting. Everything is beautiful. I appreciate both of you so, so much for being here with me today to share your experiences of cults, coercive control, and the implications and difficulties of having loved ones still remaining inside those groups. We are a person short today. So just before we finish today, I did just want to say that we are thinking about you. We are sending you our strength, and we are here to speak offline. Whilst we can't speak online, much like Tamara's just said, echoing everything Tamara's just said. Absolutely beautiful. So thank you both so much, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, Tamara, and the rest of your evening, Erica.
Well, I'm going to see how much of the 12-hour I can stay awake for, Casey. And I would just like to end by giving you a big shout out, because you are an amazing advocate for all of us, and you've become a friend. And I appreciate your friendship so much. And please tell your listeners, I almost want to say, please introduce yourself to your listeners, but please tell your listeners about the award that you're up for at CrimeCon next weekend.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. So on Friday, I will be attending the True Crime Awards in London to be, I'm shortlisted in the category of Best Independent True Crime Podcast, which is amazing in so many ways, because first of all, people refer to cults as true crime adjacent, which, if you ask me, and I think I'm a bit biased, I would say that cults are the most true crime of all true crime, because they are happening right now in every single capacity that you can think of, psychologically, physically, and I think it's incredible that the podcast is being recognized, but most especially because the 10-minute segment that I submitted for the proposal was made up of Erica's testimony on the podcast. So I sent off 10 minutes of Erica telling her story, and people have really esteemed judges have people that have worked for the BBC for 30 years have listened to this audio and felt that it deserves a spot in the top 6 best independent true crime podcasts. So I'm going to be having fingers and toes crossed next Friday. Perhaps this time next week, I will be a crying mess, because we will have won the award. and I can go to every single person that's been on the show and say, your stories are being heard, they're being listened to, they matter, they count. People are recognizing that that this podcast and your stories are making a difference.
Well, I already have bubbly in the fridge for next Friday. So
woo! I'm excited. I'm excited. Thank you both so much. I will chat to you both soon. Take care. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, what a wonderful first panel. I'm all emotional now after that. Oof. So let me just have a look at what's going on in the chat. Thank you for sharing. Excellent session. Best wishes, Tamara, for the forthcoming book. I can't wait for that. I can't wait. And Erica's book is an excellent read. It is, John. It is. You said you're already a fan of Erica's. Me too. We have that in common. And Juko's here. He's on Twitch. I'm glad to know that Twitch is working. That's excellent stuff. John says, incredible accomplishment, Casey. You're a winner in my book. Thanks, John. The book of the most alliterations anybody's ever put in the title of a book. I love that. Thank you so much, John. Congratulations, Casey. Wonderful achievement to be nominated. Thank you, Daniel. I agree. A huge, huge accomplishment. Now we just have to win for every guest that's ever been on the show. They said that at the awards there's wine on the table, so I think that could be quite that could be quite an event if I happen to win the award at the ceremony and dedicate it to everybody. I hope so. Sue says gold star on steroids. I'm not sure I've heard that one before. I did hear somebody say that the Cult Vault podcast is criminally undersubscribed on YouTube, which I thought was quite a cool little sentiment. Of course, I'm probably not going to get any subscribers for the next few weeks because I can't upload any content to YouTube. And John says, holding thumbs that you will win the award. Thank you, John. So am I. So am I. Since we were on that call, I wanted to say thank you to Sue for your donation to the podcast. And thank you so much to Paul for your donation whilst we were in that interview. It's really, really exciting that more people are donating. So please, if you have seen the oh, I need to go back to this screen. If you have seen the QR code at the bottom or the pinned message at the top, both will take you at the top of the chat. Both will take you to the GoFundMe page where you can donate and be eligible for a whole string of amazing prizes, which we've just added 2 things to, which is really exciting. And we have, I can see that Lisa is in the lobby, in the waiting room, waiting to be let in for today's talk. I could see her laughing, cackling, more like cackling in the waiting room. Um, so I will be accepting Lisa into the talk in a minute. But I have a news segment that I'm going to play whilst I go and get a drink and use the bathroom. So I'll just make sure that this works and then I will be back in a jiffy. Oh, hang on. I need to actually put that on the screen so it's not just me. Share screen. Is that it? Nope. No. Source, add source, local video. Oh, here we go. Here is. Hello, listeners, and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker, Casey, and for this segment, I will be looking into various news articles coming out around the world about abuse allegations and lawsuits. According to CBC, in an article titled High Profile Attorneys Announce New Lawsuit as Survivors Share Stories of Sex Abuse in Baltimore Catholic Church, reads, high-profile attorneys on Tuesday stood next to survivors who shared stories of sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. A new lawsuit will be filed against the Archdiocese of Baltimore by civil rights attorney Ben Crump and sexual abuse attorney Adam Slater on behalf of survivors of childhood sexual abuse perpetrated by members of the church. The Maryland Attorney General's office released a 456-page report earlier this year on an investigation that details nearly 160 clergy, teachers, seminarians and deacons within the archdiocese who allegedly assaulted more than 600 children going back to the 1940s. 15 of the names were redacted or kept out of the report. We believe you, Crump said. You are victims no more. You are heroes for others who have suffered abuse by clergy of the Catholics of this city and this state. We are going to continue to stand with you. The attorneys announced the lawsuit Tuesday, which will be filed when the Maryland Child Victims Act goes into effect on October 1st. Following this, UCA News released an article titled Hong Kong Christian Group Accused of Same-Sex Conversion Therapy, with part of the article reading, Christian group in Hong Kong that receives state funding for the welfare of sexual minorities, is among several organizations accused of engaging in brainwashing LGBTQ individuals to straighten them under the guise of one-on-one counseling. The New Creation Association is one of the groups that have allegedly engaged in the sexual orientation change effort, a practice globally condemned as discriminatory, dangerous, and traumatic. Alvin Chung, 38, a social worker in Hong Kong, alleged that he had contacted the group in 2005 as a college student, and it was involved in brainwashing him by saying that his same-sex orientation was unnatural. This comes alongside an article from Mercury News of a woman being awarded $2.28 billion in a California sexual abuse lawsuit, with part of the article reading, "A Southern California woman awarded what might be a record-settling judgment in a U.S. sexual assault case, said she told her attorney at the beginning of the civil trial in Riverside Federal Court not to discuss with her how much money he planned to seek. I didn't want to be distracted from what the goal was," she said. But when jurors on April 25th announced that her stepfather would be ordered to pay $836 million in general damages and $1.44 billion in punitive damages for the assaults that she says began when she was only 5 years old and lasted for a decade, the woman, now 41, was overcome with emotion. "I don't know what I was thinking," she said in an interview on Wednesday, May 3rd. "I was bawling and hugging my wife, who was also crying. I think there is going to be positive change, and that's the goal." This is all poignant progress, as the Express has recently released an article stating that statistics suggest 1 in 6 of all crimes involve violence against women, with part of the article stating, "Analysis by the National Police Chiefs Council found 117 of these crimes are recorded every hour, around 2 per minute. At least 507,827 offences, known as VAWG, were recorded in the 6 months between October 2021 and March 2022, and 1 in 4 women have been identified as repeat victims, with one force revealing that just under half of the women have been targeted at least twice." Glamour has released a detailed piece on coercive control, stalking, harassment, and cyberstalking, including information on how love bombing is now being recognized as a tool for grooming victims of coercive control and should be considered a red flag, with inews.co.uk then going on to release an article stating what to do if you think you are in a controlling or coercive relationship, according to experts. Part of the article reads, "I've been starting to think lately that my boyfriend is controlling. He is a strong character, and that's part of what attracted me to him. He is very driven at work, but also very generous and kind. The sex is great, but some behavior is starting to worry me. When I go out, he calls wanting to know when I'm coming home. I've told him I don't like him doing it, so he doesn't, but then instead finds ways to pick fights with me when I get home. He doesn't like it when I drink alcohol. He makes snide comments about stupid things I say when I've been drinking, but I don't remember saying those things. And often he says that after I've only had one drink, and I'm sure I remember the conversation, but then I doubt myself. He doesn't like most of my friends, which makes it tense when they come to the flat. So they don't come over very much. A lot of the criticisms are probably accurate. He is a take no prisoners kind of guy, but surely nobody is perfect." Intimacy and relationship expert Jan Day says whether this is controlling or not depends on whether you are actually free to make choices he doesn't like, or whether you feel coerced in behaving in a way that you don't want to by his threatening words or behavior. The article then goes on to state what we can do if we want to be in a healthy, secure partnership that requires both of you to agree about how you want to create your life together, because your choices do affect each other. Although we hear more news of legal action against current and historical abuses of vulnerable adults and children, there's still a long way to go. That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. Sorry, everybody. Woo! I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. So we have our next session now. I do actually just want to say, though, that in that Cult News segment, I think I said CBC when actually it's CBS. So I do want to make that change. It was a CB. Let me just have a look. Yeah, no, it was CBS. So I incorrectly referenced that article, and I will make sure I put the right sources in when I reference it when it goes out live, when I'm allowed back on YouTube. So we have our next panel. Oh, first of all, thank you, Nicola, for your donation to the fundraiser. I will check what milestone we're at now because things are blowing up. People are sharing information all over the place. Aduko's just gone wild in all the chats and discords and all of the on Twitter and everywhere. Thank you so much for always just being the biggest supporter of the Cult Vault podcast. Let me see here. I just want to double check that we're moving on up in our fundraiser. And also, I'm waiting for our other guest because one of us is here and one of us is not here. So I've messaged the other one to see where that other one is. And hopefully we'll get a response. If we don't, I'll have an hour with Lisa. And that is also absolutely amazing. So we are at, I'm not very good with maths, but we have, for the fundraiser so far, raised £220 out of our £2,000 what do you call it, total I don't know what's the word, I've gone blank. What's the word for total tally, milestone, goal £2,000 goal. So I'm just going to double check that Siren is he may be asleep. He may be busy. I am not sure what the time is where he is because he is moving around a lot, so he could be in whoever knows what time zone. Okay, so target, goal. Good one, Erica. Target. You and your words again. Always so good. I am going to have a sip of the. Oh, hang on. I heard a beep. There he is. I heard a little doo-doo. It's like if anyone remembers MSN Messenger, that's the noise it makes when you get a notification on MSN. That the noise it makes when someone enters your waiting room on Restream is that same noise. It's very nostalgic for me. So I'm going to let Lisa and Siren into the talk. Oh, Lisa's gone now. Hopefully she'll be back in a second. So I'll let Siren in and we'll say hello.
Can you hear my voice?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Just want to make sure, like,
Hello.
how's it going?
I'm good. How are you? How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I feel like I think we have the same outfit on.
Oh, you have your.
Oh no,
Do
that's what I was looking for. But you have a Cult Vault shirt.
I do? Where's your Cult Vault t-shirt?
I have it. I still have like a bunch of clothes that are like I just got out of the laundry, and it's in
Oh,
there because I was
Siren, that
wearing
would
it.
have been a perfect opportunity to show it off to
I know,
everybody.
I know.
I haven't shared it with everybody. So for anyone that hasn't heard, Siren was doing an amazing documentary, which we can talk about during our talk. And he asked me to narrate the documentary, and I was so excited and I was so appreciative that I got Siren his own Cult Vault t-shirt made up with a silhouette of his face on the t-shirt. So Siren
It
has
is
a Cult Vault
definitely
t-shirt.
it's one of my most prized possessions.
Doesn't it? Does it actually? It doesn't say Cult Vault. It says Cult Hunter.
It says Cold Hunter on it.
In the
Yeah.
style of my logo. That's so funny. That's great. That's my amazing graphic designer Meg. She's incredible. So we're still waiting on Lisa. I think she talked from her car typically. So I think she might have
Yeah.
dropped out. Um, and so we will get started with everything, and then hopefully Lisa can kind of come in. Hello, Siren. Thank you so much for joining me today. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. It's great to be on. I mean, this marathon stuff is really cool. I was there for the last one.
Yes, you were.
So
I remember you were dropping in
I
comments
wasn't
about
on. I was just
vegan cults.
I was in the mix. Yeah.
And what does it say on your hat? Desert Storm.
It's just a Desert Storm hat. I do have a bunch of like cult paraphernalia now, though, from the past couple years. My latest is this group. I'm working on a story about this group called Profundity Yours in Texas, and they own a restaurant. And I have one of their restaurant T-shirts that
Yeah, that
somebody gave
sounds
me.
like cool stuff that you'd want to collect from your own research and experiences, that's different to going on a weird website and buying things for
Yeah.
hundreds of dollars. Oh, I hear a noise. Oh, it says guest no video feed. It says no video feed. Um Oh no, there she is. Right, okay, let's bring her in. Let's bring her in before she runs away again. Ready?
Hello,
Hey,
hello.
Lisa!
Hi.
Can you
I am
hear
so
us? Can you
sorry.
see us?
Yes, I can see you and hear you. I apologize. I was all ready, and then my phone was like, it's too hot. I need to turn off. So I scrambled and found a shadier spot, and here I am now. I am so sorry.
Don't apologize. We have to have technical difficulties with every single
Of
talk. Otherwise,
course.
I'll start to get a bit worried.
It's very hot in
So
Pennsylvania right now. That's why it
is
happened.
it?
Yeah.
Is that where you're talking to us from Pennsylvania?
Yes, Pennsylvania, east coast of the US. Yeah.
Amish territory, isn't
Amish
it?
country. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Mm.
They're about an hour away. So sorry about that. Hello, here I am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm so excited to speak to both of you, because I really am excited and in admiration of your work separately. So together, it's even more exciting. I'm going to ask both of you who have been on the podcast before, Siren. Hello, welcome back to the show. Would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yeah, I'm Steven Warner. I'm a journalist. During the I had worked on a story that a cult had uh, sort of wound like a cult wound up in a crime story I was working on, and I got like really close to them not knowing that it was a cult or really what a cult was. And during the pandemic, I was going back through a lot of the material from that story, and I realized like, oh, these people like got in my head. And I realized, kind of what was going on in this group, and that inspired me to, I'm going to start working on stories like about this particular group and other cult stories, like to throw in there. I just started researching, and it was supposed to be like a 1 year project, and it's gone on now, and a couple of these stories that I've worked on have like sort of broke into the cultural consciousness, which has been amazing. And I've just met like a ton of cool people along the way, like you and Lisa, who like we all kind of like, I guess, started putting together our projects like at the kind of the same time.
Yeah, yeah, it does feel that way. It does feel that way. And it's an interesting mix of experiences and education, because we all seem to be kind of learning the same stuff but in very different ways. So you are an investigative journalist who has fallen into this work, and I am a podcaster interviewing survivors, and Lisa is somebody that is going out into the world, into these groups to experience them firsthand. So it's all very, very different. I did just want to say, Siren, I can hear everything that you're saying, but it does sound a little bit like you're underwater. So I don't know if that's your microphone,
I'll try to fix that.
but I can actually hear everything you're saying. So if you can't fix it, don't worry too much.
Okay.
Hello, Lisa. Welcome back to the show. Please,
Hello.
can you introduce yourself to the listeners?
My pleasure. It's good to be here. I'm Lisa Van Arsdale. I am a cult uh, enthusiast, visitor. Uh, some people might say that I infiltrate cults. I think that word's a little dramatic personally, but I find a cult that fascinates me, and I go and I visit them, and I attend their church services and eat with them, and if I'm able to like stay with them overnight, I do that. And I'm going to be doing a one-woman show about that here in the US in January. And Siren and I just today launched our own podcast about that, where he talks to me as I tell him about all of those visits, called Lisa Joins a Cult. And I just checked Spotify and it's up and it's running and it's very exciting.
Oh, we'll have to. If Juco, are you in the chat? Can we throw it up on? Well, I mean, I'm so bad at this. Juco puts every cult podcast up on the cult podcast subreddit. So I'm sure that he's already done it.
There it is.
Oops. So I'm sure that he's quickly typing away now to put that out. That's amazing. Congratulations on that. And that's a solid collaboration. That's something you have done together. I use the word infiltrating. I do think it's dramatic, Lisa. You know how scared I get when you tell me that you're going and spending time with groups, and I wonder that you're never going to come back. And people always say, "Should I join this group for fun?" And I say that's one of the things I would tell people to never ever do. But we seem to have somebody that is level-headed and goes not to expose the groups, but to experience them. And it's interesting, the stories you've told about recognizing that there is a show being put on for you and realizing that if you were to stay longer, things would be very, very different, which is something I find personally fascinating.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're on their best behavior at first, for sure.
I would say, do I sound better?
Yeah, that sounds much
better. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I would just say, like, I wouldn't trust anybody to do what Lisa does but Lisa. Like, for a long time, I was like, this is insane that you do. At first, I didn't believe that it was actually, like, a real thing that she was doing. But then I would just be like, man, this is so insane that you're like, something terrible is going to... But I've realized that she knows what she's doing. She has the temperament for it. A lot of it, I mean... it has to do with just being able to talk to people and knowing what they're talking about, what you're stepping into.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't recommend anybody doing it but her for any of the listeners.
I feel like you're kind of breaching on that territory, though, Sarah, but just in a very different capacity. You're accidentally going to be in the mouth of a cult very soon.
That could happen. And they have, like, they've showed up. There was a guy that showed up on my doorstep last summer, but there are dangers involved in cult reporting. That.
Yeah, that's creepy. That's I don't share my last name and other kind of identifiable things too much on the podcast, so if somebody showed up on my door, I would be very, very freaked out and surprised. Although it wouldn't be that difficult, I don't think. So can I which other person, I mean, I think Sarah tells it really well from his perspective in terms of not believing the response to the listing, but could you please tell us how it was that you two came to be in contact with one another?
I'll just start it out and you can kind of like finish it, I guess. But when I was building this project, I wanted to have like I wanted to have other voices and people telling stories, and I was like paying people $40 an article to like write like tell me a story about a cult. And I'll edit it or whatever, and like it'll build up like a backlog of things. And as you can imagine, like putting Craigslist ads in New York, you get a lot of weird responses. People, there's a lot of people who make up stories, or they're telling you about something that isn't a cult, or they're into like just you get a lot of interesting folks with Craigslist.
So
and Lisa sent me an email.
Listing itself. The listing itself is
yeah. Oh yeah. I'm weird too. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna I am a weirdo. It's a weird thing that I was doing, fishing for stories with Craigslist. But I got Lisa's email, and it was like such an entertaining email. But it was like I go and these are like the cults that I visited. This is something I just do. I've been doing it for a long time. Like I have like sort of like pitching this story that I thought was impossible. And I sent her something like, yeah, like that's a cool email. Like that's interesting, but I don't believe you. And then
you were essentially like, I don't think you're real. You have a very active imagination, but if you are real, I'm very lucky to have found you, or something like that. And I was like, no, I am real. So then I like found a bunch of pictures. I don't post about this stuff very often, but I like went through and was like, all right, here's a Rasta picture, here's an Amish picture, blah, 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 and sent them all. And then he was like, okay, you are real. Cool. What have you got?
that was
uncanny.
It was just it was sort of like my mind was. I mean, in this world, my mind has been blown a few times, but that was one of the ones that was like, oh, holy shit! Like this is like a real human being sent this email.
Yeah.
And has these pictures. Like it's a real story.
So that kind of leads us really nicely into asking you, Lisa, what would you say? I mean, how do you have like a list of most interesting or groups that you've kind of found you had a slightly more significant experience to others, or do you just kind of list them off and say these are all of the groups that I've spent time with?
Wait, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do you have a list, like a not, I don't want to say a top 5, but do you have a group of groups that you've been to visit that you talk about more than others, or do you just tend to reel off names of maybe groups people have heard of?
I mean, it's definitely easier to start. It depends where you want the conversation to go. If like I'm just like talking about it at surface level, I'll be like, oh, you know, Mormons, Moonies, Scientology, what have you, because those are all groups that for the most part people think of as a cult. I mean, maybe Mormons a little bit less nowadays, but if like I want to have a conversation that goes a little deeper into like what a cult could be or what it is to be culty, because I think of cultiness on a spectrum. Like you can be a little bit culty or you can be a lot of bit culty, and a lot of groups will fall somewhere on that spectrum. Then I'll mention a group that you might not necessarily think of as like boom cult, like cloistered nuns or the Amish. A lot of people in the US don't think of the Amish as a cult. They just think of them as charming, simple people who live differently and make great furniture and Pennsylvania Dutch food, which they also totally are. So it depends like what the goal of the conversation is for who I'll bring up.
Oh, goodness. So, Siren, how did you approach your conversation with Lisa to begin with? Did you go through that list with Lisa, or did you just ask for moments that she's experienced in different groups?
Lisa told me some stories that like it was like I could write about this or this, and then she showed me an article that she had written about the Amish. And at first I was like, yeah, I don't know if people are gonna I had the same thing. Like people are gonna see this and they're gonna be like, that's not a cult. But I loved the piece, and as I started, I did like a little bit of research into like what was going on, that just in the history, where it came from. And I was like, oh, this is absolutely a cult story. And it totally fits in with this material. And like that story itself, like we kind of passed back and forth a couple times, just like punching up a little bit, which is not like, you don't need to do that much with Lisa's writing anyway. But like we sort of worked on that story and put it out with these pictures. And that was like, I mean, I was like, this is the coolest thing on my website. So
Aww.
like, yeah, we just continued, and I've got, I mean, there's Machine Gun Moonies and what are the Christian Scientists Science, and all kinds of stories that are still from that period. And I guess, yeah, a lot of that stuff comes up on the new show on Lisa Joins a Cult. Like it's kind of like deeper dives into into these stories, and there's always a discussion at the beginning about the cult. Some of these things, like, I'll be able to put in, whatever I know about it, and we can have an honest discussion. Some of this stuff, like, I'm just learning and making comments, I guess, as I learn about something like this Father Divine, or some of the stories that she's done that would be like a little more obscure to somebody like me.
I love
I
Father
don't know.
Divine.
You're like the king of obscure at this point. I feel like I don't know. I feel like
No, I mean, I guess, like, I love to find, like, obscure cults that nobody's writing about. I mean, for a lot of reasons, because mostly it's like, if nobody is telling a story about Profundity Yours, or nobody is telling a story about the body, like, these people can just act with impunity.
Yeah.
That you need to have a dialogue. The locals need to know about it, that kind of stuff. And I love those. Like, I love the story. I mean, the episode we did about Father Divine, which is one that, like, I didn't know. I mean, I think I in anticipation for it, I might have read his Wikipedia. So I really didn't know anything. But I love learning about these groups, because they're, like, in my reporting, you're never going to find me do some story about this little, like, or this giant, let's say, evangelical operation in Missouri that is like that's doing bad stuff with their finances, even if it does qualify as a cult, because, like, that's, like, other people are, I feel like, telling stories like that. So there is like some value, I guess. Well, I mean, in hearing stories that you don't know, getting stories out there that you don't know, but also having a perspective on, like, I think, like, we have a Mormon episode. It might be our longest episode, and we're not.
That's going to be a long one. I've got a lot of Mormon stories.
We're not, like, covering new ground, but it's like a totally fresh perspective, I think, than what's out there already.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
and you keep talking about how you read the Amish piece and you were like, I can see how that is cult-like, but I'm not sure other people would be able to see if that's cult-like. So what's your understanding now, Siren, through doing this work, of a cult? Because you've had a very interesting education in this field and through speaking to various people.
I go by Alexandra Stein's model. She has, like, these are the 5 elements of a cult. Some of them, like, can be, like, there's rules that may not apply to every group. Like, as far as leadership goes, like in the Amish, you don't have, like, this one central leader. Like, everything is governed in a system that it's a generational thing. Like, the system got created by a cult leader who was, like, sounded like a very unpleasant person, and it just, like, the system just, like, works without, like, one person, like, leading the whole thing. Or you have something like QAnon, which is a cult that is led, but there are, like, different leaders. There isn't, like, one central cult leader thing. People, like, pass the baton all the time. But other than that, like, detail about leadership, I would say everything else in Stein's model applies to every cult. And 99% of the time, like, that it doesn't, the thing about leadership, like, isn't the defining characteristic, or, there is somebody to point the, like, to point to, as, like, this is who's messing things up.
Especially with QAnon, although I don't want to not say that word, but I feel like we have to be not saying that word now because YouTube has banned me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying it. QAnon is bad, everybody. I don't know if YouTube wants you to think that. I kind of feel like YouTube has taken the stance of protecting individuals that are affiliated with Q. I mean, I sound like a conspiracy theorist when I say that, but I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. So, Lisa, what drew you into wanting to experience these communities, knowing that they had this pejorative label attached to them?
Well, I was raised very, very Christian. And in hindsight, there were a lot of things about my own upbringing that were very, very culty. And you don't realize that until you've grown past it, you know, like hindsight is 2020 and all of that. And, you know, you're young and you don't have critical thinking being cultivated. So until you grow up and you learn how to do that, you're not going to see it. But I used to be super, super religious, and I didn't like wake up one morning and be like, I'm not a Christian anymore. It took years. It was like a slow fade as critical thinking built up. And I was like, oh, well, this doesn't make sense. And that doesn't really play out well in real life. And I guess the fascination would have developed somewhere in there, like, okay, well, let's look at what these other people believe. And I was like brought up to know the basics of what other groups believe, because we needed to know the difference between them and like, but the Bible says we're right, you know? So I would have been pretty young when I learned like, well, these are Mormons. This is the differences between us and them. These are Catholics. This is the difference between us and them. This is where they're wrong, according to us, you know? So the foundation was laid pretty young to be able to know what you believe and how to defend that and where in the Bible to find the defense for that. But I'm also just like a very privileged person who's been able to travel a lot. So like you study abroad in Europe and you go to all of the cathedrals and all the everything. So like visiting houses of worship was just kind of always on the to-do list. Whenever you go to a big city, you find the Buddhist temple or the synagogue or the whatever. And it all just kind of like built slowly, I think. And I also really, really, really love people. I love to visit with any people group, religious or not. Like I've been to a nudist resort just to see how that is for them. I've hung out with a motorcycle gang. Like I would jump on any sort of subculture opportunity that came my way, but ones that are religious or having to do with God are definitely my favorite.
So it's almost like leaving behind your high demand religious group and exploring the alternatives of that exact thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there are people growing up in those communities or those groups and having similar experiences to me, where they're also being told, these are the other groups, here's what they believe, here's why they're wrong, and here's how we can prove it. You know, so like there's like a bit of like identifying with them and a bit of empathy with them, because, you know, I could have been born with the same personality and the same everything in Russia and be a very devout Russian Orthodox whoever, or I could have been born in New Delhi and I'd be a nice Hindu girl, you know, like it could happen to anyone anywhere, and you're born into it and you don't ask for it. And I think it's also just been a valuable thing. They, in evangelical circles, what they call what's happening is they're calling it deconstruction, which is what people who are Christians and want to continue being Christians are doing, as they're like looking at things and being like, well, this might be bullshit. What if we calm down about gay people? Like, what if we just calm down about it and we were loving and all of these things? And I think that's like a really invaluable thing for anyone to do in any faith, is to look at things and be like, where does this come from? Who benefits from me believing this? Who profits from me believing this? Do I actually believe this? Like, is this something that I would arrive at conclusively as an adult if I'd never seen this before? Or do I only believe this because I was brought up with it? And I don't remember what the question even was at this point.
I'm just letting you go. Everybody in the chat is John Verner says relating to Lisa's so hard right now. Erica says me too.
Hi, John Verner.
And then Paul says she's so right. So you've got some time. I imagine you're going to get some listens to Lisa Joins a Cult today from this stream, which is amazing.
Thank you.
And we can expect some more nuggets of golden insight from Lisa and Siren in those episodes. So Siren, talking of obscure cults and groups that you have worked on in the capacity of an investigative journalist, can you tell everybody, what is the Body?
The Body is this cult from Alaska that showed up in my story a long time ago. It is a sort of fundamentalist Christian group, although that's almost kind of confusing to call them. Like, they're very on like the Hebrew end. There's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of philosophy that from the body that was like stolen from another church that this guy was that the cult leader was a deacon at. This guy Mark Bissett was a deacon in Texas, this place called Church and Marshall. He kind of learned, I think, over the years, like what the preacher was doing, and was like, I think I could probably make some money doing this. And started his own group, kept it small. I mean, it's a very like small group. At max, it only ever had like 30 people in it. And now they're just kind of like scattered, since, like after what happened last year. But the body, I mean, it's a very, the system of control is as high as I've seen like in any cult. Like I've seen, they're just examples of people doing things that you would never do if like decisions people wouldn't make on their own, like really hard decisions, like leaving their children, or like reporting yourself to the police because somebody, the cult leader said you committed a crime and he's really just trying to blackmail you. There's a lot of stuff in there, and it's the kind of group. I guess this is part of the stories that I generally, I like working on a lot of stories, but when I really focus on one, as I have with the body and as I am right now with Profundity Yours, it's, you know, I can say to somebody who knows the story, like, oh, like, you know, this is something that Elvira did. And like, you'll know who Elvira is because there's only like 13 people in the group, like at the place, like where you can kind of get to know people and get to know their stories, the stories of the cult members, the stories of the people who left. And you can kind of do like a roster. But yeah, the body is just, it's sort of it's the story that brought me to this. Is the one that, like, I mean, I basically was having like a breakdown, and a mental breakdown, when I like found out they were able to do this stuff to my head. So it was like, I'm gonna do something to like, I'm gonna take these people down. Like, I'm gonna screw up this operation. And that's sort of the genesis of everything.
It's the genesis, and it's like you couldn't have been thrown into something that was more ripe for the investigation, in terms of the leader wanting everything recorded, and so things are coming up in court trials. You're getting a hold of recordings of the voice of the leader saying really compromising things for him, and then all of the tracing of divorces and all of those things that happened. It's like it needed the right person to pull it all together, but you were able to do that. And the documentary that you've put together, which we hope will come soon, is
it will come out
it's
this
wild.
year.
You have this other story now, though, that's taken over. So it's hard to juggle both things.
I mean, so I guess I was working on this documentary about the body, specifically about this one court case they were in, where I got all these records from it and all the audio from it. And it was like, here's this story. Like the trick of that documentary is making a video project where maybe, you know, 5 minutes of I have footage from the body. You know, maybe a little bit more than that with their, like, when they tried to go on TikTok and stuff, but with this very, very limited video. And while I was working on that, I got this call from Canada. I was on Indoctrination, that podcast with Rachel Bernstein, and there was something she put in at the end that was like, if you got a cult story, like, send it to Siren. And I was like, oh God, like this is like the last thing I can do right now is like take on another story. But what I heard about Profundity was so compelling that it was like, if this stuff, it was sort of like the situation with meeting Lisa for the first time, where it was like, I don't know about this, somebody could be messing with me, but like, if this stuff is true, like there is something like that is very unique about this story. And I continued to work on the body documentary, like right up, like where I sort of switched streams was that Profundity Yours was predicting the apocalypse, and there were about 10 days before the apocalypse. It was on the spring equinox in March, and I was like, should be putting out like some material about this now, like on TikTok, and see if people will respond to it. And it got a huge response. I started being in like direct communication with these people, like the survivors, on just about a daily basis. And then it was like, okay, I'm gonna see this one through too. Also because like I think Mark Bissett in the body, that guy's more like a cockroach. Like he might survive like until the like just hiding out somewhere. Whereas with Profundity Yours and this leader Linda McGillis, I don't know how long she's gonna like be able to withstand this. I think that tower might actually like just totally come down like in real time.
Wow, that would be something to see. And another group that seems to have recorded so much of themselves that is, you know, just out there for everyone. Well, I don't know if it's out there now, but it was out there for everybody to see and to really engross themselves into that. It's similar, gives me vibes to Love Has Won in terms of you can go and watch live streams and know the names of every person inside the group and how they function and their schedule and their timetable and a load of information about them and their lives just by tuning into their
Like reality TV.
Yeah, it's mad. It's very strange. What was your experience of first hearing about Profundity Yours, Lisa? What was the information that you were given, and what were your thoughts about that group?
Well, it all came from Siren, of course. And I think the first time I heard about them would have been at some point in like February, March. And he was like, yeah, so there's this group in Texas and the world's going to end soon. And I was like, oh, well, we'll see how that goes. And spoiler, it didn't end.
Still here. We're still here.
Yeah. But they're an interesting group. They're spinning all the hits as far as outlandish beliefs go, with Linda being Jesus, but also like being, what was it, raped by an alien, and that's when God entered her body or something.
Yeah,
Siren?
that's one the source. Well, it's an alien named Christos Sophia, which is like a deity.
That's right. Yeah.
It's an alien light deity. She is. I mean, the old Linda is dead. I mean, I'm actually in the article I'm writing right now. I'm at the point where I'm describing the belief system, the what the story is. What is the story that she's repeating? And it's so hard not to like crack jokes because this is like a more serious article than like the TikToks and stuff I've been working on. So I'm just some of it. I'm just letting the funny stuff just bleed through without people will understand. But it's a crazy.
The jokes write themselves.
Yeah, it's such a it's a very creative story. I mean, one thing about Linda that makes her different than a lot of other cult leaders is like most cults are sober affairs. Like they don't touch the stuff. There's wine sometimes. It's very rare that you have like because control. It's all about control. Like you never see like Keith Raniere like drunk or stoned or something like that because he's got to have his like control, and nobody else is allowed to be out of control either. So, but Linda is a heavy weed user. She gets really, really stoned before she makes her videos. And I think you can see like she always has a place that she starts from. And then after about like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, like she kind of runs out of whatever she had planned. And then the show goes on for 2 more hours anyway. So she's got to like fill in the details. And that's where you have like a cosmic dog named Snoopy, and how the Matrix is like a real thing that happened. The movie The Matrix.
It's a really hard thing when I say, can you tell me what the body is and can you tell me what profundity yours is? Because the intricacies of the belief systems and the people in play, it makes it not always possible to just be like, here's a nice clean definition of this, and what you've just said there gives us some insight into why that is. And
Yeah, I mean, I guess like
interestingly,
I guess I'll just say it's like it's difficult sometimes to like synthesize these stories just because I know what their like property records look like and their business records, and I know who they went to high school with and who they were married to, and like to create like, and I do want to talk about this before we're over, is how to organize a cult story where you have a ton of information, because a lot of people come to me with stories of their own that are like, I want something to come out about this, or I have all this material from back in the day. Like, how do you put that together so you can like tell coherent stories of your own? Because it is important to tell these stories because it helps
yeah.
protect the next person from joining profundity yours or joining the body.
Yeah. And that's a really important point that you raised, because you talked about the humorous TikToks, and it's important to note that the TikToks, they may be ironic, but they are still educational in the way that you say, this is what a cult leader looks like. They use these tactics, not like this person, and then you show a clip of that person doing exactly the same as every other cult leader. So it's humorous in that way, and it's ironic, but it's educational, and it's not insensitive towards the individuals that have been kind of pulled into these environments. Especially when I was narrating parts of the documentary for the body, I found that there were parts that were specifically like, there are children involved in this group, and it's imperative that we do what we can to make sure that the parents that can care for these children remain in custody of these children. And also, just to point out that when Doomsday came, when the date that the leader had predicted came, there's a Discord server that that you've set up, Siren, where people help you to kind of transcribe videos and things, where there were people doing welfare checks and calling the trailer park where Profundity Yours is, and genuine concerns from members of the public that individuals inside that group were okay, because at one point the term trailer park Heaven's Gate was being thrown around. I can see the parallels, and I can see why the group would be given that nickname, and it has concerning connotations, but also kind of like maybe an insensitive overtone, because you would never want that to repeat itself. So it's important to note that that humor and comedy is used with Lisa being a stand-up comedian as well, lots of tongue-in-cheek, and lots of humor, but it's done in a way that is not insensitive to the individuals in these groups. And from our talk, Lisa, that we did, you were very much observant of individuals in these groups, and sensitive to their positions, especially when we talked about the 12 tribes. I felt that really came across in that discussion. I did want to ask you about your Rod of Iron Ministries experience, because I have Teddy Ho's former Unification Church member coming to chat with us today on the stream.
I saw that, and after listening to your interview with him on here, I reached out to him because he gave his email at the end, and we exchanged a few emails, and he's lovely, and I'm so glad that thanks to you we were able to connect.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that yet. Teddy's like, I think one of the first documentaries that I watched about cults had him in it. And then a couple of others that I watched did as well. So when he reached out and was like, hey, I'd love to chat, I was just like, oh my goodness, it's Teddy Hose.
Right?
So you attended the yearly event that is the big old get together and party for the Rod of Iron Ministries.
Yes, the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival, the largest open carry event in America.
So can you tell the listeners, for anyone who isn't sure, So
Mhm.
what is the Rod of Iron Ministries? Who's in charge? And what is this event that you went and experienced?
Absolutely. So, Rod of Iron is a biblical reference. There's talk in the Bible about a rod of iron that offends you or whatever. And this church group, which is an offshoot of the Moonies, believes that that verse is referring to assault rifles. So when they read about the rod of iron in the Bible, they think that it is about guns. Um, and their leader is Pastor Sean Moon, who is the son of Reverend Moon of like the OG Moonies. And he's got his church, Sanctuary Church, about 2 hours north-ish from me. And he's in a part of the country that is all about the right to bear arms and very afraid of that right being taken away. And his brother, who I believe is named Justin, owns, and I don't want to like steal Teddy's shine here, so I'll keep this quick. Owns a massive guns and ammunition company. So it behooves them to be into guns because it keeps money in the family. And they have once a year, and it's only been happening for a few years, this massive festival, Rod of Iron Freedom Festival, on the grounds of that Tommy Gun warehouse. And they had Pastor Sean out there in his crown of bullets carrying his gold-plated assault rifle. That was a sight to see. And oh, I should have worn them. I bought earrings with rifles on them when I was there.
From the
But
gift shop?
yes, they had all sorts of vendors there selling food and handicrafts and of course, like, gun accessories and things. But yeah, with them, a gun is like bordering on a religious symbol. You could buy all sorts of jewelry with different guns on them there. Like it's not too far off from wearing a Star of David or wearing a cross at this point. That's how it looks to me anyway.
It's so many with so many different extremist values coming out in certain parts of the world right now in terms of religion and politics and the right to bear arms. It's a very precarious and dangerous mixture of things, like a veneration of like semi-automatic weapons as well as a very, very problematic leader in an authoritarian role. So all of those things kind of like, that's not a sentence anybody ever wants to say.
It's a perfect storm, that is for sure. It is a perfect storm. They seemed to be, from what I could see, on their best behavior that day, the Moonies. Very cheery and happy to talk to the press for the most part. It wasn't a gathering only for Sanctuary Church Moonies. It was for any far right, gun fixated Tom, Dick, or Harry to show up. So not everyone there was a Mooney. So they were kind of keeping the talk of like my father, Reverend Moon, was the second coming of Christ stuff pretty quiet. Like it was acknowledged, but there were a lot of just far right evangelical Christians or gun enthusiasts present as well.
How do you think that benefits the Rod of Iron Ministries by opening up the doors to other Christian groups and religious groups?
Oh, it's an incredible PR move because you can sort of brand it as like an interfaith thing, which it is. And I think that it is important to have like interfaith, endeavors in the world. Like, hey, we can, both help the homeless, even though we believe different things. So it can be branded as an interfaith thing, which Christians are not great at doing. But it also is just like, well, if like believing that Reverend Moon is Jesus is a deal breaker for you, we've also got the gun thing going for us. So you could just jump on board for that and leave Reverend Moon out of it. And it was working. There were Proud Boys there, if you know what they are over in your part of the world. There were just so many people, just so many people there.
So many
Yeah.
of the coolest people.
Yeah, the coolest. Like with a double thumbs up, not just a thumb but a double thumbs up. The coolest.
One thing like from this that I thought was really interesting. Like Lisa says, she has like the gun earrings, but she also showed me like there's pictures of there's a woman who makes these like rod of iron like chocolates, like so you like
Yes!
sort of like for Valentine's Day or something like that.
Cindy's gun sweets for the win. Chocolate shaped like guns.
And
they really are cashing in on all of it, aren't they?
They really are. I've also got a thermos shaped like a bullet that I bought at a Mooney's church service. They've got all the goods. They had like an art show happening where people had submitted pictures of stuff that they had taken. There was something for everyone at this event.
Sean Moon wears a crown of bullets, and Lisa has a crown of bullets. And if you want to know how Lisa obtained her crown of bullets, you can either go back and listen to our episode, or Lisa joins a
Mine isn't bullets. Only from what I saw another guy with a bullet crown, but I do have a Mooney crown, like an official made by a member of the church Mooney crown. But mine isn't bullets though. Mine's way prettier than Pastor Sean's, frankly. My crown is fit for a princess. It's the best.
Heresy. How dare you? And I recently found out from Elgin Strait's Falling Out podcast that Sean Moon is into making rap videos now.
What?
And they are awful.
I have to go back. This is really some of my favorite stuff, though. I need to see that because there's nothing more that interests me more than like the art and that cults make just because of like the music that cults make, because like pretty much every cult has music. In some capacity. Like the more you sort
come together and feel alive.
But also,
for a lot of reasons.
The leader that their music is not good. With the Source family, with James Edward Baker, he like had a load of people come and live in the mansion, and they were musicians, and they would make great music, and he would insert himself into the band, and they all hated it, and they just had to go along with it. It was awful. It was like it's like in that episode of The Office where they're trying to make music, and you can imagine if Michael Scott was like, I'll be the lead singer. I imagine it's like that, you can't really say no, but sorry, that's a pop culture reference, and I try not to make too many of those. But so Siren, please can you tell us, how is it that if you were going to go into a brand new investigation tomorrow, how would you do things typically?
Well, I would say like what's really changed in the past for me in the past, just this year really, like in January is when I really started getting into this stuff, is using advanced AI tools to like in all kinds of different formats. And then the number one way for me is like transcription and data categorizing. And so any cult story I start now, and I've talked to some people, like I have a pretty good idea of like what the next story I'm going to do is. I mean, who knows like when I'll get to that. But there's this process of telling the people, the survivors, collect data, anything, like whatever material, text messages, emails, voicemails, anything that you have, pictures, photographs, screenshots, like they're anything, like, because like we've entered a world now where the thing I guess I would say most, like there's a few things that I would use, but the one that I would recommend to everyone who wants to document a cult story, wants to catalog the stories of like other people that they know they're a survivor and they know other survivors and they want to catalog that stuff. Google has a new AI program. Well, it's not even that new, but it becomes more advanced as time moves on. And it's called Pinpoint, Google Pinpoint. And it's a tool specifically designed for journalists with the idea that you can throw any kind of media at it and it will take that and turn it into searchable texts. even like even a photograph. It sort of reads what the information is, and then you can search. Like I with this story, Profundity Yours, that I'm working on right now, like there's so much material because they made 1,000 hours of videos. So it's getting all that information in there, and then I can see like, hey, when do we when does Linda say like it's time to let go of your relationships with your family and stuff like that? I can just type that in, give it a command, and it'll come back like, here's like time she said this phrase or a phrase like it. Which it speeds up the like I can't even explain how much that helps you tell a story. So yeah, I mean, and I'll never not. There would be no purpose at this point to not use a tool like that to tell a story, especially a story that's a big story. And every cult story is a big story. It's just like how much of the data was collected.
It makes me think of when I spoke to Adam Dudding from Stuff Podcasts about their series The Commune that they put together about Bert Potter's Centerpoint. And in the conversation with Adam, he talked about how they collected like decades of archives, videotapes, magazines, propaganda, because the woman, Barry Leslie, who they went to spend time with, she was the Centerpoint's magazine curator. So she would put the magazine out every week or month and she would publish it. And she had every copy of every magazine that she'd ever put out, but also recordings of sessions with Bert Potter and therapy sessions that went on at Centerpoint. And they collected all of this stuff. And I had to say to Adam, I said, how did you put it together? And he just said, it took hundreds of hours of sifting through things manually and also transcribing things because they were all on old-fashioned tapes and stuff. So I don't know how AI could help you with that, but it kind of reminds me of how projects have been put together in the past and how we can streamline them potentially today with everything that you've just said.
It just the process just moves a lot faster, and there's some things that are just like so daunting, like normally you would just avoid them. Like if like say you were going to do a story about like Children of God, like this is a cult that's been around forever. It's like the Family International now. It's rebranded, but they've always like made, I guess not so much anymore, but like made a lot of their own material. And some of that stuff, it's like, are you really going to take all the like you're going to go through all these pamphlets from like every week of service from however long? But you can, if you can get a digital copy of it, you can just like throw it all in there, and you can search everything instantly by like what it is, or if you label it like, hey, I just want to look through the pamphlets for like this specific set of like, this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So you can take these stories. I mean, I think this will apply to like all areas of journalism, but there's so many cult stories that I feel like we sort of only know sort of the tip of the iceberg that could be that you could tell and also tell a story in real time, which is like with TikTok. Like that's something that I do. That's this new technology that I never had any interest in whatsoever until like somebody basically forced me into it. But it is a way that like
someone forced you into making a viral TikTok account. Oh no.
No. I mean, I'm 38. Like I'm not like generally a person. Like I don't do a whole lot of like
I'm not a person at 38.
No, I'm practically, I got one foot in the grave. But so I would say like getting on TikTok, like now the thing is like something crazy happens in a cult story. It's like, I'm going to write some stuff down on a piece of paper, put it in my pocket, walk around outside, put some video in here. And like all of a sudden there's this like, here's what's happening right now. And it just happened a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
And there's an audience
that's
there.
Wild. There certainly is. And Siren's TikTok is doing really well, so people should head over. As I said, on the cultvaultpodcast.com website, I did put bios and links to everybody's work and all of that stuff, so you can go and check that out. So we're going to round up. We've got a few minutes left. Lisa, can you talk to us about Lisa Joins the Cult, and do you have like an order of episodes, or what can we expect to hear in episode 1?
Yeah, so there's only one episode up so far. We have a really wonderful editor that we're working with, and he's been an absolute champ. But that's as far as we are. We kind of scrambled to get one out to be able to talk about it today, so that there's something for people to click on. But there will be more in the future. We talked about what, like 7 or 8 different groups, Siren, already, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
That just need to be like.
we talked about a lot of. I guess there's I don't know how many episodes there are exactly.
Heaven knows how many episodes it'll turn into, but we talked about like probably
Yeah.
6, 7, 8 groups in hopes of them being individual episodes. They'll probably stretch into more, but the first episode that's up is like a Moonies part 1. And then we'll get the second one out sooner than later, hopefully, and there'll be more, and yeah, it'll be really good. But we talk about a bunch of different groups, some of them blatantly culty, others a little less blatantly culty that you might not necessarily think about. But I'm really excited for it to be out in the world. It kind of happened because I've got this one woman show that I'm going to be doing live over here. And I was lamenting because I didn't have enough time to talk about all of the groups, or like, and it was just really difficult to sift through and decide which components of these groups am I going to talk about. Like, I was just so lost in a sea of material. And I had said to Siren, well, maybe if I do like a podcast, it would make me feel good, like nobody got left out. Even if they didn't make it into the show, like they're still being acknowledged. And B, it would help me sift through my thoughts. So even if like this part of a group doesn't get discussed, at least it went somewhere, you know. And Siren jumped on that, and we recorded it a few months ago. And then this wonderful guy, Nick, reached out to Siren and was like, you're doing amazing things. I want to work with you. Can I help you make a podcast? And Siren was like, funny you mention it. Here it is.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good. It's like 2 very different paths have crossed, and now you've got a project together, which is just awesome. I am personally excited to listen to the episode. I didn't know that it was going to be out today, and it is. So that
Yes.
is Lisa Joins a Cult. Juco's put the link in the chat, so you can find that here. I'll also
Thank
add it to the
you.
website so people can go and find it. And that brings us to the end of our talk today. I didn't know if either of you had anything you wanted to add before we say goodbye.
I would just say, like, collaborate with your cult friends. Like, it's a lot of
Yes.
fun, and the more people that like work together, you can just do way more interesting stuff working with people. And it's been a pleasure to get to know both of you, and it's been a pleasure. It's a pleasure to work on Lisa Joins a Cult, and it's fun. Like, it's a lighter thing that we do about a serious topic to hopefully make it a little more comfortable to talk about this stuff. But it's fabulous to be on, and I hope you raise a bunch of money and YouTube they're
Yes.
chunks.
Yeah,
Yes.
YouTube. What's going on, YouTube? What's going on?
YouTube's lost for sure.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Siren. Thank you for that. Lisa, did you have any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
Be curious and brave and get to know other people and try to have empathy for what they believe.
Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice to sound off on. I appreciate that. And I appreciate both of you. Thank you so, so much. I'll catch up with both of you in the week, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye, 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 bye,
You
bye.
too. Bye.
Thank you, Siren and Lisa. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. My cheeks hurt from smiling. I need to. It's like when you play that game, Speak Out. Has anyone played that, where you put the things in? I got my teeth, my crooked teeth. I can see you both waving goodbye, but I can't hear you anymore because you're back in the waiting room. So thank you both so much. Thank you. And also, thank you so much to independent journalist in the UK, Poonam Joshi, has donated £50 to the to the fundraiser. Thank you so much, Poonam. I really, really just that's the biggest donation that we've had. That's an incredible amount of money. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of your work, your commentary, your journalism on tackling things typically that not a lot of people want to look at or tackle. It's so important to be having those conversations. All of the stuff that I did around Nithyananda, I would not have had half the information that I ended up with if it wasn't for your contributions to journalism. Thank you so much, Poonam. I truly appreciate that. I am going to have to say thank you to everybody personally in the little GoFundMe app. So ooh, we've got 10 minutes until our next panel, which is with Chris Shelton and Stephen Mather and Celine Mather, and I'm really excited. Should we do a quick giveaway before we do the next session? Shall we? What shall we give away? I don't know where to start. I'm looking at all these books. Let's start with, hang on, I don't want to rip my headphones out. Let's start with this book, Mary Garden's The Serpent Rising. This is Mary with Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. And Mary's story, her book is like a book of, sorry, I know it's mirrored. It's a beautiful and devastating book. I was impacted for weeks after reading this book and chatting with Mary. Here are some pictures. It's a wonderful book, and it comes with a little. There she is. There she is. Mary Garden. You can find her on Twitter. Actually, her writing is wonderful. And that's my little note. She sent several copies of her books, but there's my little note for that one. So I'm going to give away this book, and I'm going to do it right now. And I'm going to do a random number generator. We've had 16 donations, so I'm going to do random number generator 1 to 16. And we're going to see who wins the first prize. And then I'm going to have to make sure that I make a note of who wins each prize. Okay, generate the number 11. That is Nicola Ranson. Nicola Ranson wins a copy of Mary Garden. You might have already read this. You need to let me know if you've read this, Nicola, because I know you and Mary have connected because you've both had experiences with the old Bhagwan. So I'm going to have to find I don't want to rip a page out of my notebook. It's not that kind of notebook. Oh no, my first mistake of the evening was not having my post-it notes. I'll find a way. Maybe if I just rip out one page of my notebook, I can put little bits. Oh no, Nicola. Right, we'll have to do that one again. We'll do it again. Do it again. Roll it again. Roll it again. Okay. Here we go. Nope, not that one here. Random number generator 1 to 16. Generate. Number 16. It's Poonam Joshi. Poonam has won a copy of Mary Garden's. Poonam Joshi has won the copy of Mary Garden's The Serpent Rising. That's awesome. I'm going to make a note. I have ripped a page out of my notebook reluctantly, everybody. You'll be pleased to know. And I'm going to have to contact everyone and ask for their addresses. Right. So as I said, anybody that wins anything that's going to be delivered from me, which is most things, will also get a collection of Cult Vault goodies, which include bookmarks, key rings, fridge magnets, and badges. And I'll tell you a story about these badges. In my old job, where I worked with young carers before I went off on maternity leave and started this podcast, there was a volunteer who worked with me called Margaret, and she is now 78, I think. And she just donates all of her time to so many different amazing causes. When she had her own business, she was a printer that helped people with marketing products. So she has a badge maker in her back room, like an old-fashioned badge maker where she used to pull the handle down. So Margaret actually prints these badges and puts them together herself. And she gives me batches of 100 at a time. So there's Margaret in her home, 78 years old, manually putting together all these badges for the Cult Vault podcast. And I just think that's a really nice little story. And I wanted to share it with you all. So everything that I send will also include some Cult Vault goodies. So congratulations to Poonam on winning the first giveaway item. We have 5 minutes to go, so I might be 1 or 2 minutes late. I see Stephen in the waiting room. He's waving. Really looking forward to this next panel. I am going to play another news segment, another 5 minutes or so news segment. I run to the bathroom and then we'll let everybody in and get started. Hopefully not too late. So that's 9 minutes long. That's 8 minutes long. 6 minutes. Let's play this one. This one's 6 minutes and then we'll get started. Hello listeners and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker Casey, and for this segment we are going to be looking into the group known as Shincheonji and the surrounding controversies of this group. Shincheonji, also known as the Shincheonji Church of Jesus, is a religious group that was founded in 1984 by Lee Man-hee in South Korea. It claims to be a Christian denomination and has gained attention due to its controversial practices and alleged involvement in various controversies. Some of those controversies include the founder and leader, Lee Man-hee, who is considered by his followers to be the promised pastor who will complete the mission of Jesus Christ. Critics argue that Lee exerts excessive control over his followers and employs cult-like practices and manipulation. Shincheonji has distinct doctrinal beliefs that differ from mainstream Christianity. Its teachings revolve around the idea of the new heaven and the new earth and the notion that Lee Man-hee is the sole interpreter of the Bible. This has led to accusations of heresy from traditional Christian groups. Shincheonji has been accused of engaging in deceptive recruitment practices. It often targets vulnerable individuals such as students or those experiencing personal hardships, using various methods to attract and retain members. Critics claim that the group operates secretively, discouraging members from discussing their involvement with outsiders. Shincheonji gained significant international attention during the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 when it was linked to a large outbreak in South Korea, with many cases being traced back to its members. The group faced criticism for its alleged lack of transparency and failure to cooperate fully with ongoing health authorities and restrictions around social distancing during contact tracing efforts. And Shincheonji has faced legal challenges in South Korea, as some Christian groups and individuals have accused the organization of being a cult and have campaigned against it. There have been reports of harassment, threats, and vandalism from Shincheonji members. And those things that I've just listed, you can hear about in detailed interviews with former Shincheonji members on the Cult Vault podcast. In April 2023, Stuff Magazine, a New Zealand-based media outlet who recently released the exceptional 12-part podcast series The Commune about Bert Potter's Centrepoint, has remarked on how Shincheonji appears to be attempting to expand its practices in certain regions of New Zealand. The article states, former members of a Korean doomsday cult are sounding a warning that the religious sect is turning its focus to Pacific nations. Undeterred by public scrutiny, a secretive religious group is expanding into the Pacific Islands and targeting Pacifica people from faith backgrounds. A group of former Shincheonji members have said there was immediate concern at news of the cult's fresh outreach programs in Samoa and the Cook Islands. Quote, we've been disappointed and concerned about Shincheonji's attempts to recruit in Samoa and elsewhere, said a spokesperson for the group What is Shincheonji, which is a collection of New Zealand-based former members. Following this, News 24 released an article out of South Africa about a young woman who was deceptively recruited into SCJ through an online dating app known as Bumble. Part of the article reads, quote, we were also not allowed to discuss any of the teachings with friends or family. We were told that they would not understand the teachings and would try to distract us. We were also not allowed to have contact with other members via WhatsApp or any other means. Only leaders were allowed to contact us. So when people left, we were not allowed to contact them or ask them why they left. Jane wanted to attend a Christmas carol evening at her former church, but was discouraged from going as it was seen as a distraction by SCJ. She finally plucked up the courage to leave after nearly a year. Quote, my friends and family started to notice I had become withdrawn, and they were concerned, but I couldn't tell them about Shincheonji because we were told not to discuss their teachings with anyone. That's when I finally decided it was time to leave. End quote. Interestingly, other information coming from News 24 lately is based around South African Christian Mission Kwazulu-Ubuntu, also known as KSB. In 2020, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities launched an investigation into KSB after News 24 released damning articles and testimonies of abuse that were happening within the confines of KSB. Included in these testimonies is the work of Erica Ballman, award-winning author of Mission of Malice, My Exodus from Kwazulu-Ubuntu, whose fight for justice for the abuses sustained to herself and hundreds of other former members, as well as the fight for prevention against further abuse of children still within the fold, has been vigorous, consistent, and completely dedicated. Daniel Schricker, another whistleblower involved in the News 24 exposés, and News 24's podcast Exodus, has been another powerful voice, writing numerous essays on the way fear is used to control children within KSB, within the South African Mission, and other established KSB communities within Europe. 3 years after the promised investigation and report into abuses taking place within KSB, the CRL Commission has yet to release its findings publicly, causing some to threaten the Commission with legal action unless they produce the report. We are expected to see that report sometime this month, with a special episode with Erica and Daniel coming out on the Cult Vault podcast, where they will offer their thoughts on the report. Watch this space for more. And grab a copy of Mission of Malice today. It is an exceptional read. Or check out KSB Alert for copies of Daniel's essays and testimonies from other former members. That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. Ooh. Little cheeky mention of Erica again in her book. I just can't help myself. Right, so here we go. We have our next 3 guests in the waiting room. I'm going to let them all in, and I'm going to try and really smoothly introduce everybody. Here we go. Here we go. So how do I make this look as there we all are. Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. How are we today? It's so lovely to see all of you. And it's lovely to see you, Celine, like face to face virtually for the first time. This is going to be great. I will go round one at a time and welcome each of you into the stream today. Hello, Chris Shelton. Welcome to the show. Would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Hi, I'm Chris Shelton. And I'm I guess in terms of this, I'm a former Scientologist, YouTuber, podcaster, writer, whatever. And that's why I'm here today.
Well, you say in terms of this, I wonder who Chris Shelton is outside of these terms.
Yeah, movie buff, cinephile, dog lover, other things.
And also graduate of the Salford course in the psychology of coercive control.
That's right, consultant for ex-cult members of all sizes and shapes.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here today, Chris. I truly appreciate it. And hello, Celine. Welcome to the show. Welcome. I'm so happy that we're finally having this interaction. I feel like every time I do something with Stephen, I just miss you. So I feel lucky that we're finally getting the chance to connect here. Would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm Celine Mather, Stephen's daughter from Cult Hackers. if you've not heard me say it loads of times on the podcast, media graduate, interesting cults, because my dad was in a cult. So I think that's the smoothest I can do that for you.
It's weird to hear you say cult hackers, like whilst you're talking to me, because I can hear I can hear you saying it because you say cult hackers.
Yeah.
That's a different accent to mine, so I
Yeah.
always think, yeah, that's different. As like I'm a southern, I think you pick up on slightly northern dialect a bit more because people say it's not Bath, it's Bath.
Yeah, I think we're from the Midlands. Maybe it's contentious, but yeah, I pick up my mum's northern accent a bit.
I mean, when it comes to sort of the divide in demographic, there's not really that much to argue about in England. So everyone really just argues over where the midline is between the north and south.
It's very big.
That's not southern. Hello, Stephen, and welcome to the show. Would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yeah, sure. I'm Stephen Mather. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. These days, I work as an organisational psychologist, training leaders and managers. That's my day job. But I really love doing the podcast with Celine. So that's the labour of love is the Cult Hackers podcast. So yeah, I'm very interested in how people operate within these sort of environments. So yeah, there's a bit of a crossover between my day job and my other job, really.
Would you say that, given your lived experiences, you have a keen eye for preventing cult-like environments to form in organizations, businesses, and workplaces?
It's an area that I've become increasingly interested in, really. I'm not sure I've always noticed that. I think since really getting involved in talking about cults, which has only happened in the last sort of 5 years, I've been left sort of 20 years. So most of that time I've just had my head down trying to catch up with all the lost years of education and career. So really only in the last few years has it really started to occur to me that there is a lot of crossover between cults and just normal organizations. They do a lot of the same things. But obviously there's an element of unethical behavior and taking to certain things to an extreme in these groups. But I think we can learn a lot from understanding organizations and applying that to cults. So that's one of my sort of areas of interest at the moment.
I see Chris like nodding away there in agreement to all of the things that you're saying. Chris, in terms of your experiences of growing up in Scientology and then leaving that religion, organization, cult behind, what would you say you did in terms of telling your story and speaking out? Because I recall that it was a slightly different approach in terms of keeping your head down.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I just went right for it. I started talking right away. I didn't have a rest period. I was mad and I didn't demonstrate. I tried really hard not to demonstrate that anger. I can't say I totally succeeded, but I think so, because everybody thought, wow, you recovered so quickly. You got over this so fast. And I was like, who said I got over this? But that was definitely the thing. Was within a year of leaving, I was, on YouTube talking about it.
And what year was it that you officially left the religion?
2013.
2013.
Years. Yeah.
10 years. Congratulations on a decade out of the group.
That's right. Next year will be 10 years speaking out.
Wow, that's huge. And look at everything that has happened in those 10 years. You have thrown yourself into this work and you have one of the most extensive libraries of content that I have come across to date on this particular subject. So thank you so much for your commitment on exposing certain groups and using your lived experience as an anchor to do that as well, because it puts you in a very vulnerable spot.
Yeah, my channel has been a real documentation of my own recovery process, and I'm kind of bringing everybody along for the ride, which of course brings in a lot of educational material, because that's been, crucial to my own recovery. Only in the last couple of years have I ever really started any kind of therapeutic process. Most of it has been educational, psychoeducation. And then, putting that library together, putting all that information together was not just about Scientology. There's a ton about that, but then learning about the Jehovah's Witnesses, learning about the Mormons, learning about, you know, the Unification Church, these massive organizations that dwarf Scientology, and yet the mechanisms of control and manipulation and all of that are all, surprise, exactly the same. So that has been a real education, and I'm trying to get people to kind of get that, and that's why I was nodding, you know, enthusiastically with Stephen there, because you come to realize that all the elements are in every group we ever form. It's just dialed up to 11 when you get into the cult sphere, you know. So anyway, that's my thing on that.
And that's the exact panel topic discussion that we have today, is looking at the similarities between Jehovah's Witnesses and Scientology, and I imagine many more groups. But we're coming at it from a very strange place, Celine, you and I. We are two individuals who have not experienced a cult firsthand, do not have that lived experience, but still find the subject interesting, and are on a journey of education and understanding. What has that been like for you, coming at it from that perspective of understanding your father's experiences? Because of course, coming with that, you see your father with a lot of trauma and vulnerabilities as well.
Yeah, so yeah, like you say, it's an interesting sort of topic of discussion to, as I wasn't raised in, like I was tertiary, like, you know, in the sense that like we've discussed it a little bit on a few panels recently, I suppose, or a few podcasts. It's kind of started coming up a little bit more, how it still affects even once you're out, and or even like second generation of not being in or not being born in. There's still things that affect your dynamic and how you grow up and how you interact with relatives that obviously still in, and that sort of thing. So it's been, as we said before, very open and have a very good relationship with my dad. We get to talk, and we just sort of turned on recording, but we really started talking about the cult stuff properly and calling it a cult and understanding it live, I guess, in front of people. So it's been eye-opening, and also, as I've said as well in the past, it's something that previously I'd not wanted to talk about because I was worried about rocking the boat, because everything was fine. Dad had got out, I got to get out because he got out, and I just wanted everything to stay fine and good. You know, we got to fade successfully, so I was like, I've got relationships with everybody that we want relationships with, it's all good, just leave it. But obviously that isn't how you actually deal with things, so it's been important and good, I would say, at least from my point of view, to have talked about it and continue talking about it.
Yeah, and that's a very precarious and difficult spot that you've just spoken about there, that many people that have been on the Cult Vault podcast have spoken about, that difficulty of burying your head in the sand or moving on, and not rocking the boat, or in some cases being physically in but mentally out, so not actually leaving but still being in and not believing in the beliefs, or feeling truly part of the community, but also feeling like you can't leave. And I feel like that in itself is probably something that still applies even after you are physically out and mentally out, because you have all of the restraints that were taught to you when you were still in the group, which I'm sure are things that, Stephen, you still experience today. But of course, I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, it's always very difficult to identify things that are sort of personality traits, if you like, or behaviors that are there because of your cult upbringing, or just there because that's, you know, you inherited it from your parents, you know. So and there's a lot we don't know about personality and the concept of self and all of that. You know, we could get into a very deep discussion about self and what that actually means and how that's formed. There's still lots to find out about that, so that's one of the areas that I really want to learn about. But yeah, it's hard to know. So yes, I think certain things you do notice. I guess things around often as when you grow up in a cult, you're conditioned to think not of yourself, so you should really be thinking of the group. You're encouraged to think nothing of yourself really, or as only as much as it is necessary to think, if you like. So this sort of selflessness is in itself not a bad thing. Nobody likes a selfish person, but I think there's an element of disowning the self that is not necessarily healthy, and I think that can carry on into adulthood and probably stays with you really. So yeah, there's lots of things that I'm sort of picking up as I think about my own life and my own behavior. But I think it's important not to become too paranoid about it for myself, because I am who I am, and that's as a result of many things, many influences in my life. So I don't want to kind of unpick too much about, oh, this isn't real and that, but that is real. And, I'm me. And some of that is down to how I was raised. Some of it is down to my genes. And I'm still learning. I'm still developing. So that's how I try to sort of reconcile all of that.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that any of that sounds familiar to you, Chris, in your own experiences?
Well, sure, of course. Growing up with a certain paradigm or a certain belief set, and then coming to hit the big wide world and realize it's not that way at all. And that not everybody responds to those things or even thinks that they are very, unique or valuable to know about. Dianetics, I've got it all here. I've got the answer, and yeah, yawn, whatever. A cult, whatever. And you're just like, oh, I thought everybody was on board with this, or I thought, these various things. And so I think for me, coming out of that and recovering from that has been a process of reacclimation. I compare it to, more than getting into the personality aspect of it, which is absolutely, there's tons that we kind of brushed up against in the program on coercive control about personality theory and the concept of self and all of that, because it does get into that with identifying with the cult or the cult leader or the belief set. But for me, it's been a lot more of a process that I compare to moving to a foreign country, where you have to basically relearn the language. You have to relearn all the customs and, what's right and wrong, good and bad out in this world, because it's very different from that culture that you were in, right? Culture. Always love making that connection, right? Because that's where it comes from. And that's kind of the reacclimation process. So rather than, fully interiorizing in the recovery process, maybe it's more about learning just how to relate again to the big wide world. And for me, that's been a lot of what the education has been about.
There's so many similarities that I am kind of pulling together between the Jehovah's Witnesses and Scientology. And I know that you've spoken before, so I imagine that you've already covered a lot of this ground. Celine, when you're out and about, or when you are going about typical life, have you come across individuals that you think could be under undue influence or being coercively controlled? Are there sort of elements that you begin to recognize in everyday life where you think, oh, there could be something a little bit wrong about that?
Yeah, I suppose the phrase that probably gets used a lot is a little bit culty. It's probably thrown about fairly often. And as I think me and Dad both say a lot, we try and not bandy it around too much, because you want to be clear on, I guess, not throwing it at everything, but there is a lot of culty stuff going on. I suppose in day-to-day life, what it's probably helped with more, or what I guess what I've seen more commonly, is the same cult kind of techniques being used in like relationships, and I've kind of noticed more. I'm like, that's a bit off. That's a bit red flags. When you've talked about it in terms of organizations, you can see when individual people are doing it, which is always useful to know, I guess, and have your guard up about. So I suppose in that instance, that's kind of where I notice it more. When you just the way certain people behave, you catch behavior of people when they don't realize they're being caught. You think, that's a bit coercive. Yeah,
I think it will be really interesting to think about where you could go on your experiences and education around understanding coercive control because of UK law and legislation and the changes in the Crown Prosecution Service recognizing love bombing as a red flag and means of coercive control, and now gaslighting. There's a big focus on that and the education around people working in social services to know. And because you're younger and you're learning all of this stuff as it happens in real time, I think there'll be a really interesting development in your own experiences where you'll maybe a friend will come to you and say, oh no, my partner's speaking to me that way, and you'll be like, yeah, let's have a conversation. I'll show you this website. It's the Crown Prosecution Services website. So yeah, I think if that ever happens, Celine, please get in touch with me and let me know, because I'd be really interested to hear all about that. So Stephen, when you left the Jehovah's Witnesses, there's probably one of the most difficult practices within the organization is shunning and being disfellowshipped, which results in excommunication. And this is another big thing that is part of Scientology's scaremongering to retain members that are thinking about walking away, even though of course it's positioned very differently to that. It's to save you, it's to protect you, because you don't want to leave us. Could you please talk listeners through what that procedure looks like, what it means for an individual that receives that status, and what it's like for you moving forward with that status?
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually not disfellowshipped. So I did the thing, as Celine mentioned. We tend to call it fading. But essentially, when you fade, you need to have a bit of a plan to think about how you're going to do this thing without having to go through what's called a judicial committee. So by the time I decided to leave, I was around 30. I was already married. Celine was just born. Yeah, I know it's shocking, isn't it? You know, it's that long ago. So it wasn't like I was a youngster just going out in the world, you know, trying everything. So I guess I didn't have any great likelihood of getting disfellowship, but you can get disfellowship for all sorts of things. Smoking, for instance, is a disfellowshipping offence. Sex outside of marriage, of course, any sort of sexual contact that's not a marriage, heterosexual marriage arrangement. Talking against the organisation, which is the one that I was most worried about, because I did feel like I had a lot to say and I wanted to challenge, but I knew that if I did that, if I spoke out, that I would be brought before a judicial committee. 3 elders are responsible, all male members of the congregation. They sit in judgment basically about whether they think you're repentant of what you've done. So by the time you get to a judicial committee, it's pretty much decided that you have done it. So the question is, are you repentant? So then you have to show that you are repentant. And this is, I've never actually been in a judicial committee, so it'd be better, I suppose, to get first-hand experience. We've had lots of people on our show that's talked about it, and you know, there's lots of books out there, people that have experienced it, but it's a pretty unpleasant situation where you have to sort of demonstrate this repentance, and if you don't, then you are disfellowshipped. And disfellowshipping means being put outside of the congregation, and practically that means that your friends and your family can have nothing to do with you, can't talk to you. If they see you in the street, they will literally walk past you. If you're living at home in a family home, then you are allowed to interact as a family, but if you're living outside the home, then you must have nothing to do with this disfellowship person. So it is one of the, if not the most damaging policy, and it's the one obviously that gives it teeth, because it's the one that everybody's afraid of. Who wants to leave or lose everything they've known? Couple that, of course, with the fact that you are raised not to have any friends outside in the world. You know, you're supposed to keep your friendships within the congregation. Bad associations spoil useful habits was the scripture we got told constantly. So don't have friends. You might have people at school that you associate with, but don't really have anything to do with them after school. If you go to work, don't associate with people in the world because they're bad associates. So you're encouraged to only have this very small community, and of course that's the leverage that the organization has over you, the threat of losing that only community you have. So I think that is such a damaging policy. I know Scientology has a similar process, and there's no surprise, it's a very powerful way of controlling people. It is the sort of definition of coercive control, really. So that for me, that's the thing that these organizations need to stop doing, and then maybe we'll stop calling them cults.
Yeah. I just watched the Rebecca Vardy documentary as well, where the Jehovah's Witnesses position themselves to not do the shunning practice, which I imagine can be quite upsetting for someone such as yourself watching that documentary.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Even their own videos demonstrate that is a policy. There's all sorts of weasel words, but the reality is that is a policy. There's little movies that demonstrate how that's supposed to be done. You're actually trained into how to ignore phone calls from your family and friends. It's very clear that is the policy. So yeah, disfellowshipping is a real thing, which leads to shunning, and it's very damaging. So yeah, it's whatever is said, this is a policy, and yeah, it could be stopped. There's no reason why they couldn't stop it. They believe they claim it's a Bible precedent for this, but I would disagree with that personally.
Chris, how similar does that sound to becoming a suppressive person?
Well, I mean, similar enough, of course, in that you're gotten rid of. You're basically being banished from the group, and this is. I guess we have to acknowledge the fact that every group does do this in one fashion or another, but it's the extreme finality of it and the rather contentious reasoning for it that I think a lot of us have problems with this, right? You smoke a cigarette, you're banished for life. That's a bit rough, right? I suppose, in the Mormons, you drink coffee or something, and bad things happen. So in Scientology, of course, if you ever go against Scientology in any way, or you're pushing back hard in a public way, speaking out publicly against it, there's a whole list. There actually is a very formalized dogma in Scientology around this. They have what are called suppressive acts, and this list goes on for pages. Various things that are considered suppressive. You are suppressing the good of man. You are an antisocial person. You are an enemy of mankind. You're not just somebody who screwed up. So the path out is pretty extreme. And when they do that, and I have been about as thoroughly declared suppressive as you can be, then it's official. It's actually written on a piece of paper, goldenrod colored paper. Although they really have stopped doing that lately because of all the exposure. Scientology is hilarious because they'll keep, not really hilarious, but, it's kind of tragically stupid that they will keep doing what they were doing, but they won't, but they'll make it look like they're not. They try, oh, no, we don't declare people. Now they have another term for it called dead filing, where you're dead filed, where.
Oh, wow. That does not sound any better.
Right? And yet, there it is. In other words, we got to get rid of you, but we're not going to give you your goldenrod piece of paper, which lists out for everybody to read. And they post these on notice boards around the churches, around the world. All your crimes. It's a character assassination essay by the church on you and why they're kicking you out. And it's usually been, historically speaking, they have classically been filled with exaggerations, half-truths, untruths, just total nonsense. And then as more and more of these became posted on the internet, they kind of stopped doing it altogether. But they still kick people out and still call them suppressive. And when you're suppressive, it's very final. There's no. It's a very black and white thing. You're out, and no one in that community who calls themselves Scientologist in good standing can be connected with you in any way. And I mean any way. So if your family are Scientologists, if you work for a Scientologist, if you're friends with Scientologists, no longer. Like overnight, no longer. You're fired from your job. You're out of the family. Here are the divorce papers. Your kids will disown you. It's like that. And overnight, my Facebook friends were gone. I mean, it was just like, boom, they were gone. And I can laugh about it now, but at the time, it was quite devastating. I mean, people I had known, worked with, friends with for 20 years, gone. Because the church said I was a bad person. And, my badness consisted of calling their practices into question and wondering about certain things and doing, not wanting to be there. And so, well, okay, you don't have to be here anymore. Bye. And there was even a period, and I thought I might ask about this with the Jehovah's Witnesses, but with Scientology, I thought it might be interesting to see what you got to do to get back. Because there are formalized steps to come back into Scientology, and theoretically, I could do them. Not that I'm ever going to. Believe me when I say I have zero desire to ever go back into that group. But the steps of the Scientology get back in good graces are called A to E. And do you want me to go over these real fast?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
Okay, cool. So first one, step A, tells the person to stop committing seesaw attacks and suppressions so that they can spiritually grow again, right? Because the idea in Scientology is if you're committing these bad, atrocious acts against Scientology, it's impeding your spiritual progress. And Scientology is all about spiritual progress. It's Scientology is about attaining godhood yourself, not being in God's good graces or going to heaven. It's about you making your own heaven. So the first thing is stop doing all your bad stuff. A public announcement to the effect that they realize their actions were ignorant and unfounded, and stating where possible the influences or motivations which caused them to attempt to suppress or attack Scientology. And you got to get that signed by witnesses and published broadly. Oh. So I was a sinner, right? Require all debts owed to Scientology organizations be paid off. Require then you have to do an amends project, and it's going to be months or years. It's not like a couple days or a couple weeks and you're back in. This is a months or years long amends thing that you have to do, and you have to get approval on it before you do it. They have to. There's one person in the church you can talk to. His post job title is International Justice Chief, which I find hilarious these days. Then they cancel all your progress in Scientology, all the classwork you done, any of the auditing you did, any of the progress you made. That's all null and void now. You got to redo all of it. There, you get back, you get through your amends thing, and then you can come back in and retrain from the lowest levels if they'll let you, if they'll even have you. Then get all of this noted in your ethics file, and then you're good to go. So basically, I saw in all the years I was in Scientology, I only saw 2 people successfully do all those steps and get all the way back in. Yeah.
Did they have a lot of family and connections inside Scientology? Do you think that would make somebody favorable in that position?
It might motivate somebody to want to get through those steps if they have family they're trying to get back to. I can't recall right now if that was the motivation with the 2 individuals that I knew. One of them, it's striking me, no, I don't think it was a familial thing, but maybe the other person.
It's not quite the same for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or for disfellowshipped ones. It doesn't sound quite as onerous, but it's still pretty unpleasant. I don't know. The audience listening might want to check out. There's a movie called Apostasy. I don't know if you've seen that, Casey, but it's a movie written by and directed by a former Jehovah's Witness, and that's kind of one of the main themes in it. A young woman ends up getting disfellowshipped, and so we see a little bit about how that happens, but then a lot of the film is about how she tries to come back. So the process is that you have to attend the meetings, but you come in just as it's about to start. You sit at the back. You're not allowed to talk to anybody. They can't talk to you. They have to ignore you, basically. And that has to go on for... you're allowed to kind of at various intervals write a letter and ask to be considered for reinstatement. If the elders think that it's sort of worth meeting with you, they might talk to you and see whether you're showing works that demonstrate repentance. And that's a very nebulous thing. So exactly what is it that they're looking for, is a very difficult thing. And I think there as well, there's the sort of social dynamics around the treatment of women in particular, and that certainly in the past there's been some men who were disfellowshipped for adultery, let's say. They've left their wife, they've been disfellowshipped for a year or so, and then they've come back and then got reinstated and then managed to become an elder again. So they've actually made a mockery of it, really, and that's been a few scandals going back a few years. I remember some of those cases. So if you're a man in that situation, maybe you can find a way back, and I think some of those things have happened in the past. It's a very unpleasant process, and you really are made to eat the proverbial. You really do have to demonstrate that you are really repentant. You know what you've done, and you really have to demonstrate that in some tangible way that is hard to know exactly what that is. But
it feels really victim blaming as well, because in some cases it's clear that what people have been disfellowshipped for are things that were perpetrated onto them completely out of their control. And in the A to E, Chris, the A that you mentioned, there's things like stop all attacks on Scientology. Oh, so questioning my safety and my well-being is an attack on you. Oh my goodness. So we're seeing how the rhetoric and language in these really destructive groups are used to reinforce you being the person in the wrong. And it feels like a violation when you hear people speak about their most vulnerable experiences and then being told that it's their fault that these things have happened. Celine, how does it affect you hearing these stories and experiences as somebody that hasn't had one of these experiences?
Yeah, so I mean, my initial thought was I just thought, I wonder if they make it so hard to get back in because you're not the person they want in a cult anymore. Do you know, like you've been seen to be disruptive and like questioning, and that's not what they want, so it would make it very difficult to get back in at that point, in the, because we spoke about it before, that we've recently rewatched the Vow documentary, and it was mentioned in that people that question, I think Keith and Neri said something like, we don't want those people. People that ask questions, we don't want those people. And it feels a lot like that, in sense of making it very difficult and a arduous, long process. We only want the people willing to go through all of that to come back in, sort of thing. Is, I guess, my thought. I don't know what both of you guys think of that.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, I think they're beyond the effects that it has on the individual. It's an effort to keep the con going. It's an effort to keep things the way they are, so that your nasty influence isn't the monkey in the wrench, right? The fly in the ointment, and that's what we became in those groups. And so Stephen, just sort of faded. I didn't. I had other things happen, and it got real ugly. And they don't want that anywhere around. And so it's and that's also why it's all kind of secretive a little bit. It's a little furtive. It's a little, oh, they're not with us anymore, kind of thing. And they'll come up with some, in Scientology, what they would call it is they'd come up with some shore story. They'd come up with some excuse or reason to tell people, why this person is gone. Especially for the more VIP type people who got kicked out or left or whatever. It was just, oh, we don't talk about them anymore. kind of.
I feel like that's quite typical. You hear in some people that have come onto the podcast and spoken about their leaving, have then been talked about in congregations or group settings as being raging alcoholics or gone off to be prostitutes and all sorts of other untrue, derogatory, nasty things. So in the same sort of sense as, we don't talk about them because, you know, they've gone off to do all these things that Satan has influenced them to do, or whoever their evil figure is within the group. You know, Chris being one of Scientology's at this point.
Exactly. I have a question because just something just occurred to me, if I could ask. In Scientology, you know, this Dana Masterson case was a real exemplary example of how the threat of being declared suppressive will be used to control behavior on the part of Masterson's victims. They couldn't go to the police. They were not allowed to talk to anybody outside the church about it. You know, here's your NDA, here's your settlement money, you know, shut the hell up. Various tactics were taken with the different victims, but but the common theme was, you know, don't talk, don't go to the authorities. And if you do, you know what's going to happen. You're going to lose your professional life, your personal life, all your social connections. They'll be gone. And I wonder, you know, not being as familiar with the JW world as I am with the Scientology world, is that same leverage used against members to cover up crimes and cover up misdeeds on the part of the organization or its principals?
Yeah, it's hard to know about whether there's sort of criminal activity going on other than, I mean, we've heard about some of the cases of abuse within the organization. So I guess you can talk about that. I think that the main motivation for, what's interesting is, you know, Scientology and Jehovah's Witnesses on the face of it are quite different sorts of groups. But we saw the same with Lighthouse, this coaching group that has recently been exposed. We see the same with Nexium. We see the same with all sorts of groups. This point at which the person apostatizes, the idea of apostasy, is actually quite terrifying to a cult, an organization, because it threatens the power over the individual. And it also so the euphemism, again, the loaded language for Jehovah's Witnesses is keeping the congregation clean. You know, so what they mean by that is, you know, and indeed they have this, there's a biblical saying, a little leaven ferments the whole lump, you know. So the idea is that if you've got an unclean person within the congregation, it's going to make the whole congregation unclean. I think what that really means is if you've got somebody saying things about the organization that they don't like, or criticizing the elders, or questioning the doctrines, maybe bringing up the fact that we keep talking about Armageddon coming and it just doesn't come. You know, these problems that people are bound to talk about, there is a real threat there that, you know, don't talk about those. This is apostasy. So it's they're very keen to clamp down on any apostasy. So that's why I was able to fade, really, because I played the game, I suppose, to some degree. I left and I just kept quiet, and I thought, well, I've got things to do, and I did those things. And, you know, that was my choice. Sometimes I think to myself, should I have been more like Chris, you know, and gone out with a bit of a blaze of glory? But that wasn't my choice at the time. And I did what I did at the time that I felt was right. But as long as you do that, you can probably get away with leaving. So long as you just keep quiet, keep your mouth shut, don't criticize the organization, certainly don't go public. And as soon as you do, and I can speak to this from personal experience, as soon as you do, regardless of how many years it is since you've left, that's when it starts to hit again, you know. So yeah, it's the tool, it's the leverage that these organizations have. And, you know, similarities across all of these different, seemingly different groups, they use the same strategy.
Yeah.
I feel what's really interesting about both of these separate groups at the moment is the And I am really looking forward to talking about this because I feel so much like we focus on the negative impact on individuals. We don't focus enough on the negative things happening to the groups. So there's been some landslide decisions made in the world recently regarding the Jehovah's Witnesses, specifically in Norway. And there's been some major things developing in Scientology that is damaging the reputation and image of the church as well. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about those things and how we think they could help us with our causes moving forward. Stephen, do you keep up with all of that stuff with Celine? Do you both read the news, or is that sort of the stuff you just try and stay away from?
We obviously I'm interested, so I do I do keep abreast. We don't tend to talk about it very much on the podcast, but yeah, I obviously I am interested in what's been going on. The Norway case is very, very interesting, and as far as I understand it, their status, their sort of special religious status, has been withdrawn because of the shunning policy. I think that, together with some of the publicity, you mentioned the Rebecca Vardy documentary, which for listeners around the world might not be familiar with her, but this is a kind of famous person who's done a documentary about her experience growing up as Jehovah's Witness. And there's regularly things in the paper now. You know, we had Ali Miller's book come out. She was a big, there was a big part about her in a number of newspapers. In the Daily Mail, there was Heather Ransom, who was an ex-Jehovah's Witness, now a PhD, talked about her experience. And there's more and more YouTubers, podcasters, and I do think it is having an impact. You are starting to see behaviour in the organisation that I've not seen before. Jehovah's Witnesses generally, unlike Scientology, would generally tend to ignore bad publicity and just kind of get on and think that the more they talk about it, the more it keeps the story going. But that seems to be changing. They seem to be much more litigious and taking people on. And this is unusual, I think. And they've even, it seems like they've even changed, or they've withdrawn some of their drama videos that related to the shunning policy. And that is a suggests, anyway, we don't know for sure, but it suggests an awareness that the world is watching, and I feel that's a good thing. That's my gut feeling about it.
I mean, that publicity has got to do something for individuals considering changing over to the Jehovah's Witnesses as their belief system. So that, I mean, if more countries were to follow suit with what Norway's done, we could see some real changes in numbers over the next few years, especially because now in Norway, individuals that are part of the Jehovah's Witnesses organization can't get married in Norway as Jehovah's Witnesses. And I think that's a big deal, because if you can't have sex outside of marriage because you'll get disfellowshipped, and you're a young couple who are like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? Then of course you could just go over to kingdom halls in other countries, and I'm sure that there are workarounds. But
what they'll probably do is they'll have a ceremony in the kingdom hall, and then they'll go to a registry office and do it that way. So I don't think it'll have that massive effect. But what it and actually, I think, you know, it's a good thing, because Jehovah's Witnesses will want to paint this as persecution, that the government is trying to interfere with their rights to believe. And of course, that's not what anyone, well, from my perspective, and I'm sure the governments don't want that. You know, people have a right to their own beliefs, but those beliefs should not be encouraging bad behaviour like shunning or other things like that. So, all they're doing really is reducing the amount of money they're able to get from the state through the fact that they're a charity. So it's really about money. It's not about actually being able to worship.
Chris, moving on to talking about Scientology at the moment, there's just been some wild revelations, events happening. I tuned into your stream yesterday talking about Scientology's statement in regards to the Danny Masterson retrial, even though it wasn't in regards to it was more about them being talked about in the retrial of Danny Masterson. Anybody that watches this show or anything that is put out by former Scientologists who put out content around this particular case. Danny Masterson, a somewhat actor who is a lifelong Scientologist, whose family are involved in Scientology, recently stood on a retrial for 3 counts of forcible rape. And the jury, gosh, they left us hanging. They left us again, days and days and days went by, and I was like, this feels too familiar. After a hung jury in the first trial, but they came through this time. Talk us through what that's been like, and of course the leaked documents to Scientology's attorneys.
Oh man, yeah. Okay, yeah, a lot to cover. So Danny Masterson was accused of raping 3 women, and there was a trial, and that resulted in a mistrial. And when we got hold of the jury foreman, who I had the good luck to be able to interview on my channel, we found out Scientology didn't play into it at all, and yet Scientology staff members had acted with ferocity to help to enable Danny Masterson and cover up the fact that he had done this, and that this had been a repeating pattern of behavior by the Church of Scientology over the years to protect him and keep these women from going to the police. So that did not barely come into the first trial, and that had everything to do with the validity of their claims and the time frame involved with them finally being able to bring the charges. So the jury ended up with a hung jury. So they did a retrial, and that just finished up this week. And the jury came back with there were 3 counts. He was guilty of 2. And because of the way the law is structured to bring him to trial on this, those are minimum 15-year sentences for each count. So he's going away. He was remanded into custody right away, and off he went. And Scientology played a much more prominent role in this second trial. In fact, they even brought in an expert witness on Scientology to testify to the jury about Scientology policies. And it played that much of a role. And each of the victims got to talk a lot more. They were pretty muzzled in the first trial. This time they got to say more about how that happened. And because Danny Masterson is a prominent Scientologist, this made a lot more sense as to why events happened the way that they did. So we were all very, very happy for that verdict, and for 20 years of these women fighting and having to live with this injustice. And 7 years of having to bring it before it came to trial. I mean, this was a real ordeal for these victims. So, 2 thumbs up on getting justice on that and persisting. And now there's a civil case where they're suing Church of Scientology and Danny Masterson for stalking and harassing them and trying to continue to intimidate them to not even testify or bring this case. So there's still more shellacking coming in Scientology's direction. The church's response to this was to issue a statement on Twitter, of all places, to say through their Stand League account that it was a travesty, a violation of the First Amendment. How dare they bring religion on and in this bigoted way attack Scientology in a court of law? None of what they said was true. Blah, 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 blah. And of course, it's just misdirection and more further nonsense from Scientology, because it had nothing to do, the trial had nothing to do with Scientology's belief set or its right to practice. That had nothing to do with what was going on in that trial. It had to do with a criminal cover-up. And those are 2 very distinct and different things. And you can have freedom of religion and freedom of belief. You don't get to have freedom to commit crimes or cover them up. So that was all kind of very hot news going on this week. And my live show tonight, I'm going to be talking about the repercussions of that and where we're going with Scientology post this Masterson trial. And during the trial, it came out, in terms of this leak, it came up that somehow the Church of Scientology had been given all of the discovery material that the prosecution team had given to the defense, all the redacted information that the prosecution had. It really only should have gone to the defense team. Scientology was not a defendant in this case.
They made very clear that we don't want anything to do with this trial, and then all of a sudden their own attorneys have access to all this material. Oh, it's so
Oh, it was
dodgy.
incredible. It was incredible to find that out because it was a foot bullet from the Scientology attorney who was complaining to the LAPD and the DA's office about the conduct of the DAs and the police officers who testified in the trial. Scientology was making a big mess out of it. How dare they go on the stand and say we were harassing these victims? That's just not true. And how dare these DAs say that we're doing this when we're not doing this? And they're trying desperately to provide, get themselves some air cover for the civil case and the civil suit that is against them. And in doing so, it turned out they had included a link that showed that the Church of Scientology, had all this discovery information, files and files and files of it. We're not talking about a couple documents. We're talking about like 12 gigabytes of information. And they had no business having any of that at all. And in fact, in the state of California, there's a thing called Marsy's Law, which is specifically a California constitutional amendment to protect sexual assault victims. And because Marsy's Law exists in California and the trial happened there, this leak could well result in criminal prosecution of whoever.
Yeah, because the Jane Doe's names and information and everything, and
That's
gosh,
right.
and then if Scientology were ever to say like, oh, how would we ever even know where these women live? They're not even part of the church anymore. It's like, well, oh gosh, it's so many things. I just wonder before we wrap up, gosh, it's gone so fast this hour. I know that there's a grand jury indictment out as well for the Church of Scientology, but we're not too sure what that's about at the moment.
Yeah, let's not use the word indictment quite yet. A grand jury has been called. What they're doing, what they're looking into, we have no idea other than it's connected to Scientology. Danny Masterson's name specifically was mentioned. That's how we know it's still ongoing, because it came up at a sidebar, actually, at the judge's podium or whatever you call that, right? The attorneys were talking about it, and we weren't really supposed to hear that, but Tony Ortega was the only guy in the room, and he's like, well, what was I supposed to do? Say nothing. Like, if you want to keep it quiet, go in the judge's chambers. It's an open courtroom here. So that's how we know about that. So we are very, very, very excited about the potentials, the possibilities of what that could mean. Other investigations on the part of the FBI. Of course, this opens up with what came up in the trial. The DA's office may look into that further in terms of criminal cover-up. It would certainly be their duty to do so. So we'll see what happens.
There's so much happening, and there's lots happening with our respective projects as well. So before we finish up today, I just wanted to let everybody know that, first of all, we've got some amazing, that I can't get to them with my headphones in, but we've got some amazing Cult Hackers mouse mats. And I said to Stephen when he sent me a picture, I was like, I don't have a mouse. I use my trackpad, but now I kind of, there's one. Now I feel like I need to go and actually get myself a mouse, because these are really, really cool. So thank you so much for contributing those to the raffle today, Stephen. I truly appreciate that. And this gives me a nice opportunity to let everybody know that Stephen is also running a fundraiser for the Family Survival Trust. Can you tell us all about it?
Well, I'm riding from Land's End, which is the toe of the UK, right at the bottom, left-hand side, to the tip of the UK, which is right at John O'Groats in Scotland. So I'm doing that in September on a bike. So I'm joining a group of cyclists to do that, and it takes about 10 days. It's over 1,000 miles.
Wow.
So yeah, but I'm very, very scared, quite frankly. I am training, obviously. I'm trying to lose weight and get the fitness I need. But yes, if anybody wants to sponsor me on that ride, the money all of it's going to the Family Survival Trust, and obviously it's on the GoFundMe site, so I don't know what they take.
I've put a link there in the chat for anyone that's interested in checking out that fundraiser. So
yeah, that'd be great. We it'd be nice to it gives me a bit more impetus. The more that I think people are relying on that, then the more it gets me up in the morning to go out on my bike. So yeah, that would be great.
Awesome. That's amazing, Stephen. What a great cause as well. What a great cause. Celine, could you please tell the listeners where we can find Cult Hackers and what episode people might want to start with if they've not listened before?
Yeah, sure. So Cult Hackers, it's pretty much everywhere, isn't it? We've got a pod link that links it to whatever place you listen. You can pretty much get it anywhere, but iTunes is probably our biggest one, or Apple Podcast, whatever it's called. And then which one to start with? Oh, we've done so many. We've done over 100 now, so I've got to try and like
200.
Wow.
Over 200.
Over 200,
God.
sorry.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
200. Oh my goodness.
We're quite prolific. There was a phase where we were doing 2 episodes a week
Yeah.
while working odd shift work at a jewelry store. So yeah, it was a fun time. But if you want something a bit silly, we did one about D&D that's old. If you want something that's a bit light and you want to laugh at something, more heavy ones include grief if you want something like that. So you can go from one end to the other.
Yeah. That's awesome. Cult Hackers, everybody. If you go to cultvaultpodcast.com, there's a page about the stream today with every guest's picture, a description, a bio of each guest, and links to all of their things. And Chris's section leads to his YouTube page. Chris, can you tell us all about your podcast, your YouTube channel, and your weekly schedule? Because you go live all the time.
Yeah, I'll be going live tonight. In fact, Friday nights we do a live show, Critical Conversations. And I have a podcast that posts every Saturday. Not at all to play one-upmanship, but episode 389 is dropping tomorrow. And then I've been doing a weekly Q&A show, and episode 413 of that will drop this weekend. On Sundays, that's when that comes down. And then, let's see, I do a weekly show with Tony Ortega every Monday. It's called Straight Up and Vertical, after Scientology. So that's kind of a really intensely Scientology-focused thing. My other content is not necessarily only about Scientology. I've done interviews with lots of other people from lots of other groups, including a lot of psychologists and sociologists and even neuroscientists on the topic of recovery and coercive control and all the mechanisms and all the stuff that gets done to people in these groups. So that's what's on my channel. It's called the Sensibly Speaking Podcast. If you want to look that up, that's of course on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, wherever good podcasts are sold. And my Q&A show every week is also out in podcast form. It's called Critical Q&A. So.
Awesome. That's amazing. There's so much content. I mean, you could never get through it all. If we threw my show into the mix as well, we're looking at like 1,000 plus episodes of things.
Yeah.
And that is wild. That's a wild amount of content. And what's really cool is that even though we may oftentimes interview the same guests, because of our different experiences and perspectives, the conversations are never the same. And I think that in itself is quite fascinating. And I appreciate each of you, your support in the podcast, the Cult Vault podcast, in sharing information and just being willing to chat and making friendships in this space as well. It's a really empowering place to be when everybody works together to boost each other up. So I truly appreciate each of you and your respective work in the fields. And I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your evenings.
Thank you, Casey.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. That's so great. Oh gosh, we are getting through it. That was the third panel. How has that gone by so fast? Oh gosh, love those people. Awesome stuff. So there's been some developments. Ajuko says, thank you, Celine, Stephen, and Chris. Great segment, the Dream Team. Yes, go Stephen, go donate. It all goes to the Family Survival Trust, the best UK charity. 2 awesome channels, Cult Hackers and Sensibly Speaking podcast. Couldn't have said it better myself. George says, good luck, Stephen. And Erica says, rooting for you, Stephen. And George also says, cool mouse mats. They are cool mouse mats. Should we give some away? in another prize draw. Let me just get my notebook. Right, so I want to say huge, massive thank yous to Sam Mackay, who's donated, to Jennifer, who has donated, and to Hydron. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Every donation is getting us so much closer to the goal. We are 3 panels in. We have so many things to give away, and I'm so excited and thankful to every single person that is donating. Thank you. It's not a real feather pen. It just looks like a feather pen. I don't think I'd be able to be trusted with a feather pen, Erica. It's a faux feather. I think it's metal. It's like a strange metal. So now we have a few more numbers to add. Let's do a random number generator, 1 to 20. But let me also grab these Cult Hackers mouse mats. Okay. Heard the sound of somebody entering the chat. There's Cherry hanging around in the waiting room. Try not to squeal, but I'm really excited to talk to Cherry. Right, so here we go. Tulux Shrekker, because it's backwards. We have 3 of these awesome Cult Hackers mouse mats to give away. And I'm going to do all 3 of them right now in the prize draw. So, here we go. We need 3 numbers. Random number generator. Generate. The first prize goes to number 6, which is Nicole. Oh, gosh, that's awesome. Gonna put it in the chat. I'm not sure if she's here. Nicole wins a Cult Hackers mouse mat. Awesome. That's so great. Oh, do you know what I've just realized? I was looking around for a bit of paper for ages. Why don't I just write down in my notebook who wins what? Why was I looking for a bit of paper for so long? And then also Nicole wins right. Let's do another one. Let's go again. Let's hit the random number generator. It's number 19, which is Hydron. Hydron, do you even use a mouse mat? I just got a message in the chat. Hydron wins a mouse mat. Okay, here comes the last one, everybody. Cult Hackers mouse mat. I have so many amazing prizes. Coming up. If you want to be in with a chance of winning, you can. I keep doing this. Keep forgetting to put it back here. Scan the QR code on the screen, or go to the pinned message at the top of the chat. I can see Morgan now in the waiting room as well. So everybody's here, which is great. Here we go. Right, random number generator. Number 9, Sue Walsh. Oh, Sue. This is so fun. I love this. This is great. I can't wait to post everything to people with some really great Cult Vault swag. So that's the Cult Hackers mouse mats. And Cherry and Morgan are in the chat. I'm going to put on another cult news segment, which is about 8 minutes long. And after that is finished, we will be going with our next panel. And I will use this opportunity of playing a new segment to go to the bathroom. What have we've played that one. We've played that one. Let's play this one. And then I shall return. Hello listeners and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast, and for this segment I will be doing another Cult News roundup of recent things in the cult news. Airing now on FX and Hulu is a documentary titled The Secrets of Hillsong, exploring one of America's most successful megachurches and the investigative reporting that led to the dismissal of 2 prominent pastors. Also available on Channel 4 now is the Rebecca Vardy Jehovah's Witnesses and Me documentary. Rebecca Vardy goes on a personal journey through her difficult history with the Jehovah's Witnesses, meeting former members and uncovering secret documents. Not only this, but coming June 2nd is Shiny Happy People, Duggar Family Secrets, a limited docuseries exposing the truth beneath the wholesome Americana surface of reality TV's favourite mega family, the Duggars, and the radical organisation behind them, the Institute in Basic Life Principles. As details of the family and their scandals unfold, we realise they're part of an insidious, much larger threat already in motion, with democracy itself in peril. After Ginger Duggar's recent memoir release, it has been announced that within Shiny Happy People, an Amazon exclusive, it is expected that Jill Duggar may also speak out, according to aceshowbiz.com. I am yet to watch any of these documentaries, but I truly do plan on watching them and offering my feedback, perhaps in my upcoming 12-hour live stream on June the 2nd. Reviews for The Resurrection of Charles Manson, an upcoming thriller, have started coming out. PopHorror.com states one of the most notorious murders in American history was committed by the Manson family cult. The conspiracies that followed the murderous cult post-1969 spawned many rumours, books, documentaries, and internet sleuths connecting the dots to Son or Sons of Sam and to the Unabomber and even the CIA. In The Resurrection of Charles Manson, director Remy Grillo, with writers Brev Moss and Josh Pluss, illustrates the underground connections of the sleepy stragglers of the Manson family cult and their mission to conjure up their lost messiah, Charles Manson. This is set to be released May 29th and again is on my list of things to watch. The list just grows. Yahoo News released an article stating that Quentin Tarantino revealed on a podcast that fictional character Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, has died at the age of 90. Strange, but rather fitting for Tarantino, and very meta when you consider that Leonardo DiCaprio was playing Dalton, who was most famous in the film for being an actor himself in the movie. Let's not forget that Into the Clearing is also coming on May 24th, a film adapted from a book where a woman is forced to confront the nightmares of her past in order to stop a secret cult intent on gathering children to fulfill its master's plan. The New York Times has reported that there has been a recent stage production based on the Sarah Lawrence cult led by Larry Ray, with the article stating new play looks for dark humour beneath the Sarah Lawrence sex cult ordeal. A small production that involves faculty and graduates largely mirrors Lawrence Ray's years-long exploitation of vulnerable students. Some of his victims object, and I'm not surprised. And the wording sex cult ordeal, not ideal. With a recent book released by Emma Cline, a Charles Manson thriller, with the blurb reading Northern Carolina during the violent end of the 1960s. At the start of summer, a lonely and thoughtful teenager, Evie Boyd, sees a group of girls in the park and is immediately caught by their freedom, their careless dress, their dangerous aura of abandon, and soon Evie is in the thrall to Suzanne, a mesmerizing older girl, and is drawn into the circle of a soon-to-be infamous cult and the man who is its charismatic leader. Hidden in the hills, their sprawling ranch is eerie and run down, but to Evie it is exotic, thrilling, charged. A place where she feels desperate to be accepted. As she spends more time away from her mother and the rhythms of her daily life, and as her obsession with Suzanne intensifies, Evie does not realize she is coming closer and closer to unthinkable violence, and to the moment in a girl's life when everything can go horribly wrong. So much cult material, and let's see how accurate the depictions are now that there is so much academia out there for producers and writers to access. Not to mention the sensitivity and compassion that should be exercised towards those that have survived high demand, cult-like environments, exploitation, and horrible abuses. MENAFN.com has reported recently that moral satanic panic is on the rise and that LGBTQIA+ rights are being targeted. Part of the article reads, drag queens around the world are currently being accused of grooming children through drag storytime events. These accusations curiously associate public book reading with child sex offending. We know from decades of research and inquiries the places that young people are most at risk of sexual victimization are their home or in an institution of care such as school, an orphanage, or church. The people that most often offend against children are family members and care providers. However, this recent panic about drag queens reading in public libraries is actually typical in the history of child sexual abuse. This history has involved repeated moral panics that distract from the alarming data regarding child abuse in the home. Instead, these narratives locate the threat to children outside of the home, to gay men and stranger danger, and even satanic ritualistic abuse, rather than confronting the situations and protecting children where they are most at risk. Girls United released a piece recently titled The Misplaced Story of Grit and Grind by Shelby Smith, with a part of the article breaking down MLMs and their cult-like qualities as described by Dr. Stephen Hassan, leading cult expert. One section reads, broken promises, flashy lifestyles with no proof of income, and cult-like membership tactics. That's what comes to mind when reflecting on the Forex phase. During this time, people would promote joining academies to learn how to trade and build wealth, when the focus was really on recruitment into the academy and not so much training to trade. Personal stories are included within this article, which I will link in the episode description. Mondac.com has a small section on coercive control in Australia that reads, the legislation that deals with family and domestic violence in Queensland was recently amended to incorporate coercive control. In this video, Special Counsel Leanne Murphy talks about the changes and what they could mean for your family law matter. What this means in terms of criminal law and criminal acts will become clearer as time goes on and things become cemented. And lastly, WZAK Cleveland has reported on the recent controversial events in an American middle school when a teacher was suspended for allowing a pupil to wear a Ku Klux Klan white robe whilst doing a school piece on KKK Grand Wizard Nathan Bedford Forrest. The article positions itself as trying to look at both sides of the argument. Students were told to prepare essays on historical figures with costumes in keeping with the assignment. Some argue that the pupil was not wrong in the way that they presented their work, and that we should not forget the disgraceful and unforgivable parts of our history. Others have said that it is completely inappropriate and extremely racist and should never be allowed full stop, let alone in a school setting. What are your thoughts on this? That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. Ooh, more cult news. More cult news, which I will put up on YouTube when I'm not banned anymore, YouTube. So here we go. We have, I should really hide I've got some pineapple and some water here. Because I'm going to be up for a long time, but I don't want to eat rubbish food. So I've got some pineapple. I'm going to hide this here and move this here. And then we're going to get started. We're late. We're 2 minutes late. I'm just going to bring him in. Here's Terry Ann Morgan. Woo-woo.
Hey!
What did I just watch?
Me
That last
hiding
story.
pineapple.
No. The last story in your cult news.
Yeah, have you not heard about that?
No.
Yeah, teacher set up a history assignment where people had to come in and role play as the
Oh God.
person in history. There's somebody just in history. They were going to go as the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, and the teacher didn't send the pupil away, so the teacher got suspended.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, some people are saying, oh, that you should let the kid teach people
No.
things, and then other people are like, yeah, but no,
I think it depends. I think it depends on what the kid is saying. If the kid is explaining what the Ku Klux Klan is about, but obviously dressing like it,
yeah,
they could have the actual outfit there because that is something that is visually representative of them. So to have that there, I understand, but I think it's the fact that they were dressing like it that's the
Yeah.
issue. If they're talking it, because it's a factual, unfortunately it's a factual thing, that's what they do, that's what they believe, that kind of thing. But I think they went a little bit too far in dressing
Look,
like them.
you might be surprised. I was a boy in middle school once upon a time.
Once.
So I know how these little shitheads think.
yeah. I
Eh,
mean, I don't know more context outside of that news article,
That's right,
and a
yeah.
couple of others that I
Oh,
read, but I can't
the
begin to
kid,
imagine
yeah.
how you would feel if
No.
Yeah.
you knew what that person was responsible for,
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
with your ancestors, and then you see somebody, a peer of yours walking through the schoolyard,
Yeah.
Yeah.
wearing that,
Yeah.
Would you let a kid walk through a school dressed up, be dressed up as Hitler in a Nazi uniform? No, you
Well,
wouldn't.
yeah, no. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Although members of our royal family like to do that, or ex-members of the royal family, or however you want to address them.
They
So,
do.
Yeah.
hello,
Hello.
Cherry. Hello, Morgan. How are you both
Hello.
doing today?
Good. I'm
Wonderful.
trying to
Thank you.
stop myself from sneezing. I'm a bit hay fevery today, so I do apologise. I'm trying really
Cherry,
hard
you're
not to.
hay fevery every single day, all the
I
time.
know, I know, I know. I'm trying really hard not to be like bloodshot eyed and snotty.
Who would like to give an introduction to Crimepedia?
Go ahead, Cherry.
I knew you were going to say that. So hello everyone. My name is Cherry. I am one half. The other half is above. That's Morgan, and we have a podcast called Crimepedia, and it's a weekly podcast in which we discuss cases, unsolved cases mostly. And I tend to pick very, very old cases, and Morgan tends to pick newer cases. And usually we don't know which cases each other is going to talk about, so that the reactions we have are usually the same as the listener will have at the same time. So yeah, we don't script it. We try not to let each other in on stuff unless there's vital information you have to know about the case. We tend not to. So it's really good. The reactions you get are generally just general
Yeah.
reactions.
How is it that you came to know one another?
We met in Vegas.
First time we ever met in Vegas.
Picked him up at a crabs table.
I had a podcast for a while with a good buddy of mine.
No.
It was terrible. It was terrible. No, it was called Captain and Morgan,
That
and
was fun.
Cherry used to wake up at like 2 a.m. to listen to us because we started out doing it live.
Yeah.
When we
Wow.
first started. So she would wake up like at
Yeah.
ridiculous hours just to listen to me and Captain talk about nonsense.
Yeah.
And then eventually we started a friendship, and
Now he pays me a lot of money to be his co-host.
yeah, exactly.
What are you trying to say? Ain't nobody doing it for free?
No. No, I'm joking. No, yeah, we just decided to do it together. We both got similar interest in unsolved crimes. I was already doing my own podcast, and it's much easier with two of you because you can have a good discussion about stuff. So we found it a lot easier. We bounced off each other really well. So we thought, well, why don't we just do a podcast just us? So we did. And that's it.
I know that Morgan does the bulk of the editing and everything, but it also must help with the workload if one of you is researching a case and presenting it to the other, as opposed to you both being part of that process every week.
Yeah, it sort of gives us a bit of a break. So, and also I'm a huge fan of true crime podcasts and learning about other cases and learning about the way that Americans do stuff different to the way English people do stuff. So for me, every other week, I'm getting my true crime fix of learning new stuff about the way Americans do things. And Morgan's really good because he does all sorts. He does like Canadian true crime, and we'll do it from all over the world. So it's really good that I also get my own personal fix of my true crime listening. I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts, whereas he doesn't. So it's kind of it works really well for us.
It's a great dynamic. And that's Crimepedia podcast on the cultvaultpodcast.com website. As I've been saying, there is a page that's dedicated to this stream. It has every guest's picture and bio and links to their things. So you can find the Crimepedia website through that link, or you can go and Google it or find Cherry and Morgan on social media. I actually have it here, so I'll just post it in the link now to the stream. So anybody that wants to go and check out Crimepedia. And before CrimeCon last year, in preparation for the event, I'd never been before. At that point, I'd really stopped digesting true crime media and focused a lot more on cults and coercive control by that point. So I thought in preparation for the event, I would go and check out all of the other content creators' shows and get acquainted with everybody that I knew I was going to be meeting, which included listening to an episode of Crimepedia ahead of our trip to Alcatraz on the first night, which was definitely an experience. And I happened to listen to an episode that felt very culty. It had elements of being a very isolated family environment, and every time Morgan said something, I was like, oh wow, oh that sounds like, and then I really came to understand that family cults are a real thing. Family cults exist. And the family survival trust that we are raising money for today intrinsically recognize that, which is something that they are trying to advocate for in UK legislation right now. In expanding the coercive control to apply to groups and not just intimate partnerships and one-on-one relationships. So with that being said, and also with a special shout out to Samantha, who is here, who is your biggest fan ever, who has donated to the fundraiser today.
She's amazing. She's such an amazing woman. She's
Thank you so much, Samantha. That's so wonderful. And so excited to meet so many listeners at CrimeCon. And it's a shame Samantha can't be there, but hopefully one year. Brilliant. So, Morgan of Crimepedia podcast, I hand it over to you to tell us this story and to see what the listeners think.
Let me just start out by when I started researching this case and looking into this case, it really started out as simply a missing girl who had some strange family dynamics.
Yeah.
And then as I got into it and I started learning more about it, the whole story it started to evolve a little bit. And jumping on what you said about family cults, what makes this case scary, concerning, is the fact that these things happen and people live their lives and they come across these families and they have absolutely no idea of what's going on. And this one in particular, how long it went on is extremely troubling. So the case was the disappearance of Brittany Wood, who was a 19-year-old woman who disappeared in 2012. So the story goes, I'll give you a brief synopsis of her case. I'm not going to get into all the details. Brittany was I don't want to call her troubled because I think there's a negative connotation to the word troubled. She had issues that she was dealing with in unconventional ways. So she had gotten into drugs. She was, I wouldn't say heavily, but she was using. She was a single mother of a 2-year-old.
She was only 19, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was 19.
She was only young. She was a young girl.
She was very young. And in June 2012, she left her mother's house, told her she was going to go out and stay with a friend. Her mom watched her walk down the street, never saw her again. It turns out that she never went and met with a friend. She actually was picked up and was with her uncle. He was a man by the name of Donnie Holland. We know this because of cell phone records. They were able to ping her location to a home that Donnie was living in at that time. Eventually came out that, yes, Donnie had actually picked her up and took her back to his place. The day after Brittany was last seen, Uncle Donnie Holland, was found dead in his truck of an apparent suicide. So things are already kind of, something's not right here. Police ruled it a suicide. They were able to determine that he had used a gun that was owned by Brittany Wood. The family knew that Brittany always had that gun with her, that she always kept just 2 bullets in the gun, and that there was 1 bullet left. And so they were like, okay, this makes sense. So this is Brittany's. But it was always been considered a suicide. Now, what people didn't know at the time of the suicide and Brittany's disappearance, this came out shortly later, was there was actually an active investigation going on in regards to Donnie Holland, as well as some other family members of this Wood family, where investigators were looking into basically child abuse, incest, sodomy. So the investigation had started roughly 4 months before all this happened. So Donnie Holland turned out to be the ringleader, is what people called him, of this child sex ring, child sex cult. And what was occurring was that the family members within this Wood family, as well as some select friends, were exchanging their kids to one another for sexual purposes. In addition to that, this is something that had been going on for at least 3 generations. So it wasn't just
that was a scary thing, wasn't it? This was generations, generation after generation of family members that were involved in this sort of family sex ring. Mm-hmm. Is the only way we can describe it.
Yeah. So not only was Brittany a victim of this, but Brittany's mother had been a victim herself, and her mother had been a victim. And so what was occurring was the family was normalizing this. This is what our family does. It's okay. This is normal. And they condition their kids to go through this process where they're being abused, and then eventually they become the abusers themselves. So, for a good example is Brittany's brother. So Brittany had an older brother who had been sexually abused as a youth. By the time he got into his upper teens, 18, 19 years old, where they have the ability to fight back and say no, they started to transition. Well, they did a transition period where they started to pay him to have sex with his cousins, young cousins, to have sex with uncles, aunts, whatever it might be. And they're transitioning him to take a role of being just an abuser. So it's an absolutely horrific story.
What's the socio-economic status of the Wood family? Are they like prominent, upstanding members of the community?
No.
This was exactly my question. In the episode that we did. I think the episode was from June 22, if you want to go and check it out. And this was exactly what I said. I said, like, what? I don't know Alabama very well. I don't know the area. I don't know what sort of, communities there are there. And so I asked the same question. What kind of family are we talking about? And so the only way I could kind of describe it was I asked Morgan, are they like the kind of Brendan Dassey, the kind of Making a Murderer? Are they that kind of family? Do they live secluded away from everybody else, or do they have neighbors? And Morgan said, no, they had neighbors. They were just normal people in the community. They weren't really, really poor, but then I don't think they were very high up in the chain of people economically. but they did live in a way that they were able to seclude themselves off. They had multiple properties, and so they were able to carry this out, and they didn't really bring outsiders into this isn't something that they groomed the children to then sell off or anything like that. This stayed within the family, which was really strange to me, because there's no monetary gain from that. There doesn't seem to be any reason why they're doing it, other than that they've just been conditioned to do this generation on generation, which was a really strange thing.
Yeah, but in the same note, what's interesting is how this Donnie Holland became the centerpiece of the current generation, I would say, right? How he became the ringleader. So he married into the Wood family. He was not raised in that environment. So he married into it. So at some point he got pulled into it, and he became the ringleader because he was the one that had the money. He was a drug dealer.
Yeah.
So he was the one that had the excess money. So when anyone in the family needed something, they went to Donnie. And so Donnie was the one that really controlled the money in the family and kind of controlled this whole ring.
And it was strange, wasn't it? Because there were so many of them. Like Donnie married married Wendy? Wendy had a twin sister. Then they had another sister, and then the brother-in-law is involved, and then the nephew is involved, and it's just like round and round in a circle. As soon as they become adults, they then become the abusers, and it all starts again. The next step, and it's
So there's not a particular element of individuals going out and earning money, and that money is all brought back into their environment. It doesn't seem to be a motivation in that sense.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's such a bizarre case, and it is such an isolated group of individuals. But as you said, Cherry, they're operating across various different households.
Yeah.
Is it then that this woman has tried to leave this group with her child, and the repercussions of that are that she is no longer alive, or that she is just presumed missing?
We had this discussion, didn't we? And we did say, because she had a 2-year-old daughter, and her partner's family were not a normal family, a normal loving family, where there was none of this going on. And we had this discussion that would she just up and leave her daughter in a situation where she was going to then be groomed into being the next generation of abused children? Or is it more likely that she got into a situation with Donnie, ended up taking his life, and then took her daughter away from this, took her daughter and either gave her daughter to her partner's family, and then she disappeared to keep her daughter safe? Because from my point of view, when I was hearing about this, I said to Morgan, like, as a mum, if that's something that you're breaking away from, you are not going to leave your 2-year-old child in that situation. If you're breaking away and you know what's going on is wrong and you've had enough, it makes more sense that she would give the child to her boyfriend's family, who are not going to then go to police and say, hey, we've got the kid, she gave us the kid and she's now gone, because they want to have that child safe. So they're going to keep everything as quiet as they can, understandably. And personally for me, because she was never found, I'm more inclined to believe that she disappeared. She got out of this family, this destructive situation she was in, and she's tried to break away and take her child with her.
Yeah, and there's a lot of indications that she was trying to get out of it. She had spoken to investigators at least on one occasion, and leading up to her disappearance, investigators had been trying to get a hold of her.
Yeah.
They tried to contact her for a few times that week prior, and then we have the disappearance. Is it possible that Donnie had something to do with her disappearance? Yes. It's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
And that would be a case of Donnie trying to preserve his whatever freedom he thinks he has left. But at this point, this is what's strange. I think at this point, Donnie knew it was coming. Everything was coming apart.
Well, the police were involved, weren't they? He knew they were going to be talking to her, so he knew that there was a chance that they were going to blow this wide open, and he was going to be spending time in jail.
Yeah. What's absolutely crazy to me is how this actually the initial investigation into the sex abuse
Yeah.
came about,
Yeah.
it was actually one of Brittany's uncles who reported.
Scott, wasn't it? Scott?
It was Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott.
Scott, that he actually reported to the police some texts that were sent between Donnie and a 13-year-old girl.
So he was actually an abuser, but he actually went to the police and told them that he had read these text messages between Donnie and a younger girl and shopped him to the police. So
Yeah.
I couldn't get my head around that at the time when I said, like, oh, is he a victim? And Morgan was like, no, he's not a victim. He was also an abuser.
Right,
I mean, he might have been
Oh,
a
he was
victim,
a victim, yeah,
at one point.
Yeah,
but
at the point
it's,
of this.
Yeah, and so then it's for him to come forward with this information.
Yeah.
And during the course of the investigation, he then said, yeah, I've abused children as well.
Yeah.
So it's something you would not have expected, because if it weren't for him, this would still be going on.
Yeah, that's right. They probably wouldn't know about it.
I wonder if the motivations behind going to the police rest in this Donnie figure being married into the family and not a core member of the family, and also being like a predator that's recognized this situation that he can enter into a position where he can have access to vulnerable individuals and exploit them, and whether some of the family members have been like, oh, you have no claim here because this is our system that we have set up, or whether they were like, oh, we don't want this random person marrying into our family because this is our family, so I'm going to try and get him arrested. There's so many different things that we could speculate on. But it's, as you said, Morgan, really interesting to consider that this is a family that nobody had picked up on anything being illegal, perhaps.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all of this information is coming out, which then makes you wonder how many of these environments and situations exist all around us that we just don't know about. There's been paedophile rings in the UK that have been generations of individuals filtered through these systems, and they've just gone undetected for so long, typically because perpetrators involved in those circles have held positions of power and influence where they've stopped it from, but this doesn't feel like that sort of thing.
No. With something like this, it's easy for a family to get away with it, because if you said, oh, my daughter is going to stay with her uncle and aunt this weekend, that's not at the normal. It's not unusual. So what they were doing, like passing kids around, you could just say, oh, well, they're just staying with with family for the weekend, and no one would bat an eye at it.
I suppose in the same sense, the brainwashing of the children starts at birth as well. So what you might see in typical cult-like religious groups, where children are born in and thrown into an environment where they are taught the beliefs, they are taught the rights and wrongs, they are taught to not trust people that aren't inside the group, not to speak to individuals outside of the group. All of those things, those control measures, probably still apply in this situation.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
It's just that the motivation is just to sexually abuse vulnerable children.
Yeah. And I think that was the kind of thing that shocked us in the beginning, is that this starts from such a young age. And so, like as in with religious cults, the children are taught the ways that they do things as a family, and the fact that the relationship that goes on between them is not a wrong relationship. That's what our family do, but that's not something that we talk about outside of the family, because other people wouldn't understand. And I did watch I can't remember the name of the documentary, but I did watch a documentary about a family similar to this, where the adults of the family would tell the children that if you tell anybody about the kind of thing that happens in our family, they will take you away from us. And young children don't want to be away from their family, although what's going on isn't pleasant for them. they don't want to be taken away. And it's very easy to manipulate a child into thinking that if they say certain things, bad people are going to come and take them away.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's exactly the same way to these children.
And then you get that you make them complicit in the crimes by having them start abusing
and
their
then they can get in
younger.
trouble. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So now it becomes a situation where it's like, okay, if you say anything or do anything, then
you're going to get in trouble too.
You're going to get in trouble too. I do think it's Casey. You did bring up a point, especially when it comes to Donnie and some of these people that marry into it.
Yeah.
That I don't know how quickly they were brought into it, but just seeing like it seems like everyone that's married into the family has been a willing participant of this situation,
right?
Which is scary. Like, are they? I don't understand how someone could get married to someone and like your spouse go, hey, by the way, I want you to have sex with my 13-year-old niece. And then they say, yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, it's not something that happens. It's not, we often, I say we, I've often said on this show that it's a very slow funneling into a certain belief system or practice. I remember when we arrived at the Church of Scientology building, Cherry, when we were at CrimeCon last year, and we were talking a little bit about Scientology. You don't go into that building and say, oh, hey, what are you all about? And they say, oh, we are all about Thetans and Xenu and all of these worlds. But it's a very slow, very, very slow filtering into that place. Mm-hmm. So whether it is predators and perpetrators who are very good at recognizing where they can exploit individuals, noticing this environment in a way that individuals on the outside wouldn't, and that's why it went so undetected for so long, whether it's that or whether it is another ring of people in communication with each other that we don't know about, like websites or forums or clubs.
There are so many of those as well.
Yeah.
Just random bars in a weird place where people talk about things that they shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah.
We do know that the family was involved in taking videos and pictures
and distributing them.
And what's interesting about that is they actually had when we say it's family, there were probably 3 people that are outside the family involved in this most recent generation. One of them was a woman.
Jennifer.
Yes. Jennifer Gonzalez Moore.
That's
who,
right.
At the time of Donnie's death, Donnie was actually living with her. And her job was, I know that she did get charged with abuse, but she was the person that was taking videos. She was there, she was taking the pictures, she was taking the videos. So you get these situations, and it's insane. And Samantha just says it. This is wild. It is absolutely wild that this happens, and the fact that you can get someone from the outside, a woman from the outside, and say, "Hey, we want you to participate, and we want you to be our videographer, whatever it might be," and then be willing.
And obviously with this Donnie, I mean, there was a lot of like wife swapping, and a lot of like he was like sleeping with his wife's sister and things like that. So
mom.
I mean, and so it was very, everybody was sleeping with everybody in this, but it shocked me that a woman would have been recruited into this that was separate to the family, that would be the person that would document all of this and be okay with it. She didn't get sort of groomed into this from a young age. She was from outside of the family. That was strange to me.
And what's interesting is, like, I know we talk about Donnie being the ringleader, but Donnie had to have been recruited into this by someone, and it was his wife. So there's this interesting dynamic where, yes, in this family, I think the men kind of take the lead, but it's the women that kind of are leading and are pulling these men in to do this. And it's not a situation where it's just a man abusing the female relatives. the aunts, Chessie's mom, or Brittany's mom, Chessie,
yeah.
was involved in this as well. She was
Yeah.
abusing children as well. So she was sleeping with Donnie, and then she was also.
Didn't she get like 100 years or something in the end? Was it her that got
No,
that? She got 3.
Yeah, she got like 3 years.
Yeah.
Wendy, who is her sister,
Yeah.
Wendy Wood
That was
Kent,
Donnie's wife, wasn't
she
it?
got like 260 years.
Yeah. In prison.
And she still to this day says that she's innocent. She did nothing wrong.
What I think is interesting about what you've just said there in terms of not knowing how a person could be recruited in, it's very similar to what Cherry and I spoke about with Colin Sutton at CrimeCon in Scotland in September around how Levi Belfield's girlfriends or female sexual partners never phoned the police on some of the treatment that he put them through in terms of I think this is such a horrible thing that Colin said, telling one woman to sit on a stool in the kitchen,
that's right,
and not move until he came back, and he was gone for like 12, 16 hours, and she'd wet herself and all sorts of horrible things, she wouldn't move. So when you think about the psychological prison that individuals are placed into, and the highly coercive nature of some of these individuals, when you say how could we don't understand how a woman could be brought in to film stuff and take pictures of things like willingly, we don't know where that comes from. And if Donnie is an individual who is putting himself forcibly onto children and other women separate to his wife or formal partner, you just don't know who Donnie really is and the types of things that he's doing to these people.
Mm-hmm. No, you're
Which
right.
I guess leads us to the other end of that case. Morgan, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add before we kind of leave that where it is.
It's, I just want to say, like, this one was a really, really hard one to do, because you don't like to think that something like this would happen in this day and age, in our world, right? But it does, and I guarantee you, it's happening somewhere else.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's a hard situation to get yourself out of when it's your whole family, when it's your support system, your whole support system is involved in these abuses. So it's scary to think about.
It is. And I think what we can take from this conversation is not only are these environments around us, it's that we can be more aware of them by reading up on the definitions of coercive control and understanding the laws in our own areas around what can be done to prevent coercive control. So over here in the UK is actually in the Serious Crimes Act. So it is an offence to coercively control another individual. In this environment, I'm not sure how they would do it because it doesn't apply to groups, but there's so much sexual perpetration from one person onto another that I think even without coercive control, there'd be grounds for a case against every individual involved. And unfortunately, that would include those indoctrinated from a young age who went on to perpetrate others, which is a whole other thing and a slippery slope and a very lengthy discussion around how responsible that individual is.
Well, we know from cases that we've looked at, we know from looking at statistics that a lot of people that have been subject to abuse in their younger life go on to also inflict that kind of abuse on other people. We know that somebody who's doing amazing stuff for the whole coercive control movement is a woman called Laura Richards, and she is a former Scotland Yard detective. She is just a badass woman who is just kicking all of this stuff. I mean, she did a fantastic episode on Brian Laundrie and the way he had manipulated Gabby Petito and the way that he coerced her and controlled her, and the way when the police pulled them over, they kind of went to be that Brian was was it Brian that was a victim because she was cross and she was upset, and Laura has been doing some fantastic stuff. She does also does a podcast with I forget his name, Jim Clementi. They do a podcast together and it's a brilliant podcast. So yeah, you need to sort of check her out and see what she's doing for coercive control, because she's really moving stuff in England really, really well.
Brilliant. That's a great shout out. You can find Laura on Instagram. I follow her on Instagram. She puts some great stuff out on Instagram. And what's great is that when there are changes in legislation around coercive control or recommendations from the Crown Prosecution Service, Laura's typically commenting on those things as well. So it kind of keeps you up to date and current. Which leads us to the end of that. I'll take the trigger warning off. It's I was listening to it and drawing all of these parallels between cases that we've heard. Like if you take the Children of God, for example, a group where children are being born, and then they reach a certain age, and then the adults all, share, to please God and lots of difficult things. Actually, I am speaking to Whisper and Jemima as the last panel of today, who are former children of God members who were born and raised into that group. So of the Butterflies and Bravery podcast.
You have had some amazing guests on today. It's been really interesting to hear some stories from sort of people that were born into different groups, and it's been fascinating to hear their stories and how they've overcome things that they have been born into. So well done you. It's been absolutely brilliant today. You've done a great job.
Thanks, Cherry. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll say this just to kind of wrap up. I know we kind of got away from Brittany a little bit, but with Brittany, I like to imagine that she is still out there and that she's living her best life. She was at the age where she was going to be transitioned from being a abuser or being abused to being abuser. And her daughter, she had just turned 2 just a few weeks prior to her disappearance, was at that age where grooming probably had already begun and that abuse was going to happen. So I like to imagine that Brittany just said, no, I'm not doing this, and it's not going to happen to my daughter.
Yeah. So. Maybe one day we'll know, but maybe we don't need to know. If that is if it's the way that you just said, Morgan, then I don't know that we need to know. So yeah, what I wanted to also talk about, because we've got a little while left of our session, I just wanted to talk about next weekend. I'm so excited.
Oh yes.
And also about how Cherry knows everybody in the crime field.
She does. It's amazing.
You can't go anywhere with Cherry. You're like walking around CrimeCon and this used to happen in my small town. I'd go to the supermarket with my dad and he just knew everybody, and it would take like half an hour to buy a loaf of bread because he'd just be stopping and oh, you're right, mate. Oh, right, mate. And that's what it's like walking around with Cherry. She just knows everybody.
I'm sure that people only listen to every other episode.
No, they don't.
And they only listen to Cherry's.
He always says this.
Because
it's
Crimepedia with Cherry.
No.
And then Morgan really small.
No.
Cherrypedia. Cherrypedia.
Cherrypedia.
Well,
how is it that you got into it? Oh yeah. I'm gonna get to all of those. Yeah. If anyone's got any questions, throw them in the chat now before we round up. But how did you get into all of this, Cherry? Because the victims' families get in touch with you for advice and on how to move forward with their cold cases and your advocacy for cold cases that go untouched and have no interest from law enforcement to reopen or pursue those cases is kind of another attribute to why Crimepedia is such a great podcast. So I just wondered, like, how?
I think I'm just really stubborn, and I think it's just I just don't take no for an answer. And I think some cases that I've been working on for years that I just will not give up on until I get an answer. And I think with me, I tend to take a lot of things to heart, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but there are cases that I'm still friends with victims' families. I still check in on them because I feel like they've trusted me enough with the information. They've trusted me enough with their story, and it's not just a story for me to tell people for entertainment. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to them in their life, and I feel like I have a responsibility as somebody with a voice and somebody that is able to get to lots of ears. I think it's my responsibility to do good with that and to do my best to try and help alleviate some of the suffering that they're going through. I met some families. I was in Arkansas a couple of weeks ago, and I met some families there, and they were really they told me their stories, and I said, right, send me the information, and they were like, really, you look at it? And I was like, well, I'll do whatever I can. I will do as much as I can. And there's some cases that I don't talk about all the time, but there's cases that from when we very first started that I'm still collecting information on, I'm still bugging the police about, and I'm sure that they've probably got my name on an email warning list somewhere because I don't stop and just keep going and going and going until they give me an answer.
Well, Cherry, you got spoiled your very first episode of Crimepedia. You got so spoiled because with Collier County, Florida, the sheriff's department gave you so much information.
They were amazing. Collier County, I must say, are my favorite police department in America ever because they were so good with trusting me with information and sending me documentation that I didn't abuse that trust. I will not put out information just purely for listenership or just purely for sensationalism. If a police officer comes to me and says, I've got this information, it's between us, but this will help you, it will stay between us, and I won't say anything to anybody, and I'm very, very good at keeping secrets. So that, for me, I'm trying to build a trust between kind of law enforcement agencies and podcasters in general, and this is something that I'm working on separately, is that building this kind of reputation that we aren't all journalists, we aren't all there to get this great story out. We want to help solve these cases. We want to even if it meant that my name wasn't mentioned at all, I would still work and I would still give them all the information I've got, even if there was no recognition for me, because that's not what we do it for. We don't do it for recognition. I want that mum or that sister or that husband to know what happened, to have that peace, and to have, it's not going to give them, we always say it gives them closure. It doesn't give you complete closure, but it helps with you with an understanding, and it just helps. And so a lot of the people that we work with, the parents will say, I just want to know, I just need to know. And so that's what we do.
Cherry should have been doing this for years, but she just needed a platform. So I'm very happy to have started this with her and given her the platform to do what she loves. And she does an absolutely amazing job.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
I agree. And I'm so excited for next weekend. Anybody that's watching, I have 2 weekend tickets to give away for CrimeCon. I don't know how I'm going to do the draw because I need to give them away to people that can actually make the event. And I understand that a lot of the listeners are not in the UK. So I'm hoping that I find the right home for those, but you can donate to be entered into the raffle, and there's a chance for somebody to win 2 weekend tickets to CrimeCon. We will be there. You are both doing a live panel. Talk to us about what that panel involves.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is another case that I've been working on for years. So this is a case of a guy called Stuart Lubbock. If you're not from the UK, you probably won't recognise that name. Stuart Lubbock was a young man who went to a party in the home of I would say a superstar, a British superstar, really. He was a household name, and Stuart ended up at this party. Unfortunately, at the end of the night of this party, Stuart was found floating in the swimming pool. The police were called, the ambulance were called, they took Stuart off to hospital, but the case was immediately thought of as a drowning, just an accidental drowning, because they'd all been drinking, there'd been drugs at the property, and it was immediately thought that Stuart had had an accident and drowned in the pool. However, when he had his post-mortem, he was found to have horrific internal anal injuries. But nobody at the party, the other 8 guests at the party, have no idea what happened to him at all. Their statements are all very different. Their timeline of events are all very different, and nothing actually adds up. And so we covered this case a couple of years ago, and my focus is Stuart. My focus isn't the person whose house he sort of, you know, met this untimely incident at. My focus is Stuart. What happened? There were 9 people at that party. Their life. Those 8 people, if not more, know exactly what happened that night. He didn't sustain those injuries on his own. They weren't accidental injuries. We have 4 post-mortems, 2 forensic post-mortems and 2 other post-mortems that give us a detailed look at what the injuries Stuart had. And so basically at CrimeCon, we're going to be going through the facts of the case. So not the rumours, not the information that is out there on Twitter and TikTok. We're going to go through the actual facts and put things together in what happened, who it happened to, where it happened, how it happened, why it happened. And that's what we're going to be going through. We've got Sue Homan, who is Stuart's ex-wife. She's going to be joining us on stage, and we're going to go through all the facts. And there's so much paperwork on that case. It is unbelievable.
That is going to be a very, very special session. I hope I can make it. I don't know how it looks in terms of the talk
you can make it.
We are.
You can make
we're like
it.
one of the first. Yeah, we're one of the first
First
sessions
ones
on
on.
Saturday morning.
Oh, you are. Wow. Okay. Well, I hope
It's us and
that I
Peter.
can be there. That would be great.
Oh yeah, we're
gonna
going
save
against
you a
Peter
seat.
Faulding.
Yeah, who wants to listen to him anyway?
No,
Come on.
he just jumped in water.
Yeah, I think that when I do my talk with John Atack, it's Shahom's doing a panel, so we'll have to wait
I'll
and
be at yours.
see.
I'll be at yours.
I
Casey.
got an email today to say how many seats? 150 seats.
250.
250. Yeah, 250.
Well, that's a bit stressful, isn't it?
Well, no,
No.
because
You'll be great.
Yours was standing room only last time, so everyone's
Yeah,
gonna
but
have a
if
seat this
you
time.
can't expect that to happen again. You can't
It
expect that
will.
to happen again.
Did
I'm
you get
really,
AC?
really, really looking forward to it.
Did you get AC last year at yours, or were you post AC going out? No AC.
I think I don't remember there being any air conditioning
No,
from the
there wasn't.
beginning.
No.
That's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No, there was nothing.
Yeah.
It was a great time though.
If you do miss us in the morning, you can then see us at 5:15 Saturday evening during Pints with Podcasters.
I'm not going to be able to drink pints. That's not happening.
You can have wine or whatever.
We'll swap with you, Cherry, because I'm a good pint drinker.
You can do the pint drinking on my behalf.
Okay.
Because Ali and Bob did say we could drink pints of wine, and that's never going to happen.
Just bring him a box of wine for yourself.
I don't know if he's still here in the chat, but there's another podcaster, Ryan Hernandez, who has his own podcast called The Truth That Heals podcast, and he's coming all the way over from America to spend the weekend with us, and I'm really, really excited to introduce him to everybody. He's such a warm and loving person. There's a couple of other special people who are going to be at the event as well that I'm really looking forward to introducing people to. And
it's always good to make new friends. It's always good.
It is.
And it's friends are lifelong friends.
It's a warm and welcoming environment. And it's strange because sometimes there's a competitive element in the field of content creation. Typically when people are doing the same type of things, so you would expect there to be that with cult podcasting. Sometimes there is as well, but most of the time it's just as Sarah Ferris would say, who you can also meet next weekend, a rising tide floats all boats. So why not all help each other with we were all swapping any trade secrets or tips and tricks that we had last year, and that was the first time that I'd ever experienced that, and it was really, really special. Not to mention the advocacy and conversations around ethics and ethical content creation that happens at CrimeCon, which I don't think you'd expect to happen, especially going by what people might see from the American CrimeCon, which feels, at least on paper, very different to the experience that I had last year.
It's like the Disney World of true crime is really strange, you know.
It's for me, being a British podcaster and experiencing CrimeCon in America after the British one, there is a big difference. There is a big difference. I mean, obviously both of them are victim focused. Both of them are trying to do good things, and they've done amazing things. You know, there are amazing content creators in America. But I found that we're in Britain, maybe it's just the way we are with each other. I found that we all tend to be a bit more, I don't know, just a bit more like a family. It just felt a bit more like a family, you know. And
you can't say things like that, Cherry. That's a bit culty.
It is. We have got our own cult, but it's a nice cult, if there is such a thing. It's a friendly one.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about this place is that you can just leave if you want to.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the big differences. So before we finish up today, I'm wondering if the chat has any questions for Cherry and Morgan, and also for Cherry and Morgan to just tell everyone where they can find your podcast.
Everywhere.
Anywhere.
No. Wherever you listen to your podcast, you'll find us. Just look up Crimepedia. You can follow us on all of our socials.
If you want a quick answer, you're probably better off on Instagram. Because we're both a lot quicker on Instagram than we are like Facebook. I'm trying to get better on Facebook.
I'm so bad at Facebook.
I'm a lot quicker on Instagram. So if you want an answer quickly, that's the way to get hold of us.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate both of you very much. I'm so excited to see you both next week.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Morgan's going to be there early on the Friday.
Yes.
Have you been spotting cults everywhere since meeting Casey?
I message her a lot. With lots of different things. And we were talking about somebody the other day who has come out as being quite dodgy. And I messaged her. I was like, "What? Hang on a minute. No, not him." And she's like, "Yep, very dodgy." So when Casey and I first were walking around London together, I wanted to go into the Scientology building, and she literally pulled me away because I was like, "I want to go in and see what they say." And she's like, "No, absolutely not. You stay out of there. Come with me." And we ended up walking away. But she keeps me on the straight and narrow because I'm probably one of those people that would be indoctrinated quite quickly.
Cherry's like, let's go in and investigate. And
I want to have a personality test.
Next thing you know, she's like a level 15 Phaeton. She's given up all her money.
If Cherry ever has the kind of money to reach those levels in Scientology, then we need to know some of her investment tips, I think.
But they're really nice. Yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing I would say too. But they're really nice people. So yeah,
that's so
she
funny.
keeps me on the straight and narrow.
No, whenever I do watch a true or a cult documentary, I always think of Casey. I just watched the Hillsong one this past week, which I really enjoyed, and I oddly felt really bad for Carl Lentz, and it was really weird because I'm like,
he's been doing his homework.
I was like, yeah, this guy, like, like
that's it. That's your compassion coming through, and that's your understanding.
That's how they get you.
It's your understanding of coercion and being like, well, what has happened to this person for them to be doing what they are doing now?
Yeah.
And that's the big hurdle. I had to overcome that at the start of this
now
of this podcast.
You're a cynical old bird.
Oh no, now everything it feels very culty.
Yes.
So we'll be at CrimeCon. You can go onto crimecon.co.uk, and I say this all the time, you can use the code CULT or Crimepedia to get 10% off of your tickets, but also you can donate to the GoFundMe, the fundraiser that I have on the go right now. The message, the fundraiser is linked to the top of the chat, and you can be entered into the draw to win some tickets to come and spend the weekend with me, Cherry, Morgan, a load of other amazing people, where we will be doing live panels ourselves, networking with people, having food, having drinks, socializing. The True Crime Awards are on the Friday.
Yeah, I want to just say good luck to you.
Yes.
Fingers crossed. I've got everything crossed for you. I'm hoping you're going to walk away
really
with some very,
hope
very
so.
well-deserved awards.
Morgan, you're coming to
amazing.
the awards.
No, I don't think he is. No, I don't think he is.
I'm going to be asleep.
Yeah, he's going to be kitchen. You
Right.
don't want to.
So
you
I
don't
get-
want.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to know what he's like
So-
when he hasn't had enough sleep.
I won't see either of you till the Friday afternoon, evening. But by that point, I might be an award-winning podcaster. So
better
isn't that
text
really
me and tell
exciting?
me.
And maybe a little
I
drunk.
will. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they have wine on the table, so I might be celebrating or drowning my sorrows. We'll have to wait and see.
Fingers crossed it's celebrating. I've got faith. Fingers crossed.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. I appreciate both of you, and I appreciate your work and your friendship, and I'm so excited to see you next weekend.
Thank you
So
for having
be
us.
safe and careful until then. And everybody go and check out Crimepedia podcast. And I thank you both so much. And Cherry, it's late, so you need to get to bed. And Morgan, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna stay up and watch you. So yes, have a great evening. Well done for tonight. You've done an amazing job. We're really proud of you. So yeah, we'll see you next week.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Bye,
Bye,
Casey.
bye.
See you
later.
Bye,
Bye.
Terry. Bye, Morgan. Oh, that's so wonderful. Amazing. So we have our next panel coming with Nicola Ranson in 15 minutes time. I can see Nicola in the waiting room, all ready and prepared, nice and early, which we like to see. And I am going to play another cult news segment whilst I run to the bathroom. And I just wanted to remind everybody that the raffle is still ongoing. The fundraiser is open. You can find it pinned to the top of these messages. I will just put it in the chat again for anybody that's interested. Maybe we should do another. Maybe we should do another prize draw. What should we auction off next? What should we do next? We've got so many different things. Right, those are gone. And what else did we auction off already? Oh, Mary's book. There we go. So let's do another thing. We are going to. Oh, these are really good. Right, let's. Oh gosh, I can't reach anything with these headphones in. Okay, I have 2 books by Joseph Flatley called New Age Grifter. Some of you might have heard about this book if you're trying to research Gabriel of Urantia. It's such a good book. I have a spare copy that I'm keeping for myself, and these 2 extra copies that Joseph sent me a while back now, and I still haven't had the opportunity to speak with him on the show. So I am going to do the old random number generator to see who is going to win these 2 books. And then we will have a short news break, and then we'll be back with Nicola Ranson. So we have 21 people. 21? Oh my goodness. Oh, Rani, thank you so much for the donation. An extra person has donated. We are closer to the goal. Thank you so much, Rani. I truly appreciate that. And for your kind messages in the chat as well. I'm going to highlight one there and leave it there while we do the random number generator. And it's number 15. Oh, I love that. That is a patron of mine. I'm looking forward to sending that person this book and some more Cult Vault swag. And so that's 1 copy. Who is the other copy going to? Number 7 is Christy. Let me put it in the chat. Let me put it in the chat. This is amazing. Have fun. A copy of New Age Grifter. Joseph L. Flatley. L stands for Lenny. Joseph Lenny Flatley. That's awesome. So now I'll put that there next to that. Wow, this is amazing. We have so many prizes to get through. Anybody that is interested in winning a selection of amazing prizes can donate to the fundraiser, and I am going to load a news segment and then go to the bathroom. I think this is a really long one, so this is about 10 minutes long. That will give me enough time to have a good break, and then we'll be back with Nicola. See you soon. Hello listeners, and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast, and for today I have a roundup of various cult news stories or segments related to manipulation, exploitation, coercive control and high demand groups. As there are a lot of articles to get through, I will give a glimpse into each one, but list the articles in the episode description if you'd be interested in reading more. Slate released a piece recently on the new hit series Yellow Jackets, discussing what has been dubbed a cult within the second season of the popular TV show. According to the article, Lottie, the matriarchal leader, can be compared to Teal Swan, a charismatic so-called guru working within the wellness space. The article states, some of the aspects of Lottie's cult on Yellow Jackets, like the purple clothing and the fact that contact with family members is discouraged, quote, our anchors are at the compound, might seem like features of a pretty extreme cult, but Doyle says they are actually characteristics of how many cult-like groups in the wellness space operate. Supposedly, everyone is free to do whatever they want, but it's made clear that to achieve the benefits of the group or guru promised, followers should follow the unwritten rules, end quote. I do need to watch Yellow Jackets so that I can offer some insight and opinions myself, and I'll aim to do that soon. Much has been in the news lately about abuses taking place inside the armed forces in America and afar. According to military.com, Air Force officials are investigating staff at daycare centers at Hill Air Force Base in Utah after allegations of child abuse surfaced. Salt Lake City's Fox 13 was the first to report that 37 kids may have been abused, and that 12 Child Development Center staff members were being investigated, according to a briefing by the base's commander, Colonel Jeffrey G. Holland. With BreakingNews.ie reporting that those who use and abuse within the military should be named and shamed. The article states a statutory inquiry into abuse in the Defence Forces should name and shame those responsible, a former Army officer has insisted. Diane Byrne, a representative of the Women of Honour campaign group, warned that its members would be willing to walk away from the process if it failed to deliver accountability. And then, SOFREP.com website released an article on the US military being investigated over juvenile sexual assault claims. The article states Democratic lawmakers demanded a separate and outside investigation into allegations of sexual abuse within the Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, or the JROTC, to protect high school students from exploitative practices and predatory instructors. The group, which includes Senate Armed Services Personnel Subcommittee Chairwoman Elizabeth Warren, D-Mass, and House Oversight Committee Ranking Member Jamie Raskin, DMD, reportedly wrote a letter asking the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, to launch a probe. The purpose is to help the US Congress determine whether to scale back or shut down the JROTC program altogether. According to the lawmakers, any incident of sexual abuse or harassment is unacceptable and betrays the faith and trust that the JORTC cadets and their families have placed in the US military. Military leaders view the JROTC program as a critical recruitment and outreach tool. It is offered at over 3,500 US high schools, reaching over 500,000 students. This is all poignant information, as Daniela Mestyanek-Young states in her work about group behavior. and her time spent in the Children of God before enrolling into the US Army, drawing parallels in her work between cult-like behavior within both groups and highlighting rape culture within the armed forces. Daniela's memoir, Uncultured, is a gut-punching read which is available now, and I highly recommend people go and read it. There are also 2 interviews with Daniela on the Cult Vault podcast that you can go and listen to today. Recently, I did an overview of the allegations against Marvel Cinematic Universe actor Jonathan Majors, who is playing a key part in the next phase of the MCU. Majors is facing allegations of assault, which has caused some issues in the upcoming release of the new series of Loki, in which Majors is due to reprise his role as He Who Remains, also known as Kang the Conqueror, who is said to be the next major villain in the MCU. TheDirect.com issued an article stating that the Loki series had a disappointing update with its upcoming release date. The series is being pushed back, supposedly due to writers' strikes and production issues. However, there have been talks that Majors could be replaced amidst these allegations, even though he vehemently denies them, along with his lawyer, who, according to People's Magazine, has called the allegations a witch hunt against his client. There is no official news on whether Majors will be replaced as of yet, but if you'd like an overview of the case, you can find it on this channel. BoingBoing.net has released an article recently stating that the Conspirituality podcast has released a segment on the Tulsi Gabbard cult that she has been associated with. The article reads, "If you appreciated learning about the dark past and highly questionable at best and dangerous at worst beliefs of Tulsi Gabbard, yes, those homophobic, Islamophobic and conspiratorial culty beliefs that inevitably guide her politics through QAnon Anonymous episodes 211 and 212, you'll want to check out the latest drop from the Conspirituality podcast. Episode 152, Tulsi Gabbard's Krishna Consciousness with Nitai Joseph, provides an even deeper dive into the religious group she grew up in and still has ties to, the Science of Identity Foundation, an offshoot of the Hare Krishna movement, whose members exhibit strict devotion and absolute loyalty to the group's notoriously secretive guru Chris Butler. There is a book that now accompanies the incredibly informative and intelligent podcast Conspirituality, which is titled Conspirituality: How New Age Conspiracy Theories Become a Health Threat, which is written by hosts Derek Beres and Matthew Remsky, as well as author Julian Walker. An audiobook version is coming too, with host Matthew Remsky doing the narration himself. I recommend checking out this podcast if you're interested in content around cults, specifically the dangers of self-help, spirituality, wellness, and conspiracy theories. Lastly, for today's Cult News Roundup, we have some information coming from the anti-troubled teen industry space. According to r/troubled teens subreddit, a program highlighted by survivors as abusive and dangerous, called Outback Wilderness, has announced publicly that it will be closing. Whether this is down to less children and young adults being enrolled into the program, whether it is the waves of the anti-TTI advocates, parents and caregivers becoming aware of these places, or whether it is continuous legal action that has forced the hand of this wilderness program, we will never know for sure. What is known is that many people forced into this program are then sent along to Spring Ridge Academy, a so-called therapeutic boarding school which also recently announced its permanent closure. Is this due to facilities no longer being able to secure insurance as more people come forward to sue for damages, for example? We'll have to wait and see. The father of Taylor Goodrich has also spoken out recently about losing his daughter at Diamond Ranch Academy. Taylor Goodrich, who entered Diamond Ranch Academy with good health, began complaining of stomach pains which were ignored by staff, waved off as manipulation or lies. Taylor Goodrich continued to cry out in pain, eventually unable to move or walk, and remained bedbound on her mattress in excruciating pain on the floor. With a distended stomach, staff continued to ignore her cries for help. Taylor Goodrich eventually died from medical neglect and suspected sepsis. Not the first child to die within Diamond Ranch Academy, shockingly, even though it still remains operational, and certainly not the first life to be lost to the troubled teen industry. Many children die within these facilities or go missing and are never seen again, or tragically take their lives upon leaving such abuse, unable to move forward or recover from these horrible experiences. Taylor Goodrich's father has spoken about the heartache of placing your child in a place that promises to care for your child, only for your child to never come home. I have a lot of troubled teen survivors speaking out on the Cult Vault podcast, and to learn more, you can check out the back catalogue of the show. That is the end of today's cult news, and we take a minute to honour the life of Taylor Goodridge. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. I was just a second too late there to not be back when the do you know the maddest thing just happened? I was sitting here looking at the time and I was thinking, oh, it's nearly midnight. And then I was thinking, oh, it's nearly midnight. Nearly didn't get Friday's episode out. I haven't missed a Friday in a very, very, very long time. I don't know if I've ever missed a Friday, and I almost just missed releasing an episode. So now, as of about 5 minutes ago, not even, you can go and listen to Friday's episode, which is a conversation with original members of the Gay Liberation Front. It's a Pride Month special, and it's talking about some really incredible things with some really incredible people. So go and check out that episode if you're interested. And also remember that the fundraiser is still open. You can still donate, you can still be entered into the raffle. We've given away some amazing prizes already, and there's so much more to give away. I'll just check. Nicola's still here in the waiting room, and we are going to get started with our conversation in a second. Feel free to keep putting your questions in the chat. What's going to be really good about this conversation is that Nicola can give us some on the spot tips on recovery and things like that, which I think is going to be very helpful, and also maybe not an opportunity that we would get most of the time. So get thinking of questions, people. Okay, so here we go. Big old drum roll.
Hi, Casey.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear and see you. Can you hear and see me?
Oh, I can. It's so wonderful to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good, good. How has your day been so far? It's a bit earlier there.
It's tea time, actually, in Southern California, and the sun is actually out, which hasn't been the case very much here in San Diego. But
I see you like to get out in your garden as well, so sunshine is probably a very good thing for you.
I think sunshine's generally a pretty good thing.
Yeah. We are here today to look at your experiences, your professional work, and to talk about the upcoming release of your memoir, A Slice of Orange, which is really exciting. I have read the book and it's amazing, and I'm really looking forward to other people being given a chance to pick up that book and have a read as well. It's been a while since we spoke, but you've been a bit busy. You and your husband have released a film, and it's winning all these awards I'm seeing online.
That's right. Tattooed Trucks of Nepal is out there winning awards and available at tattooedtrucksofnepal.com. That's about paintings on these freight trucks. So that's very upbeat and exciting.
How did you? Your husband's name is Ron. Is that right?
That's right. Ron's a filmmaker, and he was in the Peace Corps in Nepal, so it's sort of his love project.
Right. So he would know where to go to find these things, to take footage of them, to put this film together.
You just have to go out on the road, no problem.
Are they? Is there that many of them?
Yes, it's really a thing. They just love painting trucks, and the drivers take great pride in taking these beautiful canvases all around the country. And we've all seen exotic trucks in Mexico and South America and India, but Nepal, they're just a little bit wilder. So it's a fun video.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Tattoo trucks in Nepal or of Nepal?
Of Nepal.
TattooTrucksOfNepal.com. Wow, that sounds great. And congratulations to you and Ron on winning all of these awards.
Thank you.
We are in the presence of a psychotherapist.
That's right. I'm a psychotherapist and a writer. So I've been a psychotherapist a long time. And you mentioned my memoir, A Slice of Orange. And I am also very much looking forward to more people reading it. Unfortunately, there have been some delays in the publication process, which is not uncommon these days. But the delays have been so extreme that I'm now actually looking for a new publisher.
Oh.
So I'm out there. So if anyone's got a publisher with a book, wants a book that's all ready to go, contact me, please.
Oh, that's so frustrating, Nicola. Because of the promotion and work that you've done around building up some suspense and building an audience of readers around this book. Oh gosh, yeah, that must be. I mean,
it was disappointing, but I'm raring to go. It's going to find the right place, and just these things take time. I think any writer will tell you it's years and years after you finish the book. You have to keep waiting for it to come out.
I feel as if we live in an age where people don't have that type of patience and aren't willing to wait for too much time to get the things that they want to get or the things they've been promised.
Well, if that's the case, I'll go do it myself. But meanwhile, I'm looking for a publisher.
So I know that we've done a conversation before, and you've mentioned that you are a psychotherapist and a writer. Is there anything else that you would include in your introduction of yourself?
Well, I wanted to have a little disclaimer about being a psychotherapist and being a cult expert, because there are people who have spent their whole working lives focusing on cults and coercive control, and I'm not one of them. I just happen to have been in a cult, and I was involved with Rajneesh for many years, so that's part of my personal experience, and my specialty is actually trauma. So as you can imagine, those two things really overlap. And I do happen to have had a lot of clients who've been involved in various cults. And especially as we cast the net very broadly, and it's been exciting listening to you all day and being amazed by how broad a net you do cast, Casey, because there's so much respect for these different kinds of cults. You've got the family cults, you've got the one-on-one cults, you've got political cults, you've got spiritual cults, you've got these elements, where the crime is really intense and the torture is intense. And let me add narcissistic abuse and the troubled teen industry. I mean, we can go on and on. So although I sort of thought, well, how many cult survivors have I worked with? And I think, well, if you use that net, gosh, a whole heck of a lot. So I like to draw from my own experience and from my training. My training is largely a focus on a modality called somatic experiencing, which is about working with the nervous system and the body. So that's a lot of where I come from. And I'm happy to talk about my own experience or my experience working in this area. I just feel really grateful that my cult years, were quite a while ago. And I've had a lot of time to reflect and to work and to explore. And I think that's put me in the place of being able to talk about it very freely. And I sort of see that as an almost an obligation, but a voluntary obligation, because of the people who can't. And when you and I met last time, and we just chatted, as you have a very great capacity to help your guests just chat, and people contacted me afterwards and they said, thank you. It really helped just to hear your experience. And people who'd been in cults or people who'd been traumatized, it does make a difference when we tell our stories and we share them. And that's what you're doing so much of the time. So it's my hope that it's just a healing experience as we connect. And that's one thing you offer, is this connection for people. And that's very important in life and in the recovery process.
It's so wonderful to hear that people were able to reach out to you and make those connections. And I've just realized as well that the episode that I've just released for Friday, for today, for Pride Month, it is with a panel of 5 people. And one of those is Ron, who's been on the show before, not husband Ron, but friend Ron, who you put me in touch with to do a previous episode. So I have spoken with Ron before in the podcast, thanks to you putting us in touch with one another. And then Ron invited me to this experience with these individuals, and it was just the most powerful conversation I've ever had. I felt like I was sitting in a room with people that, well, I was virtually sitting in a room with people that have changed the world. And I don't think that that happens every day. So I needed to extend my appreciation and say thank you for that opportunity as well. And I just want to also say thank you to Kimberly, who's in the chat. Oh, just one of the podcast's biggest advocates. Thank you so much, Kimberly. We love you so much. Thank you for jumping in. I know that you're really busy. So Nicola Ranson, I think that our talk was one of the longest talks that I've done. I could have just talked to you for so long, and already our time is going so fast. What is the difference between a psychotherapist and a therapist and counselor, or a physiotherapist? There are all these different terms that are thrown around, but what specifically would it be that I come to for support with to yourself?
Well, physiotherapist is definitely body muscle repair, so we can leave that aside for the moment. Psychotherapist is sort of a big basket, because you could have psychologists and social workers and other people who have excuse me, have a license or a degree to be able to practice helping people with mind, essentially, because in our culture we tend to divide mind and body. So we don't want to get into dividing whose turf is whose. You just want someone who knows what they're doing, who've got some kind of qualification that enables them to practice, if you're looking for a therapist.
And you mentioned that your experiences overlap with the work that you do now in terms of talking about trauma. This could maybe be applied to the experiences that you had before your time spent within the Rajneesh movement, in terms of things that you experienced whilst you were traveling, which we've heard about in a previous episode, but also which I have read in A Slice of Orange. Do you think that these experiences that you had traveling were integral to you finding yourself enveloped in the Rajneesh movement, or do you think you would have been there anyway? I know it's a hypothetical question. It's probably pointless to ask, but I'm interested in your insight.
It's so hard, because we're all the sum of our experiences and all these things that we encountered. And I think you may be alluding to a rape experience that I had. We don't know. You don't know what would have happened if this didn't happen, that didn't happen. I think there's a danger of sort of blaming past experience, oh, that's what led me to this. And as a psychotherapist, I tend to, you got to listen. Each person is different. Each person has their very long story and all these formative experiences that they've had, starting with birth or before birth, and the family that you come into. So no, I don't think I can define that would have happened or that wouldn't have happened. But I know in my memoir, I was looking at what are the formative experiences that made me and took me on my spiritual journey. And that was a very important one that I couldn't leave out. But I also, in the group I belonged to, which was Rajneesh Osho, also named Osho, it was a very joyful thing for the most part for me. So I was very much a seeker. I mean, I'd been a kid in convent school, and I was the one girl, maybe one of two girls in the class, who actually liked retreats and contemplation and that sort of stuff. So for me, it was a calling into a lot of joy and exploration, and it was the 70s. It was an exciting time. So I don't like to look at it as, oh, because of this trauma that happened. If anything, I would say my family experience growing up probably had more influence, in particularly in my wanting to go in a very different direction and rebel and leave a very sort of a narcissistic mum and a rather overbearing dad. So that natural rebellion, I think, took me to a group where there certainly was belonging. And I think if we're looking psychologically at what happens to people in cults, belonging is this absolutely enormous thing that is really, it's so enormous, it's hard to quantify what our need is. And I certainly found that in that group, but I don't think I was looking for it. I think it snuck up on me. I think I was going for the individual experience and the mystical experience and this actual, oh, well, these people are fabulous and gosh, they're so cool. And wow, I really look up to and respect these older, wise people. That was a very slow process of indoctrination as you start to belong to the group that you're in.
Already there's some amazing parallels that you're able to draw between your work and the experiences that you've had, whether it's in the home, during your travels, before you found the Rajneesh movement. I remember reading A Slice of Orange, and you were almost, it's like when somebody tells you, oh, you have to watch this film or you have to watch this TV series, and you're like, well, now that you've recommended it to me so many times, just on principle, I'm not going to go and watch it. And it felt like that with the Rajneesh movement, because all of the orange people were just around you all of the time. It was like no matter where you went, it was just more Rajneesh people. And eventually it was almost like you didn't have a choice. You were going to spend some time wearing all of those wonderful colors. And also, what's interesting about when you speak about your time in the Rajneesh movement, you speak about how wonderful the people were that you met and the community that you found. And what's really good about A Slice of Orange is that line that you're able to tread between your experiences in the group, recognizing that there are some things that are perhaps red flags, but being open and honest about how it was a joyous experience, it was positive for the most part, really taking us into the parts that were not positive experiences, and then the whole moment of the people showing up at Rajneesh Puram, that whole part is just like pretty wild. And I don't want to give too much away for people that are going to grab themselves a copy of the book, but it kind of all comes crumbling down, this mirage that's been built around the Rajneeshis. And I don't know how much you want to speak about it in terms of your experiences. We've spoken about it in another interview, but I'd be really remiss if I didn't ask you to give a summary of your experiences to the people listening today.
How long do we have, Casey?
We have another 45 minutes.
Oh, well, I think we have a little time then. Well, I think I'd also like to mention the therapeutic aspect of writing, because as anyone who's come out of a cult, and that's sort of a formative experience, knows, this coming out is a very, very extended process as you go through different parts of life. I mean, first of all, you just have to find food and shelter, and how do you survive in a world that you've been out of? so it took me a while to actually get to the writing of the story. And it was only in the process of writing that I thought, oh, well, there's still this area where I still have a lot of shame. And oh, I thought I was sort of done with that. But as one writes, you sort of find, oh, there are these sticky bits. And my writing group would always say, hey, that's what we want to hear about. You can't glide over that. So I felt like I really explored this area of shame. Not that that's what the book is about, but I think it's a lot of what healing from a cult is about, because we can take on so much and feel like we were responsible for so much. But in the process of writing, you're putting it outside of yourself. It's something over there. And I found I developed this compassion for this young girl who was just really so excited about exploring the world and so idealistic. And she goes off traveling in Morocco and all these, outrageous things. And then she gets, transfixed with God and mysticism and love and sex and idealism. And looking at her, I sort of felt like, oh, well, she wasn't so bad, And I felt this compassion for my younger self. And I think that's what a lot of us need when we look back on these areas or these relationships that we've had that are wacko, or relationships with nasty people, or stupid mistakes that we've made, like perhaps traveling with a young teenager and crossing the Sahara Desert in my case. And then finding that compassion is such an important part of the healing process.
It's kind of emotional to hear you talk about yourself in that way, because I think in a lot of cases people must reflect. I even do. I think back to me years and years ago and think, oh my goodness, what I would tell myself now. And especially when you think about yourself in vulnerable positions, experiencing difficulties, I think it can be quite a powerful thing to not look at what you may have considered mistakes, and actually think about how you were affected by the situation, and not just angry at yourself for allowing the situation to happen, or finding yourself in that situation, or not making different decisions. This is just me thinking about places I've found myself, and then I've been angry at myself, but then thought, actually, that's not the way to approach that. And I do feel sad for my younger self sometimes. I don't know if this is something everybody else does. It's like one of those things where you're lying in bed and you can't get to sleep, and a really embarrassing thing pops up in your head, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. And you just get a little bit kind of like anxious about yourself, I think. I don't know, this is I'm going into therapy mode. You're said to be into therapy mode. So you are meeting all these different sannyasins, all these different people that are talking about how amazing Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh is, and how wonderful it is out in India. And eventually you do decide to go out there and visit the ashram for yourself.
Yeah, so it's a very colorful story, because I'm trying to write it from the perspective of the young girl as she moves through. So you do see the joy and the excitement and the highs of mysticism. I think a lot about my group was really getting just addicted to being high on, let's let's dance and celebrate and feel this incredible group energy, which some of us miss to this day, because there's nothing like dancing and singing with a few thousand people to really, well, you've been to rock concerts. It's fun. And so I really wanted to convey that sense of fun, because it's an important not to lose it, because I also feel the responsibility of talking about my cult, that it's important to acknowledge a lot of people suffered, particularly children who were dragged against their will, or even the few that were born into it. and never made the choices that I made. And they were stuck there in these communes and being told, oh, you're never allowed to be negative and you just have to do what the guru says. And they spent the rest of their lives trying to figure themselves out. So many of us have. And especially as the Rajneesh group at that time was highly sexualized. This was the free love time. So there was a lot of sex. And I've got some great naked group therapy stories in my book. So I think it's important for us looking at healing to hold those two aspects. This is not a dualistic thing. Yes, we had those of us who had really high experiences and we connect them with our heart and our love and what people see as the spirituality. You don't want to throw that out just because there was a lot of corruption and deceit, because that was your experience. So I think it's important to hold that and also acknowledge the dark side rather than have it be such a completely divisive thing. At least that was my hope in writing it. And because it really, I guess I've spent a lot of time in self-reflection and also because of my particular experiences largely being very positive, I didn't come out very angry. And I know that for some people who had different experiences, yes, of course, they're very angry, and rightly so. But I was trying to really hold both sides. And I think that's my training also, and my understanding of trauma. When I work with someone who's had a terrible trauma, we try to access all aspects and make it safe to deal with. And that safety is paramount in the healing process. And to get to it, that involves acknowledging, also what was actually, I want to say pleasant, but people can misunderstand what I'm saying in that. You can't say, oh, some horribly abusive situation was pleasant. No, but maybe the friend who helped you get through it, maybe your favorite stuffed animal, that would be helpful to touch into.
Gosh, it's a difficult line, and this is again what I said. It is so well done in A Slice of Orange. It's such a difficult line to tread between recognizing the damage caused, but also reflecting on your own experiences and explaining how we know that there is evidence of this abuse and that people's lives were negatively changed forever from this movement, but that isn't necessarily what you personally experienced. And that is such a difficult thing in terms of communicating with survivors, especially children that were sent to the different houses. And I don't know that this was entirely common knowledge, or perhaps it was, or is this information that you've learned, Nicola, since communicating with other individuals or children that are now adults of the Rajneesh movement about the treatment of children inside the group?
I would say it's really a far more recent opening up of the can of worms, and that because some brave souls have become public. Now, for some reason, as human beings, I think it can take us an awful long time to get to the place of, oh, I need to tell this. We're busy getting on with our lives. People have kids, whatever it is, it's an individual journey. But it happens in my group that several of the former kids got to a place of, okay, we're now ready to share our stories. And it seemed like it was really news to a great many people. And then because most of us didn't have contact with kids. I hardly saw any kids. I just knew a couple that I sort of worked nearby, and they seemed to be having a good time working in the editing and film. And, I saw that part. And yes, I'm responsible for being blind and being so self-interested that I didn't explore those questions. And also some people have come out publicly about sexual abuse from the guru. And that I did happen to know about because someone had told me earlier, years earlier, about their experience, but I knew it was very personal and I had to keep quiet. And then when I was writing the book, a couple of other people talked to me, and then a couple of people came forward publicly. And that created this enormous upheaval in the community because a lot of people didn't like it, didn't believe it, went into their cognitive dissonance, denial. And part of what really touches me, and I think this is so important for so many groups, is the pain of these divisions. I mean, when you look at the mess our world is in and how much is divisive and how this group is fighting that group, and there's some groups, I can't imagine really discussing and getting on the same page with politically and ethically. But this former commune where we loved each other, we worked together, there were terrific people, to see that dissolve into anger and bitterness pains me a great deal. And I feel like those are bridges that it would be really nice to be able to talk from both sides and say, hey, do we have some common ground here? Can I possibly respect that you have this great experience and still treasure the guru? And I sort of think, well, I can see that, and it's important to me to also acknowledge the dark side. Can we talk to each other? I think that's an important part of our community healing and the healing in our world.
There's a comment in the chat from Daniel, who has said, thank you for mentioning us brought into it against our will. There is a vast ethical and psychological difference when we speak of children in cults versus adults who join of their own free will. And of course, that is such an important distinction to make when talking about the recovery of individuals as well, in terms of individuals born and raised in groups and those who had a tenure with inside a destructive group later on in life. And it's fantastic to see the different resources and things that are coming out now, recognizing the differences in that demographic of survivors as well.
Hallelujah, about time. Maybe I shouldn't say hallelujah on a cult broadcast, but I'd like to give a shout out to Yanya Lalich, that I'm sure most everyone has heard of. She's such an amazing cult expert, and she runs all kinds of programs, including peer support groups, I think with therapists who've been in cults themselves as well. But she's one of the people really acknowledging that important difference. The second generation and even third generation, as we've heard from Daniela Mestanik Young, am I saying it right? They need a very different approach. And the last thing they need is any top-down therapist or someone who's been in a cult who chose to be in one. That's maybe not what's needed here. So very, very important thing. Thank you, Daniel,
thanks, Daniel, for sharing that with us, and for tuning in as well, because I imagine that even being present during talks about things like this can be upsetting and triggering at times as well. So I do appreciate you placing a comment in the chat. If anyone has any questions for Nicola at any time, please feel free to put them in. We are going to be discussing different types of healing. We've spoken about art and writing. Well, we've spoken about writing, but we haven't spoken about art. And I know that art in its various forms is something that you hold quite dear to yourself, Nicola.
Well, I actually have a second book looking for a publisher. Well, I'm soliciting publishers here, called Plant Talk, When the Tree Hugs You Back. And that's about looking for support from nature. And advice is given through the voices of trees and flowers and plants, and a therapist, who happens to be me, is interpreting that advice. And this is directed at people who are in severe distress or extremely ill. But the idea is to get support. And I wrote this book when I had cancer and was bedridden for a great deal of time, and found support from nature. And the idea is that we need support. You know, if you're talking about recovery, support and safety are absolutely essential. And if you think about it, the support is really in our taking in of it. And there's so many people who are isolated and feel, you know, oh, I don't have any people I trust. But when you're hugging your dog, when you're watering your sunflower, you're feeling something that feels good. You're feeling some kind of connection. So actually learning to take that in more and more, you're trusting your own access to support. You're starting to receive it, like when you have your baby and your toddler and all that touch that we humans need, that's in a safe way. I just wanted I want to name support as absolutely essential, and discerning what is truly safe. Because if you look at a cult, you've been robbed of your own selfhood in some way. And especially if you've grown up in a cult, you don't even have those early years of some kind of reflection of yourself from some parental figures, because always the guru or whoever it is the one that everyone's looking to. So trying to get that back, you want to not look for anyone who's going to repeat that pattern. You don't want any top-down therapists. You've got to be in control of the healing process. I just keep trying to steer us towards talking about healing in some way.
No, I think it's wonderful, and Paul has said in the chat that he can relate to what you've just said. I feel like with my 3-year-old loves to go out first thing in the morning and water the flowers that he's been growing, which I think is wonderful. I wonder if it's like taking care of plants is like taking care of ourselves, but they need minimal things, you know. They need to be watered, they need the sunlight, you know, any damaged parts you might want to take off so that the new parts can grow through a bit better. It's kind of like, it's very simplistic, and it's almost like I can take care of this plant, and maybe it's kind of like, and in that way I can take care of myself, but I'm not putting too much responsibility on it, I'm not putting too much pressure on it. And it's kind of like nice and routinely as well, just to kind of go out first thing in the morning, water the flowers, check that they're doing okay, sing a song to them, because we saw on a children's cartoon that that's supposed to help.
But didn't it make you feel better to do that? I've been having some challenging times recently, and I just managed to get out in the garden and water a few things around lunchtime, and it made me feel so much better, because you're connecting to something else. So you're getting out of your head, you're getting out of yourself, and you're actually in relationship to something living, and in relationship to something larger than you, and in relationship to something that's not manipulating you. So absolutely. And we started talking about the sun, and I said, well, I think the sun is pretty good for most of us. It's the life force, Casey. You know, we're human beings, we're living beings, we are animals. And what I've found is we're actually a lot more plant-like than we think. We can sort of accept, oh yeah, I'm animal in certain ways, but we share a lot of DNA with plants, and we need nurturing and ground and oxygen, and we have this nice little exchange thing going on with the plants. Yeah, it's the life force, and it's something that lifts us up.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like you can take care of plants. Anybody can take care of plants, and it's not something that is too complicated. And it's not something that's, when individuals are in high demand groups and cults and they can't take care of themselves, being in an environment where it's not too much to take care of something can be the small steps towards taking care of the bigger things, which could be yourself. So I love that plant talk. I would also love the chance to read this book too,
Oh,
because it sounds very helpful.
yeah.
Miriam has said, I love the idea of nature as therapeutic support. I'm gardening as I listen, and I have noticed how good it is for calming my anxiety as an ex-Mooney survivor. Just being outside with soil and activity in sunshine is so healthy. Plus, the patience and optimism of planting and nurturing, like you say. Isn't that so wonderful?
Beautifully put, Miriam. And also, I'd like to mention somatic experiencing, which is my particular modality. People think it's about the body because it's a somatic, and but it's really more about the nervous system. And one of the principles is this balance that we're all sort of trying to get back to balance when we're off balance. So, like Miriam is talking about how her anxiety is calming just being out gardening. And there's all kinds of research that just having a plant in a hospital room helps people. There's research now about art, that just looking at art can be beneficial. You mentioned art. It's not just doing it. So although the gardening and the painting are probably primo, if we're not in a position to do that, looking at the plant and looking at the painting also do something that changes us inside. So when you're talking about trauma and suffering from cult experiences, or even listening to some of your podcasts, this live stream, some of it has been pretty hairy. We were on, a deceased victim just before you came on. That impacts us. Our nervous system is impacted. So I think if we can consciously start to what Dr. Levine calls pendulate, which is going back and forth, we can use that pleasure. It's not about let's just relax and feel pleasure. And that's all very hard to get to that place if you're highly stressed and activated. But when you can, gently going back and forth can be very, very helpful. Like I find if I have a very difficult phone call to make, actually, I'm to tell you the truth, it was my narcissistic mother I used to call on every Sunday, and she would be saying some pretty gnarly things. But if I had the phone in one hand and I was gardening with the other, I could do it. So this balance between nature, acknowledging the benefits while we're acknowledging the trauma actually brings about shifts in the nervous system that can be very helpful.
Wow. That sounds so simple. A simple thing that people can try to see if it helps. And we're coming up to the end of our talk, but I know that people can find you across social media. Do you have a website or you have a mailing list or
I have everything, Casey. So NicolaRanson.org, that's NicolaRanson.org, is my writing website. And please sign up for the newsletter, and I will let you know anything that's happening with the books. And it's a now and again newsletter. It's fun. Sign up for it. Nick Ranson on Instagram, and I'm Nicola Ranson on Facebook. All my media stuff is on my website. But I really enjoy connecting. I'm not looking for therapy clients at the moment. I'm more into the writing, but I can give consultations and really like making these to me, the part of the joy and the surprise of writing this memoir was meeting people like you, Casey, and finding, as other people have mentioned in this broadcast, there is a huge network of help out there and a network of really lovely people doing very good work. And if you are looking for help and you're looking for support, you don't have to look much further than Casey's website and the links she's got there, Janja Lalich. I came across Dr. Ramani and did a course of hers the other day. She works on narcissism, and that connects incredibly with this sort of work. Stephen Hassan, just keep connecting and reaching out and reading and listening to these podcasts, and trust what feels right to you. It's going to be different for every single person, but your recovery is only yours. You got to trust, do I like this? do I not like this? Just like the plant can say, oh, I want light. I don't want to go in that direction. That's our innate capacity as natural beings.
That was so nuanced. I could never talk that beautifully. Thank you so much, Nicola. Please, everybody, go and check out Nicola's newsletter and social medias so that we can all keep up. I mean, I'll be putting posts out anyway when the book is available for other people to read. And then hopefully we can either do another episode where you come back on the show, or I can do a month of monthly memoir promotion for the book so that people know that it's out, and ask me to stop talking about it.
Oh, and you will have some for your raffles when it's available.
So we have talked about the benefits of nature, the benefits of art, the benefits of community, the innate desire for belonging, even if we don't realize that that's something that we are looking for. Understanding that there is compassion to give to our former selves and decisions, as opposed to blame, and living in hypotheticals. And also that we can recognize our moral injuries, but also recognize that parts of the experiences we've had are positive and will stay with us for our lives in a positive capacity. And I think that that's really important. It's a really difficult thing to balance, but I do think that it's really important. The thing that I find most important with that when I speak to individuals is maybe you can speak to this, Nicola, is the difficulty to separate, and Ron talks about this in our episode in terms of the Rajneesh movement, the difficulty in separating the amazing individuals that you meet who are swept up into this movement, and the leadership and the corrupt, coercive nature of those in positions of power, which don't necessarily or really ever reflect the motivations and desires of the peers that you have around you. And I think that that's the really difficult thing to disentangle and understand. Ron talked about the really intelligent, really compassionate, traveled, sensitive, amazing people. Like, some of the best people he has ever met in his life were at that ashram, were part of this group. And it's being able to separate that from the bad people and the bad stuff and the intentions and motivations that don't echo the lifelong friends you've made.
And I think also, if we say the bad people, it really puts it over there kind of conveniently. And I don't know how much I would have been a bad person if I'd been in a position of power. And I think that's
Right.
what's scary about belonging to a cult and seeing how wholeheartedly I thought we were so much better than the world outside, and we had the secret to making the world a better place, and that I was willing to fudge a little bit when I knew, we didn't quite have a building permit, but we could still keep doing this. And I'd think, we've got one over on the establishment. And then realizing that, holy cow, I ended up in something where people were poisoned. Hundreds of people were poisoned. There were murder attempts. And so I think it's very dangerous to put that over on the bad people. They were people like me, with motivations I can't actually see because I'm not that person. But some of them for sure were, thinking they were doing the right thing, and that this was, in the end, thinking the end justifies the means. So I think it's incredibly humbling to see, oh, that was me. And this is a human thing, that when we want belonging and when we think we're right, and when people we really trust and look up to are affirming a certain reality, we can go along with it, and we can ignore a little niggly voice inside that is scared to death to get the time of day. And I think recovery is about accessing that little voice and seeing, well, where were the moments that didn't feel right? Because if you go back, there's going to be some moments. There's some moments where I overlooked something here and there. And going back, it's like, oh, well, I knew that was wrong at that moment. And I was scared to speak up. And I think that's hard to acknowledge, but that's maybe
Yeah.
part of what you're saying.
I don't know where a person would have to find themselves in their own recovery to be able to have those inner conversations. And perhaps it's the case that some people never do have those conversations. And that's why sometimes when I speak to individuals on the show, even if all of the family or all of the friends have left us a certain destructive group, there's still elements of, oh, it wasn't a bad place, nothing bad happened there. I wonder if it's part of it is an inability or an unwillingness to have that inner conversation on, okay, where is my moral injury in terms of when was something bad and maybe I looked the other way.
And I think there's a trauma aspect to that too, that when we're facing very, very deep pain, sometimes the response is like, zip, you just get out of it. And I had an experience I go into in the memoir before the cult of post-rape, being in a vehicle, and I was hitching with my cousin, and this man started to put his hand on my leg in this vehicle. And it was a shock because I saw him doing it, and somehow I was just really passive and didn't stop him. I didn't want it, but I didn't stop him. And then my cousin noticed, and she started yelling and screaming and made the car stop. And we got out, and she sort of said, well, what the fuck is the matter with you? And it was really interesting because that's a classic freeze response from trauma. And it took me years to stop feeling shame about that incident and realize, well, that was actually a physiological process that's perfectly normal after a trauma. And it's a PTSD response. It happens to people all the time. And I think that's on the freeze spectrum in somatic experiencing terms. And so some of that cognitive dissonance you're talking about, where someone just goes, oh, but he loves me. Oh, yes, I've got this big bruise on my face, but he loves me. And you're looking at, what's this person doing with this divided reality? Can't they tell that someone just hit them and that doesn't look like love? But that's what's going on in our brain. And we have to be very, very gentle and loving and wait for the right time. And sometimes, sadly, it isn't the right time for people, and family members really miss out, but sometimes it is.
In terms of other things that individuals can try to help with trauma responses, things that are not perhaps simple, but that you can go to help you in moments of panic, like if you're having to make one of these phone calls that you find really uncomfortable, and what are some other things that might help with those difficult interactions?
Well, my go-to thing is a somatic experiencing practice called orienting, and it's about being present in the world in this moment and through your senses. Because when we're in that panic and we're upset, we're usually, the mind is thinking, and anxiety and spinning, or let me figure it out and let me do this. And we're not actually responding to the environment around us. So that example of being on the phone and gardening is your hand is feeling the moisture of the soil. You can feel some sun on your skin. You can use the eyes. The eyes are really, they take in so much information. So if you actually look around you and think, what is pleasant right now? Or if nothing's pleasant, what's the least pleasant? What is ease right now? Where is ease? Where is something okay? And accessing it through your senses and taking a moment with that. So grounding, for example, you can feel the weight of your feet on the ground. You can feel, oh, there is a ground and I'm sitting on it and my body actually has some weight. And if you can feel that, it brings you here. And that takes some of the neurons away from this internal cycle and connects you with the sense of your butt on the chair or your feet on the ground or the tree blowing in the leaves. And you're oriented more and more to the present. Because with trauma, it basically was the past. It just feels like it's now the moment we're activated. So using this discipline to come back to what is safe, what feels okay, and how can I actually, this is where the body is so useful. How can I use my senses? Like right now, I have a nice little rock that I keep on my desk, and I just sort of fondle it. And if I give a little attention to fondling it, a breath comes in and a start to come down. So that's a very, very simple practice that everyone can do, and it helps. The simple things can be very powerful.
Recovery must be one of the hardest things in the world, and having a toolkit of small things that can add together to make things a bit easier must make a world of difference for individuals who are overcoming certain experiences. And recovery can take a lifetime as well. I think one of the things that I've learned through this podcast is people say that it's there's no end point. It's a continuation and things change all the time, and people may think that their recovery has come to an end, and then something will happen and then they'll realize that there's more to do. And I think that uh, it's it's like education as well, isn't it? How there's like occasionally there's only going to be blanket approaches to certain things, like a one model fits all. But as you've mentioned, Nicola, there's so many different types of therapy and there's so many different things that people can try. What would be your recommendations on people searching for the appropriate support therapist, psychotherapist for their specific experiences and trauma?
Well, when you were talking about recovery and the cool toolkit, my first thought was, you are your toolkit. You've already got a life experience that has got you here. And especially if you're getting out of a cult or you've got out of a cult, gosh, you've got this innate resilience. You've already done so much. So you don't need a therapist necessarily. And if you're not but if you get to a place of, oh, I think I do, and I would like that, yes, it can be fabulously helpful. I would just trust yourself in the interview process. So to be really cautious of this top-down possibility and trust your gut that it's someone you feel really comfortable with. And there's some research about therapists. I mean, we all are in love with our own modalities and our own trainings, and we think they're the best. But I think it's the person that matters the most, to have someone who's attuned to you and knowing that your past experience has been making mistakes in that area. Use it as like a little research project of, I am going to find who I want, who I am choosing, and who I am going to test. And I'm going to see if when I say, oh, I don't like what you're saying, is that therapist going to respect that and support me in getting angry and not liking them and questioning them. So I think it's very individual, and the chemistry is vital. And by all means, interview them and say, what do you know about cults? And most people who've been in cults are very finely attuned to other people. Trust that attunement and you're interviewing the therapist. Check them out. And also, places that are online that have been like Yanya Lalich, and I'm sure a number of other organizations, may be able to make referrals to people who are experienced with cults, because I know it can be hard to find. But if you don't find them, look for people who are experienced in narcissistic abuse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's poignant that you mention narcissistic abuse a number of times in this interview, because today is actually a national International Narcissistic Abuse Awareness Day. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? International Narcissistic Abuse Awareness Day. I mean, it's not anymore here because we're past midnight now, but it was the second, I believe, of June is that day. So it's important to note, it's important to highlight. I should have done a bit more on social media about it, but I just didn't have the time. So next year hopefully we'll be able to make a note of that and push some information out about that particular subject.
Wow, isn't that amazing that that's even become a day? And also there are people training therapists to be better at this, and the Yanya Lalich Center is one, and I think International Cultic Studies Association is doing a lot with therapists, and I'm happy to consult. If you want to send your therapist to me for consultation, I'm happy to do that.
That's amazing. That's so awesome. I think it's somebody once said to me in an interview something along the lines of you don't owe your therapist any allegiance. So if it's a situation that doesn't feel comfortable or right for you, there's nothing to stop you from moving on to another therapist or trying something different, which is easier said than done because of the conditioning environments that individuals are coming from when they're seeking this therapy to begin with. So again, another convoluted, difficult, muddy thing to untangle. But that just stuck out to me one time when somebody said to me, if you find a therapist and it doesn't work for you, or you have a negative experience, you don't owe that therapist any allegiance. And that's not to say that there isn't a therapist out there that will fit your particular needs. So not to give up on the first try if you think that therapy can be, not to give up, but not to be disheartened by therapy if you have this particular type of experience with a therapist to begin with. I just want to make sure that I'm not placing any blame on anybody, because there's no blame on any
It's a job.
of the
You're paying the therapist, or somebody is, and it can be incredibly empowering to fire your therapist. For someone who's been in a cult where they're not allowed to have negative emotions, which just drives me crazy when I hear that. That Danielle Meistenik Young has this phrase, thought-stopping cliche. And in the Rajneesh cult, we had one of those, which is, don't be negative, don't say negative things. And I think that's just terrible conditioning. But a lot of cults have that conditioning. And so when someone from a cult like that is able to say, oh, I don't like what you said, and
Yeah.
you're not the right person for me. And they can actually state that. And even better if you've got a therapist who can hear you state that and support you in it. But whether they can or not, you're doing your own thing, and you're having an intersubjective relationship, realizing that person is a different person to me, and I'm figuring it out.
Amazing.
So, and
that's great. Oh gosh.
Peer groups too. I think peer groups can do an awful amount. I just want to get away from, everyone has to have a therapist. I personally think therapy is terrific, but there's so much healing happens in other modalities with your wonderful friend who listens to you, and your caring friend, or the podcast that you go to, whatever feels like it's taking you in the direction of healing that you want to go in.
Absolutely. And there's just I feel like an hour of little tidbits of information is never going to be enough, but you've offered us so much in such a short amount of time, Nicola. So I truly appreciate you, and I want to say a massive thank you for coming on the show today, for giving us some of your time. And hopefully we'll have some updates soon on A Slice of Orange, because I feel like I went to a party and I was the only one there, and I wanted to talk to people at the party, but there was no one to talk to. So I need other people to read the book so that we can discuss our thoughts around your writing. And so I hope that for you, I hope it happens soon, and for everyone else, I hope it happens soon as well.
Thanks a lot. NicolaRansom.org. See you there. Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot,
so much,
Casey.
Nicola. Enjoy the rest of your
Have a
day.
wonderful night.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
bye, bye. Oh, Nicola's so wonderful. Right, so that leads us to halfway through the stream. We have made it halfway. We've got Andrew Pledger up next, who's going to be coming to us to talk about the finding the right way to tell your story. I think that's a really important subject, because we often talk about on the podcast how guests will talk about what they've done to heal, recover, um, really think about experiences, unpack experiences that they've had, and everybody has something different to add. But sometimes speaking out publicly about your experiences is not always a decision that you can make or want to make or will make. And if you do, there's so many different ways for that to happen. Uh, of course, I have a number of episodes on the podcast where guests have come and shared their experiences very bravely, and sometimes going all out public with memoirs and books, sometimes using pseudonyms and voice changes to protect their anonymity, which I truly also respect and understand. There's writing blogs, writing books, going on radio shows, going on YouTube channels, recording yourself, starting your own show, video show, podcast. There's so many different ways that people can share their stories. And I wanted to ask Andrew to come and share his experiences of doing that, because Andrew has done a number of different things in terms of sharing his story with the world. So that's going to be what is up next in 10 minutes. So, shall we do another giveaway? We have so many prizes left to give away. If anybody would be interested in winning one or two of these prizes, you can click on the link at the top of the chat, and you can also I'll put it in the chat again now. You can also scan the QR code on the screen, which will take you to the fundraiser. We are doing really well. We are £350 into our goal. That's amazing. Thank you so much to everybody that has supported the stream so far. We're halfway through, and we're not broadcasting on YouTube either, because YouTube banned me for uploading a video talking about QAnon in an educational capacity, which of course was an upsetting decision, because we're not going to reach as many people as we hoped to. But nevertheless, we will prevail. And I wanted to let's do the giveaway for one of Yanya's books. Let's do a giveaway for Escaping Utopia. Let me have a little look at my listy. Random number generator. Here we go. Number 8 is John. And I just have a feeling that John's going to say, give it to somebody else. But who knows? Maybe a nice little signed book from Yanya will be something that Utopia. Also, let's do Bounded Choice by Janja Lalich. Where's the random number generator? Let's go. Number 18, Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. Jennifer has one. Bounded Choice by Janja Lalich. Amazing. I love this. I'm so excited to send all of these out with special packages. Bounded Choice. There we go. Right, so I'm going to play a news article, a news segment. It's going to be one I think I've played before. I'll play one that I had at the start, and then hopefully Andrew makes his way here soon, and we can get going with our next talk. So I think this is the one I played first, and I will see you all in around 5 minutes' time. Hello listeners and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker Casey, and for this segment I will be looking into various news articles coming out around the world about abuse allegations and lawsuits. According to CBC, in an article titled High Profile Attorneys Announce New Lawsuit as Survivors Share Stories of Sex Abuse in Baltimore Catholic Church, reads, high-profile attorneys on Tuesday stood next to survivors who shared stories of sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. A new lawsuit will be filed against the Archdiocese of Baltimore by civil rights attorney Ben Crump and sexual abuse attorney Adam Slater on behalf of survivors of childhood sexual abuse perpetrated by members of the church. The Maryland Attorney General's office released a 456-page report earlier this year on an investigation that details nearly 160 clergy, teachers, seminarians and deacons within the archdiocese who allegedly assaulted more than 600 children going back to the 1940s. 15 of the names were redacted or kept out of the report. "We believe you," Crump said. "You are victims no more. You are heroes for others who have suffered abuse by clergy of the Catholics of this city and this state. We are going to continue to stand with you." The attorneys announced the lawsuit Tuesday, which will be filed when the Maryland Child Victims Act goes into effect on October 1st. Following this, UCA News released an article titled Hong Kong Christian Group Accused of Same-Sex Conversion Therapy, with part of the article reading, Christian group in Hong Kong that receives state funding for the welfare of sexual minorities is among several organizations accused of engaging in brainwashing LGBTQ individuals to straighten them under the guise of one-on-one counseling. The New Creation Association is one of the groups that have allegedly engaged in the sexual orientation change effort, a practice globally condemned as discriminatory, dangerous and traumatic. Alvin Chung, 38, a social worker in Hong Kong, alleged that he had contacted the group in 2005 as a college student, and it was involved in brainwashing him by saying that his same-sex orientation was unnatural. This comes alongside an article from Mercury News of a woman being awarded $2.28 billion in a California sexual abuse lawsuit, with part of the article reading, a Southern California woman awarded what might be a record-settling judgment in a U.S. sexual assault case, said she told her attorney at the beginning of the civil trial in Riverside Federal Court not to discuss with her how much money he planned to seek. "I didn't want to be distracted from what the goal was," she said. But when jurors on April 25th announced that her stepfather would be ordered to pay $836 million in general damages and $1.44 billion in punitive damages for the assaults that she says began when she was only 5 years old and lasted for a decade, the woman, now 41, was overcome with emotion. "I don't know what I was thinking," she said in an interview on Wednesday, May 3rd. "I was bawling and hugging my wife, who was also crying. I think there is going to be positive change, and that's the goal." This is all poignant progress, as the Express has recently released an article stating that statistics suggest 1 in 6 of all crimes involve violence against women, with part of the article stating, analysis by the National Police Chiefs Council found 117 of these crimes are recorded every hour, around 2 per minute. At least 507,827 offences, known as VAWG, were recorded in the 6 months between October 2021 and March 2022, and 1 in 4 women have been identified as repeat victims, with one force revealing that just under half of the women have been targeted at least twice. Glamour has released a detailed piece on coercive control, stalking, harassment, and cyberstalking, including information on how love bombing is now being recognised as a tool for grooming victims of coercive control and should be considered a red flag, with inews.co.uk then going on to release an article stating what to do if you think you are in a controlling or coercive relationship, according to experts. Part of the article reads, "I've been starting to think lately that my boyfriend is controlling. He is a strong character, and that's part of what attracted me to him. He is very driven at work, but also very generous and kind. The sex is great, but some behaviour is starting to worry me. When I go out, he calls wanting to know when I'm coming home. I've told him I don't like him doing it, so he doesn't, but then instead finds ways to pick fights with me when I get home. He doesn't like it when I drink alcohol. He makes snide comments about stupid things I say when I've been drinking, but I don't remember saying those things. And often he says that after I've only had one drink, and I'm sure I remember the conversation, but then I doubt myself. He doesn't like most of my friends, which makes it tense when they come to the flat. So they don't come over very much. A lot of the criticisms are probably accurate. He is a take no prisoners kind of guy, but surely nobody is perfect." Intimacy and relationship expert Jan Day says whether this is controlling or not depends on whether you are actually free to make choices he doesn't like, or whether you feel coerced in behaving in a way that you don't want to by his threatening words or behaviour. The article then goes on to state what we can do if we want to be in a healthy, secure partnership that requires both of you to agree about how you want to create your life together, because your choices do affect each other. Although we hear more news of legal action against current and historical abuses of vulnerable adults and children, there's still a long way to go. That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. Okay. That's that done. That's my little break over, and we are back and we are ready to go with Andrew Pledger of the Speaking Up with Andrew Pledger podcast, and soon to be the Bob Jones University podcast, which I'm sure Andrew will tell us all about when he enters in a minute. So don't forget, people, you can donate. Please share it with everybody that you can. The link to the fundraiser is pinned at the top, and you can scan the QR code, and the money is going towards the Cult Vault podcast and the Family Survival Trust, UK based charity that supports victims of cults and coercive control. Paul says, has anyone done a podcast on the fact that just leaving a cult does not make that person good or responsible and are often unkind? Also, many ex-cult members can't afford psychotherapy. Psychotherapists specializing in cults charge way too much and won't take health insurance like Medicare. That's a really, really interesting point, Paul, that you make. First of all, I'm in the UK, so we have the National Health Service, which I'm so eternally grateful for, in terms of having 2 babies and being extremely sick throughout both of them and not knowing how much debt I'd be in or how much I would owe in medical bills if I had to access that treatment over in America. And also, I had an epiphany in an episode one time where I realized that individuals that are survivors of cults or individuals that have been in cults and extremist groups may come out of those groups and weaponize the tactics and methods subjected to individuals inside the extremist groups themselves. And it hadn't occurred to me until one episode I was doing one time with a guest that could potentially happen. Of course, there are splinter groups and various different sects that crop up that have damaging and dangerous practices. But after speaking to so many survivors, it didn't occur to me that people that leave cults can actually just use the methods themselves to subject other people to horrific crimes. I don't know of a specific podcast that looks at that, but it's a very, very good point. And there is a lot of talk about the cost of psychotherapy and accessing cult-specific trauma-informed therapists as well that happens in cult survivor spaces. So it's some very, very interesting points that you have brought up there, Paul. I wish I could say more about that, and I'm sorry that I can't. And we are 2 minutes over, so I'm going to bring our next guest in, Andrew Pledger.
Hey, Casey.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can. I'm gonna move to the middle just a tad there. Perfect. There we go. Okay.
It's so good to see you, Andrew. How are you doing today?
Oof. Yeah. Honestly, it has been an emotionally hard day. I've been watching the Shining Happy People documentary today that's on Prime that's about the Duggars and the IBLP. So I haven't finished it yet. I've been taking breaks throughout the day. But that it's been really eye-opening, really validating, but also really emotional for that.
You are drawing all sorts of parallels with your own personal experiences.
Yes, and it's interesting because I was never a part of the IBLP. I grew up in the IFB cult, Independent Fundamental Baptist, but they both have the same teachings. They do, but Bill Gothard, he had his own organization that pushed them in specific ways, like through the Advanced Training Institute and all the seminars and stuff that he did.
It's a difficult place to put yourself in, I imagine, when you want to watch things out of curiosity, for educational purposes, but also and also as a content creator, but then to also have the other side of that of being personally affected and triggered by the things that you're watching on screen, remembering things that perhaps you had forgotten about, and then adding a few more things to your list of recovery items, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm excited too because I've been trying to start kind of exposing myself to that kind of stuff as I've been on my healing journey and as I've been working through triggers. And I'm really excited to be in a book club with you, Casey.
And Nicole in the chat. Hi, Nicole. Thanks for organizing it.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. But yeah, because I think I had told you, Casey, I've never gotten through a cult memoir. I'll start them, but I'll never finish them. And I'm a major reader, but they're just too much for me. So I'm glad I'm in a book club to hold me accountable for that to see. I think I'll be able to hopefully get through that.
What's really nice about the book club though is that it's made up of people that would be, just kind of like, oh, chapter 1 to 3 for Andrew. That's great.
That's
I mean,
true.
any
Yeah.
input is still input. So I think that's what's really going to be really nice about that environment. And today we're going to be talking about the different ways to tell your story and trying to find the right one for you. And the reason I chose this particular panel topic with yourself, Andrew, is because I feel like you have told your story in different ways with other people and on your own terms as well. So perhaps because I haven't actually released our interview yet, we should start by saying, hi, Andrew, please introduce yourself to the listeners.
Yeah, so for those who don't know me, my name is Andrew Pledger, and I was born in a religious cult that was a part of the independent fundamental Baptist movement. I was homeschooled my entire life for the purpose of indoctrination. My parents used a IFB based homeschooling curriculum called Abeka, which is produced by Pensacola Christian College, an IFB related college. My parents, they were raised in it. They weren't necessarily born into it. Their parents got involved in it, and it really they became so passionate about it and so devoted. It gave them such a strong sense of purpose, a strong sense of community, a lot of structure in their lives. And because they had a lot of, or still have a lot of these fundamentalist beliefs, they see the modern world and modernism as a major threat. So to them, isolating from society and any information that contradicted was a way for them to protect themselves and their beliefs. And then they saw the outside world as an evil, awful place and wanted to isolate me and my brothers from that. And homeschooling was how that was done. And so, yeah, my life was being homeschooled and then being a part of this cult church. And there were some other activities that I did get involved with. I was in a homeschool group and a 4-H club, but it was mainly Christian. And I was still really out of place in those environments because those people weren't extreme like my family. We were like the really extreme, weird religious family, I guess you would say. Um, and it was really awkward because a lot of former cult members who had left the cult that I grew up in, they were in this, some of them were in this homeschool group. So there was like tension with that because my, especially hearing my mom, she just, and really my dad too, they had a extreme devotion to the pastor or really the leader in that group. And when people left, they were so offended because they saw that as being unloyal or unfaithful to the leader. And there were just so many signs growing up, but I didn't have the language or the understanding for that. Like, the leader, he had his own name with his own parking spot in the parking lot. You went into the building and there was a portrait of him on the wall. And I remember a service where a member prayed to God to help everyone to become more like our leader and not be more like Jesus. So just looking back, those cult tendencies, and just the demand for like isolation from society and not exposing ourselves to information that was contradictory, and the church highly encouraged homeschooling or going to their Christian school in their own little indoctrination machine that they had. So yeah, I was raised in that, and also finding out later on that I was gay. It took me growing up, I only heard the term like sodomite, so really extreme language.
Yeah.
And in that environment, being gay was one of the worst things that you could be. Like I remember, like you were compared to murderers, you were compared to pedophiles in that environment. So growing up in that, already experiencing a lot of trauma for a lot of the harmful teachings about sexuality, about hell, very fear and shame based. And they also really emphasized the end times. They had a very strong sense of urgency. They didn't try to guess when it was going to happen, but they kind of used that to scare everyone. Like it would come back any second, any hour. And when I remember when gay marriage was legalized in the US in 2015, that the group then saw that as another sign. Oh, the end times are here. They saw it because I think in their belief system, they saw that as America becoming more and more depraved. And the Bible has a lot of general things about the end times. And so there are things like, so whenever political stuff would happen or an earthquake would happen, they would heart back down. And oh my gosh, like when the pandemic happened, oh, that was a lot. Like even though at that point I had was deconstructing from that, a lot of rapture anxiety. But I grew up in that, experienced I was exposed to a lot of emotional, psychological abuse, constant control, constant monitoring, really fearing like of my own safety and my family because of like the hateful rhetoric that my parents would say about queer people. Because they the cult loved the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, and my parents were like, well, you know what, they all deserve that, this to be burned alive and destroyed. So to hear that violent rhetoric meant, oh, like I can't be myself, I can't show them who I am, like I will be unsafe because I'm the person that's so awful that they're talking about. So there's a lot of trauma just from that. And my parents, like, they were really radical Christians. I was taught things like interracial marriage was a sin. I was told not to marry, I could not marry someone of a woman of a different race. And of course, they obviously didn't know I was gay. So like it was in that awkward moment, it's like, well, I'm not gonna marry a woman, so that's just not gonna happen. So those are just some extreme um oh hey, sorry, I'm
Hi,
looking at the
Siren.
comments. And so it's just some of these extreme beliefs, and I remember my own dad justifying slavery, justifying the genocide of Indians, just all these different things justified. And there would be, even though I was so indoctrinated in this system of control, I would still like have those moments where like something inside of me, like I felt uncomfortable about these things going on. And I was ready to leave the IFB movement at 17. And, I was about to graduate from being homeschooled because I was homeschooled K through 12. And, at that point, and it's really interesting to see the growth because I've recently started getting back into editing the second draft of my memoir, and I forgot about some things that I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot I felt this way, or I
Right.
was like this at this moment. But it was a couple of days ago, I was reading what I had written and how I was too afraid to disobey my parents because I thought that God would punish me, God would not bless me, because growing up, I was always taught you always obey authority no matter what. And that's going against God if you do. And I was told growing up, like, if you disobey authority or you disobey your parents, God will shorten your life. So I was so scared to have a short life from disobeying my parents. I was very obedient, major rule follower. And so I remember reading that and I was like, "Oh my gosh," like, even, like, as I'm heading into college, I'm too afraid to go against my parents' wishes of going to a fundamentalist college, and I ended up at Bob Jones University for 3.5 years. So I go from the IFB cult into another cult, Bob Jones University, and, the sad thing was Bob Jones wasn't as extreme as the environment that I grew up in, and it was still an awful environment, very cultic, very controlling, still constantly monitored, all these rules to follow. You're treated like a child, constant room inspections, all these required activities, oh, all these different elements of control that they had when I'm a college student.
You do a big sigh, and I remember saying during our interview that I was exhausted listening to you just list off all the different ways in which you're controlled and monitored at Bob Jones University.
Mhm.
So that's a nice segue into saying that Surviving Bob Jones University is a limited podcast series available by Andrew Pledger that comes out this summer.
Yes, it is coming out in August, and I'm so excited for it. Whew, it's been really hard to make. I've had to take some breaks. I've lost a lot of hours of sleep and definitely a lot of triggers. So I've been having to, take a step back, then get back to it. But I'm glad that originally it was going to come out earlier, but I'm glad I decided to push it till August because I'm going to need that time to edit it, perfect it, and like still take that time to rest. But yeah, I decided to do it. It was like right around the time when I finished my college classes. And for people who don't know, I was expelled from Bob Jones my senior year, my very last semester. And it was because I publicly told my story of like growing up in the IFB, being a queer person, and denouncing its teachings as just harmful and toxic and abusive. And so I was expelled for that. And there was a lot that happened those 3 years at Bob Jones University. A lot of, freshman year I was harassed a lot because of my perceived sexual orientation from people on campus. um just constantly living in fear and just so much anxiety, struggling with depression not being able to just be myself at all, being triggered so much by their toxic messaging that I heard my entire life. I eventually ended up in conversion therapy at Bob Jones University for a short time. And, thankfully, it was my freshman year at Bob Jones that I got really depressed. And that's when I was able to really it was my first moment of claiming my autonomy and really majorly going against the system and disobeying rules, because I was so scared to break the rules because I thought God was going to judge me. Like, they had that indoctrination so ingrained, and it was so hard. And when you broke rules or you did something bad, you're really taught to confess to yourself and confess to God, and you get back in line and continue following the rules, and is a constant cycle of that. But for me, I had to break that cycle to kind of meet my own needs, because I was like, okay, well, God's not doing anything for me. And this is a terrible environment. I was hopeless. I was in despair. I didn't know how I would ever get out or how I would ever leave that environment, because it had been my whole world. I didn't know anyone on the outside. And so that's when I decided to start exploring outside the group. And I know we've had this conversation, so everything, but
I love your story of rebellion though, and the reason I smiled when you talked about falling into a deep depression was because I thought you were going to mention the people that you met outside of Bob Jones University who were really strong
Yeah.
allies of yours. Which is a beautiful story. I don't want to
Yeah.
give too much away, especially if you're writing a book, and also because we've talked about it in our interview, which is going to come out in the next few weeks. But it's there are ups and downs
Oof.
that you explore just in your time at Bob Jones. So there's like of
Yeah.
course, as with everyone's stories, there's
Mhm.
a whole load of stuff.
Yeah, it is a lot, and I've been adjusting the timeline and fixing even stories that I just forgot that have come up in therapy, things that I'm integrating into my book. But yes, the family, they were a big part of just escaping that environment, because I would live a double life where I would go to this very liberal, very progressive, affirming church with this family. And this family, they lived across the street from Bob Jones University. And so once they got to know me, they would invite me to their house, and they eventually gave me a key. So I could literally walk away from Bob Jones across the street and not be monitored, not be constantly watched. And I could literally I could watch TV, because I wasn't allowed to watch TV at Bob Jones University. And so just to be human. And it was really hard, because a week before I met them, just a trigger warning for people, I nearly took my own life. And so it took me to that breaking point to take ownership of my life and be like, what do I need? Because you're always taught not to trust yourself. It's always go by the group's rules, the group structure. Anything in your mind or your thoughts that goes against that, that's of Satan, that's bad, get rid of that. So for me, fighting past that messaging and being like, no, this is not working. And so all those years, 3.5 years I'm there, I'm trying to survive and live this double life. And the pandemic happened, so we were all separated, and I was stuck back in the environment I grew up in for a while. And so, long story short, because of more trauma experiences at Bob Jones, a lot more questioning, and me secretly deconstructing at this fundamentalist Christian university, finally my junior year, after having that experience with conversion therapy, decided to deconvert from it completely, because I'm like, my mental health is more important than having to conform to this belief system. So I deconverted, and I go back to Bob Jones my senior year, no longer a part of the faith or that belief system at all. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, I've changed a lot during this in my mind at that time. I'm like, I've changed a lot during these several years, and I left the faith that I grew up in internally, And at that point, I was still going to end up staying at Bob Jones University to work there because it was so familiar, even though it was so miserable. It was so awful, so toxic, but like it was familiar. And so that semester I worked on a photo art series because I studied photography at Bob Jones. That kind of helped me to really dig into emotionally the things that I went through. And once I just started working on it more and more, I was like, oh my God, like I have to share this with the world. And I ended up with connecting this former famous pastor, and now he's an ex-Christian. His name is Josh Harris. And I ended up doing an interview on his Instagram with him. And it ended up like getting out at the university, and like students just started majorly sharing it. And it's because it's very rare for a student at Bob Jones to speak out against them and their teachings and the harmfulness of their environment. And so once that like started majorly being shared around, I knew it had been because whenever like when I got back, like I did this interview a day before my last semester. When I got back and people are like staring at me, whispering, I was like, oh crap. And because, I had stayed low key several years, that was kind of like my way. I majorly isolated and it was really lonely. But I was like, I have to survive. I have to isolate. No one can notice me. But at that point, I was then noticed after all that time. I was like, oh crap. Like, I'm like, somehow, like, this has definitely been shared. So I was expelled, yeah, for that interview for denouncing its teachings. And they never brought up my sexuality because they've just gotten into hot water for expelling LGBTQ students. So they couldn't use that, I don't think. Even though I still think that was a part of it, but they didn't say that. Um, so I was expelled, and thankfully I was able to move in with that family I had met in Greenville, and I'm still with them. And I recently graduated with my bachelor's degree, so I finished college. So it feels really nice. And so, when I got the end, like towards the end with that degree, and there were some different things also, there's been a lot of things going on and leadership changes at Bob Jones University, that it really inspired me to create the series. And honestly, I don't think I've said this publicly yet, but another thing that really inspired me to make this series was I listened to the limited podcast series called The Tribes by Tim Elliott, and he did such a fantastic job. Oh my God, it's just so incredible. And when I
Yeah.
listened to it, I was like, I want to do something like this.
Yeah. I
And
get it. I get it. I get it. And so many times I'm like, "Ooh, that could be a limited series." Yeah, Tim Elliott and Adam Dudding with The Commune, that podcast series did that to me as well. And Sarah Ferris's Conning the Con. When I listened to that, I was like, "Oh, it gets you. You start having all these ideas." So I'm really excited for Surviving Bob Jones University if that's the style that
it is
that
going
you've
to be the
gone.
style. Yes, I'm so excited. Yeah.
That's
But yeah,
awesome.
so yeah, since then, it's been a year and a half since I've officially like escaped that environment. And it's so awkward and uncomfortable because, at 17 years old, I wanted to leave that environment. I was ready, but I didn't get to leave it until I was about 22 years old. So all those still several years in it. And then
Yeah.
finally, and like I did while I was there, I was making like a several year long plan where I was going to get out by like 26 years old. That was going to, but anyways, I got out early, so that's nice.
Really interesting thing about this is on paper, when you say that it's a year and a half since you left that environment physically, I think that people can find that quite striking, especially as a lot of professionals would recommend that people wait a longer period before sharing their stories. So we're kind of diving into the panel topic now in terms of recognizing that your deconstruction was happening whilst you were still physically in the group. And with your speaking out, do you feel like that was the right platform for you at the time, or would you do things differently now, knowing what you know?
Yeah, I know. It was funny when you asked me to do this topic, to like the right way to tell your story, because the way I did it, like I risked, it was really risky, what I did, still being in that group and publicly telling my story and denouncing it. And I think there's no black and white answer. And I think that's great, because in cults, we're given these black and white answers: do this, don't do that, blah, 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 all this stuff. But for me, I think I had been silenced my entire life, and not ever being able to speak up, express emotions, express opinions, express what I'm experiencing. I went through a lot of things through my life that I hid from my parents because it was not acceptable. I had a lot of mental health issues in my teen years, major depression, eating disorder issues in my teen years that I couldn't share with my parents, and things that were going through because of like internalized homophobia, religious trauma, and just trauma in general from being in that environment. A lot of developmental issues also because of that group. And so for me, it was like I was in touch with my intuition to know that it was the right thing for me. I wouldn't recommend people doing what I did. I wouldn't. But I knew that everything, I don't know, I just had this really strong intuitive feeling that everything would be okay. It wasn't logical at all. It's very like intuition driven, and like I did like go back and forth about whether to do it, because when I did schedule this interview, it was 2 months in advance. So I had 2 months in advance to really think deeply about all the consequences, all the things that would happen. And to me, it was like I couldn't stay silent anymore. I was okay with risking everything. And I think at that
Mm.
point I started to feel a lot of shame for being in that environment. And, of course, I was under a lot of indoctrination and mind control. But, when I really started to come off of that, I was like, my entire life has been written out for me by my parents completely. They've chosen this path for me, and I want to choose my own path. And so telling my story like that was a way for me to like claim my own identity and individuality. And it was just, I remember after it happened, it was like a weight had just been lifted, because I was able to tell my story with someone who is safe. I think you need to be able to tell your story with someone who's safe. And when you tell your story, you don't have to do it publicly.
Oh.
You don't have to. You can literally go to a therapist and tell your story. You can tell a very trusted, good friend your story, or you could just write your story down in a journal to help like getting it out. And that really helped me a lot when I couldn't like vocally speak up about things, is like I just, and really that's how my book started, which in the beginning I never thought it would turn into a memoir, but it was just me getting all of this crap out that I have never been able to tell anyone, and it just kind of just kept adding and adding to it. Um and yeah, people have different, I know people have different opinions about when you should tell your story. But I remember when I was expelled from that environment, a mentor that I had at that time at Bob Jones, they told me, oh yeah, just go, because I was started going, I've been in therapy a year and a half. But yeah, once I left Bob Jones, I started going to therapy immediately to just start dealing with my past. And I remember this mentor telling me, oh yeah, don't share your story, just be quiet, just heal. And to me, telling a survivor to not tell their story, I don't think it's a no, like that's not a good thing to do, especially like when we've been in an environment already where we've had people telling us what to do, what not to do. Is really, I feel like
Yeah.
also it's kind of re-traumatizing, I think. that, oh no, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't, no, you need to do this. It's like, no, like, if you're the therapist, usually they won't tell you that. They'll help to guide you and help you come to a conclusion on your own or figure out what's best for you. And that was what was really frustrating for me in therapy in the beginning, is that I wanted this therapist to give me all these answers. And that therapist had to stop me. He's like, Andrew, do you know what you're doing right now? He's like, it's like we're back in fundamentalist Christianity. He's like, you're expecting me to give you all these answers and you don't want to think for yourself. And I was like, oh, yeah. He just called me out, and I thanked him, like, yes, like, please call me out for that. If there's black and white thinking, call it out. Like, please, I want to like undo all of these patterns in my mind. And so I think, for me, since I did have a majority of my story written out, I think that helps me be able to come out so quickly and share it. And having a place to tell your story where it's validated and you're safe and you're not shamed for it. Like, when I told my story, that was the first time that someone actually like truly listened to me. Truly. And so I had never experienced anything like that, because usually when I would talk to people, even like starting to tell friends a little bit about my past and some of the things, and they would be shocked by stuff, and people not understanding that I was dealing with trauma, and I would avoid certain social situations or have anxiety about certain things, and just people would say things like, oh, like, it's not a big deal, or, oh, just don't worry. And it's like, you don't understand. Like, no, it's not that simple. And
Well, it's
so,
almost similar to what the experiences of speaking of coming out to your parents, your mom, whose cognitive dissonance seemed to just kind of come in at that point, where everybody pretends that nothing's happened, and people
yeah.
just carry on as normal. So when you talk about really feeling like you've been listened to for the first time,
Mm-hmm.
you said that you risked it all. And of course, with people will say, with risk comes reward, and also with risk there's the chance that no repercussions are
Mm-hmm.
felt from your decision to meet with this individual on Instagram. I did want to ask you if you could talk to the listeners about the communications that you received from your peers after your appearance on Instagram, because I think that's really interesting.
Yeah. It was fascinating because I was expecting so much backlash from the interview, and I was shocked by how many students my age reached out to me to say that, I'm sorry for what you've gone through. I hope you find healing. Thank you for sharing your story. It was very inspiring to me. And like, they didn't force their religion, they didn't force any ideology. And I was just really surprised by that. And, of course, like, there were a few haters, but I was shocked by, overwhelmingly, like, shocked by the positive feedback. And I think it was because of the way I approached my story and the way I told it. It was just, I told it how it was. I wasn't hateful. It was a very vulnerable moment, and it was my first time telling it. I nearly like cried a few times during it, but I made my way through it. Um, and so I don't regret doing it. I would still do it again if I could. I don't regret it.
Well, that's the trick. That's the trick title of the panel, isn't it? The right way to tell your story, because there isn't, I don't think, a
I
right
don't
way.
think so. No.
There's different ways to suit different people. Earlier on, we had Stephen Mather and Chris Shelton
Oh,
on
yes.
the show, and Stephen said that he faded out of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he said he kept his head down and kept to himself. And Chris Shelton said that he left Scientology and came out all guns blazing, like, oh, it's a cult. So it's interesting just to see those parallels between how Stephen and Chris approached their decision to speak about their experiences. And coming from the position of content creators with the cult hackers and Sensibly Speaking and speaking up with Andrew Pledger, there's different approaches that are taken, but essentially it gives way for you to share your experiences through the medium of talking to individuals about their experiences. So how is that for you, interviewing other people that have also left cults, extremist groups, high demand religions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for me, when I was able to escape that environment and I was finally free, I was like, I can continue to speak up. Like, I don't have to be silent anymore, and I'm not going to be. And like, I love what you said about like guns blazing, because I feel like that for me, that's how I left Bob Jones University, and how I kind of really continue to be since I'm working on a podcast about the school and why it's a cult. Um, but for me, this number one, like the title "Speaking Out with Andrew Pledger," it was just so personal to me because most of my life I was silenced and I was a painfully shy individual growing up. Like I was when our family would go to McDonald's, like I would be too afraid to even like say my order to the cashier. Like that's how shy I was. So I think it was powerful to me to name it that because it showed like I think my growth as a person. And I think it's just a core part of my story because like I got kicked out of a Christian college or a Christian cult for speaking up finally. And to interview other survivors, it's definitely had triggering moments, and it's been also very validating. And to me, when I started interviewing people from all kinds of backgrounds, I was surprised at the parallels despite being from completely different groups and the same tag. And it was just kind of like in the Wizard of Oz, like the man behind the curtain kind of moment.
Someone said that to me. Who said that to me the other day? Oh, the man behind the. It was in an interview. It was in an interview
Oh, okay, that's funny.
with a former with a former. Who was it? The man behind the curtain. Oh, it might have been Unca Richter. I think it might
Oh,
have been. I think it might have been her that said that. And that is just really strange because I don't think
that's
you hear
funny.
that term very often. But here it is again.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how it seemed like. Um and I wanted to, because I knew how powerful it was for a person to tell their story in a safe space where they could be seen, heard, and understood and really validated. I was like, I want to give that to other people because of the impact that it made on my life. And that's why I did it. And it started out as an Instagram live thing I would do, but it was just at that time, Instagram lives just weren't working well for me. So I just was like, all right, let's start a podcast. Let's just learn as we go. So I really like jumped into it. So, but there's a lot of mistakes I've made with the Speaking Up podcast. And there are moments where I'm like, I don't know, it's not a project that like I'm extremely proud of,
Oh,
honestly.
come on, come on. I do it all the time. But I think what's really amazing about this space is the growth that comes from every interview.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, I'm an individual that's coming from this, from a, I don't like to use, terms like insider versus outsider, but I'm coming from this, um, industry, field, space as an outsider, without a lived experience in a cult or an extremist group. And I can think of so many things off the top of my head that I've said. I've said things tonight where people have corrected me.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you said to your therapist, tell me when I slip into that. I really appreciate it when individuals tell me, oh, I don't think that's quite right. Like before in an interview
Mm-hmm.
with Nicola Ranson, I said, you've got the really amazing individuals in the Rajneesh movement that you meet, and you've also got the bad people. And she was like, I don't think you can just place all of the blame on the bad people because there is some complicity in the individuals that also within that system. So that again is a lesson for me. I've learned something there. I'm like, oh my goodness, yeah, no, I shouldn't speak that way. And I can think of so many things that I've said or done where people have corrected me or I've learned something. And I really, really internally, like, my butt cheeks clench and I really cringe at myself and I feel quite embarrassed and ashamed. But how can we grow if we don't have those experiences? And that's why I'm leaving all of my episodes out, for even the earliest ones, for people to listen to, because I am proud to own my educational
Oh,
journey.
yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah, and I think for me, with the Surviving Bob Jones University podcast, I'm excited for it because, I've been doing podcasting for over a year and I've learned a lot and I've grown a lot as a podcaster with like editing and production and interviewing. And so I'm really passionate. I've never been so passionate about doing a project as I have with Surviving Bob Jones University. And I'm excited because I had someone is flying in from Ohio to be interviewed in the podcast.
Wow.
Yes.
That's amazing. And because of the work that you do helping with the social media side of things for the Indoctrination podcast, I imagine that Rachel Bernstein, for anyone that hasn't heard of the Indoctrination podcast, which I'm sure everybody has, is a licensed marriage and family therapist and also works with a lot of cult survivors and trauma victims. Has Rachel given you some special interviews for the podcast?
I mean, yeah, like I've been able to like get different ideas for guests, and it is exciting because I was the first person to interview Rachel to tell her personal story
Yes, yeah.
for my and it's on my podcast speaking. So I was so excited because she had never told her personal, like, in-depth story of why she got involved. And like when she hired me as the social media manager for the Indoctrination podcast, she's always been really uncomfortable, which I love about her because she's such a humble person. But she's always was just uncomfortable about just being out there on the internet. She wanted to put other survivors. She didn't want to be like, of course, like, her name is on it and she interviews it, but she didn't want to become like all about her, I guess you would say, and all these clips of her doing this, this, and this. She wanted to center survivors. And I'm like, listeners would really connect if you shared your story and why you got into this, to know this other side of you. Cause she's very educational and it shares a lot of her expertise. But I'm like, I want people should see this more personal, this more human, the more human side. Thank you for putting the words in my mouth. Yeah, it's the more human side. So I was excited to be able to like interview her story, and we had a good time with that. And Rachel, I already interviewed her for the BJU podcast, and she had so much to say about Bob Jones University, so many good things, and I'm so excited for people to hear it. And I think I decided to do the BJU podcast because no one had ever done a podcast about Bob Jones University by itself. No one has ever made a documentary about Bob Jones itself, and it has a long history, and there's a lot there, and it's heavily influenced politics. It's not as powerful as it was, thankfully, but it's had a great impact on American culture and politics and Christianity. So I'm excited to do the in-depth, like, deep dive, like 15 episodes into Bob Jones University. And it's been hard, like I said earlier, and I've never gotten so many hateful DMs in my time in doing this space until I started calling out Bob Jones, and it's motivating me more and more. I'm like, okay, bring it on, bitches, bring it on. Here we go, because I am like ready.
So you have talked about journaling. You've talked about how you put these pictures together through this photography work, which then led to you talking on an Instagram live, which blew up, which then led to you doing your Speaking Up with Andrew Pledger, which has now led to the Surviving Bob Jones University podcast. Within that, there are so many different avenues that you've taken. And also, you've appeared on other shows, other podcasts, and other platforms in various different mediums to share your story that way too. So the right way to tell your story doesn't really exist. There are many different things that people can do. You've mentioned speaking to a trusted friend, consulting a journal, speaking to a therapist, or all guns blazing, come out, start your own podcast, YouTube series, appear on a documentary, write a memoir. There are so many different avenues that people can take, and there isn't any right or wrong path. And that's a very important a very important thing to say, I think. You have recruited, it seems, Daniela Mestyanek Young
Oh,
to
yes.
do some not only research and videos and her perspectives on Bob Jones University in terms of group organizational behavior and psychology, but also perhaps to add some things to the podcast itself.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up because I meant to bring that up earlier, but it just slipped my mind. Yeah, Daniela Messonnier Young, she's a big part of the podcast, and I was so happy. I didn't realize she was going to do a deep dive into Bob Jones. I didn't know she was going to make videos about it. So I'm so grateful that she has, and she's helping bring awareness to Bob Jones University. I literally was like, I interviewed her for my podcast, Speaking Up, back in April, and the episode is going to come out in a couple of weeks, I think. But at the end of that interview, when I recorded that in April, I was like, hey, I'm making a podcast about Bob Jones University. I know I'm having Rachel on, of course, but I'm looking for one more cult expert. Would you be interested in coming on? And immediately she's like, yes. And so I put together my cult analysis using the BITE model and Lifton's criteria for thought reform. And I took everything I knew about Bob Jones and my experiences and all the different control tactics and different things. And I was even like really surprised myself when I put it together. I was like, oh my God, all these different things. And so I put together this analysis and I sent it to Rachel, I sent it to Daniela, and I was like, I'm going to ask you your thoughts and opinions about Bob Jones and my analysis. And so, so it was so awesome because then, when I was talking to Daniela, she's like, oh my gosh, she's like, this is great content. You should also start making content about this. And she started like making content about the things I wrote in it, about like the cults of confession and different things. And I was like, and I saw it happening and I was like, I'm like, she's making content about Bob Jones University. Like, this is so exciting. And like, she almost has like, I think 50,000 followers on TikTok. So she has this big audience that she's telling people about Bob Jones University. And she's this cult scholar. So I was like, oh, I'm like, yes. And so I started sharing the videos everywhere on social media, just to really help fight back against the haters who were coming out against me. So I'm so grateful that she has done that. And I've given her more information about Bob Jones. I'm like, hey, if you want to make content, here's some more good, juicy stuff if you want to. But yeah, we talked for an hour and a half for the interview for the podcast.
Wow.
And she had so much to say. And she told me, she's like, just share the videos that you're going to make from the podcast. I'll share them on all my socials. So I love how she's gone all out to be so supportive of
Yeah,
the
it's amazing.
podcast. And I didn't expect that, but I'm so glad she did that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And for anybody that hasn't heard the interviews on the Cult Vault podcast, or who hasn't heard of Daniela Mestyanek Young, Daniela has a memoir titled Uncultured, talking about her time growing up in the Children of God and then leaving at a very young age and then joining the US Army, and drawing parallels between the Children of God sex cult, as she would call it, as a survivor of that group, and the US Army and the cult like aspects of the army and the rape culture of the armed forces as well. So and now has just graduated from Harvard with a degree in organizational behavior or something
Yeah.
along those lines.
I think it's saying like organizational and industrial psychology, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah. So Daniela's like this amazing, eloquent person with all of these experiences and insight who knits on her TikTok as she talks about high demand groups and different cults, and has really taken to talking about the Bob Jones University. What's really interesting about Daniela's thoughts on Bob Jones is that she doesn't pull any punches. She is just very much like, okay, this is bad. This is what I've and I can back this up with not just my experiences but my education. And if that is going viral, if any of that stuff goes viral, if anybody, even anybody in Bob Jones or thinking of going to Bob Jones, or people that have graduated from there, find this content to hate watch, there's a chance that a couple of pieces of Daniela's information could just slip in and they go, oh my goodness, that is exactly what happened to me or is happening to me. And you just don't know, like, even if it's reluctantly, we have no idea the impact that those videos can have, which will lead people to your podcast, and in turn your podcast will lead people to Daniela's work. So it's great to be building this network of information.
Yes, most definitely.
When you release the podcast, are you in fear of any legal repercussions?
Yeah, that's something people have talked to me about. And in the beginning, I did have some anxiety about that. And it's something that people are like, you need to really be thinking of this. So I'm doing everything I can to cover my bases. So every single guest who comes on the show, they're signing a form that they're agreeing. And I'm going to be editing, because people, they say names, and I'm going to be editing that out. But the way I am going to still be able to call out people is to integrate audio that these people have said publicly. So
Yeah.
I can do that, so I can still call out people. So that's really awesome. People being held accountable for the awful things they say in
They
public. So
say, yeah.
yes.
I'm sure.
So
I think recordings of like Bible sessions
sermons,
and stuff
yeah.
that were put on during the pandemic, and I imagine there's a whole catalog of things to sift through.
Yeah, there is so much, and thankfully I'm working with I think like they're a historian and they're like a scholar of fundamentalism, and
Wow.
they've been so helpful. And the reason I was able to connect with them, because this person, their name is Camille K. Lewis. They were faculty, like they went to Bob Jones, they were on faculty at Bob Jones for many years, and now they've left, and they've really dedicated their life to studying fundamentalism and really keeping archives of like BJU's history and all the things that they would want to cover up and hide from the
Wow.
public. She's been archiving and keeping it safe so anyone can find it and know, because there are still things. When I was at Bob Jones, I heard from people, they're like, there are things locked away on this campus that Bob Jones does not want the public to get. Sermons that Bob Jones III has said, or certain
Wow.
things that they like lock and key, that they do not want the public to hear or to see.
Interesting. I wonder if we'll ever know or hear about what's in those places, or what's in those protected things.
I know it's fascinating to me. I'm like, ooh, I really want in it, but
Yeah.
thankfully there's still so many things that are public, that are verifiable, that I'll be able to cover on the podcast. And I've never gone so deeply into like studying a group. But as I go deeper and deeper, and I've had to take breaks, it's made me more and more motivated, because just, oh my God, like for people who want like examples, Bob Jones University, they banned interracial dating and marriage until 2000. Um, they have that in their history, like they did that. Um, they also shamed, blamed, and silenced sexual assault or sexual abuse survivors who came forward and told them not to press charges, to forgive their abusers. And
Ugh.
they did this for decades. And when this finally came to light for all these survivors, Bob Jones University, because of wanting to protect their reputation and really like fix things, I guess. I don't think they want to fix things, but protecting their reputation, they had an outside organization, which that's a red flag that there's never any outside organizations keeping the checks and
With the
balances.
IFB, yeah.
Yeah, same thing with the IFB. So when there's no checks and balances, that's such a red flag. But they had an outside organization. The organization is called GRACE, and it stands for Godly Response to Abuse in the Christian Environment. The fact that you have a organization just for that, that's another red flag there. So anyway, so this outside organization, they it's called the Grace Report. Anyone can Google it and find it online. It's like 300 pages long of their investigation of Bob Jones University. And once they were done and they submitted the report, Bob Jones University fired them because the report is a damning report of Bob Jones University. And there were several abusive people that this report told them to fire to get off of the staff.
Wow.
And Bob Jones University did not do that.
Oh, that's so interesting. It reminds me of the Deep End when Teal Swan hired somebody to tell her that she's not a cult leader, and the woman came back and was like, "Well, I don't know if I can tell you that because there's some really difficult things happening in this system." So it's kind of like backfiring on you to hire someone to clear your name who then says, "Actually, no, I can't do that."
Yeah.
It's here it's the 3rd of June now, but it's the 2nd of June. June is Pride Month, and I wondered if we could end our session today on asking you what Pride Month means for you as an individual who is a member of the LGBT community outside of a high demand religious group or cult, as some people may say. As a person that can live authentically with your sexual orientation.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's incredible because last June was the first time I was ever able to openly celebrate Pride. I was out of the closet and was telling my story. So yeah, last year, the first time ever I went to a Pride parade, and it was the first sanctioned like Pride parade in Greenville, South Carolina. So I was really excited to be a part of that. But it was also really scary because of just the conservative Christianity controls this town. And, the church that I attended, the affirming church, they would get death threats every week because they were an affirming church, and there would be police there every week to protect us if a shooter came in because of the church was loving and accepting of queer people. So it's great that I was able to do that. But it's since coming out like year and a half ago, like there have been times where it's like it's becoming such a polarizing thing now. There just seems like a resurgence of anti-LGBTQ rhetoric and so many laws in the US that are trying to be pushed.
Being
And
targeted.
so it's been harder. I think this month I haven't I hopefully I will, but I haven't made any pride plans this month yet. And I do love Pride Month, but my the thing that I really don't like is just the corporate capitalism bullshit that happens, that they use Pride to make all this money and they don't really care. And then once Pride Month is over, they don't care anymore. So it's just it's something that annoys you, like when capitalism really gets involved with it. But I do love being able to celebrate it, and I'm working on making like several like very personal posts online talking about like my experiences being queer in that environment. And hopefully I need to figure out when the parade is this month in Greenville. I might end up going to that. But last year when I did it, there was a street preacher who just like ran up to all of us with his stupid little megaphone, like just saying, like just reciting all these verses I had heard my entire life, like about Sodom and Gomorrah and all these things. I was like, oh, this is great. But thankfully, because they were like, I guess since there was like a noise ordinance or something, that person wasn't, thankfully the police like stopped them. So that was nice. And
Right.
we had police cars at every end of the parade to protect us. But this year, like, part of me was like, I don't know if I want to do Pride this year. I don't know if I want to be out because of safety issues. And I think that's what a lot of people, I think, are afraid of, especially this year.
And it feels almost well, I guess it is in some ways backwards, because the Stonewall riots and the Stonewall uprising, which sparked Pride Month and, you know, gay rights around the world, really to change and to get us where we are today. The uprising started because people didn't feel safe going to certain places and being themselves.
Yeah.
So the fact that you are expressing those sentiments is very concerning, and I
Yeah.
think really puts a spotlight on where we are in the world. And it's difficult because with the extremist right, we also have the extremist left, and we have
Yes.
the extremist trans community
Yeah.
with the extremist anti-trans community, and it's fighting fire with fire, and every side is using the same tactics and the
Yeah.
same. So it's kind of like, it's really difficult.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I listened to Julie Jenkinson talk the other day for a Family Survival Trust talk about um people that are trying to fight for social justice fall into the kind of social justice, political cult extremism side of things, because sometimes you feel like the only way to do things is to be aggressive and extremist, the only way to be heard, to make a difference. But then of course we're falling into that territory of both groups are acting the same way. So this is like a thing
I
that
know
I'm
what you
looking
mean.
at the moment with extremism in the world. And that will be something that I talk about in the next panel with Teddy Hose. So that brings us to the end of our talk. Andrew, thank you so much for joining me again. Please tell
Yes.
everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, so I'm very active on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok. Just search Andrew Pledger, and I have my podcast, Speaking Up with Andrew Pledger, and the Surviving Bob Jones University podcast. It has the trailer is out, and there's an intro episode, so you can subscribe. Please share, and please give it good ratings to just help with backlash from people. That
Yeah.
would be greatly appreciated. And just, yeah, it's coming August 23rd, which is the first day of Bob Jones University classes. So I'm excited for that.
Nice. I like that. I like that. And Nicole has said, you're so brave. Thank you for taking care of
Oh,
yourself and for sharing. And I agree with those sentiments. And I will say thank you very much for joining me, Andrew. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
thank you. It was good talking, Casey. Talk to you
Thank you, Andrew.
soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Ooh, things are heating up. We are almost 8 hours in. I can't believe that we are still going strong. That was such a great talk. We've also had some more donations whilst I've been talking to Andrew. A massive thank you to Lee and Sarah and Connor for your contributions to the live stream. The goal is getting closer and closer with every donation. Please, if you haven't, consider heading over to the GoFundMe page and donating to be entered into the live draw. I'm going to keep putting the link in the chat for anybody that can't see it. It should be pinned to the top of the chat as well. But I'm going to keep putting it up there anyway. The fundraiser is to raise funds for the Cult Vault podcast, but also the Family Survival Trust, which is a UK-based charity that supports cult survivors and victims of cults and coercive control. The work that the Family Survival Trust does is absolutely imperative to the recognition of the subject of coercive control in this country, as well as supporting individuals affected by coercive control. So please do head over to the GoFundMe and consider pledging whatever you can, and I will enter you into the raffle, and we will do more raffle draws soon. I'm going to put on a cult news episode and grab a coffee because it's getting quite late now, and I will be back in 10 minutes or so to bring on our next guest, Teddy Hose, who I am a massive fan of. So I have to try not to fangirl. But I am looking forward to bringing that to you next. This is going to be a cult news episode that we've seen. I did have a quiz planned. Well, my partner had a quiz planned and he's fallen asleep. So I'm going to let him sleep. And I will play this news and I will be back in. Hello, listeners, and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker, Casey, and for this segment, we are going to be looking into the group known as Shincheonji and the surrounding controversies of this group. Shincheonji, also known as the Shincheonji Church of Jesus, is a religious group that was founded in 1984 by Lee Man-hee in South Korea. It claims to be a Christian denomination and has gained attention due to its controversial practices and alleged involvement in various controversies. Some of those controversies include the founder and leader, Lee Man-hee, who is considered by his followers to be the promised pastor who will complete the mission of Jesus Christ. Critics argue that Lee exerts excessive control over his followers and employs cult-like practices and manipulation. Shincheonji has distinct doctrinal beliefs that differ from mainstream Christianity. Its teachings revolve around the idea of the new heaven and the new earth and the notion that Lee Man-hee is the sole interpreter of the Bible. This has led to accusations of heresy from traditional Christian groups. Shincheonji has been accused of engaging in deceptive recruitment practices. It often targets vulnerable individuals, such as students, or those experiencing personal hardships, using various methods to attract and retain members. Critics claim that the group operates secretively, discouraging members from discussing their involvement with outsiders. Shincheonji gained significant international attention during the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 when it was linked to a large outbreak in South Korea, with many cases being traced back to its members. The group faced criticism for its alleged lack of transparency and failure to cooperate fully with ongoing health authorities and restrictions around social distancing during contact tracing efforts. And Shincheonji has faced legal challenges in South Korea, as some Christian groups and individuals have accused the organization of being a cult and have campaigned against it. There have been reports of harassment, threats, and vandalism from Shincheonji members. And those things that I've just listed, you can hear about in detailed interviews with former Shincheonji members on the Cult Vault podcast. In April 2023, Stuff Magazine, a New Zealand-based media outlet who recently released the exceptional 12-part podcast series The Commune about Bert Potter's Centrepoint, has remarked on how Shincheonji appears to be attempting to expand its practices in certain regions of New Zealand. The article states, former members of a Korean doomsday cult are sounding a warning that the religious sect is turning its focus to Pacific nations. Undeterred by public scrutiny, a secretive religious group is expanding into the Pacific Islands and targeting Pacifica people from faith backgrounds. A group of former Shincheonji members have said there was immediate concern at news of the cult's fresh outreach programs in Samoa and the Cook Islands. Quote, we've been disappointed and concerned about Shincheonji's attempts to recruit in Samoa and elsewhere, said a spokesperson for the group What is Shincheonji, which is a collection of New Zealand-based former members. Following this, News24 released an article out of South Africa about a young woman who was deceptively recruited into SCJ through an online dating app known as Bumble. Part of the article reads, quote, we were also not allowed to discuss any of the teachings with friends or family. We were told that they would not understand the teachings and would try to distract us. We were also not allowed to have contact with other members via WhatsApp or any other means. Only leaders were allowed to contact us. So when people left, we were not allowed to contact them or ask them why they left. Jane wanted to attend a Christmas carol evening at her former church, but was discouraged from going as it was seen as a distraction by SCJ. She finally plucked up the courage to leave after nearly a year. Quote, my friends and family started to notice I had become withdrawn, and they were concerned, but I couldn't tell them about Shincheonji because we were told not to discuss their teachings with anyone. That's when I finally decided it was time to leave. End quote. Interestingly, other information coming from News24 lately is based around South African Christian mission Kwazisubuntu, also known as KSB. In 2020, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities launched an investigation into KSB after News24 released damning articles and testimonies of abuse that were happening within the confines of KSB. Included in these testimonies is the work of Erica Ballman, award-winning author of Mission of Malice, My Exodus from Quasi-Ubuntu, whose fight for justice for the abuses sustained to herself and hundreds of other former members, as well as the fight for prevention against further abuse of children still within the fold, has been vigorous, consistent, and completely dedicated. Daniel Schricker, another whistleblower involved in the News 24 exposés, and News 24's podcast Exodus, has been another powerful voice, writing numerous essays on the way fear is used to control children within KSB, within the South African Mission, and other established KSB communities within Europe. 3 years after the promised investigation and report into abuses taking place within KSB, the CRL Commission has yet to release its findings publicly, causing some to threaten the Commission with legal action unless they produce the report. We are expected to see that report sometime this month, with a special episode with Erica and Daniel coming out on the Cult Vault podcast, where they will offer their thoughts on the report. Watch this space for more. And grab a copy of Mission of Malice today. It is an exceptional read. Or check out KSB Alert for copies of Daniel's essays and testimonies from other former members. That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. A mouthful of food. Whoops, sorry about that, people. So, we are 8 hours in. Wow. Gosh, that's gone so fast. We are 8 hours in. I've got a couple of minutes before Teddy Hose joins us. So, hello, Deb, in the chat. Good to see you. Just got home and tuned in. Is it the end of the working day? Is it the weekend for you now? Let me know, everybody. Where are you? What are you up to? And thank you so much for joining us today, even though we're not on YouTube. So, let's have a look at the next. Well, we've got some more names to add to the list first. We've got Lee, we've got Sarah, and we've got Connor. So, thank you so much, everybody that's donating. It's amazing. It's every time a donation comes through, my heart jumps. So, let's change our random number generator from 21 to 24. Let's do another thing for Take Back Your Life by Janja Lalich in the raffle. We have so many raffle prizes to get through, so people, please keep donating and enter into the raffle so that we can give away some of these amazing prizes, all of which come with hopeful goodies and a personalized note from me, because I'll be posting everything from my house. So let's do the random number generator. 1 to 24. Generate. Number 4. It's Lorna. Lorna has won. I'll put it in the chat. Lorna has won a copy of Take Back Your Life by Janja Lalich. Awesome. Here. Sorry, everybody, about that. Hopefully we're back. Hopefully we're back on. It was counting up in the corner as well, and it said 8 hours and a half, and I was looking forward to seeing it get to 12 hours. Please, everybody, let me know if we're back, if you can see me, you can hear me. Teddy's here. There we go.
All right.
Back. Hopefully it's working again. I do have a couple of people just messaging me to let me know. There we go. Yes, we are back. We are live. That is fixed. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know why that happened. I think Twitter was still going strong, but we're back now. Awesome. Hi, Ryan. Thank you for tuning in. So great to see you here on your work break. Thank you very much. So we're talking about extremism in groups beyond the Unification Church. And what is really interesting about that subject is the splinter groups of the Unification Church, which is probably a good place to start. So I wondered if you could give us some insight into what other groups exist that have come from the parent group, the Unification Church.
Right. Well, yeah, I remember even some people who weren't members who just kind of tuned in to Unification Church before Sun Myung Moon died. They were predicting it was going to be like a Game of Thrones kind of thing, like, oh, everyone's going to fight to be number one. So that's kind of what happened. There was Sean Moon. I think he's the one that stands out the most because he makes the most noise, just like he did as a kid, because I remember him as a kid. He was like just this attention-seeking bully. He was actually kind of a bully to everyone. None of the parents could tell him what he was doing was wrong. And then so this is what you get when you don't discipline a kid or tell him no. So there's Sean Moon's Rod of Iron Ministries. That's the AR-15 cult that we're very proud of going to the January 6th insurrection. He rubs shoulders or rubs elbows with everyone from Don Jr. to let's see, what's his name? Yeah, I'm losing track. Steve Bannon. He's just, he's in that echo chamber. His brother, Justin Moon, is the head of Car Arms, which is a big gun manufacturer. Because actually his dad, Sun Myung Moon, was really into guns. I think it was his first company in the 60s. And he wanted to sell a lot of guns in America. So I'm like, maybe he kickstarted that too. So there's that splinter group. And then the Family Federation for World Peace is, Sun Myung Moon's wife, Ha Jahan Moon. She took over. I think that's more like the mainstream Unification Church. And then there's, they keep changing the name. I think it was called, what was it called? Global Federation. I don't know. But there's another son, Preston Moon, who's like the oldest. And he has his group. And they're like, I remember seeing a report that he made good with like the UN. And I emailed the UN. I'm like, no, don't trust this guy. He's like a violent, like mafia guy, but he's really good at being charismatic. But anyway, sorry, I'm forgetting the name of that one. That one is the most kind of undercover. But also that son, Preston Moon, is the one who he forced members to sign a document. He just like showed up to the biggest businesses of the Unification Church, like True World Foods, which is, the largest distributor of sushi in America, and the Washington Times. And he was like, he just ordered them, sign this document. And, church members never say no to the Moons. So they did. And that's how he won those businesses over. I found out about that from Falling Out, actually, the podcast, when a guest named Tim Porter, who I know, who also grew up in the Unification Church, mentioned that. I was like, that's how it happened? Whoa.
No way.
Super mafia style. Yeah. So he's a very wealthy man, just worth billions. And, they have so much stuff around the world. But now that, there's this Shinzo Abe assassination that had everything to do with, with the exploitation of Japanese Unification Church members. They got exploited the most, and that was the biggest income stream for the Unification Church. Now that that's being cracked down on, they're selling off properties a lot, or they're just like renting them out now. They don't completely own them. It's not like the good old days where we got to hang out on these big campuses of properties that were, from human trafficking money. But they have to be nicer. And anyway, it's good to hear. Yeah, it's weird because I do have good memories in those spaces. It's a community. Like at the end of the day, it's a village. It takes a village to raise someone. So it's all people who want to do good things. But at the very top, it's like whenever the Moons entered the picture, everyone got really serious, military-like. Sometimes they beat people up. It was like this dysfunctional family where you tried to stay away from the top people the most, So, but the people in the lower ranks, like they were just nice. They were nice people, very misled, unfortunately. But yeah.
So really, it feels as if every person that was born into the Moon family has gone off onto some type of criminal venture where people are being exploited and harmed. At least on paper, that's kind of how it feels.
Right. Yeah. It's just they're used to these kids of the Moon family, who are now like kind of older adults now, middle age or older, like they were bowed to by full grown adults since they were born. Like how can it's like they can just grunt things at people. They literally grunt at them, and people will do it. I think like I'm kind of late to this show, Succession, but in season 2, I just watched this and I posted about it because it really triggered some memories. There's like this scene. It's called like "Bore on the Floor," like where the dad, Logan Roy, he's like, let's play bore on the floor, where he like accuses people of stuff that I don't think they did, and he basically humiliates them. I saw in the like post show kind of reflection that like that actually was inspired by Stalin. The guy looked up what Stalin used to do, and he would humiliate people and accuse them of things and just get in their face and intimidate people. This is Logan Roy in the show. For those of you who don't know the show, sorry, you might not have a lot of context, but I was like, yeah, that's what the Moons did to us. They would get up in our face and be like, did you blah, blah, blah? Huh? Did you? Yeah, no, you're lying. It's something out of a movie, like literally out of a show. So it's just, yeah. And I imagine the Trumps probably had similar behavior. I posted something after Mary Trump wrote her book, her kind of like bio about growing up in the Trumps and whatnot. And just from a few excerpts, I was making multiple comparisons from the few excerpts that were like put online. Like there was one guy in the Trump family, one father who like when his wife woke up, he had a gun pointed at her and like laughed.
Oh.
Yeah. And so there was actually this one member of the Moon family who there's a book written about him called In the Shadow of the Moons by his ex-wife, Nan Sukhom. And he used to like point a gun at her and be like, do you know what I could do, to you with this? Just for fun, it's very similar. And how like the Trumps had like, other people do their homework. There were maybe one or a few of the guys. Yeah. Moons had that too. And if they didn't do the homework right, or they got a bad grade or something, the person would get beat up or humiliated somehow, just like left in the street. It's really, yeah, it's that crazy. It's real life. Yeah.
It's wild. When I was in school, there was a group of girls that were horrific bullies, and their tactic was to go around and accuse vulnerable pupils that wouldn't really defend themselves of calling their mums bitches or whores. You called my mum a bitch, and then of course the person would say, "Why would I do that? No, I didn't." And that would be the catalyst for this group of people to just beat this person up. And it was just like a really horrific thing that happened constantly, and we had nowhere near enough support in school for that sort of thing. But it's a kind of very small example of how a group of people with no boundaries or no consequences really, to just go around doing whatever they wanted to whoever they wanted. And if you put that on a scale of individuals with endless connections to people in positions of power, money, devout followers all around the world, it's unfathomable to consider the possibilities of what that could result in.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I want to add to that, because when people hear a statement like that, I'm pretty sure their first thought is like, then why would you join this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm always like rolling my eyes and like, it's so much more complex than that. But my easiest answer to that is to be like, well, this guy recruited people to go on college campuses. And if you remember how you felt in college, right, you were probably worried about getting a job. You were also excited about like finding what your path was going to be, but you knew that every decision you made was going to like be this like direction for the rest of your life, that as you knew it. So that's scary and vulnerable, and you're away from your parents for the first time. This is where cults, recruit the most, is like on college campuses, and then they give them. They're like, hey, they're funded by, again, human trafficking money usually, and they have these beautiful centers, and people who are really hyped up and love bomb them, and in the Moonies it was a diverse community. I actually kind of appreciated that it was very diverse. So, it's like, whoa, what is this? Hey, other people are doing it too. There's the peer pressure. So yeah, I just wanted to add that to be like, well, that's, it's in that environment that people join.
And that's something that keeps popping up in conversations that I've had throughout this stream today, in terms of people talking about the positive experiences that they've had, that they appreciate in the connections and friendships that they've made with peers and individuals who are also in this very abusive and destructive environment. I don't know if I don't think I'm necessarily talking about trauma bonding. Maybe that happens to individuals once they leave and communicate about their experiences and unpack everything. But not everybody in these groups are going to be perpetrating the abuse and inflicting negativity on you. I don't know if you still have connections with people that you grew up with that you would consider friends.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, I feel like it, like to different degrees now. Like before it was just automatic. It's like, okay, we're in the same tribe essentially, right? So we're friends and we're going to be, it's like being on a football team or something, right? You're like, okay, we're going to support each other, and the outside world is going to make us feel like nothing or like criticize us, but we're here for each other. So it was like, yeah, I guess it was like trauma bonding kind of. But and I still see these guys from time to time. We have that space, we have that familiar past, but outside of the Unification Church, it's like that's really what bonded us. And I think our personalities are actually quite different, and so they're not the friends I would go to. If one of them lived near me, I wouldn't hang out with them all the time. We have different characteristics. So, but they were my childhood friends, and they were there for me in that space. And so, I appreciate that I had that as a kid. Yeah.
You've spoken about being quite close to the Moon children when you were growing up in the Unification Church. And Lisa Cohn talks about this as well. I don't know if there's ever a time in your lives where you two would have crossed paths without realizing.
Oh, Lisa?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I think we were kind of, let's see. Yeah, no, I never knew her until her book came out. I'm like, someone else is speaking out? Hell yeah. So like I just contacted her and I was like, I love what you're doing. And we both just like supporting each other and cheering each other on. But no, I think she was already maybe in college when I was a little kid. She's a bit older than me. So and yeah, they were closer to the Moons. They were buddies. They were more of the same age as the Moons,
Right.
So of that family, like average age. So like I was quite younger. I'm like a little bit older than Sean Moon, and Sean Moon's the last son of that family of, I think, is it 13 kids? I don't know. There's probably a bunch more that we don't know about, but like
yeah.
In the family with Hak Jahan, yeah. So drawing a blank again. I forgot where I was going or how this question started. I do that a lot.
When I was talking to Lisa Van Arsdale earlier about her experiences in visiting different cults and staying with different groups, she mentioned the yearly festival that the Rod of Iron Ministries has, that she went to one year, and they had just everything that you can imagine in the form of bullets. So she has a bullet thermos that she got a hold of. AR-15 earrings that were specifically made and sold at this event, and it's a strange thing because it's like an event for, I think, the Rod of Iron Ministries and Sean Moon to exercise their like, wow, look at us and all of our guns. But also it's strange because they're like, come and visit us. We're opening our doors to other groups. What do you think the motivation is behind that?
I think part of it is that they want to keep making money. I don't know. Yeah, I think they just found, a common cause with this antisocial far right kind of agenda, that they helped construct. I mean, the Washington Times, which is, again, Unification Church founded paper from 1982, they were the first ones, I think, they were very blasphemous and they were very far right back when that stuff wasn't taken as seriously as widely. So I think because it was a paper that didn't sell that much, because it was too wacky, they just had all this money backing it because it's a cult and cults make lots of money. Like if you think about cults where they have mass suicides, just think of that same amount of devotion into raising money for businesses. So just to have this constant subjective, stream of news, if you want to call it that. And so, yeah, it's just this marriage of, they help make that world. And so this is it coming back to them, and keep doing that. I should get wireless headphones. But yeah, so I think it's just, they're a brand, essentially. They want to be a brand. They're kind of, that's their thing. They're just these kids, these Moon kids, their whole brand is like, democracy is stupid or like fascist, basically. Just like extreme nationalism and just any, since systemic injustices don't exist. It's, you got to work for, you got to work to make it. And, I believe that, but I also believe like, it's like, oh, this is coming from someone who came from this empire of human trafficking. And there's that word again.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say shit, man. Like, come on.
The parallels are just uncanny when you think about Trump being paid to speak at an FFWP event and endorse the message of interfaith. As somebody else said, they do a lot of interfaith stuff, which I think is important. I think it might have actually been Lisa Van Arsdale talking about the Rod of Iron Ministries message is about interfaith. And it's funny because it's all from the same playbook, because that's, one of the Unification Church's things is interfaith and interharmony. And it's of course most likely for PR reasons. But what you're seeing with the crossover of established organizations of power, Trump endorsing the Unification Church, and then the Proud Boys showing up to a Rod of Iron Ministries festival, it's almost like they are all doing the same thing. I also wonder if it's a ploy to gather support from groups that are pro guns and saying, here we have guns. My brother, he could hook you up with some kind of munitions stuff that he has going on. Is it like networking to kind of all work together and build a bigger empire in the far right space?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's, they just, it's, I always think of history, like, where does this come from, right? Usually I attribute it to, in the 17th century, a lot of like these puritanical, Europeans, fanatics in exile. They came to the United States and set up shop. And, in the Library of Congress, there's this one link I keep that explains that and how it helped shape, a lot of what this country became. I feel like a lot of it comes from that, American culture it's the most religious of all the wealthy nations. So, you know, you guys got lucky. Like you got rid of your fanatics so that they all came here. So
Well, we do have the monarchy, though. We do still have the monarchy.
That's true. I mean, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. It's everywhere has their yeah, crazy
criminal
power
families.
Extreme. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just people. I think part of it is just traumatized people. You know, they're just traumatized people acting out, finding. You know, it's like, why do people join gangs? You know, it's just like it's a gang, but like um, maybe because of the color of their skin, they get more legitimacy on like more pop culture stages and whatnot. They're not seen as like these like rappers or gangsters or whatever, you know, like how we used to view people like that until the movie like Straight Outta Compton came out. It's like, oh, they weren't lying. Anyway, but yeah.
I saw a post the other day. I can't remember if it was from you or Elgin, and it was a picture of Hak Jahan on her own at a big event. And some young moon had been cropped out of the picture, and it was either you or Elgin had written that they're trying to write him out of the unification law. Like she is now the face of the movement. Would you say that's the direction that the church is trying to go in?
Oh yeah, totally. I think it's I think part of it is her processing the realization of like, oh, he was actually really abusive, and I actually didn't like that he slept around and thought he had magical sexual powers, like, you know, and that's how he justified it. But yeah, I think part of no, it's also just that I don't know. It might also have to do with the fact that Sean Moon like claims Sun Myung Moon. It's like, oh, I followed everything my father, you know, said, and I don't listen to my mother. You know, this very patriarchal polarization. So I think maybe Hak Jahan eventually was like, all right, you can keep that. That doesn't empower me as much. Or like, if I have to judge it on this scale of what Sun Myung Moon said, then like I'm going to make my own scale. You know, at least that's what I think. Yeah.
When people that don't know too much about the Unification Church or the Moonies, when they hear one of those terms, the image of the mass weddings might be something that springs to mind. What's your understanding of those ceremonies now? Is that something that still takes place, and how does it work now that Sun Myung Moon is dead?
Yeah, it takes place. There was one, I think maybe about a week or two in Korea. Yeah, someone I know whose next Mooney went just to kind of check it out. She shot some video. I'm like, it's still going on. It looks like, you know, the opening ceremony of the Olympics or something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the short answer is it makes a lot of money. It's not an official wedding, but it's like this spiritual ceremony that feels special. And I think when my brother went, my oldest brother back in the 90s, it was like $2,000. And I think that was just the fee to like go, like, you know, accommodations and the plane trip there, you got to pay for that yourself. So, yeah, it's probably a lot more now. Some people have like a recommitment, you know, marriage ceremony through it or something. Like they just try to get those numbers up, you know? So yeah, that's that. And you know, just the ideology behind this sacredness of the marriage is, for people who don't know, is that, you know, in the Unification Church, it's a Christian cult. They believe that Adam and Eve Eve had sex with Satan in the Garden of Eden, and then had sex with Adam, and then, you know, humanity was intoxicated with evil blood. And so Sun Myung Moon, when he was born as the second coming of Jesus, he was able to cleanse that blood. So anyone who joined, their children would be free of that sin. So like supposedly I would have pure blood. But if I had sex outside of, you know, that pool, you know, this is very eugenics, right? Then I would lose that. And so, yep, I'm just a regular dude, just like all you sinners.
And not to mention that if you were someone who was still seen as impure, even after a mass wedding pairing by Sun Myung Moon, you could always receive the sperm, which will purify your womb from Sun Myung Moon, and therefore become pure that way. So many different workarounds, many different justifications for just corrupt behavior and really just hypocrisy, sheer hypocrisy at the most wild lengths, especially when you look at some of Nansuk's memoir as well about her experiences in the Unification Church, as you've spoken about in our talk today. Horrific, just horrible, awful, in the inner circle outwards. So what is the future of the Unification Church now? Numbers seem to be, I mean, I don't know. I think this about everyone. Somebody said, who will take over Scientology when David Miscavige dies? And I was like, there is no Scientology past David Miscavige. Like, in my mind, it's not something that continues. I don't know what the Unification Church will look like in a few years' time. I feel like numbers are dwindling. I could be wrong. And also with the restrictions and the legislation that's coming about in Japan, is there a change in tide, Teddy? Are we moving in the right direction?
Yeah, and I think we can thank the lawyers against spiritual sales in Japan, who are just this, they're investigating all that with the LDP, the connections with the government and everything, who's taken dirty church money, and yeah, I think we are kind of witnessing, like it is kind of dwindling, but at the same time, the people who join, I think, they put a lot of stake in it, and I think to drop it is too extreme. Like they'll always be, I think even people who leave will have some fond memories or things that they speak of that were good, or maybe they learned some things, or maybe they met their significant other through it and left, I think people want to feel that it had meaning. And I think it's really hard to digest for anyone if they were part of like an exploitative program for like, some of their young adult years or like decades or something. It's such a hard pill to swallow that I don't know what that's like. I was born into it. It was never my choice. So like, I think I could maybe walk away a little easier, but for people who did join, yeah, I think that's harder. So I think they're going to probably try to sustain it in their own way. But I feel like my duty, or I don't want to say duty, but I feel like what I have to offer is that I grew up near the moons, and some people are like, but this one didn't seem so bad. I'm like, oh, he was the most violent, like Preston Moon, like he's like totally smooth looking dude and businessman, but oh my God, he is a scary monster. He's just a monster. And they're all, just they're a dysfunctional family. They're just traumatized.
With power and wealth and reach, and it's scary. It's really just to hear it broken down in the way that you explore the Unification Church, the way that Elgin does on the Falling Out podcast. It's terrifying. It's scary, and it reaches around the globe. I could not believe the revelation I had when Elgin said to me at CrimeCon last year during our panel that the motivation behind the mass weddings of partnering individuals from different countries is most likely to give passage through citizenship so that people can move freely from one country to another, to have this human trafficking ring expand around the world. And when Elgin said that to me, it was such a revelation. I was like, oh my goodness, that makes so much sense. But it's under the guise of religion, and the espousing of kind of twisted religious beliefs, which can't be disputed in the realm of indoctrination. And that's why it's such a nefarious thing to not only unpack, but also to look at in terms of all of the other criminal activity that's taking place. Teddy, it is a monster that's almost impossible to tackle.
Yeah, there's actually a name for that. It's called marriage trafficking. I'm like, it's that common?
Hey.
Yeah, marriage trafficking. Yeah.
I had no idea that there was an actual name for that. Wow,
Yeah.
marriage trafficking.
There
Another
was
revelation.
Yeah, that was a revelation for me. I think that was a revelation for a lot of us activists over the last few years, like learning about that. We're like, that's why there's like interracial marriage. Like, I'm half Japanese, so who knows, But
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
Wow.
no, but I feel like my parents do. They do love each other. Like, I feel like I lucked out. Some other families, it's, that they just want nothing to do with each other, and the kids can see
Yeah.
it clearly. But yeah, I learned that recently too, the marriage trafficking thing.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Teddy Hose. I'm such a big fan of Teddy Hose. I had to say to everybody, don't have a fangirl moment. We were supposed to have Sarah Hightower with us today, who is an expert on Aum Shinrikyo, and I think that to be able to draw the parallels between Aum and the Unification Church would have been amazing. But hopefully, I'll have a chance to catch up with Sarah another time. I've never met an Aum Shinrikyo expert, and I typically hear more often than not that people are looking for more information on that group because it's so sparse. So I need to catch up with Sarah, and I need to have that conversation. I'm sad it couldn't happen today, but things happen. The stream also ended sporadically, or strangely halfway through our conversation, which I apologize for. But for anybody interested in hearing more about you and your experiences, Teddy, and the work that you do, where are some places that they might find you?
If you go to the press section of my website, it's just my name, teddyhose.com, and you click press. I posted a lot of my interviews, my podcasts, and documentaries and whatnot. So that's kind of the main space, or at Teddy Hose on Twitter, at Teddy Hose on Instagram as well, or on Facebook. You can find me there. And I'm actually, it's NDA. I can't say who did the documentary, but it's supposed to come out this year. There's supposed to be another one on Netflix. So just like waiting for that. But it's pretty badass. Like we had some photos that I didn't know people took photos at this one extreme event, and I was like, "What? You have it? Send them to me high res," and like passed them off. So looking forward to that one.
Oh my goodness. Isn't it typical of Netflix to do that? As soon as my dad's Netflix that I watch, I can't watch anymore because we don't live in the same house. Ooh, Netflix reeling us back in with these documentaries. Fantastic, Teddy. I appreciate you and your time today, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for doing this, and thanks for having me.
Take care. Bye, Teddy. Bye. Oh my goodness. Right, that is another talk down. I have had some mad technical issues during my talk with Teddy, but I can see Mike is here in the waiting room. He's waving. We're going to have our talk in 15 minutes. So I'm going to go and check all of my social media stuff. And I'm also going to make sure that the stream is actually running on Facebook and Twitter, because for some reason after 8 hours it stopped. So for 30 minutes of my talk with Teddy, I don't think that we were live on all of the platforms, which is really unfortunate. But hopefully we're coming back now. Viewers dropped down to 0 viewers, and I thought, oh no, what's happened? So we've been at a low number throughout the whole stream, which is unfortunate, but probably due to the fact that I can't stream on YouTube for a week because they banned me for talking about QAnon. So what we're going to do is, yeah, I know, Micah, what on earth? What we're going to, and then they emailed me just now and said, can you give us some feedback on your recent talk with YouTube? And I was like, yeah, I'll give you some feedback. So I'm going to put on another Cult News episode. Again, it is one that I have played already today. Christy's still here, Nicole's still here, Melissa's still here, T's here. Woo! We've got some great names in the chat. I'm going to play this news episode. Again, run to the bathroom. I'm just drinking so much water, coffee, energy drinks. Run to the bathroom again. We'll do some more giveaway stuff, and then we will get chatting to Micah. So I shall be back after this video. What one's the shorter one? This one. I'll put it on loop just in case I'm not back in time. But see Will the stream be saved on? I think it's already up there, Melissa, on Facebook. The first 8 hours. Hopefully, the second part will save as well. Some people are already commenting on, and it's confusing because people are commenting on stuff we talked about ages ago, and I'm like, well, that was a question from ages ago, and now I realise it's because it's people watching it back. So hopefully, it will still be there. Right, here we go. I shall be back. Hello, listeners, and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast, and for this segment, I will be doing another Cult News roundup of recent things in the cult news. Airing now on FX and Hulu is a documentary titled The Secrets of Hillsong, exploring one of America's most successful megachurches and the investigative reporting that led to the dismissal of 2 prominent pastors. Also available on Channel 4 now is the Rebecca Vardy Jehovah's Witnesses and Me documentary. Rebecca Vardy goes on a personal journey through her difficult history with the Jehovah's Witnesses, meeting former members and uncovering secret documents. Not only this, but coming June 2nd is Shiny Happy People, Duggar Family Secrets, a limited docuseries exposing the truth beneath the wholesome Americana surface of reality TV's favourite mega family, the Duggars, and the radical organisation behind them, the Institute in Basic Life Principles. As details of the family and their scandals unfold, we realise they're part of an insidious, much larger threat already in motion, with democracy itself in peril. After Ginger Duggar's recent memoir release, it has been announced that within Shiny Happy People, an Amazon exclusive, it is expected that Jill Duggar may also speak out, according to aceshowbiz.com. I am yet to watch any of these documentaries, but I truly do plan on watching them and offering my feedback, perhaps in my upcoming 12-hour live stream on June the 2nd. Reviews for The Resurrection of Charles Manson, an upcoming thriller, have started coming out. PopHorror.com states one of the most notorious murders in American history was committed by the Manson family cult. The conspiracies that followed the murderous cult post-1969 spawned many rumours, books, documentaries, and internet sleuths connecting the dots to Son or Sons of Sam and to the Unabomber and even the CIA. In The Resurrection of Charles Manson, director Remy Grillo, with writers Brev Moss and Josh Plus, illustrates the underground connections of the sleepy stragglers of the Manson family cult and their mission to conjure up their lost messiah, Charles Manson. This is set to be released May 29th and again is on my list of things to watch. The list just grows. Yahoo News released an article stating that Quentin Tarantino revealed on a podcast that fictional character Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, has died at the age of 90. Strange, but rather fitting for Tarantino, and very meta when you consider that Leonardo DiCaprio was playing Dalton, who was most famous in the film for being an actor himself in the movie. Let's not forget that Into the Clearing is also coming on May 24th, a film adapted from a book where a woman is forced to confront the nightmares of her past in order to stop a secret cult intent on gathering children to fulfill its master's plan. The New York Times has reported that there has been a recent stage production based on the Sarah Lawrence cult led by Larry Ray, with the article stating new play looks for dark humour beneath the Sarah Lawrence sex cult ordeal. A small production that involves faculty and graduates largely mirrors Lawrence Ray's years-long exploitation of vulnerable students. Some of his victims object, and I'm not surprised. And the wording sex cult ordeal, not ideal. With a recent book released by Emma Cline, a Charles Manson thriller with the blurb reading Northern Carolina during the violent end of the 1960s. At the start of summer, a lonely and thoughtful teenager, Evie Boyd, sees a group of girls in the park and is immediately caught by their freedom, their careless dress, their dangerous aura of abandon, and soon Evie is in the thrall to Suzanne, a mesmerizing older girl, and is drawn into the circle of a soon-to-be infamous cult and the man who is its charismatic leader. Hidden in the hills, their sprawling ranch is eerie and run down, but to Evie it is exotic, thrilling, charged. A place where she feels desperate to be accepted. As she spends more time away from her mother and the rhythms of her daily life, and as her obsession with Suzanne intensifies, Evie does not realize she is coming closer and closer to unthinkable violence, and to the moment in a girl's life when everything can go horribly wrong. So much cult material, and let's see how accurate the depictions are now that there is so much academia out there for producers and writers to access. not to mention the sensitivity and compassion that should be exercised towards those that have survived high-demand cult-like environments, exploitation, and horrible abuses. MENAFN.com has reported recently that moral satanic panic is on the rise and that LGBTQIA+ rights are being targeted. Part of the article reads, drag queens around the world are currently being accused of grooming children through drag storytime events. These accusations curiously associate public book reading with child sex offending. We know from decades of research and inquiries the places that young people are most at risk of sexual victimization are their home or in an institution of care such as school, an orphanage, or church. The people that most often offend against children are family members and care providers. However, this recent panic about drag queens reading in public libraries is actually typical in the history of child sexual abuse. This history has involved repeated moral panics that distract from the alarming data regarding child abuse in the home. Instead, these narratives locate the threat to children outside of the home, to gay men and stranger danger, and even satanic ritualistic abuse, rather than confronting the situations and protecting children where they are most at risk. Girls United released a piece recently titled The Misplaced Story of Grit and Grind by Shelby Smith, with a part of the article breaking down MLMs and their cult-like qualities as described by Dr. Stephen Hassan, leading cult expert. One section reads, broken promises, flashy lifestyles with no proof of income, and cult-like membership tactics. That's what comes to mind when reflecting on the Forex phase. During this time, people would promote joining academies to learn how to trade and build wealth, when the focus was really on recruitment into the academy and not so much training to trade. Personal stories are included within this article, which I will link in the episode description. Mondac.com has a small section on coercive control in Australia that reads, the legislation that deals with family and domestic violence in Queensland was recently amended to incorporate coercive control. In this video, Special Counsel Leanne Murphy talks about the changes and what they could mean for your family law matter. What this means in terms of criminal law and criminal acts will become clearer as time goes on and things become cemented. And lastly, WZAK Cleveland has reported on the recent controversial events in an American middle school when a teacher was suspended for allowing a pupil to wear a Ku Klux Klan white robe whilst doing a school piece on KKK Grand Wizard Nathan Bedford Forrest. The article positions itself as trying to look at both sides of the argument. Students were told to prepare essays on historical figures with costumes in keeping with the assignment. Some argue that the pupil was not wrong in the way that they presented their work, and that we should not forget the disgraceful and unforgivable parts of our history. Others have said that it is completely inappropriate and extremely racist and should never be allowed full stop, let alone in a school setting. What are your thoughts on this? That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. Okay. We are about to go into our next session. We only have 2 left. I can't believe it. And also, I'm going to try and say this without getting really emotional. But somebody just donated £200 to the stream, which puts us at 25% of our goal. That is by far the biggest donation that I have had to the stream. And I'm absolutely blown away by that donation. So thank you so much, Deb, for being here, always interacting with the content, always showing your support and commenting on all the things that I put on social media, and for supporting this fundraiser today as well. I truly appreciate your support. 25% of the way there. It's a huge goal. So I'm genuinely so happy to be at this stage going into our penultimate talk, but we have a couple of minutes before that starts, so maybe we can do another draw. And actually, we're going to be talking next with Micah Allen Losh, who is the author of a memoir that I have read called Mentally Diseased, but who also has 2 other books coming out later in the year to create a trilogy. And I have been given some copies of Micah's books to give away. So let's do one giveaway now. Let's do a giveaway for Mentally Diseased. Let's get the random number generator out. What we are 1 to 25, and let's see who is going to win their own copy of Micah's book Mentally Diseased, which I love. I've never read a book that every chapter starts with a poem that is written by the author. I think that's amazing. So let's have a look here. Generate. Oh, number 14, it's Linda. Mentally Diseased. My voice is going. I've also been eating biltong. I feel like that's probably one of the worst things that I could have been eating. Mentally Diseased for Linda. That's awesome. I need to get through the rest of these. I have so many things to put on the giveaway, and I'm just not getting through enough things. The talks are so good, and we need some more donations to have some more people in the raffle, so we have some more people to give prizes to. So I'm just going to check everything is working still. Oh gosh, Deb, I'm blown away by that support. Absolutely incredible. Right, so there we go. It's 3:15 in the morning here in the UK. 3:15 a.m. Right, I'm going to quickly do a big cough. Gosh, my voice is definitely going now. Excuse me, everybody. I do apologize. Right, so it's 3:15. It's time for my talk with Micah, and I'm going to bring him in now to the talk. Hello, Micah. Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, both. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. I went into work for a few hours and I was scheduled to leave, and it actually kind of got crazy. So everything seemed to align. There was a full moon, so I'm sure there will be a lot of shenanigans, but I'm glad to be here. So thank you for having me.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for coming back onto the podcast, Micah. I truly appreciate it. And for donating copies of your books as well to people that are taking part in the fundraiser today. I really appreciate that as well. We have spoken. I've read your memoir. I have my own copy here that you sent me. For anybody that has not listened to the episode or come across your work in other places, can you introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yes. Hi. So I am Micah Allen Losh. I am the author of, well, 3 books, but only one is out. It is Mentally Diseased, which is a flattering term that Jehovah's Witnesses call former members that have left. And I had another far more pretentious title, like a working title. And then I don't know, I decided, you know what, I'm going to take that because I know the hatred that's behind it. And I'm just going to put it on a book with my face and maybe, kind of to disempower it and maybe kind of stick it to, the leaders of the cult who stole everything from me.
Would you share that working title with us?
Yeah, so I was going to call it JWNAA, How One Cult Saved Me from Another. But then when I started looking into slander, sorry, I keep saying slander is spoken, I think libel is written. And so I didn't really want, I never used the word cult calling any group that in my memoir, actually, because I want it to be, I don't want a lawsuit. So
yeah, it's interesting because AA could be a number of many things. Over here, we have AA car recovery. So, if you break down somewhere, you call the AA and they come and pick you up. So, if you were to have one AA come to you and say, "Oh, we're going to sue you," you could say, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the AA car recovery in the UK."
yeah, and yeah. So well, anyway, I'm really glad to be here. Sorry, I'm excited, but yeah, it's AA does stand for a lot of things. Like we have AAA here, but yeah. Sorry.
So we're going to be discussing a number of things today. One of the things is the importance of art in recovery. We touched upon this a little bit in our conversation before that is already out on the Cult Vault podcast. And also when I visit your Amazon bio, it also mentions the importance of art in healing, in your opinion. So I wondered if we could start with an overview of your experiences in the Jehovah's Witnesses that led to you finding art as a way to need to heal from those experiences.
So my father, he died when I was 13. And when I was 18, that's when I wrote, I believe it's when I wrote my first poem. And I was active on some, I think it was MSN Messenger. I would find bands I liked. And because I was really excluded from Jehovah's Witnesses, it'd been about 5 years. Ever since my dad died, there was just a demarcation. And I was kind of excluded, soft shunned. So I started showing my work to people, and I received a lot of praise and compliments, and it was really nice because that was the first time I remember being praised for something that I had made. Everything else was just, you're a good Jehovah's Witness, you did a good job on your part, you gave a good answer, but there was really nothing about the individual, because you're really stripped of your identity in these groups. So I found that very addicting, and so I kept writing, and I even started, it's readily apparent when I've gone back over 20 years of writing, how I was struggling with cognitive dissonance. And it really was a safe place to kind of deal with things, or even, I always loved horror stories. So I would write little short stories that were macabre, but Jehovah's Witnesses always, oh, why are you always in all black? Why do you always talk about dark things? And I really kind of, anytime I showed it to Jehovah's Witnesses, it was like they got uncomfortable, like they were reading some kind of manifesto. And even my own mother, when I would try and share my stuff with her, she would say, well, I don't get it. I guess I'm not very intelligent. And I don't know, that always hurt. It was a weird, odd rejection that, I felt like, if you don't understand, I'm your child, why would you not ask me what it means? Or what I like to do is be kind of vague in my paintings, drawings, and writing, because I feel like it allows people to fill in the blanks and really personalize it. And I like how art can be, interpreted different ways. I've always been fascinated by that. But so I started writing, and I never did anything with it. I kept it hidden. And so then when I decided to write a memoir about Jehovah's Witnesses and, my acrimonious exit, I don't know how that idea came to me, but I thought I want to include my poetry in that, because I always wanted to have a band, but I can't sing. And I always liked lyrics. I always connected. And for me growing up, I always felt a very profound isolation. And the only time really that I felt connection was music. I would hear these bands, and I have this really deep love for my favorite singers. I've never met them. I don't expect they're perfect or they would even like me, but there are certain people that saved my life. There are certain albums that the only thing that kept me from killing myself that day was listening to that album. And, you know, I don't know if I can do that, but if I can affect people and, you know, I want to chase that. I want that high that brings, because that's just, I don't know if it's validation. I don't know. It's just very fulfilling, and I wanted more of it.
You mentioned the word connection, and that's something that has come up quite a lot throughout this stream so far, in terms of searching for community, searching for belonging, searching for acceptance. And I feel like connection is another one of those words that falls into that remit of looking for something that is bigger than just us. And unfortunately, as we've heard from multiple testimonies around the Jehovah's Witnesses, that particular community is not really offering that community in a prosperous and positive manner, in terms of the experiences that individuals have spoken about on this show. That's not to say that everybody's having these experiences, but it seems a lot of people are. And something else that is really poignant with your experience, from reading your book, and also in terms of somebody else who's spoken on the stream today, is Andrew Pledger speaking about how the IFB are really isolated. The independent fundamental Baptist Church is really segregated from society. But inside the IFB, Andrew's family were so conservative and took things so far that even inside the IFB, Andrew felt isolated and different, and he never really felt like there was a place for him. And I keep coming back to your writing, I keep coming back to your memoir, and I keep coming back to the Jehovah's Witnesses being isolated, segregated from worldly people, but inside the group you still felt like you never really found a place to belong.
You know, I don't remember enough to even know. I don't really remember much before my dad dying. I remember I had some, but kids will be friends with anybody. So, you know, who even knows? But so what? Billions of people, there are approximately 8 million Jehovah's Witnesses. And I always said I was a pariah among the, I can't think of the other word I used, but you know, I was a pariah among the outcasts, because for me, and a lot of it is they tell you that every congregation is ran the same, but if you go to different ones, you notice these inconsistencies, which if God was, you know, orchestrating it, wouldn't happen. But I remember one time I was told I was essentially a bad Christian because I had a Black Sabbath t-shirt on. And somebody said, oh, their music is so dark. And I said, well, what about War Pigs? I mean, that's essentially a war protest song. It's not advocating. And then they were going on and on. And so then in front of a lot of people, I said, well, you listen to a band where the lead singer is a witch and witchcraft is forbidden in the Bible. You're a hypocrite. And, you know, I never really understood that, because while I was in, I thought like, okay, yeah, these people aren't true Christians, but I can listen to their rock music. If I can do that, why can't, you know, like I'm not listening about witchcraft. But if they don't like you, certain people can get away with stuff. There was one elder, his daughter would come in the shortest, tiny skirts and barely a t-shirt, you know, but she was an elder's daughter, so she got away with murder. Total hypocrisy and inconsistency. But yeah, if they don't like you, they in every congregation, there were certain people that were just mistreated and dumped on. And a lot of times they were very odd, odder than even me. But yeah, they really would mistreat them. And when these people, I did it as well, I'd say like, hey, I'm lonely. I don't have anybody to do anything with. I'm not doing well. Well, the fault was always on me. I should ask again. I should pray. You know, it's a cycle. And I had to get away from it to really realize what it was. And I feel like I'm still kind of
Yeah.
understanding that.
And that another thing that we've talked about this stream is that recovery is just ongoing. People realize different things at different stages. But you have Mentally Diseased published, and you have two other works coming out soon.
Yes.
Before the end of the year, there will be a trilogy or a trinity, which I think is an interesting term to use. How did you start to put Mentally Diseased together, and how did you feel when you realized that it was going to become a memoir that you would publish?
Well, you know, I actually, I was sitting in this room, and I think when I started writing it, I wrote it with the expectation of receiving a catharsis. And to my surprise, that's not what happened at all. I wanted to talk about my life because, you know, my son, I still see him, but I don't see him nearly as much as I would like. And I wrote it for him because I just don't know my parents. I don't remember much. And so it kind of was a way for me to feel close to him. And then I did probably 10 to 15 edits myself. And then I hired an editor, and I hired Sarah Riches, who is an Next Jehovah's Witness, to paint the cover. And I love everyone loves the cover. I feel like it's a very, it really is like, what is this about? And, you know, but, you know, I was left to die in the streets. I lost my home. I lost my car, my family, my identity, everything. And even beyond that, you know, when my father was dying, he martyred himself for this cult. My mother shuns me for them. I have a half brother that, well, he tracked me down when I was 25. I don't know if my dad knew and just didn't raise him. I didn't think that at the time, but I'll never know now. And, you know, I've essentially been robbed of almost everything. And I'm not trying to throw a pity party, but for me, I mean, part of it was spite. When I really saw it and I thought about the governing body, I thought, how goddamn dare you? I know that you're doing what you did to me to other people. And I know children are still being born into it. And I just had to, I wanted to do something. And also I wanted to kind of apologize for things in the past. So, you know, it really was a multifaceted thing that really, I threw myself into it and it seemed impossible. And sometimes I published it on my birthday, which was a very important thing for me because I'd never celebrated my birthday. And so I published it, and that night at my job, some people sang happy birthday to me and gave me a cupcake, and I cried like a little girl. But it was an emotion that was too big for me to process, which was really overwhelming. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. And since it's come out, a lot of repressed memories have come back. Many of them I could do without. They're not particularly horrible. They're just reminders of painful times. But and it is true about, you know, recovery being ongoing, because I noticed a few months ago I saw a movie with some friends, and my laugh is different than it was for decades, which I just think how profoundly creepy that is. Like, how deep were your tendrils in me that I laughed different?
Nicole has said in the chat, that is such a good point. The rules are often inconsistent and used as convenient leverage on those most vulnerable. So Nicole has a really great way of nuancing everything into very lovely sentences in a way that I could never do. But one of the main focuses of our first conversation was around the hypocrisy that is shown by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Are there any examples of hypocrisy that you can pull out of thin air in terms of your experiences, Micah?
I mean, you know, there are so many. And what's weird is when you're in it, you're told that your heart is treacherous, so it cannot be trusted. You can't trust anything you want with your heart, but you're also told to avoid independent thinking. So all you have is what they give you. And once you look out of it, they what is it? They say you can't celebrate birthdays because in the Bible, birthdays are mentioned twice. And both times they're mentioned, it's negative. I think there's a murder at each one. And they say, based on that, all scripture is inspired and beneficial for teaching, reproving, and setting things straight. So birthdays are bad, but every single scripture that mentions a dog is negative. But Jehovah's Witnesses have dogs. It's cherry picking. Whatever bullshit they want to shove down the throat of their flock, they will find a way to do it. And then even if they lie or make a mistake, they just say, whoops, that was old light. We got new light. But why would a God of love intentionally mislead his one true religion? Because it stumbles people. Humans cannot stumble people at all. If you stumble your brother, tie a millstone to your neck, get thrown into the sea, that's better. But Jehovah is allowed to stumble his flock through his ineffectual leadership. Why can a perfect God who has the gift of foresight not tell these idiots how to run a religion? Almost none of it holds up to scrutiny, which, once you figure out the mousetrap, it's like, oh, you just see it all. And it's like the whole house of cards collapses.
I love that expression of mousetrap and house of cards. There's so many different metaphors that people use to explain that moment of really realizing that none of it is like a puzzle. You take away one piece and you realize that all of the other pieces, they all come together to create this system. So even if you realize that you don't necessarily believe in the scripture or the beliefs, or if you have doubts or questions about the belief system or the practices, there's the next puzzle piece of having everything that you've ever known in that group. And if you are to question those beliefs, then you are going to be subjected to losing that community, the fear of doomsday with the dates coming and going and coming and going. It is all the different facets that come together to create that entire picture. And it's house of cards. I think Janja Lalich uses the tapestry. You pull one string and it all starts to fall apart. And I love that metaphor as well. So you realize that all the different techniques are being used to basically hold you captive.
Mm-hmm. Well, and not only do they foster codependency on the group, and it's very insular, but you never use your brain. You are just a blind, obedient drone. And yeah, the one crack just reflects exponentially the cracks and everything else. And it all comes down and it's like, well, what do I do? Like this night and this night I went there and I prepared and I thought I was one of the chosen ones and I had this divine purpose and God was actively, influencing my life. And then you just, it's like coming out of the Matrix. That's the best way to describe it, because absolutely nothing is real. And I mean, many people get out with, some stuff. I mean, I was fundamentally destroyed. I mean, every single way.
The memoir that you've been able to put together, Mentally Diseased, the first book in the trilogy, I've read some reviews. I went a couple of days ago to read some reviews. Do you look at those things to see how the book's been received?
Yes. My feeling with art is if it's loved or hated, at least it evoked emotion. I always feel like apathy is death regarding art. And usually I'll screenshot it and put the reviews because I really do appreciate them. And, I even sometimes people will message me, or it could be on Reddit or whatever, and they've sent me these really beautiful compliments, that really, they mean a lot to me. It's really cool to know that your art has affected people. And that I just love that feeling.
The second book in the series, what is the title and what is going to be the focus of the second book?
So my second book is titled Gangrenous Speeches, which is a mouthful, but that is something that Jehovah's Witnesses tell their other Jehovah's Witnesses. They say you must avoid these apostates' gangrenous teachings, which I think is utterly absurd because I have no teachings. I'm an atheist. You know, I don't have an agenda. I'm not trying to draw anyone to my cause or convert anybody. You know, I retired from the life-saving business. No more. And so basically it's 100 poems, poetry, prose. Dang it, what's the word? I'm sorry. And it also has a letter I wrote after I overdosed and died and was in a coma. And I was in a stress center for like 2 weeks. That's in there about halfway through. And it's kind of like songs and just different things. You know, there's one thing I wrote. It's called 2/3, 1/2, and 30 over 30. A Jehovah's Witness I grew up with was fist fighting her husband, and she was on cocaine. He was too. And he like punched her and she lost the baby. And also during that time, I had just turned 30, I had broken up, and I worked at a nursing home, and they always died in threes. So it's actually, I made a picture. It's like a 24 hours worth of work into the drawing. And, you know, it's just that's just how I dealt with pain because, you know, I couldn't be sad about that happening. I was always just told, well, Jehovah will fix things, you know, wait on Jehovah. That's what happens when you leave Jehovah. So it just didn't make sense, but I never really questioned it because I knew that was, you know, heresy. So it's really just me poured out onto paper. It's 20 years of, I have some poems to my first girlfriend. And then some of it's about me and some of it's just kind of fiction, like little vignettes. It's just, I wanted to share that. In a lot of ways, it almost feels more personal than mentally diseased, but I like the connective tissue of, you know, I have the poems in here and then just the rest of them. And, you know, I don't know. We'll see.
I just love the way you just have such good vocabulary. You and Nicole would have a wonderful conversation with some great words thrown in. The third book in the trilogy, please tell us all about what we can expect from that.
Okay, so you know, after I kind of told my story about how I left, and then I decided to do the second book, I thought, you know, what would be utterly absurd is 3 books, and I call it the apostasy trilogy, which I think is just pretentious and ridiculous, but it's also it's a dig at Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, those are this because they call Jehovah's Witnesses despicable that leave. And if you're going to write that, then I'm going to write a story that's truly despicable. And so it's fiction. It's based on Elohim seekers, which is a religion I made up. And I set up the like the theology, and the leader learns the true nature of God and essentially writes a satanic prophecy. And set during COVID, a member of takes over one of the leaders and calls all the people who protect pedophiles to their headquarters and exterminates them. And it's a very dark story. I try and explain things that are brutal, but in an eloquent way. And I think the reason for it is I remember when I was a little boy, my mom said, during Armageddon, we will be tortured more than any other humans ever have been. And I'm like, the Holocaust. They used to feed Christians to lions. It'll be worse than that. Yeah. And the terror that filled me with. I used to lay in bed and like, I remember once I read that I think lions start to eat you while you're still alive. And I would just think about them like ripping open my abdomen and eating my spleen, you know, and I have to go to kindergarten in the morning. So, and the Bible is filled with horrific stories, you know, and weird ones like David and his bag of foreskins. So a lot of it is satirical and mocking just the way I was brought up, and I don't really relish in the in any of the violence. It just serves the story. But I've always loved horror movies, and of course, Jehovah's Witnesses always told me, you know, that was because I was worldly, and I always kind of hated myself for watching, you know, Nightmare on Elm Street, stuff like that. So I want to create my own character and tell my own story. And I've written 70 pages of it. And so far, I really enjoy the world building. And, you know, I don't want to just make stuff happen. I want to find ways in this universe to really make it believable. And I found a third ex-Jehovah's Witness artist to paint the cover, which I'm kind of going to make the Antichrist look like me, because why not? So I'm really excited about it. That's really been fun, because the memoir was just 120 pages of trauma. And, you know, I'm like, God, I had to take breaks, because sometimes it hurts too much. So it's nice to be able to just create. And there's freedom in that I'm really enjoying.
That's awesome. And I can see how excited and passionate you are about the project as well. It's going to be interesting to see the parallels that you have drawn, or the inspiration that you've drawn on from lived experiences in the Jehovah's Witnesses and things that actually happen within that organization in this fictional world. And I'm really looking forward to the second and the third book. I really, really enjoy your writing, and I wondered if you would possibly do a reading for us. I have chosen something, unless you have something that you would prefer, or unless you wouldn't want to do a reading. Don't let me pressure you into it.
You're okay. Which one did you have in mind?
It's for chapter 7, Physically Out, Mentally In, and it's page 44. I wondered if you could just read the poem. I love how every chapter starts with a poem that you've written. You know, not just an inspirational quote or a notable quote from another author from another book. These are all poems that you've written at the start of every chapter, and I really love it. And the line that this poem ends on, I was just like, more amazing wordplay, and it's I think it speaks to the creativity and the artistry inside the book, even through the really dark subject matter.
Thank you. And actually, the line that you mentioned is one of my favorite things I've ever written. So I'm glad that you mentioned it, because I remember I wrote that and I was like, that's pretty. I thought it was pretty good.
So. It's a good one. It's a good one. It was the one where I was like, do I earmark that page and ask Micah to read it?
Yeah, sure. I can read that. All right, here we go. A siren cutting the air, born anew in unseen atmosphere. Hellfire curls around the billowing form of a seraph. Wait, and I'm just about sick. Asinine rationalization, stiff with conceit, claiming doubt, strength, and independence. The diametric opposite of your bullshit persona. I don't want you for an echo. No segue. These lies and flighty theories are mutually exclusive. No love like first love. I've forgotten that passion. Everyone does. If every pain, sorrow, mistake, and punishment was so I might save you, it was worthwhile. You just sit there like a cold sociopath bastard. Don't say what I want to hear, sycophant. The mystery you are, I was. This is a betrayal. An indulgence of self. You lie. My love is unconditional. My friendship isn't. Wait, I'm sick. This wears on me as you sit there arrogant. Pride goes before a fall. So throw it all away. I will not bear witness. You don't get to apologize for ruining my day. Not to me, to your family, or yourself. Be a man. Own what you do, my dear brother, my child. I am sick. I'm just about sick of you. Smudging black and white. No juxtapositions, only complication. Generalities, and you lied. You are Cain, and I am Abel.
Oh, it's powerful stuff. Thank you so much for that, Mike, and thank you for reading that out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no worries. You're welcome.
It's so if anybody wants to pick up a copy of Micah Losh's Mentally Diseased, you can grab it now. It's available on Amazon. I don't know if we're allowed to. It's kind of like ooh, taboo. And I've also put it on the cultvaultpodcast.com website. You can click on the website. There's a page dedicated to this 12-hour stream, and you can find links to Micah's work on that website. And also, Micah, can you tell people where they can find you and your work?
Yes, and actually, I would have sent this to you, but I just got it working at like 3 a.m. So I have a website, micahAllenLosh.com. And if you go there, it has a little bio. I'm going to set up a blog. I'm just not at that point yet. And I have info and a link to Mentally Diseased. I have a little description of Gangrenous Speeches, which I will be adding a link on June 10th when it releases. And I also have the first well, it's the, I guess, not prequel, the preface to Despicable, which is on my website for anyone to read for free. So, which will be released on December 10th, 2023. That's the other thing I should say about my Apostasy trilogy. 3 books all released exactly 6 months apart. Because 3 6s, if you say I'm the Antichrist and an agent of Satan, I'm going to own it. And I'm not going away, Jehovah's Witnesses.
It's really great that we're getting this on record, because I feel like in English class, like 20 years from now, when the teacher sits down and says, what do you think Micah Allen Losh was trying to say when do you think it was intentional that the character that is the Antichrist looked like Micah Allen Losh also looked? Do you also see that the 666, does it play a part here? Was it intentional? Why does the character wear all black? I'm glad we have this on record, so students will have the answers to those questions and won't have to sit there theorizing potentially what you did or didn't do.
That's a really cool thought. I mean, a lot of the attention to detail, I'm like, yeah, people are never going to recognize this, so I need to just say it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's very empowering to speak out against something that oppressed you for so long. And I don't know. I wish all people that have been raised in these high control groups could experience what it feels like. Because it's just really, I don't know. I don't know how to compare it to anything else. It really is, I don't know, empowering, like I said.
And that's after an existence of feeling anything but. I imagine that it's very liberating to have the experience of feeling empowered, and telling your story however you and unapologetically telling your story as well, which is something that I really respect you for, Micah. You are very bold in your testimonies and when you speak about your experiences, and you kind of have the perspective of, well, what else can the Jehovah's Witnesses take from me? And so there's no I've said pulling punches, no pulling punches. I've said that a few times tonight, I think.
Well, there is only one thing that they could do. And, my mother shuns me, but she still sees my son, who is 5. And he tells me how she takes him to do the things she used to do with me when I was little. And it almost feels like I've been replaced by my child, which, that's a bizarre feeling, to feel envy almost of a 5-year-old. But I do know that she talks to him about their propaganda cartoons. And of course, she thinks she has the truth and that her God will kill her if she doesn't try and save him. So for me, this is very much a war against a billion-dollar cult of 8 million people. If you want to even bring your garbage near my child through my mother, right before my memoir came out, my mom sent me a letter telling me, based on family history I knew of, how likely it is I might get breast cancer because she had it. Men can get it, I guess. And then, but it was a lifeless, bloodless letter. And she wrote me that, and it said, "I do love you. You are my son." It was like it was like AI made it. And, it just, when I was in the absolute darkest point of my life, when I was homeless and terrified, my mother ignored me, and I will never speak to her again. I do not care what is going on. Yeah, that is my boundary. It's unacceptable. And the fact that, you did as much as you could to estrange me from my child. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'm not going to attack, witnesses or destroy kingdom halls, but I'm going to be unrelenting. And you are going to wish I died in the streets. I've made stickers. I plaster them everywhere. I work at a bar. I'm always talking to people, trying to find ways to network, and I even down the road, I kind of would like to start a podcast and talk about belief. But like I said, it's war. What they do to people is unacceptable. And they deserve to at least be exposed. I've had numerous people at my job tell me, one of my friends said a Jehovah's Witness was at his door and he handed him a sticker and he said, "My buddy wrote this. It's about your religion. You need to read it." And like, just the few things, it's like, I almost feel like I helped save their life, because nobody joins these groups when their life is good, when they're rational. They prey on suffering, lonely, afraid people. And people know Jehovah's Witnesses are weird, but they don't know how evil they are, and sinister and judgmental, and that just not good people.
It's like a cycle as well, because all of those feelings and experiences that you've just listed there, or places that a person might find themselves in, is exactly how individuals feel when they are disfellowshipped or excommunicated or shunned. They feel alone, they feel scared, they feel terrified, which not only places them into a very precarious place of potentially being recruited into another destructive group, but also leaves an individual wondering, how do we begin to recover? And you've talked about the positives of sharing your experiences in the very different ways that you have. And you've also talked about the fact that you will never reconcile with your mother, which kind of leads me to thinking that shunning works both ways. It certainly is something that we hear quite often, hard boundaries being set on the side of the individual that has also walked away from the high demand religious group, the cult extremist group, authoritarian group, all these different words, labels, things that people might use. But one thing I did want to ask you to share with the listeners before we finish today was a really inspiring thing I heard about your school, which I just thought was awesome to read on your social media. So please, could you share that little anecdote with the listeners?
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I knew where I went to school and all this, but since mentally diseased has come out, the fog is ever dissipating, and it's like new levels of awareness almost, or development. It's bizarre, but I just thought, what if there are Jehovah's Witnesses in in my school? And I thought, well, I should try and reach out maybe. So I emailed everyone, and I'm a blunt person. I was like, "Hi." The whole time I attended, I was a member of the world's largest Christian fundamentalist doomsday cult. And then a few weeks went by, and I was like, "All right, well, they're like blocking me." And the principal's probably like, nobody answered because I copied everybody. And then a lady, she mentioned, she said, "Yeah, you can send a copy." And so I don't know. That's a real. I mean, I didn't even exist in high school. I never hardly spoke to anyone. And the idea of, just trying. What is so overwhelming to me is, like, on my website, one of my friends who is a model and we work together, she just posed with me, you know, because they say the devil is a beautiful woman in a red dress. So I asked her, will you take pictures? And there's one of her like rolling an apple to me midair and me catching it. And she did that for free. I mean, as a Jehovah's Witness, I would ask people to go out to eat or go to movies and like sit down, buy seats, get a table, and be stood up and just sit there. I mean, just non-entity, totally being ignored. Some other friends of mine yesterday, they took some pictures, and one of them I'm going to use as my author photo for the back of all my books. And, you know, they didn't ask anything of me. They're just, it's really funny that I work in a bar, which of course Jehovah's Witnesses think everybody who works there is a degenerate. Even AA is like, oh, you shouldn't be there. Those people will try and make you drink, all this bullshit. But the only people who have accepted me, no matter what hell I've been in or foul mood or, you know, barely keeping myself from jumping into traffic, they accepted me, they talked to me, they supported me, they shared. That's really staggering and overwhelming to me. So many of the people, because really it's mostly just people at work that I, you know, spend time with, except online. I don't think they can even comprehend what looking me in the eyes and smiling at me and saying hi to me means, because I just lived decades without dignity. Just there were times as a Jehovah's Witness, I questioned if I was alive. I drug knives through my body. I burnt myself just to feel, because you just spend so much time at this frayed end that your body just turns off and you feel nothing. And it's a very bizarre feeling. And, you know, I hate Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's not because I'm filled with hatred. It's not because I'm an apostate or serve Satan. I don't even believe in Satan. They just rob people of their dignity, their life, their passion, their family. It's just perverse.
How many, just on pure speculation, and we would never really know, I suppose, the answer to this question. How many people within the organization do you think truly believe in the doctrine, and how many people remain within the fold because the other alternative is too difficult?
Well, it's really difficult because it's a tattletale culture. So if you're what they call PMO, physically and mentally out, you absolutely cannot talk about this stuff. You know, like if you and me were both at the Kingdom Hall, I can be like, hey, Casey, I'm having some questions about Deuteronomy, because you're going to go, because we both think that if we disobey, you know, God removes his Holy Spirit from the congregation. But if you look on the ex-Jehovah's Witness Reddit, I think there are over 80,000 members. Now, obviously, are they all JWs? Who knows? But I think there are about 6 million baptized Jehovah's Witnesses. And I really think how they get to 8 million is claiming all the children that aren't baptized, you know, and the people who come around and attend meetings. I really don't know. I mean, it was during COVID when I realized, so I wasn't really around people, but, and I just was trying to drink it away. I can't imagine being PMO and going to those meetings. I don't watch, unless there's something really crazy on their website and somebody posts like a screenshot or like a 30-second video, but I can't watch that stuff. And I don't think it's healthy. One thing that really is creepy is I've watched the Heaven's Gate documentary on HBO. How he talked. I watched the Scientology one, Going Clear, how L. Ron Hubbard talked, and even The Way Down, about a weight loss cult with Gwen Shamblin. All the leaders have this very slow, intentional cadence, and I feel like it's a manipulation tactic, and I just can't watch it. It really creeps me out. I can watch their stuff, but Jehovah's Witness propaganda, I just can't.
It's yeah, I think there's so many. I mean, by design as well. I think immediately of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh's droning, slow tones, and yeah, oh, so many cult leaders come to mind. In terms of your plans for moving forward? You have this trilogy. Have you thought past that work, or are you focusing on finishing the third book and then perhaps you'll think about what the future holds?
So I mean, I'm probably maybe 3/4 of the way finished with Despicable. I don't want it to be a really long thing. And I actually have. So if I can, one of the biggest regrets in my life, when I was 10, we were in New York visiting Bethel, and my dad went in the World Trade Center. And I apologize if I've told you this before, but my dad said, "Come up there with me." And I said, "No, Dad, I'm afraid of heights." So he went up, came down. 3 years later, he was dead. Then the World Trade Center was destroyed. So I can't even go back up in that building. And even when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I really tried to pursue things I wanted. And the first time I was disfellowshipped, I tried stand-up comedy with some friends that I happened to work with. It was a bunch of rap groups and me in a Black Sabbath t-shirt. And everything I read said, "You're going to fail, just try it." And I mean, surprisingly, I did pretty well. It was pretty fun. And that was one of the coolest moments of my life. So what I really want to do is, after I get all these out, I want to work on doing stand-up comedy and telling stories about Jehovah's Witnesses, because I love art, but I always want to reflect it back at them. And, like, I want to bring them shame. I want to destroy their reputation. So I feel like it's multifaceted, but I want to do that. I also have plans to skydive with a friend at work, and I'm utterly terrified, but skydiving was forbidden. I also want to swim with sharks this year. And, I just want to do things that I want to do. That even I got a notice for jury duty. Well, I was super excited because that's forbidden as a Jehovah's Witness. The other time I got it, I wrote a letter. I would not be comfortable judging another person, even though all Jehovah's Witnesses do is judge. So yeah, I mean, I hope I don't know, I'm excited. It's weird.
Skydiving. Like, is there a specific thing that's written down that says you shall not skydive?
So was it Satan who tells Christ, he says, "Throw yourself off this cliff. You know that angels will save you. God won't let you die. And based on that, you can't go bungee jumping or skydiving."
That's so strange. I haven't heard that. That's new for me.
Yeah, they say it's taking your life into like your own hands, and you can't expect Jehovah to save you, but he doesn't save them anyway. So what's the point, And if you die, you've paid for your sins no matter what they are. So even if you took, stuff like that, if you really apply just basic critical thought, it turns to ash in your hands.
I really love the idea of reclaiming experiences that people aren't able to have in these groups growing up, and being a part of celebrating your birthday. I love that. On the XJW subreddit, I love seeing people getting their tattoos, dressing promiscuously or scantily, and really just embracing all of those things that have been missed during people's time spent within the Jehovah's Witnesses. So skydiving, so swimming with sharks, I guess, is the beard, yeah.
Well, and the reason sharks, so as a child, you're promised paradise is coming, envision yourself in paradise. All animals will be peaceable. So since I was a little boy, I have dreamed of swimming with sharks. I love sharks. I'm terrified to do it, but I'm going to do this stuff and put it on my Twitter. And, because I don't want to spend all my time discussing, the Watchtower is going to keep producing crap. And I don't think you can wake people up. If you want to excuse something to double down on living forever and getting your dead loved ones back, you'll excuse anything. I did it for 20 years. I just think, if you do stuff and you draw attention, you tell, but live your life, and people can do whatever they want, but I just don't want to do that. You know, I don't consider myself an activist. When you Google me, it says author. And for me, that's immortality. Watchtower promised me that, and it was a lie. But, you know, things like that, I hope other people who were raised like me do as well, because it's just, I even think you appreciate stuff more than a lot of people who had, you know, regular upbringings, because just when I smoke a cigar, rarely, I haven't smoked in close to a year. Like, I feel like such a rebel, like James Dean. Like, I feel cool as shit, you know. And it's every once in a while I just do stuff, and it fills me with this great joy that I know most people. And I'd seem insane, but I have a friend who, he believes in Bigfoot. He wants me to go search for Bigfoot with him. Do I believe in Bigfoot? Hell no. But he does, and he's 50. And you know what? It's just fun to see a grown man have a belief, because as a Jehovah's Witness, I know a woman who believed in aliens. I didn't, but almost everyone just talked about her like she was crazy and horrible and it was demons. And, you know, it's just fun to talk to an adult who believes in Bigfoot. Like, it's charming to me, you know? So I don't know, moving on is hard, but I just feel like it comes in waves. And you almost access parts of yourself that never developed.
It's interesting to hear people judging an individual for having a strange belief when looking at certain scriptures and Bible passages. People may have those same thoughts as well. Although saying that, I do try, as an atheist, I do try to stay sensitive and compassionate to individuals that communicate with me, that are still practicing their religion, their faith. Shout out to David. David is a pastor of a church who tunes into the Cult Vault podcast to better understand how he can lead and support a congregation in the most positive way, to ensure that things aren't becoming dangerous. So I think that that's just the most amazing thing ever. I have so much respect for David. So I do try to remain compassionate about that, and I tend to lose myself at times, so I need reminding about that, because it's it's a difficult thing.
It is difficult, and I always say, like, I don't respect your beliefs, really. Like, I don't believe they're true, but I respect that you believe them, and, you know, you hold them dear, and I respect your right to have them. But, you know, I had a guy ask me, because I'm an atheist. Well, he told me I was going to burn in hell, and then he asked me, why don't you rape? And I was like, well, what? I'm like, I think it was Penn Teller, the magician, he was asked the same thing. He's an atheist. And he said, well, I rape as much as I want to. I just don't want to, which I thought was very clever. But, you know, people, it's hard because they think their morals came from the Bible and they're on the right track. So they can't help but see you as, you know, an outlier, someone who's doomed. You know, I understand that, wanting to save people, thinking I have, you know, a higher purpose and information they don't have. But it is difficult sometimes to not become angry, because stuff can be very offensive as well.
Yeah, and all of the stuff we spoke about in our first interview around the things that, you know, you feel were kept from you or taken from you, and I imagine that echoes with so many people that tune into that episode to listen back to that. Which leads us to the end of our conversation today. I appreciate you coming here after a busy shift, and coming to sit down with me for an hour to give us a reading, to talk about your trilogy, and to also offer some insight into how art can truly help an individual during their healing process. So please, before we finish up today, can you tell everybody where they can find you and your work once more?
Yeah, so if you go to MicahAllenLosh.com. Allen is Allen. I have a link to Mentally Diseased. There will be a link to Gangrenous Speeches on the 10th. So 8 days, I think. And Despicable is coming in December, on my December 10th again on my birthday. So yeah, and if you go to my website, I have links to my Reddit, my Twitter, my TikTok, my Instagram, my Facebook. I'm on most things. I'm JW_IN_AA, and definitely, yeah, reach out, any questions or chat or want to follow. That'd be awesome. I hope to see you guys.
Awesome. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your time, Micah. I look forward to the next time we talk about your creative projects and have the chance to catch up. Thank you
Me
for coming
too.
to join us today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too, Casey.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. What an amazing talk. And there's only one more to go. One talk left. I hope that Whisper and Jemima got my email with the other link to the stream, because the stream stopped and we had to restart. Hi, Morgan. You're still here, or you've come back. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. I don't know who else is here. Feel free to put things in the chat, and interact with some of the things that we're talking about. Whisper and Jemima's session from the Butterflies and Bravery podcast is due to start in 15 minutes time and is the last panel of the evening. And we are 25% of the way towards our goal, which is amazing. Anybody that's tuning in, if you can, please donate. The QR code is at the bottom of the screen, and the link to the fundraiser is pinned at the top of the messages, and I'll just put it back in again. There we go. Into the chat. We have so many more prizes to give away. Should we do some more? Shall we do some more? We'll have some to do. I'll keep the fundraiser open for a couple of weeks after the stream, and we'll run the rest of the raffle prizes that we can't do today. We'll run the rest of them. Right, let's do Alex Staines books. Let's do those. Okay. Random number generator, here we come. Do we have the right numbers? Yes, right. So let's do the first edition hardback Alexandra Stain, Terror, Love and Brainwashing, going to Samantha. Love and Brainwashing hardback. Right. And let's do the Terror, Love and Brainwashing paperback. Number 5. That's D. D, because you had your name in the raffle so many times, you are going to be having so many things sent to your house. Terror, Love and Brainwashing. Right, so that's those two. We have one left to give away. We have so many more. We have a copy of we have a copy of Mission of Malice by Erica Borman, Audible or Kindle, to give away. We have 2 signed books by Sean Atwood. We have a signed picture of Chris Pratt. I don't know if anybody here is a Chris Pratt fan or a Marvel fan or a Star-Lord fan or Guardians of the Galaxy, but I have a signed picture here, and it also has the proof of signature in the back. And as I mentioned, anybody that does donate that wins in the raffle, we have so many prizes and a small number of donations that at the moment everybody's going to win something. And most of the things are being sent from my house directly. So I have badges, bookmarks, key rings, fridge magnets, and I'm going to be posting Cult Vault goodies along to anybody that wins a prize and is sent something in the mail from me. Hopefully we can get a few more donations in and get closer to our goal. The initial goal was extended because I realized that I was going to have so many amazing things to post that the postage costs are going to be quite expensive. So I that's the reason why the goal was upped to the goal that we have now, and we're 25% of the way there, which I think is amazing. We have so many other things to give away. We have a few other bits that I've thrown into the stream. There's a wooden R2D2 puzzle, 3D, which I think is awesome. You put it together and then you have the option of painting the model. And also my favorite graphic novel, Mooncop. I have 2 copies. So one of them is going to be a personal copy of my copy of Mooncop coming to somebody that wins on the stream, and loads of other cult related things that are just all around me, and I'm looking at them now. So to be entered into the raffle, please consider donating to the fundraiser. And if you are in the UK, if you can make CrimeCon next weekend, please donate to the fundraiser. Leave a note saying that you can get to CrimeCon next weekend, and I will enter you into the CrimeCon draw to win a pair of weekend tickets to the event. This is something like £600 worth of tickets. It's a costly event. It is really really worth the money for all of the events and panels and experiences that you can have at CrimeCon. But I have 2 weekend tickets to give away for well, not for free, if you win them from entering into the raffle. So please consider doing that. And I am going to have one last break before we go into our last panel of the day with Whisper and Jemima from the Butterflies and Bravery podcast, where we will be talking about building a life after leaving a cult. Not rebuilding a life. That's something different. We're talking about building a life after leaving a cult. So that's what the last panel of the night is going to be. It is 4:20 a.m. here in the UK. Coming up to 6 o'clock in the morning, which will be the end of the stream. I'm really hoping that we can have a last push of donations before we finish up here today. So please, if you're watching, share the stream and tell everybody, tell your friends, your neighbors, everyone on social media. And I know most of you have been doing that already, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. I will play the last news segment again. So there were 4 news segments. I think I've played all of them twice except one. So I will now play that one, and then I would have played all 4 news segments twice, and that will take us to the end of our session, into our last session. I'm losing it. It's going, everybody. It's going. It's going. It's going. Right, here we go. Add source. Local video. I think it's this one. Okay, I shall be back in a few minutes. Hello, listeners, and welcome to today's Cult News. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast, and for this segment, I will be doing another Cult News roundup of recent things in the cult news. Airing now on FX and Hulu is a documentary titled The Secrets of Hillsong. exploring one of America's most successful megachurches and the investigative reporting that led to the dismissal of 2 prominent pastors. Also available on Channel 4 now is the Rebecca Vardy Jehovah's Witnesses and Me documentary. Rebecca Vardy goes on a personal journey through her difficult history with the Jehovah's Witnesses, meeting former members and uncovering secret documents. Not only this, but coming June 2nd is Shiny Happy People, Duggar Family Secrets, a limited docuseries exposing the truth beneath the wholesome Americana surface of reality TV's favourite mega family, the Duggars, and the radical organisation behind them, the Institute in Basic Life Principles. As details of the family and their scandals unfold, we realise they're part of an insidious, much larger threat already in motion, with democracy itself in peril. After Ginger Duggar's recent memoir release, it has been announced that within Shiny Happy People, an Amazon exclusive, it is expected that Jill Duggar may also speak out, according to aceshowbiz.com. I am yet to watch any of these documentaries, but I truly do plan on watching them and offering my feedback, perhaps in my upcoming 12-hour live stream on June the 2nd. Reviews for The Resurrection of Charles Manson, an upcoming thriller, have started coming out. PopHorror.com states one of the most notorious murders in American history was committed by the Manson family cult. The conspiracies that followed the murderous cult post-1969 spawned many rumours, books, documentaries, and internet sleuths connecting the dots to Son or Sons of Sam and to the Unabomber and even the CIA. In The Resurrection of Charles Manson, director Remy Grillo, with writers Brev Moss and Josh Pluss, illustrates the underground connections of the sleepy stragglers of the Manson family cult and their mission to conjure up their lost messiah, Charles Manson. This is set to be released May 29th and again is on my list of things to watch. The list just grows. Yahoo News released an article stating that Quentin Tarantino revealed on a podcast that fictional character Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, has died at the age of 90. Strange, but rather fitting for Tarantino, and very meta when you consider that Leonardo DiCaprio was playing Dalton, who was most famous in the film for being an actor himself in the movie. Let's not forget that Into the Clearing is also coming on May 24th, a film adapted from a book where a woman is forced to confront the nightmares of her past in order to stop a secret cult intent on gathering children to fulfill its master's plan. The New York Times has reported that there has been a recent stage production based on the Sarah Lawrence cult led by Larry Ray, with the article stating new play looks for dark humour beneath the Sarah Lawrence sex cult ordeal. A small production that involves faculty and graduates largely mirrors Lawrence Ray's years-long exploitation of vulnerable students. Some of his victims object, and I'm not surprised. And the wording sex cult ordeal, not ideal. With a recent book release by Emma Cline, a Charles Manson thriller, with the blurb reading Northern Carolina during the violent end of the 1960s. At the start of summer, a lonely and thoughtful teenager, Evie Boyd, sees a group of girls in the park and is immediately caught by their freedom, their careless dress, their dangerous aura of abandon, and soon Evie is in the thrall to Suzanne, a mesmerizing older girl, and is drawn into the circle of a soon-to-be infamous cult and the man who is its charismatic leader. Hidden in the hills, their sprawling ranch is eerie and run down, but to Evie it is exotic, thrilling, charged. A place where she feels desperate to be accepted. As she spends more time away from her mother and the rhythms of her daily life, and as her obsession with Suzanne intensifies, Evie does not realize she is coming closer and closer to unthinkable violence, and to the moment in a girl's life when everything can go horribly wrong. So much cult material, and let's see how accurate the depictions are now that there is so much academia out there for producers and writers to access. Not to mention the sensitivity and compassion that should be exercised towards those that have survived high-demand, cult-like environments, exploitation, and horrible abuses. MENAFN.com has reported recently that moral satanic panic is on the rise and that LGBTQIA+ rights are being targeted. Part of the article reads, drag queens around the world are currently being accused of grooming children through drag storytime events. These accusations curiously associate public book reading with child sex offending. We know from decades of research and inquiries the places that young people are most at risk of sexual victimization are their home or in an institution of care, such as school, an orphanage, or church. The people that most often offend against children are family members and care providers. However, this recent panic about drag queens reading in public libraries is actually typical in the history of child sexual abuse. This history has involved repeated moral panics that distract from the alarming data regarding child abuse in the home. Instead, these narratives locate the threat to children outside of the home, to gay men and stranger danger, and even satanic ritualistic abuse, rather than confronting the situations and protecting children where they are most at risk. Girls United released a piece recently titled The Misplaced Story of Grit and Grind by Shelby Smith, with a part of the article breaking down MLMs and their cult-like qualities as described by Dr. Stephen Hassan, leading cult expert. One section reads, broken promises, flashy lifestyles with no proof of income, and cult-like membership tactics. That's what comes to mind when reflecting on the Forex phase. During this time, people would promote joining academies to learn how to trade and build wealth, when the focus was really on recruitment into the academy and not so much training to trade. Personal stories are included within this article, which I will link in the episode description. Mondac.com has a small section on coercive control in Australia that reads, the legislation that deals with family and domestic violence in Queensland was recently amended to incorporate coercive control. In this video, Special Counsel Leanne Murphy talks about the changes and what they could mean for your family law matter. What this means in terms of criminal law and criminal acts will become clearer as time goes on and things become cemented. And lastly, WZAK Cleveland has reported on the recent controversial events in an American middle school when a teacher was suspended for allowing a pupil to wear a Ku Klux Klan white robe whilst doing a school piece on KKK Grand Wizard Nathan Bedford Forrest. The article positions itself as trying to look at both sides of the argument. Students were told to prepare essays on historical figures with costumes in keeping with the assignment. Some argue that the pupil was not wrong in the way that they presented their work, and that we should not forget the disgraceful and unforgivable parts of our history. Others have said that it is completely inappropriate and extremely racist and should never be allowed full stop, let alone in a school setting. What are your thoughts on this? That is the end of today's Cult News. Join me tomorrow for more. I'm your speaker, Casey, host of the Cult Vault podcast. I think I played the wrong news segment, so people may have seen that 3 times at this point if people have been watching me from the beginning. Dee just donated another £50 to the fundraiser. Thank you so much. I'm so tired at this point that I'm getting really emotional at any support that is given to the podcast. Thank you so much, Dee. I truly Dee has been supporting the show from the beginning, is a patron, has done an interview with me. It's just, thank you, truly, genuinely, thank you so much. There's a chance that you're going to win more prizes. You're after this signed photo of Chris Pratt. That's what you're after. Right, so let's get into our last talk of the evening. I see Whisper in the lobby. I don't see Jemima. Is it just you, Whisper? Right, okay. Let's bring Whisper in and then maybe we can tell everybody what's happening. Hello, Whisper.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. How about can you hear and see me? Ooh.
Yes, I can. It's so lovely to see you. Is Jemima joining us today?
Yes, she will be. I sent her all the updated links and everything. She is wrapping up the very end of her work day, so she might be a few minutes late. So
I feel I feel cheeky for being like, hey, finish work and come straight to the stream and speak to me about really difficult things for an hour. So I do appreciate the both of you taking time out of your days to come and join us today as the last talk of the stream. I can't believe it. We're at the end. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a trooper you've been.
Oh gosh, it's gone really, really quickly actually. But enough about all of that. We've done a talk. I've released it on the Cult Vault podcast. You have your own podcast, and both yourself and Jemima are very outspoken about your experiences. So there's a chance that everybody that's watching already knows who you are, Whisper. But just in case they don't, could you please introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Whisper James, and I am the founder and co-host of Butterflies and Bravery podcast. I was born in and raised in the Children of God cult, and was able to escape in my early mid-20s with my kids. And we started the podcast about 3 years ago now, actually, similar to your birthday. And we started similar timing, and we've started, telling our stories and talking to a lot of different people. It's been amazing. It's been incredible. So.
Well, Jemima's just shown up at the time where I would say, thank you so much for your introduction, Whisper. And hello, Jemima.
Hi.
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. It was having a hard time connecting, but it's good now. I can't see. Oh, yeah, there you are. I just had to figure out how to use this program.
You've just finished
I've been
your
at work all day. Yeah, I'm still at work, actually. But
well, thank you
I made
so
everybody
much
up.
Thank you for jumping on the call after finishing a day of work. I really appreciate it. It's like going from one job to another.
I don't consider this work at all. This is like my fun and my secret therapy.
I just asked Whisper to introduce herself. Jemima, just in case any of the listeners who are tuning in have not come across your work before, would you please introduce yourself to the listeners?
Sure. My name is Jemima, and I am 50 years old. I was born into the Children of God cult, and I was in it until I was 27 years old, and I left a single mom with a 2-year-old child. Actually, I didn't leave. I got excommunicated. I try to be really clear about that. I got kicked out for smoking pot. I call it my freedom weed now. But yeah, so I've been out for 23 years now, and I live in Idaho with my husband, and my daughter and her boyfriend are currently moving this area too and trying to get set up. So that's super cool. And then I'm part of the Butterflies and Bravery podcast, of course.
Yeah, just that small other thing that I do as well. Just this amazing podcast where we speak to all these amazing guests and share our own stories.
Yeah. It's been a real privilege.
You both grew up in the same group. You did know each other. You were friends within the group. And then you both left in your 20s at different times, both with your children.
Yes.
Actually, quite close. Like our times when we left were within a year. We both left right around the same time.
Yeah.
Did you immediately reconnect after both leaving?
Yeah.
We'd already been pretty much in pretty good communication at that time. The rules had, changed a lot over the years, and by that time it wasn't like illegal to call your friends, not like earlier in the group. So we had actually been in contact because we were both in the States with our kids, and so even within the group we were in touch for those last couple years. It was a few years that we weren't super close, but
Well, we're close, just not in touch.
Yes, exactly. Close in spirit.
Most likely by design as well, because this particular group is very good at separating people, and from putting people in places around the globe that where no one else knows where you are. And I mean, most people listening are probably aware of this group, but Whisper, just in case anybody that's tuning in is not too familiar with the Children of God, is there an overview of the group that you can give us?
Yeah, the Children of God was formed late 60s, came out of California, came out of the Jesus Revolution, hippie revolution. It started out very much essentially as a Christian movement. But as time went on, that the belief system, the practices, and the teachings all got further and further convoluted. Essentially, it was a pseudo-Christian, apocalyptic, isolative, and sex cult. The leader Berg and his wife, who is the current leader of the cult, Karen Zerby, promoted that all things are lawful, include, especially when it came to sex. So that included children, with adults, incest, the works. It was pretty ugly. They also believed in very strict punishment. There was a lot of abuse, from physical, emotional, spiritual. When I say isolated, we were not allowed education. We were not allowed secular music, secular influences, secular schooling. Most of us were homeschooled just by our parents up till around 6th to 7th grade education at the most.
And there's a time I recall from you sharing your experiences with us before, where the two of you became close as children within the movement, and then you were separated. I wondered, Jemima, if you could just talk the listeners through what happened, what led up to that, and what happened afterwards in terms of you finding one another somehow.
Yeah, it's a funny story, actually. So we met in Chiang Mai, which is in northern Thailand. They had sent not all, but quite a few teenagers up there in preparation for opening their training center in Bangkok. So Whisper and we didn't get a lot of chance to talk in the first week or so, but after I think it was about 2 weeks, we went on a trip to the park, and everybody was going to go on this walk, and both her and I were not feeling the greatest. So we were I think she had twisted her ankle, and I was having a woman thing or something like that. It was one of those I don't want to go take a 5-mile walk right now. So we got permission somehow, I'm still wondering how actually, to stay and just sit by this bridge and this little stream in this beautiful park. And we ended up there for 2 hours or so, and we just started talking, and it was instantly oh my God, I love you.
Yeah.
I don't know, we just really hit it off. And by the end of that conversation, we were inseparable.
Mm-hmm.
And so they put us on the train. What?
The next day, the train. We were traveling down to Bangkok the next day. That's what the event was for, to say goodbye to us.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't remember that. Thank you for that detail.
I was 14. She was 15. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, they put us on this overnight train down to Bangkok. Her and I, and it was just a couple people, not very many. And everybody went to sleep, and her and I stayed up all night with one of the other teenagers talking, and we just clicked so much. So as soon as we arrived in Bangkok, they were like, "Oh no, you guys are friends? Okay, opposite rooms."
Within 24 hours.
We were like instantly separated. For a long time, we weren't allowed to talk or sit next to each other or anything. Eventually, they were like, okay, fine, you guys, but you can't be like special to each other. You just have to act normal, like, everybody else type of thing. Anytime that we would get like super excited to see each other or something, we would get in trouble. Yeah. And then they separated us multiple times. They couldn't keep us apart.
No.
And the panel topic today, I've chosen this specifically because I feel as if your experiences and your ability to share your experiences with the wider public is quite a special thing, and it's a very powerful thing, especially when the two of you come together and fill in the blanks for each other. I think that's like that speaks to your friendship completely. The panel is titled "Building Your Life After Leaving a Cult," and I mentioned before Whisper came into the talk that it's not rebuilding your life after leaving a cult; it's building your life, because this is a movement that both of you were born and raised in. There's no previous experiences or identity to recall on. There's no family to go back to if you decide to leave this group, or if you run away, or if you're disfellowshipped, or if you're excommunicated. It is leaving a group that your entire existence has been within and having to navigate something completely new. And that in itself is such a wild concept. Chris Shelton said earlier in this stream, it's like going to another country and having to learn all the language and the customs and the rights and the wrongs and just your way around as well. So I wondered if I could ask both of you what those experiences were like. Jemima, how was it that you came to be excommunicated, and what were the next steps for you?
Well, we had moved back to the United States, my friend and I. The goal was to raise money to go to Africa. Then we kind of were just in a very small situation. It was just us and one other couple, so it was just 4 people, and we had to basically get outside jobs, like outside of the cult, which none of us had ever had a job outside of the cult, because that was basically forbidden, only with very special exceptions. So we got a job. I actually had a couple of jobs before, like in the maybe 6 months or so, but then I got a job. And some of my friends were like, oh, hey, let's hang out. I was like, yeah, I got a jacuzzi and a pool at my apartment complex. We'll just go and chill, bring some beer or whatever. So they brought marijuana, and and so I was like, oh, okay, yeah. So I went back, and I was like they could tell that I was, inebriated. I had never really smoked before, except for maybe once or twice. So I was really like just blazed, like inoperably blazed. That's funny. Yeah. So they reported on me. They were like kids of the leaders. One of them was like a son of a leader or something. And so he decided to report on me. And then I got a letter from the leadership of the American continent telling me that I was excommunicated for 6 months. Originally, I was like, okay, fine, I'll just do my excommunication and go back. But then during my excommunication, I actually was in contact with some other former members, and I started learning things about the cult that I didn't know. And that kind of sealed the deal with I'm not going back.
Whisper, I mean, how do you not crack up at everything Jemima says? You have such a way of telling stories that I am, and sometimes we're talking about really serious stuff, and you still have that humor coming through. And I know that we spoke about this in terms of it being almost like a coping strategy, but it's infectious. You have like a laugh that makes me want to laugh, and I'm so tired at this point that it's actually making me teary. So I think that's such a wonderful quality that you have. Whisper, do you just is this just Jemima all the time?
Yeah, we pretty much never stop laughing, even when we're crying.
Oh gosh.
True story.
I remember, so when we first started our podcast, we actually, the initial vision or idea for the podcast was not to specifically like focus only on children of God, born-ins, but it eventually kind of became that way. But the first few interviews that we had, we were interviewing different people with some really pretty serious stories. And some of the feedback that we got in the very beginning, like after like 2 or 3 episodes, people were like, these are really serious stories. Like, I don't know if we can keep up with that. And Jemima and I were both like, but like, we've just been laughing like the whole time, like even in the very most serious of times, we, almost every single episode, we at least cry once or twice, and then we're also laughing. It's the only way to deal, really.
In terms of your experiences, Whisper, in leaving the Children of God, you were not excommunicated.
No. So I grew up overseas. I was an adult when I came to the States for the first time. And so not only like I had the whole culture shock of coming to America, and as well as then, for the first time being around people that spoke my language, I actually started understanding things a lot more. But at that point, when I come back to the States, like I was already pregnant, and I ended up having, so the cult does not allow childbirth, does not allow any birth control, or any childcare plan or anything like that. So I had 4 kids within 6 years. So I was just a mom. Like that's the only thing that I was doing. And at the time, like, we weren't allowed to, women were not driving, women, like, we didn't have any power whatsoever. Like, I mean, I like talking about barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. That was like my whole life for a good space of time there. But it was pretty early on there where I started going like, there is no way. There were definitely a few really, really key moments that I had where I was just like, I have to get out of here. From the very beginning, like, we struggled. Thailand was, in particular, where we spent our teen years, was one of the more difficult areas and one of the more difficult institutions that teens were in. So from the beginning, I knew that I didn't fit in, but because I didn't know of any other life, I had no clue. I just, I spent my whole existence, ever since I could even like conceptualize thought, I was wrong. I was a person that just like didn't fit into life, and I was the one who needed to get fixed and changed and all that kind of stuff. So we almost when the kids were really little, at that point I was already, we had made plans, we were going to leave, but my ex met somebody that was still in the cult that they fell in love with, and so we moved back into a home, and we spent the next 3 years there, and I spent the whole 3 years trying to convince him to leave. If I was who I was today, I would have just been adios, motherfucker. And I would have had the kids and been out of there, but I had no idea even like where to start. You know, like I said, I didn't even drive, let alone, you know how to open a bank account or anything like that. So we kind of had a bit more of a pretty, when I finally convinced him to leave, we had a bit of a more elaborate escape situation. We bought round trip tickets because you weren't allowed to have any money unless you were going to what's called the mission field. Like we're going overseas to proselytize. And so we told them, and this wasn't a lie. I had a friend who was trying to open an orphanage in Jamaica. So we said, well, we're going to, Jamaica. We're going to fly out to Jamaica. That's going to be our mission field. But we secretly bought round trip tickets so that when our visas ran out in Jamaica, we came back on that flight and started life at that point. We had $200 and 4 little tiny kids, and that's sort of how it started. My ex, because the kids were so little, my ex at the time, like one of the things that I will always forever and ever be grateful to him for was like he worked 2 jobs. Like he would work a job during the day and then come home and I'd have dinner or whatever, and then he would go back out for his second job because I couldn't work. So that's sort of the struggle that we had right at the beginning there. And after a couple of years in New York, we came over to California. We got my ex got a job offer out in California, and that's where we've been ever since. So, but there was so much that we went through. The thing, it's interesting. The person Chris was comparing it to, like coming to another country, without. This is not to say. This is not to make a comparison other than just something similar. I would say it would be like coming to a new country, completely new country, and also like have some type of disability or handicap, because you are like, not only do you not know what's going on around you, know where to start, how to interact with people, but you are also severely disadvantaged in some way. When I went to try to get into college, I got into college. I just went and I made up my high school diploma. I put in that I was homeschooled, and I just made up my high school. What do you call it when they list your
transcript?
Yeah, so I just made up my high school transcript, all a lie, and just submitted that, and they let me in with that.
Wild thing about homeschooling, though, I don't know. It's so unregulated that I don't think that many people would even bother to try and find out, whether you are being. I don't think so. I'm talking too broadly.
Probably if I was, 18, not 20, if I was that age range, they probably would have been like, okay, wait a second. But because I had been overseas, it was pretty. What are they going to check? Hello.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. But even from there, it's just like you're starting, a 200-meter dash, 100 meters behind everybody else. And that's sort of like what it is like trying to build. So I'm sorry. She's my kid's really wound up.
It's like starting the race at 100 meters behind everyone with a rucksack full of bricks on your back.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Jemima, how did you go about living after you were excommunicated? How did you? Where do you even go to? If not just find a job and housing, but also like everything that comes with identification papers, bank accounts. Like, where do you even begin?
It was pretty rough. I got an apartment with my friend that I had previously been living with, because when I was excommunicated, she was like, well, I'm just leaving too then. But she moved out shortly afterwards, and I was completely on my own. I had no idea how to do anything. I mean, I was just like Whisper, I was just learning how to drive. I got my driver's license and my first job when I was 27 years old. And I did the same thing with college too. That's funny. I just wrote that I went to international school in Bangkok, Thailand, and they didn't even check. They're just like, okay, here, take the test. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they tested me too. That was how they put me in. It's like, okay, entry test.
But yeah, so it was rough. I made a lot of, I mean, I'd say the most difficult part about it is the naivety that comes with, and then on top of it, you've been taught not to think critically, and also that you have this sort of like people are good thing, because that's kind of, you know, like most of your life you've been just like begging. And so I don't know, I just had a very naive, like, oh, people are good, everybody wants to help me thing. I didn't realize that
for you. Yeah.
Yeah, like I didn't realize, I mean, I've taken advantage of so many times, like with cars and jobs and just things like that, that a normal person would have been like, oh my God, no, you know, there's something wrong here. But I had no idea. And I made a lot of bad mistakes with credit card debts and all sorts of things like that, that I just kind of had to learn. And on top of it all, I developed drug problems because I was very, very depressed and getting in abusive relationships, all that kind of, you know, those kind of things, because I didn't really have any self-respect per se. Yeah. Like, it's hard to respect yourself when you don't know who you are.
Wow. That's a really powerful thing. How do you go about even, I mean, it's something I suppose comes hand in hand with building a life after leaving a cult. It's who are you? How do you find out who you are? You, authentic you inside yourself, that is separate to the group. I don't know that you can ever separate yourself completely, because your childhood experiences and, you know, Whisper and Jemima, you two meeting inside the group are now such important parts to each other's lives. It's another reason why you might not ever be able to fully separate yourself from the group and the group identity. How do you navigate all of this stuff, Jemima?
It's, to be honest with you, I've only in the last few years, really since we started doing the podcast, and right before that, because we did like a summit sort of thing. We had some guest speakers, and we had put together a big program, and it was actually Whisper put together this amazing sheet about like defining your values, because we both kind of realized that unless you define your values, you don't really know what is important to you. And if you don't know what's important to you, then you don't know who you are. So we felt like defining your values is like one of the first things that you should do. Of course, it took us 25 years, but you know, for anybody that's freshly leaving,
for sure.
Like I felt like a lot of finding yourself is figuring out what you like and like what makes you happy, what makes you feel alive. And it's only in the last few years that I've really even been figuring those things out, because I never thought about something like, oh, what do I like on my hamburger? Or do I even like this kind of gravy? Or do I like this food at all? Sometimes you just eat things or do things because that's kind of the conditioning that you've had, and you don't even question, like, you know, is this me? So it's only been in the last few years that I've just been like, okay, who am I? What do I like? What's my favorite color? What's my favorite food? What's my favorite song? What kind of, you know, and it's difficult to figure all that stuff out, and I'm still doing it, but I feel like doing the podcast has really, really, really helped me, because we get to talk to so many people, and basically each person has their own little life hack, their own little cheat. Like, what got you through? What did you do? What did you learn that was like the biggest turning point? What kept you going? And it's a little bit different for each person. So that's one of the reasons why I still feel so privileged doing the podcast, because we get to talk to all these different people, and each person has like a little different facet of the diamond, so to say, like a little bit of a different perspective. And then they kind of show you their facet and you're like, oh my God, that's so amazing. Like I'm still finding things out all the time that just blow my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. And you have to, yeah, I mean, at least for me, like I know one of the biggest things I had to learn was to be gentle and accepting with myself and understanding that I don't have anything that I'm pulling from. I don't have a history. I don't have a foundation. You know, we all know, you know, that cults, you know, are trying to strip you down of anything identifying any type of independence, any type of self-thinking, critical thinking, anything like that, opinions. But a lot of people most people that have joined cults will have a before at least. But when you are born into the cult, they've gotten you since birth to, you know, make sure that you didn't have any of your own thoughts. You didn't have any of your own opinions. I mean, we were told like how many pieces of toilet paper to wipe our ass with. We were told, you know, like what kind of we couldn't even get our own clothes. Like we would tell them like, well, I would like to have a dress, and then somebody would go shopping for you and come back, and yeah, we had some really ugly clothes. Come back. Like your grandma's gone shopping for you, and that's all you get to wear. But one of the things that, because of that, you know, what they've stripped away from us, being able to find that in yourself again, it's a process, and it's a healing process that everyone's going through at a different stage and a different way, because there's grief involved. You have to mourn, you're processing, you're learning who you are. There's so much involved, and so people are coming at it in so many different ways. But like what Jemima was saying with the podcast that we've seen, and just even with cults actually becoming a much more common and acceptable topic to be discussed, so much more healing is starting to come into being, and it's at our fingertips, because one of my favorite quotes is the oldest form of, community is the oldest form of healing. And that's really where, when you can find other people who have either been through something similar to what you've been through, or if nothing else, accept you completely for what you've been through, you can start seeing like, oh, this is who I am because I'm different from this person, that even though I love them and I like being around them, I'm different. Instead of everyone was supposed to be the same exact way our whole life. You had to think the same things, like the same things, want the same things. Like there was never a difference. So just even that community and that connection, and not everybody's ready for that. There's a lot of people who are like, I can't deal with, like an ex-member or somebody who, like, I can't deal with any other born-ins. There's a lot of people who can't do that because of the pain that, they've not yet been ready to process. But that community piece is so huge for really being able to figure yourself out, I think.
I read the first instances of somebody asking you if you want to go somewhere and do something, or if you want to go eat particular food, or if you want to go dress in particular shops. And the first time you have the thought of being like, no. And then the first time you vocalize that, no, actually, I don't want to do those things, must be a very bizarre feeling. And then to recognize that you can just do that whenever you want to, must also be a very empowering but bizarre thing after so many years of never having any individual choices. Whisper, something you said that really resonates with me is that when your ex-husband was going to work 2 jobs because you couldn't work, and you'd had 4 babies in the space of 6 years, and you were just a mother because you in the group you weren't allowed another role. Well, I suppose if you were going to look at, available as a sexual partner to, to your husband, and perhaps in some circumstances, whoever else, in some parts of the children of God. But as a mother, it's strange to have your identity, your group identity in the group, and then to have your group identity and the group change to from not a mother to a mother, but still in the realm of the children of God, because a mother in the group and a mother outside the group in itself, I imagine, are two very different people.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I mean, the first, and this is experience that we've spoken to, you know, born in after born in after born in, that this is an experience that they had too. But the first time that they held their first kid was like, okay, like now I know everything that was done wrong with me, and that's no matter what.
Wow.
I don't know anything else except that I'm going to make sure that that didn't happen. And even though at the time we were technically in the cult, at that point, I was not raising them whatsoever in any of the cult teachings or any of the cult beliefs, because I was like, absolutely not, you know. It was, I didn't know how to be a mom, but I knew how not to be a mom. And that was sort of where I had to start from. And that was what a lot of us ended up doing. I kind of grew up with my kids in a lot of ways, the good and the bad of it. You know, I mean, I'm sure that I've messed them up in ways that I won't see for many years. But at the same time, like, you know, there's a closeness that we have. I've been completely transparent with them about everything, and they come to me about everything as well. So we have a really close relationship. And even though there are things that I know I've messed up and things that I haven't done right, and I know for sure I've passed on some trauma, because you can't help that happens. I think we make up for it in the love and the connection and the communication that we have now. So at least I have that. But yeah, it was interesting. And it's only actually just been recently that my kids have all moved out now. And that was a whole other experience, because I was taking care of kids since I could remember. You know, I was running around at 7 years old with my whatever sibling I had at the time, or, you know, by the time I was 12, 13, I always was taking care of kids. So I didn't know what it was like to not have to make decisions, not have to make scheduling decisions for anybody else's purpose except for myself. That was a whole experience, and that was just started a couple of years ago. So still discovering.
Jemima, did you feel as though you were also rediscovering motherhood once you had officially decided that you weren't going back after those 6 months of excommunication?
Yes. I same as Whisper. I didn't know what to do, but I knew what not to do. I still like physically disciplined my daughter though, until my husband came along and he was like, "Why are you spanking her?" And I was like, "'Cause she's naughty." And he's like, "You don't spank kids." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, what do you do then? Like, there's so many things I look back and I'm like, oh my God, like, how could I have been so just naive and just like no freaking clue. But this
is you not exercising the advice that Whisper said before about being gentle to yourself, and recognizing the conditioning that you were subjected to. Here's an example of that, I imagine.
Yes, exactly. But I felt the same thing though. As soon as I had my kid, I was like, okay, she's not growing up like me, like period not. That was a huge thing that I was like, okay, nothing that happened to me is happening to her. But it was difficult learning how to also, like, how do you make them go to school, and do you get vaccinations or not? Like, there's so many decisions that we didn't have before, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I have all these decisions. Like, what am I supposed to do? It's pretty overwhelming. But I'm also very, very close with my daughter now. And of course, I mean, I know I made plenty of mistakes, but but we do have that very, very close. Like anything happens that, you know, she calls me right away. Like she had a fender bender, like, Mom, I had a fender bender. Like I know if anything ever happens, like I'm her first phone call. So that's a really, really nice feeling. And I've also been transparent with her from the very beginning. She knows I answer all her questions completely honestly about my past, and I don't try to hide anything from her, because I feel like if she's going to find out someday, and then she's going to be mad at me and feel like she was betrayed. Like, why didn't you tell me? And so, I mean, I understand though, you know, everybody has their own decisions and things to make. But for me personally, it was a, you know, I pretty much just was honest with her from the start about everything.
When you speak to your daughter about those experiences, do you feel as if there is a transference of experience that arms your children against coercive control, helps your children to recognize when they may be subjected to those types of tactics like love bombing and gaslighting?
Oh yes, she's there. I think probably Whisper's children are the same, but she's very aware. She knows she can meet somebody and know their motives, kind of, you know, understand right away, like, okay, there's something wrong with this person. Her sort of character judgment is quite good. And I feel like I really tried to focus on that, like teaching her, don't trust anybody and don't think that other people have your best interest in mind, because that was one of the biggest faults for me. Was I thought other people had my best interest in mind, and I didn't understand not everybody plays by your playbook, and no, you're not the center of their universe. So those were the kind of things that I really tried to make sure that she knew and understood about being an adult.
Yeah. Because growing up in trauma and growing up with CPTSD, I mean, that's something that, you know, my kids have seen that in me through, that's not all just gone, you know, like I still have those lingering, you know, things that I'm continuing to work on. So in a lot of ways, I did put some of that onto them as well. The sometimes the hypervigilance, or especially, you know, the intuition of like reading, being able to read people, that hyper empathy, that hyper sympathy, that type of a thing. But the difference between me and them that I was able to teach them was, you can act on that. You can read somebody and say, ha ha ha, I know what you're doing and I'm not going to fall for that. Whereas we, you know, like we didn't have that training. So like, there's like, that's some of still my downfall of like, you know, like questioning myself. Like I know that I read the situation really right, but then I still will second guess myself. They don't have that. My kids don't have that. They're like, yeah, I know what's going on here. So that's a good thing, at least.
Something that occurred to me in a something you said, Jemima, in terms of having to make all of the decisions around whether to get your children vaccinated or not vaccinated. Is there a period of time where you have to work out what is actually bad for you, scientifically or socially, or things that have been tested, tried, that typical society would recognize that's not good for you? And did you have to separate that from what the group had told you was not good for you?
Yeah, that was a hard lesson. I'm still sort of, some of those are still, you know, coming upon me. Because some of these things, like when it's ingrained in you so deeply from the day you're born, you do it and you don't even realize you're doing it. So like one of the things I've been trying to do is question every process that I have. But I think the best thing though that like came out of leaving the group and everything is my researching skills are off the charts, and I'm probably Whispers the same. And I research everything. Anybody says something to me, I'm not just like, oh yeah, cool, wow. I'm like, okay, what was the source? Where did you get that from? Who wrote the article? Who told them? Who paid them to write the article? Those kind of things. Like, I really get deep into my research about things and try to figure out what's good and what's not. I've always been like that since I left, because I felt so deceived and lied to for my whole life, and I was like, that is not going to happen to me again. So I'm like I won't believe you until I know I can trust you, and that takes it's kind of hard.
Whisper, would you say that your process has been similar in differentiating between the fact of life and the fact of the group?
Yeah, absolutely. I've said before, and I've talked about this, that I made the decision to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, it's like there wasn't a point to try and pick and choose and say, well, this might be good or that might be. I'm like, no. If it's good, it'll come back to me. If it's the right way to do, it'll come back to me. There's still things that I know that my kids and myself suffer from, that I can still lay at the feet of the horrible way that we were raised, like, especially when it comes to like mental health and physical health and things like that, like just that absolute neglect and dismissal of those issues. I still have a hard time not losing it. When I think about like because I have an autistic son, and I think about like what he went through in the early years of his life, because I had no idea. Like autism was something made up by the evil, like whatever, and so the things that he went through the first like years of his life, just simply because I had no idea even what was going on. So as I started seeing those kind of things going on, I was like, yeah, even if I think I know what's going on, I'm going to I'm going to go back and research it. We've been very lucky that we have the internet available to us right at the time when we were leaving. The internet was becoming a thing that we could research on, and that's been wonderful to have.
And I imagine that your podcast, the Butterflies and Bravery podcast, has been that tool for others who have found your show, who have tuned in, who have listened to two friends who, against all odds, have managed to maintain a friendship which has flourished. You support each other, and now you are building this platform. If you had to suggest an episode for new listeners to start with, Jemima, which episode do you think you would recommend from the Butterflies and Bravery catalogue?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I suppose it would kind of depend on what the listener was looking for, because there's a lot of variety on the podcast. Like, there's you're going to cry for 45 minutes ones, and then there's other ones where you're just going to laugh your butt off the whole time. So it's hard to kind of choose. But one of my favorite episodes with a guest is the one where we had Beth Machinair, who was a therapist. It's called The Crocodile Closest to the Boat. The reason why that's one of my favorite episodes is because she gives a lot of insight into some psychoeducation and pointers like that about mental health. And so that one was very impactful for me. And then another one I really like is Paradoxical Healing, mostly because that was one of the biggest sort of healing modalities that I've learned from somebody that was on the podcast that I was unaware of, and that it's helped me. I can't even tell you how much, tremendously. Paradoxical intention, just real quick, if anybody doesn't know, is pretty much just leaning into whatever the terriblest thing is that's happening to you. Like I just go to the worst case scenario and I make peace with it. And then I know that if it happens, I've already mentally made peace with it, and then it kind of just leaves, like it goes from here to like, okay, you know what? This is the very worst case scenario. And if that happens, then I will deal with it.
That is an amazing experience to have, where you invite somebody onto your show and they they end up giving you the experience where your life is changed. I think that's amazing. I had somebody come. I sat down to talk with a friend the other day about some difficulties that I've been having, and I was frustrated because I couldn't find an answer. I was just like, how do I solve this problem? And she said radical acceptance, and that is all you can do. And I was just like, what do you mean? And she was like, radically accept that there is nothing you can do and move on from that. And I was just like, oh, that's tough. And she was like, and sometimes you just have to do it. And I feel like this kind of feels a bit like that, you know, this is the worst thing that could happen to me. I accept that it might happen. I can't fix this problem. I accept that some things just are this way. And it's a really difficult thing, but I'm kind of warming to the idea now. And so those little tidbits of wise advice are always welcomed. Whisper, is it similar recommendations for Butterflies and Bravery episodes that you would give, or do you have your own recommendations?
Well, for almost every single one of our guests are usually born-ins, because we believe it's very clear that it's a completely different, experience, from people that joined and then people that were born in. So for that reason, like if someone who was born in and is trying to understand themselves a little bit more, I would definitely start with the episode with Dr. Janja Lalich. She talks about some really, really, really important things. She introduces bounded choice, which is like a really powerful concept that most of us hadn't understood before. And then the rest is just like Jemima was saying, what are you kind of looking for if you want to learn a little bit more about like what life was like in the Children of God, like the story ones where it's mainly Jemima and I telling, about our history and our past, that, like that you're going to learn a little bit more that way. We've also had, like Jemima said, we've had some really wonderful, amazing, incredible guests that we learn something every single time. Like I never feel like we're giving out advice ever. Like I'm always the one, like we're getting the advice. Like that's pretty much our role on there. Okay, we're a mess. Please give us advice. That's our role in the podcast. That's pretty much what we are on there. So we've had some really great guests for that reason.
But also the last podcast that we just did is one of my favorite like concepts also. I don't want to give it away, so you should probably just go to our website and look. No.
It's a powerful show with an amazing concept and two best friends hosting it. Do you get feedback and do you get people contacting you about the experiences that they have listening to your show?
Yes, we have. We've actually gotten quite a bit of feedback. A lot of it is people messaging us, trying to make sense of their own situations, and people that are just recently coming to these sort of places where they're starting to question and starting to realize like, okay, whoa, there's a lot going on up here that I need to address. And so, yeah, I lost my train of thought.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. I love hearing the feedback that people get from putting out their content, because it helps to motivate, especially when things get tough. And I can only begin to imagine, especially when you are feeling particularly triggered or tired from revisiting certain subject matter, and you really just think about not interacting with it. Sometimes maybe taking a break is the best thing. But I find when I am getting the kind of the tingles of burnout, that just a positive email or review of the show or something can just completely change my frame of mind and the way I feel about things. So it's just wonderful to be surrounded by fellow content creators that have those experiences of receiving those positive messages as well.
I know we only wish that we could do so much more. You know, both of us work, you know, I've got 2 jobs. Jemima's got a couple as well. So we have 2 full, you know, we're working full time, and then and so like we do this completely on the side and out of our own pocket. So it's not always we can give a kind of a time and attention to not only the podcast itself, but to our listeners and to the people that reach out to us. Like that would be my dream, to be able to do more for the people that do reach out to us. But you know, I guess Rome wasn't built in a day. Little by little, we're getting through.
I think there's a kind of insight into that super empathy and super sympathy that you were talking about earlier on in this conversation, because I imagine that some might argue the platform itself, when you're both handling multiple jobs, is a huge thing in itself. And so I don't take lightly you giving me your time today to come back onto the Cult Vault podcast. Jemima, who's still in her workplace, talking to us from a room somewhere where she has stationed herself for this talk. So I appreciate both of you so much for coming to join me today to help with this fundraiser for a UK-based charity where individuals who are leaving cults or who have been victimized by coercive control can find some support. We have some people in the chat. James says, and Sue, who is over here in the UK, says, good morning. I was talking to her before she went to bed. So she's been to bed. She's had a night's sleep and now she's awake again. Ruth says, Whisper and Jemima, thank you for sharing your stories. Maria says, thank you, Whisper Wind and Jemima L. Faris. You will never realize the far-reaching impacts you have had and the lives you have saved.
Oh,
there's one of those
so
really
sweet.
beautiful messages. Isn't that so wonderful?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. So thank you both so much for joining me this morning, some time of the day. Could one of you please tell the listeners where they can find your podcast?
Whisper, I'm too crying.
So am I. Well, you can find us, Butterflies and Bravery, on anywhere that you stream, you know, your podcasts, or on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, any platform like that. We have a website, butterfliesandbravery.com, that you can always visit as well. And we have, you know, we've got a bit of a presence here and there on social media when we get to it.
That's fantastic. I've just put the link in the chat as well for anybody that wants to check out that website. And the cultvaultpodcast.com. I made a page for this stream that has everyone's pictures and bios and links and things. So if you want to revisit anything that we've talked about in this stream, you can find everybody's information on my website as well. And I will leave that page up. That will just stay up now. So people will be able to find all of your work going forward. If anybody listens back to this stream after we are allowed back on YouTube for banning me for a week. Thank you very much. So thank you, ladies, both so much. I really hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Get some rest.
Oh my goodness, we did it. Oh gosh. Ooh, how many? Should we have a look at this? Oh gosh, I can't even. Let's have a look at this. I've thrown away some of my bits of paper. Right, okay, we did. Session 1 with Erica and Tamara We did session 2 with Lisa and Siren. We did session 3 with Chris Shelton and Celine Mather and Stephen Mather. We did session 4 with Cherry and Morgan from Crimepedia podcast. We did session. Oh my goodness, I've completely lost track. What happened? What happened after Crimepedia? We did. That was 11:15. My chat with Nicola Ranson, and then Andrew Pledger, and then Teddy Hose, and then Michael Osh, and then Jemima and Whisper. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 guests. That is quite something. I think that is. I've been very proud of myself, and I'm feeling exceptionally overwhelmed with the support that the stream has received. I can't believe how many amazing people came to chat today. Oh, all of the amazing raffle prizes that people have donated and the support that the stream has had. I can't do percentages, but we're almost halfway to our goal. I haven't even been able to broadcast this on YouTube. So I'm hoping that once we put that up, we might have some more support coming through for the fundraiser, which would be amazing. I have so many more prizes to give away. I think we should do a few more before the end of the stream because it's not quite 12 hours yet. So, what should we give away next? We've given away, I've got one copy of Terror, Love and Brainwashing still to give away, and a copy of Mission of Malice, My Exodus from Quasi Ubuntu by Erica Borman to give away. We have a signed picture of Chris Pratt, Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy to give away. Should I show it? Should I show it to you? Oh, there he is, look. Oh, Star-Lord. Signed. With the, well, you can't see it because it's in the back, but it has the certificate of authenticity in the back. So there's that is up for grabs. There is my favorite graphic novel. I've 2 copies of this, so this is a personal copy of mine. I love it. I love this so much. I'm always reminded of the convention I went to and found this guy doing his artwork at the table, and he said, "Oh, I have a graphic novel coming out soon." And I said, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah, it's called Mooncop." And I'd forgotten all about it. And I went into a shop and I was like, oh my goodness. And then a couple of weeks later, it was my birthday and somebody bought me a copy. So I had 2 copies of Mooncop. So I am going to add this into the drawer. So, what should we give away next? I also have 3 signed Sean Atwood books to give away in the giveaway as well. There's so many things. I'll just check that there's no one else to add to the random number generator. Not yet. So let's do some random number generating. Let's have a look at the last copy of Terror, Love and Brainwashing and see where that's going to go. Number 22, that's Lee. Lee has won a copy. Should we put this in? Lee has won a copy of Love and Brainwashing by Alexandra Brain. Congratulations, congratulations. Oh, look, everybody here. Do you know what? These come up so late. Amazing effort from Sue. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Good morning. It's light outside. Oh my gosh. The sun is out. Can you see that? It is actually completely daytime. Like this, it's not even like dawn. It's like full on day. Oh my goodness! Look, shut that curtain. That's quite scary. We have Jemima who said, "Thank you, Casey. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you so much, Jemima, for coming and joining us. For spreading your contagious optimism, laughter, and smiles." Ryan says, "Fantastic sessions today." Thank you, Ryan. I so wish that you could have joined us on a panel. Why do we have to work? Heather says you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much, Heather. Oh, thank you so much for all of the support that you've given us. Thank you. Nicola says, well done and you're terrific guest. Thank you, Nicola, and thank you for your time and coming to share your professional wisdom with everybody as well. It's not often I get to speak to people that are trained within the field to offer certain support. So that's hugely appreciated. Whisper says, "Thank you for having us, Casey. What an incredible event." It has been. Hasn't it been amazing? Amazing. Oh. Oh, Krista's here. Oh, Krista says, "Hello, Casey. Just popping in for a bit before bed. Wish I'd gotten here earlier." I am also going to bed soon. It is going to be it's going to be probably difficult to wind down and switch off, but I am not far behind you, Krista. Thank you for tuning in. And Lisa says, "An honor to be in such wonderful company. I admire how driven you are, you absolute powerhouse." Thank you, Lisa. I could echo those sentiments and apply them to you as well. I think the work that you do is amazing, and I appreciate you and your time. Thank you so much for joining me today. Paul says, "Wonderful job. Hope you can get some much deserved rest soon." Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. It's been really tricky because yesterday, as most of you will have seen, I imagine, yesterday I received a notification from YouTube to tell me that they have put a strike against my account for a video that I put out about QAnon. It was an informative video explaining what QAnon is and the dangers of conspiratorial thinking, and it was flagged for violating community guidelines, apparently for spreading hate speech, which of course it didn't. And I spoke to YouTube creators support and explained to them that that's not what the video is doing, and asked somebody to manually watch the video, and asked for the strike to be removed because I had a 12-hour charity stream coming up. And apparently a human did review it and still deemed it to be espousing hate speech. It's kind of worrying, I think, that the blanket response to content that is attempting to educate and inform is being dismissed in a way and labeled as a violating community guidelines and espousing hate speech. I think that's a really, of course I'm biased and I'm taking it very personally, but I think that's a very slippery slope. If YouTube don't want content on their platform about QAnon or or things to do about conspiratorial thinking, they should just place that into the guidelines. I don't see how you can have a blanket algorithm that flags up any content that discusses QAnon in a positive or negative manner, in an informative or a propagating manner. I don't understand how you can do that, not inform the general public, and then tell educational channels that they are espousing hate speech. It's actually quite offensive and damaging to the individuals that are trying to do this work. Can cause all sorts of doubts and imposter syndrome and, oh, maybe my understanding of espousing hate speech is not actually what it is. But of course, it's just been mishandled. So I think we've done really, really, really well today to have had constant people in the chat, various people donating such generous amounts to the stream. We are so close to halfway to our goal, and so many more gifts to give away. We've had so many amazing raffle prizes. Yanya Lalich is here. Hey, how long have you been talking? You are the best. Thank you, Yanya. It's coming up to 12 hours. We have 18 minutes left of the stream, and then we will have completed the full 12 hours of speaking. Thank you so much, Yanya. And thank you so much to your kind donations of books to the raffle as well. I truly, truly appreciate that. And your constant support of the Cult Vault podcast and the work that happens here on the show. I feel like I owe a lot to so many people that have passed through the stream tonight, and I feel very honored to be working in this space and very overwhelmed, and I understand that I'm tired. It's funny because we talk so much about making sure that you have a good night's sleep, and to make sure that you don't leave yourself sleep deprived so that you can really hone your critical thinking skills. And here I am, almost delirious, 12 hours of sitting in front of this screen later, talking to everybody about the importance of getting a good night's sleep. I do recognize the irony. Um, so Yanya says, I caught you just in time. Yes, thank you so much. It's I'm really, really glad that I continued on with the stream despite not being able to stream on YouTube. There's a big listenership I have on YouTube, and a lot of interactions with people that I don't think interact with me on other places online. So I'm hoping that there'll be a way for me to upload the stream to YouTube when I'm finished, when my strike's been lifted and I'm allowed to start putting content back on the platform again. I'm going to leave the fundraiser open for a couple of weeks because we have so many more prizes to give away. And I'm hoping that we can have a bigger pool of people to include in the fundraiser, and also my 2 weekend tickets to CrimeCon that I still have. And I need to find UK based individuals that can make the event in London next weekend. So if you are one of those people, if you want to be placed into the raffle to win the tickets, please tell me, get in touch with me and let me know once you have donated that you are in the UK or that you are somewhere in the world but can make the event next weekend, and I will make sure that whoever wins the tickets gets those 2 weekend tickets to CrimeCon sent to them. As I mentioned before, that's around £600 worth of event tickets to be given to whoever wins them in the raffle. So we gave away our last copy of Terror, Love and Brainwashing by Alexandra Stain. What should we do before we leave today? Should we give away Chris Pratt? Should we see whose signed picture of Chris Pratt goes to? I'll just make sure there's no one else to add to the fundraiser. Not at the moment. And so our random number generator stays the same. And our Chris Pratt picture is number... Can't do that. That person's already won. 26, it's Heather! I think that's because everybody else has won, so it's just going to the next numbers. So you had your eyes on that prize, and it's it's yours. I'm gonna have to work out how I'm gonna package it because I don't want to send it in the frame. I think that could be quite dangerous. And let me put this 26. I will find a special way to you better stop it. You better stop it. I can hear you say. If you like pina coladas, I feel like that song needs to play. Getting caught in the rain. If you're not in the health moods, if you have half a brain, if you like a love at midnight, that's what needs to play now. Right, let's give away one more raffle. Can we? Yes, we can. There's a few numbers that still don't have prizes. So let's go back to our random number generator and have a look at who's going to win my special copy of Moon Cop, or Boknoom, as it says, because my camera's mirrored. Random number generator gives us the number 13. That's Debbie. Moon Cop. Oh. And the last prize that we're going to do for this evening is an Audible or Kindle copy of Mission of Malice. My Exodus from Quasi-Ubuntu by Erica Borman, award-winning memoir. Let's have a look at who's going to win this prize. Who's gonna win this prize? Random number generator. It's number 10. It's Paul Cross. I think your name was the last name on the list that didn't have a prize next to it. Mission of Malice. Amazing. Should I put these in the chat? Congrats, Deb. Yeah, congrats, Deb. Deb wins a copy of Moon Cop. A copy of Moon Cop. Paul wins a copy of Mission of Malice. My Exodus from, should we put the whole thing? Quasi-Ubuntu. Award-winning memoir by Erica Bourneman. I love Erica. Thank you so much, Erica, for donating a copy of your book to the fundraiser. Thank you, everybody that has donated to the fundraiser. Raffles, money, well, raffle prizes, money, time as a guest on the stream, but time in the chat as a viewer as well. I'm truly so thankful for everybody that has made this stream possible today. Oh, and we are so close to the end. We are 10 minutes. We are 10 minutes from the end. Does anybody have a particular highlight from the stream? Anything that they've particularly taken away with them, or a guest that they think they've really resonated with during this stream? Just crossing off the prizes that have been you, Sue says. The prizes that have been won. So then we know what is left and up for grabs. I have so much postage. I'm gonna have to get wrapping. I jumped in late. Any comment on Profundity Yours? Hi, Chelsea. Yes, there was. I think you can watch the video back on Facebook. There's an 8-hour video of the first part of the stream already on Facebook, and it cut out around 8 hours. So this is actually part 2 of the 12-hour stream, which is the last 4 hours or so. In that first 8-hour video, if you go into the third talk, I think that's with Lisa and Siren, so you'll be able to hear them talking about Profundity Yours in that segment of the chat. You're welcome. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you leaving a comment to let me know that you're here. I hope you find that segment helpful. It's not as long as I mean, every person I've spoken to this evening, I've already spoken to for hours and could continue to speak to for hours. So I hope that it's at least a little bit helpful to listen to. Paul says, I really resonated with the talk about nature, plants, and how interacting with nature is so therapeutic. I thought that was a really beautiful segment, Paul, with Nicola Ranson, psychotherapist, and previous guest of the Cult Vault podcast, a very, very warm soul who has had some of the nicest things to say about the Cult Vault podcast. And I think that Nicola's memoir is going to make a lot of changes to readers that it resonates with, those who have also been sannyasins or experienced similar experiences in terms of spirituality, seeking life after those types of experiences. I know that Nicola and Mary Garden have connected because Mary has had certain experiences in Indian ashrams as well. So there is that to consider. Yanya says, gotta go, falling asleep. Bravo to you, my friend. Thank you, Yanya. Good night. Please have a lovely sleep. I hope you sleep well. And Sue says, Paul, so true. My way of coping is hiking. It is, Sue. Didn't you just hike 5,000 kilometers this week? I'll have to watch. Krista says, I will have to watch the recordings back. I am just so happy I got to hang out for a few minutes at the end. Thank you, Krista. I was really, really happy to see your name pop up in the chat. It's wonderful to see familiar names, but it's also really nice to meet new people as well, and to have the support of people just finding the show today through this stream, despite not being on YouTube. So we've done a lot of raffle prizes. I've got so much postage to sort through. I will need to contact everybody individually and find out people's addresses and contact information. I do have my my daughter's 2nd birthday party on Sunday. And then I have CrimeCon next weekend. So I will probably get round to thanking everybody for their donations, pushing the fundraiser for a little bit longer, and then sorting through all of the postage and sending everybody's gifts to them after the CrimeCon weekend, and just to kind of reacclimating to a steadier pace, which will be nice for a little while. Right, so I'm going to close my notebook. It's full of notes from the stream, of tidbits of wisdom, things that people have said that I don't want to forget, on my ripped out page of my notebook that I reluctantly ripped out. Oh, Nicholas says, nighty night and have a great weekend and fingers crossed for your win. Thank you, Nicola. I feel like you've been here for the whole stream. I feel like you've done the whole 12 hours with me. Thank you so much. I am also hoping for a win. I have to practice my I'm so hopeful for the win for all of the guests that have come onto the show to share their stories as well, in kind of recognition of their testimonies being recognized by judging panels. I have to practice my Oh no, we didn't win, but I'm still happy for the winner face. Is it kind of like, oh, congratulations, but I'm still kind of sad. I'll have to practice that. Or maybe not. It can just be genuine. Paul says, happy birthday to your daughter. I'd gladly send you a free hardcover of my children's book if you'd like. Just send me a PO box or wherever you'd want it shipped to. Paul, children's book? That sounds amazing. Oh, is it, what kind of children's book? Is it like a fictional children's adventure book? Because I have had people try to send me propagating children's material, which is always a bit of a contentious conversation. Christy says, happy birthday to your daughter and good luck next week. Amazing show. Amazing stream. Thank you, Christy. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for just being here from the beginning and still being here. Krista says, happy birthday to your little one. We just celebrated my son's first birthday and I will be sending good vibes that you will win. Ooh, I have to go to bed. Sending you so much love. Go get some rest. Yes, as a young parent, you should definitely be getting to bed. It's funny, everybody's wishing my daughter a happy birthday, but I imagine you most of you listening that have been tuning in for a while will remember when she was born, because the podcast was well underway by that point. Right, I have a pile of all of my gifts to box up and send to people. There's 2 minutes of the stream left. Just wanted to say another big, massive thank you to everybody that's been here, that's donated. Oh gosh, what an overwhelming experience. We did it. We did the whole 12 hours. Ah, this is my me time after he goes to sleep. It's important. Take that time. Take that time. I mean, I stress lax. Is that the right term? Like I can't relax, even when it's like during my time. Paul says, it's about being yourself, how we are all different, and that's okay. Oh, celebrate our differences, not thinking something is wrong with them because they are different. It has my dogs in it in cartoon form. I love that. It's kind of given me ugly duckling vibes. Although now thinking about it, the ugly duckling is kind of like you're the ugly duckling until you're beautiful and then it's okay. It's like, so beauty's only skin deep. I feel like, oh no, this is not the right time to be thinking about these things. Paul, that sounds amazing. I'll need to get in touch with you about your Mission of Malice copy. So I will talk to you about things. Yes, not the ugly duckling thing. Long. Thanks, Paul, for clearing that up there as we end the stream. Just going to check that the fundraiser has no last minute supporters to shout out. Not right now. I'm going to leave it open, and hopefully people will continue to support the show and donate to the fundraiser, and that kind of brings me to the end. So I'm going to end the stream, the 12-hour marathon. Thank you all so much. If you're tuning in as well after the fact, thank you for taking the time to do that. Thank you all in the chat and good night.